Our main character's name is Rak Pyong, an office worker who travels through time. Yongya City is the strongest on the mainland, with the Super VIP Pro system, calling the rain and calling the wind. From past to present, Yongya and Ma Wang are like water and fire. Biting. You live, I die. It's okay, but it's still Yongya. But this Yongya is very strange. Instead of cultivating to the top level, then fighting to the death with Ma Wang, he just hides all day. Hiding in the area for new farmers. The stream bank in the morning. At night, I went to the cave to plow the fields and grow vegetables. Raising fish and raising chickens makes even his system helpless, i.e. vomiting blood. Go eat quail with steamed sticky rice immediately. Not only that, this Yongya is the strongest in our world. I even took someone's cook, Ma Wang, home, to shovel coal and blow the lever for him. So the comedy journey, drooling from Yongya, the meanest guy in the human race. What will happen to this person? The process of shepherding female Ma Wang. How will it happen to get the wife Rak Pyong wants? Then right here, invite you to come with me, with a full summary of Season 1 of the series. Remember to like and comment anything below the video. Let Season 2 come out faster and longer. This is a world of swords and magic. A place for the strongmen of the Yongya continent. This moment, a large-scale war is taking place here. Because the female Ma Wang had launched an all-out war. With all the races on the mainland. With the absolute power of a Madu. Strongest ever. Attack of the evil army. Led by female Ma Wang. Overwhelmed the cities. The royal families of the races were defeated one by one. Soon, only humanity remains to stubbornly resist. But with internal conflicts and human rebellion, the final line of defense of the imperial citadel also completely collapsed. Humanity declares defeat. Just like that, the man known as the strongest Ma Wang in history, Elizabeth, officially stepped to the top of this world. Become the only Ma Wang here. Absolute domination, the stronghold of the nation. This time Gyo Wang's hand, the only person left in the world who dared to fight back. Ma Wang was holding the staff and shouting loudly for Elizabeth. Don't think that you've really won. The future is still on our side. Yongya in legend will completely defeat you. Gyo Wang's words haven't finished yet. Then he was kicked and forced to spit out blood pudding and fell to the ground. Ethnic Prince Mai Bok, after breaking Gyo Wang's face, immediately bowed and said, Pagyo Day, please clarify the situation. Now, Yo Wang did not ask for your opinion but gave an order. Do you understand or not? You idiot. Gyo Wang was thrown face down into the countryside river, but still resisted, shouting loudly, I despise you, traitor to the nation. Killing his father to surrender to the enemy was in vain. I will train you to become a legendary Yongya. Mai Bok, give this old guy another shot. So many words. Do you miss that useless old man so much? I will send you down there with him transformed. But, when he was about to send Gyo Wang off to sell salt, then a soft voice behind him told him to stop. Right before his demonized hand was away from Gyo Wang's face. About a gang, Mai Bok quickly stopped and knelt down to bow. A graceful body with plump speakers walked over and asked for Gyo Wang's name. People say the future will be on your side. Will the king ultimately fail? Only here do we know the owner of that soothing voice. Yet she is a winged female demon. She is the Ji Wang demon named Elizabeth. Pointing at Gyo Wang writhing on the ground. Zarbeth said humans are humble. You'd best explain it clearly to me. If not, there are thousands of ways. This king, making people suffer, living is worse than dying. Gyo Wang's name immediately trembled when he heard that. Tell the scene seen in the future vision. Is when Yongya in legend. Pull out the holy sword. That will be the end of the demon's rule. Gyo Wang drooled. Talking here is full of excitement. Said holy sword was the one stuck on the stone pedestal of the hall. I myself will absolutely not tell anyone. I will absolutely not betray humanity. The words haven't finished yet. Then his face collided with the cold eyes of Ma Wang Elizabeth. Even though this guy was very stubborn. Said not to betray humanity. But I don't understand why. Gui Wang Zarbeth still found the holy sword. Mai Bok is stationed in the hall like this. Approaching the holy sword. Zarbeth muttered. Legend says, Yongya pulled out this sword. Will she be qualified to challenge me? After saying that, she kept caressing me, admiring the nation's holy sword. Like a priceless treasure, Then he complimented me. It's so interesting. Then I'll be here waiting for him to come. Just like that. Time will pass by. The first year of Elizabeth's reign. All the races on the continent gathered. The second year of Elizabeth's reign still the same. Nothing happened. Then the third year it was the same. The fourth year it was the same. The fifth year is no different from the previous 4 years. The east wind blows through the Ladia leaves. Just like that the dog runs to bring us there. 15th year of the reign of Ma Wang Elizabeth. After 15 years of reign, Ma Wang Tsar Beth created an unprecedented period in history. The mainland, the Thai people, and the people are safe. Gui Mul animals and animals live together in harmony. Let's call it peace in the world. Thai people always eat rice cooked by their mothers. On a morning like any other day inside the imperial citadel. At this time, the hippo carrying a bag of rice waved his hand. Hello vampire crony. Good morning Sir Peter. The quality of beef today at the store is very good. Please continue to take care of my business. The blonde vampire said it was natural. Customers all praise his ingredients. A lizard youth at this time, looking at the numberless watch in his hand, but exclaimed who da. It's almost late. Can't miss today's male lead audition. Under Ma Wang's absolute rule, all antiquated laws and racial inequality are all abolished. Everyone can live together peacefully. No more war. Everyone settles down and develops their strengths. Soon, the Yongya continent has entered a period of prosperity. Unprecedented even, out of concern that peace will be difficult to achieve, was broken. An anti-Yongya alliance emerged. Resolutely oppose the appearance of the so-called Yongya in legend at Ma Wang's citadel, where before that was the nation's royal capital. At this time, the gods are enough. All races gathered, under the summons of the female Ma Wang Elizabeth, saw that the whole group was full. Elizabeth immediately spoke, so there is still no news about the brave warrior. In legend, Zheng Ryong clan chief named Chuk Yu Rak said, "Report back to your majesty. The elves have unleashed all the insects on the tree. I searched but couldn't find any news about the legendary Yongya. Even the Gui Ki clan leader defaults these days." Also added support. We at Gui Ki are not good at intelligence gathering. But according to feedback gathered from various weapon shops, couldn't find any suspicious characters. The ethnic prime minister named S.A. Diok said with a smile, "I suppose even when that Yongya appears, he is just delusional. Fight on your own against all of us. And there's nothing to be afraid of." Ghost Minister Gat Mo heard that. Immediately objected. S.A. Diok, you just arrived so you don't know. Your Majesty is not afraid of that legendary Yongya. Opposite, Your Majesty is eagerly awaiting his appearance. To deal with that prophecy, Your Majesty has researched it carefully. All kinds of ancient magic and fighting techniques. Insu clan chief also spoke at this time. As long as Your Majesty is willing, this Yongya continent could be wiped out in an instant. Chuk Yu Rak heard that and crossed his arms. The irony is all because of that idiot Pagyo. Future prospects are meaningless. His Majesty's rule is a blessing to all of us. Let the legendary Yongya die. All the gods right now. All joined the anti-Yongya group. That curse said, Yongya went to eat bananas and watch chickens cook the rice. This sentence is not over yet. Then the sound of the pipe was continuously hitting the floor, attracting everyone's attention. The dwarf patriarch couldn't help but sigh sadly. To tell the truth, it's a joke. It's a joke and it's coming right away. Just seeing it right now. Gyo Hwang Pagyo turned around and carried the sign. Anti-Yongya walked into the meeting room and raised a fence. Anti-Yongya supported Ma Wang's rule. Protested against the appearance of the legendary Yongya. Based on author's notes, we know that this guy is Pagyo wearing floral shorts. Former human Hwang Ga, currently, is the current president of the fan club. Gui Wang, the association president, opposed the legendary Yongya. Immediately a Gui Baltop rushed forward. Catch this cunning Pagyo. A sudden kick that made him spit cold rice out with a mighty cry. Ma Wang Elizabeth's cold voice rang out. Explain clearly to me, Yongja's name in that prophecy. Where are you? The Pagyo product. His face as pale as a frog's ass. He said, Actually, future vision is also not necessarily accurate. When the subject is far beyond the understanding of the prophecy, like Your Majesty, for example, then it will have unpredictable deviations. The name of ethnic Prince Mai Bok sounds like that. Also bent down to splash water along with the rain. Add coconut and hot pot flattering. To say so would be a great insult. If that boring prophecy applies. Your Majesty, there is absolutely no need to worry about that. Micropsychiatry has recently conducted new research. Don't let this guy finish his sentence. Then Zarbeth slapped him in the face. But scream loudly. Go aside for the old lady. Got hit in the face with a huge fig. The guy couldn't help but cover his face and exclaim in anger. Yes, Your Majesty, please step aside. Elizabeth slapped the Prince of the People's face. Tell a bunch of trash. This king has risen to the top of the world. And is the leader of the world. I won't wait for that legendary Yong-Ya. Come to fight. And then become a springboard. Let him become famous. This king read through all the ancient magic books. In the Yong-Ya continent. After going through many hardships. Created magic that would destroy the world. To wait for the challenge. Of that bastard Yong-Ya. That bastard is currently. Not even a shadow was seen. So all the things and the king have gone through. Isn't this a joke? Here Ma Wang. Zarbeth immediately spoke closer. Holding the holy sword firmly planted on the floor. But I say okay. If you hadn't come to find this king. The courtiers saw the actions of female Ma Wang. Immediately his face twisted and he shouted in unison. Your Majesty may not want it. Don't, Your Majesty. Under the bright light of the holy Mandarin. Elizabeth shouted loudly. If you say so, let this king come find you. Under the straining of his ass muscles. I like Guo Wang's sword-drawing glutes. The whole auditorium shook. The terrifying pressure that came made the courtiers scared out of their wits. Which summons a barrier to protect itself. Suddenly, Minister Jung Ryong's eyes were A-shaped. The word, mouth exclaimed. No, how Ma Wang Dayan really wants to pull out the holy sword. A terrifying pillar of light shooting straight into the clouds. Ma Wang Zarbeth laughed out loud. I need the holy sword in my hand to tell. Who is speaking? Only the legendary Yong-Ya can pull it off. This sentence just ended. Then a strange scene appeared before female Gui Wang. Rolling hills and mountains. The hazy scene of a village. With a thatched hut, 2 golden hearts. Elizabeth came here and smiled. It turns out you're hiding there. You bastard. After finishing speaking, she raised her hand to perform forbidden magic. Time and space. Magic that forced the movement of a crimson magic circle. Just keep appearing. The courtiers shouted loudly, calling His Highness Ma Wang's name. The name of the nation's prince. Mai Bok now frantically rushed forward to say. Ma Wang Dayan, beg people, please let me continue to serve by your side. This guy's quick efforts were rewarded. By picking up a few of Ma Wang's feathers. This is so sweet. This Mai Bok product is here. I just told the owner in dismay. My master Elizabeth. In Sinin village, which is located in the middle of a peaceful plateau. A young farmer was wiping his sweat and muttering that farming is a joy. At this point, we know that this pickaxe owner is the one. Legendary Yong-Ya. Yongja's memory domain. Likes to lie on his back and eat ready to eat, let us know. His name is Rak Pyong. Actually just a normal office worker. With normal life. Rak Pyong doesn't like playing games or watching cartoons. His only pleasure. Maybe watch short videos. Enjoy watching on the way to work. On screen. Right now, a farmer is live streaming. Tell me next. I will teach you the correct method of fertilizing. First, other types of videos are again mukbang topic. A bowl of hot, delicious noodles. The streamer is just manipulating his hands. Just instructing the audience. Starting with salted and sour bamboo shoots. This is the whole process of making snail noodles. This rabbit seems to be suffering from heat stroke. Let's take it to the riverside and see. Rak Pyong was exclaiming on the bus. Really admirable. If only I could experience a life like this. That's great. It's surprising that he crossed over. With the bus handrail and phone in hand. Crows fly overhead. Rak Pyong stands in the middle of a vast, unfamiliar steppe. That tells us. After my aunt cooked rice, I immediately came to this world. Under the guidance of the beginner system. I gradually learned basic survival skills here. In reality, I really don't know anything about things in the other world. But that's not important. Rural life like this. Isn't that exactly what I wanted? I feel much healthier, compared to when going to work. From then on, every time he plowed the land for farming. Then the system beeped in my ear again. Hello players. Going through this period of training new players. You have fully met the conditions to leave Sin in village. Let's start your adventure. Rak Pyong heard that and immediately innocently said yes. Now isn't that great? Why do I have to leave here? System goods at this time. Brief concise explanation is after leaving Sin in village. The host will meet all kinds of other people in this world. You can become their disciple. Learn various sword and magic skills. Become a legendary Yongya. And destroy Day Ma Wang. With an excited voice. The system uses soothing sounds that are extremely seductive. Let's start your adventure. Rak Pyong heard that and frowned. But I don't want to kill Day Ma Wang at all. I just want to continue living here. Is that okay? The system immediately warns. This guy of course can't. The player's mission is to destroy Day Ma Wang. Let's start your adventure. I see this guy doesn't bother to follow his instructions. The system's voice continuously rang in my ears. Warning, warning. Your player leaves Sin in village. The later it gets, the higher the difficulty of Day Ma Wang will be. Let's start your adventure. Learn control and magic skills. Become a legendary warrior. You can get treasure, secrets and various meetings. Let's start your adventure. Rak Pyong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The system always urged me to leave Sin in village and start an adventure, but it seems like it can't do anything to me. Except for the pop-ups. I feel like the system can't do anything for me. This guy immediately made up his mind. No matter what Day Ma Wang he is, then No Ya will also continue to live like this. Time barrier, time enchantment. Because here there is a special temporal barrier. Can completely hide Sin in village. To ensure safety. More feeling. Time inside the barrier. Lasts more than 24 hours a day. This also allows him to do more of the things he enjoys. Plowing, hunting, crafting, meditating. Even though Rak Pyong still knows nothing about swords and magic. But for someone like me who doesn't like adventure, those things don't matter at all. By redeeming points from new missions, he gradually built the country house. His ideal. From nothing. Until one day, the waiting system was so bitter. Immediately shouted at the guy that he was being unreasonable. In this world of swords and magic. But every day you only know how to farm. Farming and farming aren't cooked rice. That does not contribute to building this system. This is the legendary Yong Ya. Only know how to take new points of the system in exchange for credit. A tool to repair a bit of swordsmanship or magic. Can't learn it either. No place. Of various adventure auxiliary functions. Of this system. Used thoroughly. Yong Ya is so angry that I'm angry. I hate you. I curse you. I hope you will soon be found by Day Ma Wang. And let him eat bananas and watch the chickens. And those were the last words. Which the system tells Rak Pyong. Come one day. The system suddenly crashes and then disappears. Instead of being sad and depressed. Then this guy feels so good. Our legendary Yong Ya. Feel very relieved. Innocent. The fairy said she's been busy all day and her stomach is growling. Looks like there's not much firewood left. Have to prepare a little in advance. Suddenly Rak Pyong remembered and exclaimed. That's right. I forgot about Day Jang when I went out to the forest to cut wood. It's gone this morning. Day Jang here is an axe to chop wood. Guys. This sentence just ended. Then suddenly dark clouds and lightning appeared in the sky. Seeing that, Rak Pyong immediately tilted his head up to the sky. Hating life so much that he said. Oh no. At this time, is it going to rain? From the red cloud of female Ma Wang, Elizabeth appeared, looked down at the small house below and said, the king has found you. Yong Ya is so legendary. But responded to Ma Wang's eagerness. Then Rak Pyong ran back into the house, but shouted loudly to tell her to cook rice. Suddenly it rained heavily. My clothes also contain dried fish. Can't let them get wet. Rak Pyong hugged the clothes and dried fish and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily I arrived in time. Otherwise, I have to throw away my dried fish and sausages. Just mentioned. Then Gyeong Gian picked up the phone, ran over and waved his butt. Overjoyed. Seeing that, Rak Pyong immediately told Bien Chang to stop playing around. It's about to rain so let's go home quickly. Gyeong Gian Bien Chang heard that. Different from constantly running around every day. Rak Pyong seemed to want to remind something. Saw something. He immediately looked up at the sky and froze. When he saw something in the air. Coming here, Rak Pyong immediately wondered and asked his younger brother Gyeong Gian. Hey Bian Chang, there's something in the sky, right? The kid keeps meowing and barking. Elizabeth's voice also echoed down at this time. Say it's stupid. How dare you call this king something? Rak Pyong heard that and waved his hand to explain. No, sorry, I didn't see clearly just now. The mouth says so, but inside this guy's heart is making waves. How could someone suddenly come in here like that? Isn't Sin in village an absolutely safe place? Don't give Rak Pyong time to think. Ma Wang Zha Beth raised her hand and said, let's verify it first. After saying that, she immediately released a light of lightning down on her. Rak Pyong. After saying that, she immediately released a light of lightning down on her. Rak Pyong. I saw lightning strike this guy. Immediately put his hands on his head and groaned pitifully. Told to wait a moment. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Rak Pyong's words were not finished yet. Then there was a bright streak of golden light. Fell from heaven into his hands. Female Ma Wang saw that and immediately exclaimed that it was very interesting. Rak Pyong was stunned at this moment. When he saw a sword in his hand, this guy was startled and swung his sword wildly. What did you cook that suddenly flew into my hand? What's going on? Ma Wang Elizabeth said, clenching his teeth. The recognition of the sword St. Mai Biop is unmistakable, but the magic sensor on this guy's body, so low, can't even compare to normal soldiers. Could it be that he is hiding his strength? Thinking so, female Ma Wang Zha Beth clasped her hands. Creates a glowing magic formation. Tell me I'm the strongest Ma Wang in Elizabethan history. Come here today, is to completely destroy you. Yongji's Rak family. Hearing that, I immediately held my head and exclaimed, oh. Why is Ma Wang still coming to the door? I've never left here but. Just said this. Rak Pyong suddenly shouted. Tell Bian Chang to be quiet. Go ahead, you stupid bitch. Don't make her angry. This sentence is not over yet. Then in heaven, Ma Wang performed the profound forbidden magic. Magical species are extinct. I only saw a series of magic formations appear in the sky. Immediately after that the heavenly stars appeared. Rak Pyong saw that and immediately blushed. My dilated pupils told me I understood. Exactly as the system said. Yong Ya and Ma Wang meet. Is inevitable. Even though I have never left Sin in village. Thinking about this guy immediately threw away his sword and turned around. So what else can I say? Leave that son of a bitch Bian Chang outside. Rak Pyong aims in one direction. Walk towards my house and tell me. Until now I'm still a novice. But the boss has come to the door. So in addition to accepting fate, what else can we do? Yong Ya in legend. Rak Pyong just encountered Ma Wang. Directly gave up and tried to go into the house to wait for death. Before opening the door, this guy even turned around. Looked up at the sky with an extremely painful expression. Or should I say that I should be satisfied? Being able to spend such a happy time here. Even if we go to eat bananas and watch chickens. We won't regret it. Finally, let me and this house be together again. The number is not round. Saw Rak Pyong go into the house and close the door. Then Ma Wang was so angry that she had a heart attack and said. Was not the right name. What does it mean when you just turned to the king and smiled? Rak Pyong's face of suffering and waiting for death. In this child's eyes, it turned into mockery and contempt. According to her, the smile before entering Rak Pyong's house is the meaning. If you feel good, just come here. Thinking of this, Ma Wang Zha Beth clenched her teeth. Angry, the person said, maybe that's the case. The arrogant name will die. After finishing her sentence, she immediately launched a bunch of heavenly stars down. I thought that this was the end of Rak Pyong. But it wasn't. I only see my younger brother Gyeong Gian Bian Chang right now. Suddenly my eyes glowed. The number jumps continuously. After a while, its eyes turned into 2 circles. A voice said the calculation was complete. Battle mode activated. Visible only immediately. Its body splits open like a transformer. Which is the missile? Thermobaric weapons. Laser weapons. A series of advanced weapons kept appearing. Turning Gyeonggi-an straight into a machine of destruction. Extremely domineering. The heavenly star shot down. The missile was quickly launched to intercept. Creating an explosion like an atomic bomb. Above the peaceful village of Sinin for many years. Saw unbelievable power of unidentified organisms below. Then Ma Wang Zha Beth cried out in disbelief. Exclaimed, why this legendary Yong Ya? How dare you be so arrogant? It turns out it relied on a high-level magic tool. Open your mind. Saying this child's face suddenly turned black. Red eyes. Luck. Only thing. In front of this king, everything is just inferior. Heaven and earth change color. Sky and clouds. Hong Rhyme's magic to destroy the world, used to fight to the death with Yong-ya in legend, was finally implemented by Elizabeth. Raised his hand, preparing to strike the final blow to kill her. Ma Wang said, "This king is no longer interested in visiting you anymore." Just like that, forbidden the ancient magic of recasting the earth to be performed. A super huge celestial ball quickly rushed down to the small Sin village. Bian Chang the robot dog saw this scene without flinching, which starts the calculation. Its eyes lit up with red characters. Very quickly, its eyes turned round again. The system sound rang again, announced the completion of the calculation process. This time Bian Chang directly opened his mouth, gathering tailed beast bombs, but shot straight at the descending celestial ball. Found that the size of the tailed beast bomb was too small. Ma Wang couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. "No Shishi. Please obediently disappear with this land." This sentence hasn't finished yet. Zarbeth had to stop smiling. I just saw a quantum black hole suddenly appear, directly swallowing the heavenly star's earthly servant. Saw his world-destroying magic. In the blink of an eye, it was solved. This Zarbeth girl said. The king's magic to destroy the world. But why did it get solved? At this point Elizabeth's eyes widened, looking down at the small house. Tell him his name is Yong-ya. What the hell are you doing in the house anyway? While Ma Wang is outside, touching his ears in confusion. I was scared to death before the power of Bian Chang's disciple. The dog owner named Rak was in the house covering himself with a blanket. People trembling and waiting to die. Say, just come and go. We will achieve enlightenment. Ma Wang Zarbeth now landed on the ground, but approached Bian Chang's younger brother. The robot dog saw that and immediately growled and barked meow. Zarbeth saw that and looked at him intently and said, "In the end, the person who was despised was actually my king." Having said this, Zarbeth suddenly patted the baby. But don't be too complacent. Hitherto, king only uses less than 30% of its strength. Hold your hands tightly and begin to perform the work. The true strength of this fierce Ma Wang, like angrily screaming at that insolent guy. Let me show you how scary it really is. With Elizabeth's roar, her body too, quick, transform into the strongest demonic form, and rush straight forward, determined to fight hand to hand with Bian Chang's dog disciple. A brutal fight between a demon and a dog. Flash forward to right after. An hour later our main character, the strongest Yong-ya in legend, Rak Pyong snored loudly after sleeping. After that, he woke up and yawned loudly and said that I was dead. Suddenly in front of my eyes. This guy is still a familiar sight in the house that he has been rooting for many years. Rak Pyong is only here. I'm still in the house. There seems to be no movement outside anymore. Hold the door handle tightly. Rak Pyong was sweating profusely and hesitantly told himself. But that Ma Wang girl. Probably not that perverted. Still waiting for me outside. Right. Thinking of this guy gingerly opened the door. Stepped out to call his younger brother Bian Chang. Only saw Rak Pyong in front of him right now. The dust and smoke gradually cleared. Ma Wang Elizabeth. I'm grabbing my younger brother Gyeonggi on Bian Chang's head and saying, "Sorry, King. Completely destroyed the magic tool you were proud of." Saw my younger brother Bian Chang being crushed by people. Rak Pyong is not only not angry. I was still afraid and trembled so much that I stammered and said, "No, it's okay. Can't we sit down together? Can talk properly. How beautiful, beautiful." Ma Wang Elizabeth was now unable to stand. With a face as pale as a frog's ass. He said he could. "After this king kills you." Speaking of which, poor Ma Wang still cannot accept the harsh reality, which refers to a magic tool of this guy Yong-ya. Yet it made this king fight to the limit. Her eyes were half closed and she fell face down on the ground. This child was full of bitterness. Is this the end of my king in the prophecy? Seeing the winged girl fall face down like that. Then Rak Pyong heroically saved the beauty and ran back. Help her and kindly ask, "Hey, are you okay?" This sentence just ended. Then there's Ma Wang in front of me. Because he ran out of magic. Transformed into a real woman. Naked like this. Seeing the mountains and hills, electricity and water appear before your eyes. Straight guys haven't tasted life yet. Rak Pyong immediately exclaimed. What do you want to do? Night gradually falls inside the clean room. Ma Wang Elizabeth is currently wearing a suit. T-shirt hides underwear. 2 hands locked. But snoring like this. When she suddenly woke up, I couldn't believe it. Exclaimed the king. Yet he lost and was no longer strong. Failed miserably in the hands of this guy Yong Ya. So at this point, this kid wonders why he didn't take the opportunity to kill me. But imprisoning me here, I want to show off to the world. Show off your majesty or something. Tried to move to escape the handcuffs but couldn't. Then Tsar Beth Ma Wang immediately looked depressed and said, was another legendary magic tool that I've never seen before. Kneeling on the bed facing the wall, this child wonders, finally, how much more power does Rak Pyong have hidden? Look at the strange items on her table. Ma Wang couldn't help but be stunned and confused. Wonder, these strange things are not at all simple at first glance. It seems, this Yong Ya guy is much more evil than we imagined. This king is subjective and despises his enemy. As soon as these words finished, Rak Pyong pushed open the door carrying food. Walked in and said, oh, are you awake? Elizabeth, listen. So he struggled and said if he wanted to kill him, he would kill him. Don't think that the king will bow his head and beg you. Rak Pyong heard that and thought to himself, Ma Wang is scary, but this is my only chance to live. Definitely have to catch it. Thinking so, this guy stammered and said that. Can we talk slowly? Carrying 2 bowls of food. You said yes. As for the handcuffs, I'm just taking precautions. She also knows how scary she is and saw the red-haired Ma Wang stunned. Then Rak Pyong continued to explain saying, no. I mean you know you're extremely powerful, right? Put your hand in your pocket to get the handcuff lock. Rak Pyong said with a friendly smile. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Now I will take off your handcuffs. Let's talk properly to each other for a bit. Rak Pyong's extremely friendly gesture. In Ma Wang's eyes, Elizabeth is again. I'm sorry you misunderstood from the beginning. She thinks she is very powerful. Do you have enough strength to challenge a Yong Ya like me? This guy's face looks extremely evil in my eyes right now. Say wrong. Big mistake, wrong. If you still want to live, please comply with my request. Thinking of this, Ma Wang immediately turned black and said to herself, is this threatening the king or something? Rak Pyong stepped forward to uncuff Ma Wang, but said, I took the handcuffs off for you, to prove I really have no malice. As promised, let's talk properly to each other for a bit. Beauty. After being released, Ma Wang silently calculated and told herself, the current situation is very unfavorable for us. This strong man knows how to bend and stretch. We will be patient first. But I will definitely make you regret it. Because of your arrogance later on. Rak Pyong saw this child and said nothing. Then he immediately turned around and walked out. So you should rest first. Talk to Ma Wang. If that doesn't work, this guy will turn around directly. Talk to the audience. My aunt always cooks rice. He explained. Everyone must be very curious. Why didn't I kill Ma Wang just now? While she was unconscious. Isn't it in fact? This is the world of swords and magic. My name is Ma Wang. Then the fact that she holds the resurrection skill. It's a very normal thing. Besides, I can do it by killing chickens, pecking fish and making soup. Something like murder, or rather, kill Ma Wang like this. How can I make it? Holding up a finger, this guy is telling us. If you want to resolve the conflict between Yong Ya and Ma Wang, it doesn't have to be a fight. Kill, okay. Just need me to prove it. I'm not a threat to her. From then on, I became friends with her. I can continue to live happily to the end of my life. Isn't it funny? Seeing the name Yong Ya keep muttering to himself. Then Ma Wang frowned angrily, silently cursing obnoxiously. Is this guy still laughing at the king or something? Rak Pyong doesn't know what Ma Wang is thinking right now, but picked up my younger brother Gyeong Gian Bien Chang, but said sadly, but Bien Chang is all ruined like this. Elizabeth asked Rak Pyong what? This thing. Is that your most powerful magic tool? Rak Pyong, I was so excited when I heard that. My aunt cooks rice, but I wonder what magic tool it is. It's just a toy I forged. Come out to escape the boredom of living alone here. I thought so, but he still said yes. You can also say so. Bien Chang, was created by me in the last 2 years. Ma Wang Zarbeth heard that and immediately opened her heart and said to herself, this time it's your turn to underestimate the enemy. After removing the handcuffs, this king can now quietly use profound magic, infinite magical power to recover quickly. You who have lost your protection of this most powerful magical tool is the same as losing it. Left shoulder and right arm. The balance of power now is in favor of this king. Saying this, Ma Wang immediately stood up and used her strength to protect her. I'm really sorry for damaging your things. Rak Pyong with his back facing his opponent. He pulled the memory card out of Bien Chang's body and said, it's okay, the memory card is still here. Elizabeth's face started to turn red. Smiled evilly and said to himself, this moment is the best time. Let this king destroy you. Legendary Yong Ya. World-destroying magic. This person's words haven't even finished yet. Then Rak Pyong pulled the locker. The body of the machine can no longer be repaired. But I soon did a lot to be here. So there's really no need to worry about that. Just seeing Ma Wang in front of her right now are tons of Gyeonggi Bien Chang. Zarbeth stood frozen on the spot. Rak Pyong smiled gently at this time. Insert the memory card into Gyeonggian's head. Make it jump around and introduce. Tell it to keep as a companion is also fun. But sometimes it's also very naughty. So I usually just activate one at home. In Zabeth's eyes right now is the evil face of Rak Pyong and her brother Bien Chang. Now she's scared to death. Sitting down on the bed, sweating, stammering and saying no. It's okay, it's fine. Suddenly Elizabeth sniffed, saw something and unconsciously exclaimed, what's that smell? Rak Pyong said I saw you fainted. So I made her something to eat to warm her body. It was normal meat porridge and normal dumplings. Even though my mouth was full of drool. But Ma Wang remained speechless. Said only the weak need to eat. This king has reached an extraordinary state. No need for these things. Rak Pyong heard that and told himself to use consciousness. Eating to reconcile is definitely possible. Thinking of this, he excitedly grinned. All are made from homegrown vegetables and grains. Completely natural. Please give it a try. Elizabeth heard that and unconsciously picked up a fork and dug into a dumpling. Try taking a bite. Rak Pyong saw this, his heart pounding and his legs shaking. He said to himself, even though I'm very confident in my cooking ability, but as a Ma Wang, does she look down on things in this Sin village? No, but really, this guy already has to worry about whitening his teeth. Ma Wang, after taking a bite, I threw it away. Whatever you do, shamelessly, directly put the cake into your mouth and eat it like a hungry tiger. Soon, finished eating Rak Pyong's homemade dumplings, but tilted his head up to the sky. Hate life endlessly. I thought to myself, oh my god, Kamuchi. Every bite, the gravy all splattered in the mouth like fireworks. Unchanged natural taste. At the same time, it contains an extremely high concentration of magical secrets. At this point, this child's face was extremely red. Fei Pha stuck out his tongue to lick the drool and roared in his heart. There are things in this world. Such a classy one. So delicious. So delicious. It really makes me not accidentally swallow this last bite. Swallowed the last bit of shame down her gullet. Red-haired Ma Wang suddenly climaxed. Is to reach the peak of that power. Elizabeth. It feels like a volcano is erupting in the body. Ma Wang suddenly moaned loudly and pulled down her shirt. The person said slightly trembling. It's so hot. What did you add to my food? Rak Pyong heard that and shivered and said, I added a little chili based on my taste. Turns out Ma Wang can't eat spicy food. Zarbeth heard that speechless. But thought to myself that this evil man was holding me captive. The king came out. Because I wanted to take her out for a research experiment. He really doesn't have any good intentions. Rak Pyong's head popped up and he said yes. Lean meat porridge with herbal eggs. Clears heat and cools down. Looking helplessly at the bowl of meat soup in front of Zarbeth. Hold the spoon and tell yourself. Both poison and give the antidote. Is this guy making fun of this king? But there is no other way. This strange feeling right now is so damn uncomfortable. Talking about this woman 10,000. The young redhead immediately scooped one up and wanted to try it. Yomost suddenly felt lightheaded and high. Escape from heaven to heaven came. Elizabeth couldn't help but moan out loud. Feeling so peaceful. What a relief. What rules the world? What Ma Wang Yong Ya? All troubles have nothing to do with me anymore. In a stripped state of mind, Ma Wang Zarbeth suddenly had a thought. Let go of everything, peace and freedom. But also because of that, we have just discovered that we are ourselves. So small in this world. After being high, this one directly broke through. Improve cultivation. Elizabeth got 2 stars from Ma Wang. Through food, can break through to the 3-star Ma Wang realm. At this point, she couldn't believe it. Look at your hands and think to yourself. Yet through food, can it help this king break through his cultivation base? Under the stimulation of 2 extremes, the power of this king once again broke through and improved. At this point, Elizabeth's attitude has completely changed. But looked towards Rak Pyong and said, "Don't pretend anymore. What do you really want?" Rak Pyong heard that and immediately scratched his head with a stupid face and said yes. "I just want us to do a little research. Experiment. Coexistence between Ma Wang and Yong Ya only." Hearing that, Zarbeth immediately sweat dropped and thought to herself. Finally told the true purpose. In this child's eyes, then all the friendliness of Rak Pyong are all lies. The guy in her eyes right now has an evil face. She is the only one in this world qualified. Become Yongja's research subject. Come here, I will help you become stronger. And then defeat me. Rak Pyong saw this Ma Wang and said nothing. Then hesitatingly said, "Is it possible? I will continue to make delicious dishes to serve you." Ma Wang Zarbeth heard that and immediately thought to herself. Scholars can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. I'm the great Ma Wang. Rak Pyong image. The perverted face appeared in my mind again. This one laughed and said, "If you want to become stronger, I can help you. We are also looking forward to it. Let's see if you can defeat me." Too powerless in the face of absolute power, Zarbeth immediately breathed. Long said so. Leave it alone. Rak Pyong heard that. Suddenly my hips jolted and my hips collided with each other. What is left out? So does that mean she still wants to kill me? Suddenly Ma Wang stood on the bed, pointing at Rak Pyong's face. He said, "Listen carefully. I can agree to your conditions. But please also understand, this king is not afraid of you, but the pursuit of peak strength." Rak Pyong heard that and said to himself in a drought, "Are you afraid of me? Are you afraid of me?" But she is Ma Wang. She is the oldest. Whatever she says, take it that way. Thinking so, this guy nodded and let it go. Ma Wang greed demands more than that. Also, don't think that this king lives here. Then you will talk shyly with people. The dignity of the king absolutely do not allow to be violated. Otherwise even have to sacrifice everything. I will destroy you too. Rak Pyong see this red-haired lioness. Your face is so perverted. Immediately raised his hands to pray for understanding. Then let's try to live in harmony with each other. Ma Wang Zarbeth heard that and arrogantly pointed at this guy and said, "If you want to research, whatever you save, bring it all here to the old lady. All the delicious dishes this king wants are gone." Hearing that, Rak Pyong couldn't help but feel helpless. 7 parts like 3 nodded like chopping wood and said it was clear. 1 year after the day of serving Ma Wang, Yong Ya the strongest in our continent. At this time, he was using the holy sword as a woodcutter to cut wood. Like this. While chopping firewood, this guy wondered what to do. Things have become a lot more complicated since Ma Wang broke in and destroyed the fence. Protect Sin in village. Time here, gradually synchronized with the outside world. However, if it's just time synchronization, that's fine. Worse still, there was no protection from the barrier. Sin in village has lost its hiding function. Completely exposed to the wild world. And monsters appear around here. It doesn't seem simple at all. Stacking firewood into towering piles. Rak Pyong wiped his sweat and silently comforted him, saying, "But because Ma Wang was here, so those monsters didn't dare come close. However, this is not what it means. Once Ma Wang leaves here, I'm going to say, 'Oh, my aunt's cooking' or something." His words. This isn't over yet. Then the voice of the red-haired oriental lion inside echoed out. Told Rak Pyong, "It's time for lunch. Why isn't it done yet?" Our legendary Yong Ya. Hearing that, he hesitated like a coolie said, "Ah yes, I'll be right here." Rak Pyong is very reluctant though. But still have to accept the harsh reality and tell myself. So we still need to have her protection. There is a pig inside the house right now. Is the humanoid pig watching a human movie? Ma Wang Elizabeth right now, lying down with his fat body stretched out on the sofa, gobbled up the package of snacks and said, I say this. I'm tired of watching these videos of yours. Unable to order new videos from your system. Can you add more? Bring in a bowl of hot food. Rak Pyong said the system had long since disappeared. Come over here, I've already prepared lunch. Elizabeth is no different now. The saggy, human-shaped pig sat up and said, Come over here and wait a bit. Said this and then this creature immediately twisted its finger and turned out 2 wings. Fly to the dining table and tell the potatoes on you to give them to me. What kind of poison am I? Why do I always feel like the more I eat, the lazier I become? The mouth says so, but in her head Zarbeth was talking to herself. Under the guise of delicious food. Use these chronic toxins to paralyze the king. Make this king completely addicted to it. It's truly a vain dream. Rak Pyong came here to explain to this child. French fries are high in calories. Eating too much will easily accumulate fat. People naturally become lazy. Zarbeth heard that, immediately lowered his head and looked down at the pile of fat under his belly. Then he snapped his fingers and cast deep pearl magic. Under the effect of the secret method very quickly, her body gradually returned to its original state. Deep pearl magic allows this Ma Wang. Transforms negative attributes on the body. Become a magic tablet for yourself to use. Transforms to the MLEM state. After finishing, Zarbeth stroked her hair haughtily and said, Sorry, all your fat accumulates in this king's body. Have been transformed into magic power by this king. Rak Pyong saw this scene. Immediately eyes and mouth silently complimented. Beneficial. Can magic still be used like that? Sit at the dining table. Elizabeth glanced at Rak Pyong mockingly and said, Yet another trick that was smashed by the king. Very disappointing, isn't it? Hearing that, Rak Pyong laughed and said, Ha ha. Whatever you say is correct. Let's go eat. When Ma Wang saw that she was eating something, she immediately drooled. Sparkling eyes said, Ha ha, today's lunch. It also suits the king's taste very well. So I won't be polite anymore. After saying that, this child immediately started to eat a lot and put it in his mouth. Rak Pyong saw this scene and was speechless. Just eat it slowly. If it's not enough, I'll do more. It's okay to eat a little too much. Just say that. But actually Rak Pyong was deep in thought. Looks like I'll have to live like this with Ma Wang for a long time to come. See Rak Pyong's expression. Elizabeth then secretly thought to herself. What he means is, you're too young and too green to fatten up and kill so. Thinking like that, this one just ate it. Just angrily banged on the table in dissatisfaction. Rak Pyong doesn't know what she's thinking. Turned around and said, There are also desserts. I'll get it for you. At this point, Ma Wang couldn't hold back anymore. His black face roared in his heart. Enough. Do you really consider this king a pig? This year, the old lady has broken through more than 10 times. No matter what you say, it's enough to challenge you. That's right. Now let's decide a battle to the death. Definitely so. But just saw Rak Pyong open the refrigerator. Take out a cake. This one is so amazing. Sparkling eyes. Rak Pyong held the cake in her hand and said, This is her favorite pudding. Elizabeth looked at the favorite cake in Rak Pyong's hand. But the witch couldn't hold back. The waves in my heart jumped and groaned into a loud voice. Come here quickly and give it to me. I want it so much. Rak Pyong saw this dog's expression like a dog asking for food. Also breathed a sigh of relief. I thought to myself, fortunately, this Ma Wang is not difficult to raise. Just eat and drink in moderation to calm down. 2 people, one old, one young, was running away from the enemy chasing behind him. Only saw a group of Gui Mul wearing hoodies. Is now chasing after the wind. 2 people in the back. A purple Ma Mul, Purple Dream rushed forward and performed brilliantly. Attack space tearing technique. The poor father and son are running ahead. The boss of the black gas can really tear it apart. Space turns into a locked cage. The father and son were inside. The old swordsman now stood in front of his daughter. Full of helplessness. Tell Eli Fool to wait a moment while dad holds him off. Please keep running straight to town. Then it will be safe. Zheng Ryong Li Fool female heard that and tears welled up in her eyes. Said no. How could Eli Fool leave his father behind? And ran away alone as told by. The old swordsman said, Listen to what I promised your mother. I will definitely protect you well. The words of father and son were not finished yet. Then the demon above his head raised his hand to perform. Great skill of great demon fire. Creates a giant, colorful ball, causing heaven and earth to change color. The old swordsman was cornered. There is no other way. I had to use my last bit of strength to scream loudly. Tells us we need to fight quickly and win quickly. Use powerful moves. His ultimate skill is called hero decapitation. Directly creates a sharp needle scythe. Slashed straight at the giant ball above the head. The old swordsman sighed, and yet it was possible. One blow split the monster in half. And his dark ball saw that the accomplice above went to eat bananas and watch chickens. Then the devil is below. Immediately raised his hand to absorb the rest of his body, but crowed with extremely strange clucking sounds. At this point, the mask on its face began to be pushed off. Slimy fluid. Just like that, this gory came out of my head. Seeing that the monster in front of him was about to transform successfully. Then Li Ful immediately raised her bow and took aim. No matter what, I will also never leave you here alone. As he finished speaking, a series of arrows were fired by Li Ful. The arrow turned into two streaks of blue light, launched straight at the monster. Look at the monster that took two of Li Ful's arrows. Still no scratches whatsoever. Then the old swordsman couldn't help but scatter his soul. Told his daughter Li Ful, are the apostles of the Dark Cabal. It's not something you can deal with. I don't know how long I can hold them off. So run quickly. The gory in front of me. After successful transformation, immediately lower the center of gravity. And then shoot towards two. People are like a bullet. The main hall is cracked. The demon threw a punch to the whole person. And the old man's sword shot back. Then he pressed his face against the cliff and lay in pain. Li Ful saw this and immediately ran to call the swordsman's father. At this point, my strength was exhausted and I whispered, leave me alone, quickly run away. The giant gory quickly rushed in front of the two people. Another demon. At this time, he also rushed to fuse with it. Very quickly, the demon's body increased in size to the limit, turning into a super giant demon. Disgusting, slimy, constantly making strange stinging sounds. Li Ful sees that. Immediately hugged his father tightly and begged for protection. I will return to you. Please let my father go. The demon heard this and immediately roared in anger, but threw a finishing punch at the poor father and son. At this point, Li Ful was completely helpless and gave up. Goodbye, my grandfather is about to sell salt. I thought everything was coming to an end. But the unexpected thing is, the devil just now, like a god of death who holds the life and death of others. Now something happens. Kicked in the sky and crushed it into a pool of blood. Like this, the smoke and dust clears. Li Ful looked up. I can't help but look at the letter A. Asian mouth couldn't believe his eyes. In front of her right now. Yet it was a mammoth as big as a mountain. This proboscis animal is called Mangma Jiju. Its head has a mansion. In that ancient mansion, there was a toad holding a stick named Hap Moseo Nin. Which on top of Hap Moseo Nin. Yet there is a small house with a simple tile roof. In front of that little house. But it's Gyeong Gyeon, Rakpyong's Bien Chang. At this moment, Mr. Hap Mo called out. Bien Chang is the big brother. It says the danger has been eliminated. What should we do with these two innocent people? Bien Chang heard that. Immediately barked. The loud meow says it is strictly forbidden to harm innocent people. So I will bring them back to the owner to deal with. Eli Ful woman Jeng Ryong woke up and thought she was dreaming. Shouted loudly, calling him a monster. I found myself lying on a warm, soft bed. Then this girl immediately asked herself, where is this eerie place? Where are my father and the others? Only then did Eli Ful recall his previous memories. When my father and I were attacked by monsters. But was startled and shocked. That's right, my father was seriously injured. If not treated promptly. Saying this, she immediately got up from the bed. But went straight out, opened the door and shout loudly for Dad. You must stay strong. But the scene before me made this child cry. When she ran out of rice, she cooked it. Only saw her old father is trying to show off his muscles and acting like a cow. In front of people, only saw Rak Pyong and his daughter-in-law Ma Wang standing right now. Watch the old swordsman flex his muscles and show off his abs. When this guy came here, He clapped his hands and said, "You must have spent a lot of time to become blurry like this." The old swordsman said he was a warrior. Physical qualities are the most basic thing. Rak Pyong heard that and couldn't contain his excitement. Exclaimed, "Oh, this is a professional warrior from another world. Why is it really so beneficial?" Bian Chang's brother. At this time, he was also running around with his eyes closed. "Lose yourself and bark meow." The dog-blooded Ma Wang Zar Beth. Seeing that, he immediately kicked him and told him, "Who allowed your stupid dog? Bring these idle people back here, huh?" Gyong Dian Bian Chang was abused. Immediately sobbed and cried at the sound of the machine but gurgled for a few hours. For his part, Rak Pyong was still innocent. The fairy touched the old swordsman's artifact. "But I praise for being so strong. It's so firm." Swordsman's son. "Seeing that gives me the opportunity to show off my muscles. Like a Mr. Olympia. If Mr. Rak Pyong likes it, we don't hide it anymore." Already said. This guy immediately flexed his ass muscles and liked his butt muscles. Transforms its body into a giant durian, causing clothes to be torn apart and wearing only shorts. Not only that, this old man is even more flamboyant, but constantly posing to show off his muscles, making Li Ful's daughter stand behind. Couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Utter that. "Father, what are you doing?" The old swordsman heard that and immediately said, "Eli fool. I'm finally awake. Dad is trying to please these saviors." Rak Pyong came here and said, "Oh, it's like this," but didn't give him time to explain. Then Ma Wang Zabith's daughter-in-law teleported away, came to block in front of Li Ful and told that if he was already awake, then quickly leave. Burst out with a bit of domineering contempt. After that, she immediately came and stood in front of the Li Ful girl and told me to warn you. The king came first. Rak Pyong saw that the situation was too tense. Immediately walked forward, gesticulating. That. Rarely do visitors come. Let's go inside and talk together." 2 hot cups of tea are poured out. Rak Pyong now told the old swordsman father and son, "Is really sorry. I live in this rural area. There's nothing interesting to entertain you to. This is barley tea that I roasted myself. Please, see the shiny cup of tea emitting sharp gold in front of you." Li Ful couldn't help but shine brightly. "Tell Dad this is the magic medicine he talked about. After drinking it, will the wound heal immediately?" Rak Pyong heard that and immediately scratched his head and said, "Ha ha. It's too pretentious. Before, I'm just giving you some cold well water to drink." Zabith's wife is holding a glass of fruit juice in her hand. "Sip and be angry. Tell me to arrest these 2 weak people. This name is Rak Pyong. What kind of evil experiment do you want to do?" Hateful means the king. Still can't satisfy you. The old swordsman came here to explain to his daughter. Even though at that time we were not clearly aware. But I still vaguely remember. If it wasn't Mr. Rak Pyong who came to the rescue, I'm afraid I'll never see my daughter again. Hesitantly looked at the cup of tea in her hand. Eli Ful said hesitantly. "Such a precious thing. Can we really drink? Rak Pyong is also in drought here and my aunt cooks." A word to the father and son of this house. He could only smile and playfully scratch his head. "Explorer, you guys really know how to talk. There's really no need to be so polite. This father and son are not being polite anymore when they come here. So thank you Mr. Rak Pyong for directly taking a few sips of tea." Immediately, this father and son shine like a star. The feeling of being in heaven, causing both of them to get high and forget the way back. As if they were in a fairyland, where there are endless golden barley fields, emitting a sweet, deafening fragrance, a strange feeling of peace. A flock of seagulls flying over the top. Further away, there are also alien UFOs passing by. It's really virtual. After getting high, it's time to level up. The old swordsman advanced directly. From 3-star magician to 4-star great magician. And Zheng Ryong Eli Fool. Also advanced from a 1-star mage. Become a 1-star master. Come here. The old swordsman couldn't help but exclaim. Eli Fool levels our magic power. Has directly broken through and promoted. Li Ful heard that and nodded to confirm that it was true. Even mother's Zheng Ryong blood was awakened. The ears have also grown quite a bit. At this point, both father and son said in unison. After experiencing the realm, everything is no longer important. This life is strangely peaceful in Rak Pyong. Rak Pyong sees this father and son being so flamboyant. Immediately picked up the supermarket and said, "Come here, I'll pour another glass for the two of you." Hearing that, the old man immediately waved his hand and said, "Not enough is enough. Mr. Rak Pyong is really enough. The mouth says so." But the old swordsman was thinking in his heart right now, "Mr. Rak Pyong, in the end, which ward is the god? Little people like us cannot endure such torture." When Rak Pyong came here, he suddenly felt indescribably sad and thought to himself, "We also want to welcome you with drinks and snacks, but those were all taken over by Elizabeth. If you take it away, might anger her Ma Wang." Elizabeth asserts territorial sovereignty, told two strangers, "Everything else belongs to the king. Don't even think about it." Rak Pyong came here also full of helplessness. Said there was nothing to welcome you. "I'm really sorry." Saying this, I just remembered to ask, "Uncle Perusia, why are you guys being attacked?" Perusia is still in shock when he hears that. Said he could see Mr. Rak Pyong. "It's because of the Zheng Ryong blood in Eliful's body. My daughter, Li Ful, came here and immediately followed his father's words. My mother is a saintess of the Zheng Ryong clan. After my parents fell in love, they gave birth to me. But the Zheng Ryong clan is forbidden to marry other races." Rak Pyong heard that, took the light and drove the car and guessed, "Oh, so it's from the Zheng Ryong clan. Are you looking for two people?" Zarbeth now interrupted and said, "Nonsense. Ban on interracial marriage was abolished long ago, after Ma Wang ruled the world. How can this continue until now?" Perusia heard this and sighed. "It's a long story. Since Eliful's mother was forced to return to the Holy Land, Zheng Ryong I took Eli Ful to live in seclusion." Rak Pyong is here to continue stealing words. Holding the light and driving the car, he quickly told me I understood. Later, the Zheng Ryong clan still discovered the existence of the two people. That's why we sent someone to arrest him. Right, this guy is thinking in his heart, this is probably not a Romeo and Juliet love story. In another world or something. Perusia did not object but continued telling. "Because in exchange my wife returned to the Zheng Ryong clan. So they decided to let us go. So our pursuers this time are the apostles of the Dark Guild in Ma Yok." Rak Pyong, as soon as they heard this, they were filled with doubt. Looked at Ma Wang's wife and said Ma Yok was in a dark group. Could it be that? Elizabeth saw Rak Pyong paying attention to him, then immediately jumped up. "Stand up and open your mouth. What do you mean by saying this?" This guy saw this lioness and got angry. Immediately beeped and said, "Yes. Sorry. Ma Wang Zarbeth just came here to sit back in her chair." He crossed his arms luxuriously and told, "To tell me clearly where the Dark Guild was." "In Gui Yok." "Why do they want to arrest you, Zheng Ryong clan?" Perusia said someone said, "Dark Guild is conducting mysterious research on the human body, in an attempt to revive Ma Wang who once ruled the world." Elizabeth must be Li Ful at this time, continuing what his father said. "Zheng Ryong clan is one of their documents. So much so that even I haven't awakened yet. His bloodline became their target too. Rak Pyong is already 3 times helpless. 7 parts as my father told himself. Do you still deny it? Have all indicated their names. Even saying it has nothing to do with you is like walking in this guy's stomach." Elizabeth suddenly stood up, grabbed his neck and screamed, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Rak Pyong is as good as a puppy when he's scolded." He waved his hand and said with a wry smile, "I know, of course I know you're always here. Be less angry, be less angry." Li Ful saw 2 Rak Pyong people acting strangely. Immediately turned to ask his father, "What is their father saying?" Perusia heard this girl say that. Immediately sprayed him and told him not to talk too much. Elizabeth came here and mumbled thoughtfully. Seemingly within a year, a lot of changes have happened on the outside. Having said this, she immediately asked the Perusia father and son, "Who told you that Ma Wang was dead?" Old Perusia raised his hand to say so. "Maybe not. Ma Wang Elizabeth has been gone for 500 years. If she was still alive, she would definitely have come back a long time ago, and continue to dominate the world." Then at Bin heard this. Immediately startled and gasped, "Tell yourself 500 years. Elizabeth lives at my place. It's only been a little over a year but." Bin heard this. Immediately startled and gasped, "Tell yourself 500 years. Elizabeth lives at my place. Just over a year ago. For her part, Ma Wang still appeared very calm. I leaned against the sofa and said, "Oh. So do the rumors say how she died?" Li Fool answered for me. According to the records, was killed by the legendary Yong Ya. Old man Perusia couldn't help himself at this point. Followed what my daughter said. It is said that the battle lasted a whole month in the end. You use that fake legend. Because to protect the Yong Ya continent. And the evil Ma Wang have met their end. Elizabeth just heard this. The person who emitted a red demonic aura near his voice said. Bold. Suddenly the world appeared before the Perusia father and son. Like a crazy god. They feel like they are being caught in hell. White skulls and bones appeared everywhere. The Li Fool girl who came here couldn't help but tremble and ask. Dad, what kind of realm is this? Perusia, who was equally shaken, said no, this is just pure killing intent. After threatening to make this father and son pee their pants, Elizabeth immediately retracted the god-slaying field and told her, that rumor is false, as these two people's hair is standing on end. Yes, then Rak Pyong immediately spoke up and said, that's right, because I am the legendary Yong Ya. Perusia father and son are here. The worldview has been turned upside down, but they exclaimed in unison. Rak Pyong saw them in shock. Still didn't stop but patted his forehead. And she is the Ma Wang that everyone is talking about. The father and daughter of the other family heard this. Immediately, his nose immediately tilted back after spraying blood pudding. His mouth foaming at the mouth because of the information overload. In Elizabeth's eyes, at this time, Rak Pyong turns into a sinister guy. With a mocking evil fang face. Pointing at her, he burst out laughing. Hey Opa de Ma Wang. That everyone has been talking about has been detained here by me. Hurry and laugh at her. Think here. Elizabeth couldn't help but bang the table angrily. That's enough. I won't receive you anymore. After that, she turned around and left. Gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Rotten Rak Pyong. I understand he saved these people here. This is to humiliate this king. After thinking about it, Ma Wang Zha Beth immediately crawled into the room. Closed the door jam, causing the three people outside to jump in fright. This, old man Perusia breathed a sigh of relief and said, Mr. Rak Pyong is really annoying. Perusia paused slightly and continued asking tremblingly, what is your next plan? Are you planning to throw us away? Rak Pyong heard this and his face turned purple. Say I don't know either. Calm down first. That's what I said. But right now I'm thinking. It seems like after Elizabeth break the barrier of time. Time here becomes chaotic and disorderly. Until completely synchronized. 500 years have passed outside. The dark night with a bright moon hanging above our heads. This time father and son. Perusia and Li Fool were just sleeping in the warehouse. Just whispering to each other. Li Fool whispered to his father. I didn't expect the truth 500 years ago to turn out like this. Ma Wang loves the legendary Yong Ya. But willing to give up the whole world. Choose to live in seclusion. Just like parents. Old Perusia heard that and whispered. We are completely unqualified to compare with them. Mr. Rak Pyong said to calm down. Must be thinking about it. Should we let us go or not? Don't talk nonsense anymore. Li Fool immediately wondered. But if Mr. Rak Pyong wants to kill us, why did he even save us in the first place? Perusia, after thinking for a moment, said, it's like they arbitrarily give us holy tea. Breakthrough upgrade. And then it almost killed us. In their eyes, we are no different from ants and worms. Kill or stay. Completely depends on their mood. Old Perusia's words just ended. Then Rak Pyong with a face full of evil fangs. Opened the door and walked in. It's so late and I haven't slept yet. What are you doing? Holding up the exercise book in his hand. Rak Pyong smiled like he said. If you're still not sleeping then let's play cards together. Old man Perusia heard this guy say that. His face immediately turned pale and told him to play. Playing cards. The middle of the night in a deserted warehouse. 3 people missing one leg and kneeling on the ground. Play cards in flickering candlelight. Rak Pyong came here and spoke up. The rules I just mentioned. Does everyone understand clearly? Perusia said she roughly understood. At this point, both father and son did not have an appointment. But in unison, assuming it was true what they said before. This is Mr. Rak Pyong's test. To decide whether to kill us or not. Rak Pyong saw that the opponent understood the rules of the game. Immediately laughed and said, "So let me start dealing the cards." Lee Fool is a bit tense here. "Mr. Rak Pyong, I would like to boldly ask a question. What is the name of this game?" Lee Fool can be felt. These cards, emitting an unhealthy aura. Maybe this time it's father and son. They will be sent to sell salt to kill their mouths. Rak Pyong suddenly got asked a difficult question. Immediately gasped loudly, belly, chin, thinking, "This actually confuses me a bit. Let me think about it. Fight landlords. Maybe people in this world won't understand easily." Thinking about this guy suddenly said that he was suddenly smart. "Yes, just call it fighting evil dragons. Lee Fool father and son." As soon as I heard this name, I exclaimed in unison, "What is fighting an evil dragon like?" While all three of them are playing cards. Then Ma Wang Elizabeth is hovering above. I didn't use stealth techniques to spy on them like this. Seeing them all just hanging around, I was curious and wondered, what is fighting evil dragons? What exactly is this guy trying to do? Rak Pyong was unaware at this time. I'm being followed, but scratched his head and said yes. That's roughly it. Tu Yong Jazz. We must work together to defeat the evil dragon. We can rely on the cards we draw to decide to become a hero. Or is it an evil dragon? Perusia heard this and immediately said, "Ah yes, of course that's true. This is a test for us." In the eyes of their father and son right now, Rak Pyong is no different from a monster. Treating people's lives like trash like this. Rak Pyong's gentle, rotten face. Now I know I have become an evil fang. Holding a deck of cards. Now I start dealing the cards. Remember to think carefully before choosing. Hey us. Returning to reality, Rak Pyong is laughing ha ha. Tell me to look at my cards first. You guys should hurry up too. Perusia heard that and immediately said her daughter was Eli Fool. Now is not the time to hesitate anymore. Take your cards. Lee Fool Beauty can't help but feel stressed right now. Sweating profusely, raised his hand to draw a card. Suddenly the world around old Perusia seemed to turn into a sea. Dark and gloomy. A cold feeling coming down my spine, causing him to not be able to help but exclaim, "It's the star realm again." Lee Fool right now. The exhausted person sweated and silently lamented in his heart. Impossible. Just the act of picking up cards has lost all of its magic. At this point, she couldn't help but look at Perusia bitterly. "Dad, I'm really sorry." Old Perusia heard his son say that and immediately comforted him. "It's okay, just leave the rest to Dad." Himself. Rak Pyong after a while remained silent. At this moment, your face was cheerful as you held the card. Do any of you want to be evil dragons? Look at the deck of cards in your hand. Rak Pyong couldn't help but think proudly to himself. Although there are not many big songs, but still very orderly, and there are big and small kings. Not bad, can be compared. Perusia heard Rak Pyong's accusations and immediately sweated and told me not to do it. Lee Fool Girl also told me not to do it either. Rak Pyong didn't pay any attention. The faces of this father and son are as tense as the strings of a guitar. Staring at the card, he said, "If there was a 4 and 2 aces, it would be fine." Thinking so, he immediately raised his hand and picked up the card. "You guys really don't do it. Then I won't be polite anymore." Rak Pyong's rotten hand is okay. When he picked the cards, it only smelled like shrimp paste. But he picked 3, 8, 10 cards and Q. This guy's face immediately filled with disappointment and said, "Oh, that's all. Tireless girl." Seeing this, Lee Fool immediately sweated and thought to himself, "This is Mr. Rak Pyong. Dissatisfied with our performance or something." Suddenly Rak Pyong told me to attack first. After finishing the sentence, he immediately played an 8 card. It's Uncle Perusia's turn. Perusia heard that and immediately blushed. Pulled out the cards and said to herself, "As long as we pass this test, Mr. Rak Pyong will let us go." So I couldn't give up. But suddenly I was dumbfounded when I discovered it. Every time you post, turns out, they all have to pay the price with their own vitality. Until a card is drawn. He almost vomited, because he was running out of energy. Perusia finally played a J card. Lee Fool saw his father's finger atrophy when drawing cards. Immediately worried and asked Dad if he was okay. Old Perusia heard that and immediately reassured his daughter. "Dad's okay, let Dad take care of everything." Li Fool when it was his turn to quit, so he told me to come over. Rak Pyong held the cards in his hand and thought thoughtfully. Tell me that in addition to the leaves, there are strings 7 and Q, 3 4s and a pair of 5s, the remaining 10s and jacks. At this point, he wondered whether the pair of aces plays or doesn't play is good. If I beat the 2 of them, I'll be very passive. Thinking like that, Rak Pyong immediately raised his face and said to leave. I also heard that. Old man Perusia immediately fell on the ground. White eyes say you really won't go. Here Rak Pyong nod to confirm, saying he won't go. Then Perusia said to herself, Mr. Rak Pyong, this is intentionally wanting me to continue making cards and consume my vitality or something. Spread out the cards in my hand. Perusia thought to herself about the current situation. I just have to quickly release all the cards. Thinking about this, he immediately drew the cards according to the rules. This combination card must be called Flying Dragon. Suddenly one of old Perusia's legs seemed to be drained of life force. Here he exclaimed, the price this time is 1 leg. So display it bigger. The price to pay will also increase with the card has just been played. A giant dragon appeared above Perusia's head. Open your mouth and shoot a tailed beast bomb. At the beginning of Rak Pyong, making this father and son's eyes and mouth stiff. People who are speechless. After a recent terrorist attack, old man Perusia just discovered something and said to himself, it turns out that playing a combination card will launch an attack on us. I just desecrated the legendary Yong Ya. I'm sure I'm dead. This time I'm sure I'm dead. Rak Pyong after eating. The dragon's face was now pensive a hum. Then he looked straight at old Perusia and praised. Said it was a good fight. Perusia heard that. Then he hesitated and asked Mr. Rak Pyong. Mr. Rak Pyong saw him being so sneaky. He immediately smiled and held out his hand to tell me it was okay. Just keep fighting. Perusia, I feel reassured when I hear that. Somewhat focusing on the title of the article. Okay, I understand. Finished the sentence, he immediately threw out a 3 card. Little Li Fool saw that and immediately cooperated, telling me to pass. The player now goes back to Rak Pyong's turn. He quickly threw down the 10 card. Both father and son saw that and immediately gave up their turn. Just waiting for that, Rak Pyong laughed and hit the wire from 6 to the lagoon. Immediately a fierce wave, someone named Thien Siu Lang appeared, drowning the poor father and son. Perusia saw her daughter eating onions and immediately told her to hold on tight. Eli Fool. Both father and daughter after drinking enough water. He was immediately released and panted like a yawning cow. This is it. Eli Fool gasped and told me to give up my turn. Rak Pyong heard that and smirked and said okay. After saying that, he continued to play the group. That means 3 cards and a pair. This guy's fruit. Continue to create a large snail cavalry team. Riding a fully armored vehicle. Rushed towards Li Fool father and son. Old Perusia saw this and immediately panicked and said to leave me and give up. But at this moment, Li Fool spoke again to stop his father. Told me to wait a minute. Saw my daughter insisting on leaving. Then old man Perusia stopped her and said, don't, it will cost you your life force. Li Fool was as hard as a stone when his father reminded him. I can't hide behind forever. I also want to protect you. After finishing the sentence, the beauty also created a set of songs, consisting of double 5s and 3 9s. Immediately another Ottoman cavalry appeared. Confront Rak Pyong's cavalry team. Just like that, both chariots and 4 people with swords, spears and spears, rushing into technology and colliding with each other. Boom! Li Fool's Ottoman cavalry team was cut to pieces. Seeing that old Perusia immediately asked Eli Fool with worry. Are you okay? Li Fool girl said you're okay. Rak Pyong came here to explain. When appropriate, play your own cards. But you still have to protect your teammates. The most important thing is determination. Say so, but actually in his heart, this guy is thinking the truth. I didn't expect that father and son would report so quickly. Old Perusia heard Rak Pyong say. Immediately looked at the 2 fingers. Just my white bones left. How determined. Before he could calm down, Rak Pyong smiled evilly. It's just that it's too late. Li Fool said that his face was bloodless. Mr. Rak Pyong, Ma Wang Elizabeth is peeking in the air. I suddenly felt it right now. Something terrible is about to happen. But uttered this bad premonition. Only saw Rak Pyong below at this moment hit two little kids. Immediately the world changed color. Space cracked. A long streak. From that crack a terrorist demon crawled out. Elizabeth could not close her mouth at this moment. Witch exclaimed, "Bastard! What is this summoned letter?" The demon gradually appeared and crawled out of the space crack. Yet he is a clown king Gui Wang. Supreme 3-star demon god level. Real product. Real price. The clown king has just appeared. Raised his hand to strangle Li Fool, father and son, to death. But suddenly he stopped, looked at Tsar Beth and said, "Sneaking and sneaking means you're trying to peek at something. Be careful here. I'll skewer you so much that you'll be crushed." Said it. Clown king. Gui Wang immediately transformed into a dagger. That perverted licking. Ma Wang Elizabeth. At this point, he also timidly raised his hand to convey the blessing. Who are you looking down on? King during this period of time had to lower his dignity to accept and nurture him. Reluctantly, it only reached the 3-star demon god level. Yet this guy Rak Pyong is arbitrary. Can immediately summon a 3-star Ma Wang. God level star. Knows his fate has come. Old Perusia immediately looked sad. Patted his daughter's shoulder and told her, "Eli fool. I'm sorry, I can't do anything." Hearing that, Li Fool also bowed his head and said, "How can you blame your father? It's all my fault for offending Mr. Rak Pyong." Suddenly old Perusia learned the lesson. But feel your current vitality is gradually losing. The culprit who caused everything. Rak Pyong saw that. Immediately innocently countless sins full of concern said, "Uncle Perusia, are you okay?" This guy even said that. Looks like his wound hasn't healed completely yet. Until he. This sees the fourth quarter K. And the 3 threes that old Perusia put down. Only then did I realize how stupid I was to tell myself. His card could have won a long time ago. Turns out he was just giving in and playing with me. I didn't know anything and thought I was very powerful. But actually he was disturbing others to rest. Thinking so, Rak Pyong immediately cancelled the face-down bet and did not play anymore. As soon as the cards were collected, the Clown King immediately disappeared behind him. Because of that, the poor father and son were able to escape the death sentence. At this point, Rak Pyong waved his hand and said it was fun playing today. "Everyone, please rest early, I'm bothering you." Finished the sentence and immediately turned around and left. Dut Kawan Lian Kiing Guoi Roy Dai. Li Fool Perusia, father and son, recovered their lives. After playing a few rounds in the Demon Gate, immediately sat down on the ground. Exclaimed, foaming at the mouth. Yongja's aunt cooked rice. The legend really leaves people guessing. That beautiful Li Fool right now. I feel so lucky again. But after all we are still alive. Our part. Then Elizabeth also had the chance to scare the flying swallow. But exclaimed, how could it be that playing cards with these two people is fake? But the chance to defeat this king is real. The next morning, Rak Pyong stood in front of his house and regretfully told, "Uncle Perusia, don't you really want to stay 2 more days? The fruit I planted is about to be harvested." Old Perusia heard that. I was so scared that I bowed down and said, "I won't bother you two anymore. Mr. Rakpyong's great kindness, we father and son will definitely never forget. Respect the old man." Rak Pyong heard that and immediately said yes yes. No need to say it so seriously. Old Perusia heard this and immediately swore. "Please rest assured, we will definitely not talk nonsense." After going out, as for me, Li Fool Girl is now holding a gift package in her hand. But tell Mr. Rak Pyong, you still want to give us such a precious gift? Rak Pyong came here and scratched his head and smiled kindly and said yes. It's just normal barley tea. Don't criticize it. This guy. Then he put something in Mr. Perusia's hand and said, "Oh yeah, there's also this for you as a souvenir." Old man Perusia, holding the deck of cards last night, almost took the lives of my father and son. But the soul cried out, "Ah, this. Didn't let him finish his sentence. Then Rak Pyong showed his face. "Extremely dangerous. Tell me to take it." Said this guy's eyes suddenly turned white and filled with resentment. "My card playing skills are so bad. It doesn't suit me at all. The 3 of you can't say anything more." Then the Eastern Lion Tsar Beth is behind. Interrupted and said with a black face, "Go away quickly, old lady. No, she'll slap everyone in the face now." The father and son were almost threatened. Heart dropped out. Immediately turned away and ran away. repeating the same sentence. Goodbye, see you again. Rak Pyong saw his guests leaving so quickly. Immediately regretfully waved goodbye. Zabith's wife saw that the party was over. Immediately turned around and went into the house to order this guy. Everything has returned to normal. Hurry and cook for the king. Rak Pyong heard that, full of boredom. Yes, I know, big sister. Old Perusia now faced down and ran away. I just hate that I can't grow 1,000 more legs. Run fast. While dragging his daughter Li Fool, he shouted loudly, run quickly. Li Fool, right now your eyes are dizzy. Hoa was about to call Sister Hui and tell her to stop. Stop it, Dad. It's not okay. Hear that? Old Perusia finally stopped to breathe and said, firstly, is the challenge game of the legendary Yong Ya. Then came Ma Wang's threat. Speaking of this, the old man suddenly remembered what happened last night. According to which last night Ma Wang came to the two people. After pretending to kill them one at a time. Until the necks of the poor father and son. A red magic mark appeared. She raised her voice and said, I am Elizabeth giving you orders tomorrow. Leave here immediately, and must not reveal any news. About the king and the legendary Yong Ya. I'm here, old Perusia. How dare you disobey when you hear that? But nodded like chopping wood to obey orders. Hearing that, Elizabeth continued to threaten, as long as you have a little thought. Go against the king's wishes. Seal on the neck, will immediately make your head fall to the ground. Until now, old Perusia is still scared to death. After calming down a bit, he immediately said that the historical truth was, Ma Wang rules the world. Along with the legendary Yong Ya Mr. Rak Pyong. Both were tired of the conflicts in the world. And don't want to be bothered anymore. Li Fool heard that and immediately told his father. This place looks a bit familiar. Hearing this, old Perusia was startled and said, huh? Have I run that far? Only seeing the father and son in front of me right now. Is the semi-positioned foot. Once saved their lives. Somewhere far away on top of a hill. Younger brother Gyeong Gian Bian Chang. Sitting on a rock mound. But told me to bring them back here. They will not bother the owner. And that fierce woman too. In fact then, it was this kid Gyeong Gian who turned on missile mode. Pushed old Perusia forward like a bullet. To quickly bring this father and son home. Go to where they appeared. Look down at the huge hole in front of you. Old Perusia couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The bodies of the apostles of the Hu Am Association are still here. So surely, recently, many other high-level Marmol will appear. So we better leave as soon as possible. Suddenly at this moment, Gyeong Gian Bian Chang's younger brother barked and meowed, intending to warn father and son. The person said, something was approaching, but in the end it sighed and said to leave it alone. Lest when I return, we'll be beaten again by that ferocious woman. Saying that, he immediately crawled into the space door and went home. At the same time a group of Gui Mul also appeared at the same time. Surrounded father and son Li Fool and Perusia. The leader demon with a very strange body. Laugh out loud this time. Ordered the demon children to attack them. Old Perusia was scared to death right now. Exclaimed with wide eyes. That's Deja Du. Li Fool girl. I don't understand what she's saying. Tell me what is Deja Du. Dad. Don't let the poor father and son continue to talk. Horned demon. Deja Du continued to laugh loudly. Point your finger at the ground to do something. At this time we also know this child's identity. It is a great demon of the Hu Am Guild. The name Deja Du has the rank of 2-star Ma Ryong. Its remaining masked disciples are all other demons of the Hu Am group. Has the rank of 4-star Ma Ryong Apostle. Through this we can also know. This old Perusia, now also a warrior, 3-star Grandmaster level. As for Eli Fool, she is a bowman. The master has the rank of a 1-star Great Mage. Say it simply, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Like heaven and ocean. Know that clearly. Li Fool immediately hugged his father's hand and told him, let me leave with them. Father, please run away quickly. Perusia heard that, clenched her teeth and said yes. The difference in strength is truly huge. But after seeing the realm of those two people, these apostles are nothing. Just like Mr. Rak Pyong said. The most important thing when playing cards is determination. Finishing the sentence, this old man immediately held up the deck of cards Rak Pyong gave him in front of him, which infuses magic power into it. Old Perusia silently made up his mind and said, Dad was also called Yong-ya Man Parousia. Gui Mul group under the leadership of the leader demon, Deza. At the same time, they aimed towards the father and son of this family and rushed forward. Old Parousia saw this and immediately held the deck of cards tightly. Since your mother returned to the Jang Ryong clan, the father alone with the child started to become shy. But he was wrong. Running away doesn't solve the problem. If we can make it through this time, I will take you to the Jang Ryong clan and bring mother and child back to reunite the family. That's why I'm pursuing your mother. As soon as these words finished, Parousia immediately released the fourth quarter, which summons a female Jang Ryong. Just saw this Jang Ryong appear. Li Ful couldn't help but exclaim his mother's voice. Old Parousia came here and immediately recited the decree. Immediately the female Jang Ryong clan was summoned, holding a bow and launching arrows. One arrow was shot simultaneously, penetrating up to 4 Ma Mul, until the arrow hit the demon Deza. It stopped it, but couldn't stop it for a second. This one was shot to pieces by an arrow. Immediately, the fourth quarter in old Parousia's hand returned to the deck. The female Jang Ryong clan also disappeared. Saw her father kneeling on the ground. Li Ful immediately approached with concern and asked if his father was okay. Lying face down on the ground, old Parousia did not know whether he was happy or sad. Looking ahead, he said it seemed like he should change his profession. At this point, the old man couldn't help but exclaim to himself, "Luck is lost." We also understand the advice that Mr. Rak Pyong gave. Determination is the real key factor to promote the power of the cards. Since then a new profession has been born in the Yongya continent. That is the Master card. 1 week later from that day. At this moment, Rak Pyong is sitting and eating fresh watermelon. Just said the magical world is wonderful. Our fruit breeding method has been successful. But brother, and can even perform hybrid magic. This fruit, if it were brought back to modern times, it would be very harmful to electricity. Bite another piece of melon and feel the sweetness melt in your mouth. Rak Pyong just exclaimed. There's just no one to share it with. Despite the bumper harvest, always feel like something is missing. Which is Ma Wang, warrior, Jang Ryong clan etc. etc. Rak Pyong initially thought he would just be okay. Being a farmer is good. But until you get everything, contact with the outside world, my heart immediately began to feel restless. And really want to go explore. Human. But that's exactly what you get and then want more. Think here. Suddenly this guy immediately stopped eating the rice my aunt cooked. But I tell myself that I'm so weak that my soul is broken. Still, just leave. My daughter-in-law Ma Wang Zar Beth appeared before Rak Pyong, but sarcastically said, that sullen expression, what are you thinking about? Rak Pyong said with his eyes closed thoughtfully, I want to go outside and see. But let it go, I'm too weak. Elizabeth laughed when he heard that. I finally want to leave here. Then go out and take a trip with this king. Right now this Gu Wang's wife is thinking. The outside world is not comparable to your place. But your attitude is too bad. Rak Pyong was told by his wife to take him out. Immediately said with a cheerful face. Really, he couldn't help but be excited right now. Opened the flag in my heart and told myself. If you have the protection of the female Ma Wang, then it will be a different story. Elizabeth didn't bother to answer, but directly said, stop talking nonsense and change your clothes. Very quickly one person and one devil finished changing. At this point Elizabeth couldn't help but praise. Must say, your cooking and dressmaking skills. Truly excellent. Hearing that, Rak Pyong looked up to the sky. Hate life and be complacent. Said it was natural. These are all my forte. Bian Chang's younger brother also barked 2 times. For his part, Elizabeth snapped his fingers. Summoned to the door of space. Waved to Rak Pyong. She said let's go. We can get to the nearest town from here. Country boy from Rak province. Hearing that, I couldn't help but get excited and say wow. What a convenient skill. Elizabeth walked directly in front of the space-time gate. But Rak Pyong told her to wait. Elizabeth, I want to ask you a few things after going out. The first thing is that you won't leave me alone. Is the second thing correct? Can your mood stay stable? Third is, can you act a little more modestly? Rak Pyong's very normal questions. When he heard his wife's ear, Ma Wang changed again. 1 cannot leave without my permission. 2 please control her temper. Don't use magic arbitrarily. ruining the happy experience of ordinary people. Seeing his wife's face darken, then Rak Pyong immediately beeped and asked more. That last thing is after seeing the external changes. Will you still come back with me? The mouth says so, but this guy's heart is filled with thoughts. Now the protective fence of Sin in village is no longer there. If you still lose Mwang's protection, then, will I quickly become monster food? Zabith's wife, after a moment of silence, finally spoke up. That's natural. Her mouth said so, but she was thinking right now. Before we officially defeat Yong Ya, your wickedness, what is the outside world like? It's completely meaningless to me. Rak Pyong couldn't help but be extremely shocked when he heard that. He raised his voice and asked, Really? Elizabeth just said, but you also have to agree with me on one request. Rak Pyong heard that and immediately broke out in sweat and stammered. What kind of request is love? Red-haired Mwang's wife right now walked in front of Rak Pyong, crossed his arms and exposed his ward speakers and said, After returning, I want you to make pudding with me, full of all kinds of fruits. This guy just freezes when he hears the rice cooked by his aunt. What a terrible idea. Turned out to want to have. Women just need to satisfy their appetites. The game is so easy. Rak Pyong mumbled in bewilderment what his red-haired wife said. Is it pudding? Elizabeth heard that. I was a little impatient and said yes. Is there a problem? Hearing this guy regained his composure and said yes. No, there's nothing we can do. Just like that, this situational couple walked directly into the gate. Time does not disappear. Leave your brother behind. This Gyeonggian Bien Chang. Barking and meowing pitifully like this. Behind the bright aurora curtain, Rak Pyong squinted his eyes slowly to look at the outside world. I have never been in contact. A towering, luxurious castle appeared in sight, made Rak Pyong unbelievable. In Buk de Chukyung Rip Town, a peaceful scene is taking place. Beast people walking shoulder to shoulder on the street. Rak Pyong saw this scene and his eyes sparkled. Woa said loudly, That's so great. Is this a different world? Elizabeth, look, this is an equipment store. There is also this side that sells food ingredients. But here it doesn't seem like normal pork. Huh, Rak Pyong chatter, like an ornamental fish zigzagging on the road. Left and right, swooping into the surrounding shops. But look around. For my part, Mwang's wife couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. Say after 500 years. Outside world, there doesn't seem to be much change either. Rak Pyong walks ahead, still glued to the roadside stalls and said, That's right, it doesn't look chaotic at all. It's like Uncle Perusia said. Elizabeth heard that and said complacently, Ha ha, that's not even it. Because when I was regent, I had a good foundation. How can I tell people? The original world divided forces. Constant conflict. The king himself used all his power to suppress everything and set general rules so that everyone can live together equally. That's why I said it. The one who truly saved this world is our talented female Ma Wang, not the one called the legendary Yong Ya. Not as bad as you. Words just ended when this child opened its eyes. Rak Pyong was no longer there. Turns out he was swooping into the front stall, but talking to a baby, selling stuffed animals in front. Like this. At this point, Zarbeth couldn't help but bitterly say that doesn't make any sense. Yet, but did not bother to put the king's victories in his eyes. Rak Pyong right now, staring at the stuffed animals. Which sounds so sophisticated. Road details. The sewing thread is processed very well. Having said this, he immediately asked what his sister was like. Hearing that, the counter girl nodded and said yes. That's right. If you like it, I'll sell it to you cheaply. The girl's words haven't finished yet. Then a wild boar stepped forward. Crushed the stall. Hey, who gave you permission to set up a stall here? Rotten dentist. The protection fee your church owes to your clan. We haven't paid yet. Yet you still have no shame in coming to my place to display your goods. Let's talk about this junior pig. Immediately grabbed her hand and tried to attack. The younger kid stood behind. At this moment, tears filled my eyes and I called out worriedly. Sister Annie, I saw a pig-faced buffalo carrying me up by the neck. Little Annie immediately said, You never protected us. Based on what? Force us to pay your protection fee. The pig-faced pig came here and said loudly. You idiot started last month. This street was within the scope of the beast's power. Our state. Later, if you want to survive here, then you have to pay a protection fee to know ya every month. When little Annie heard that, she wasn't afraid and screamed, "Not so, the church belongs to the nuns. When the nuns came back, we were just waiting to clean up." The pig-faced pig who came here lost patience. "Tell you idiots, completely don't understand the current situation. Okay, today I will send you orphans away," and demolished that shabby church. Rak Pyong stood aside and saw this pig bullying children. Immediately couldn't help but scream loudly to stop. The pig-faced pig heard that and his face turned black and he cursed the cooked rice. "What do you want?" This guy. Hearing that, I immediately beeped and mumbled that it was Elizabeth standing next to me. Slightly glanced at Rak Pyong and said to himself, "Worry about how much money. What kind of trick do you want to play with these weak, ordinary people?" Facing this difficult situation, immediately shamelessly turned to his wife and said to Elizabeth, "Help me quickly." Zarbeth heard that and immediately ignored it, saying she didn't want it. "This king does not have low-level taste like you. Wild boar coming here." Drooling, her face covered in tension, she walked over to tell him, "No, ya is asking people. What do you want to do?" That guy, Rak Pyong, is so scared that he almost shits his pants right now. Holding his head and screaming, "Everyone come and see. This pig-headed guy is bullying this girl. Hurry and denounce him. Report him." Relatives, aunts and uncles, crows flying over the crowd. No one cares about what Rak Pyong said. The pig-faced guy immediately laughed and said, "Thou shalt not truly suppose. Will someone come forward to help you? On this street, who doesn't know about our beast gang? Looking at his clothes, he looks like he's from somewhere else. Is from the south to the stars." Speaking of which, the pig-faced devil is eager to speak. Immediately glanced at Elizabeth and said, "The girl next to you isn't bad either." Rak Pyong heard this and said with a very innocent face, "Anything can be negotiated, but in my backpack there are some souvenirs. I'll give it all to you guys." Bamboo blood delinquents. The beast gang heard that and immediately came forward. The pig-faced guy now said to stop talking nonsense. "Men will be beaten by me. The woman will be arrested and imprisoned by the gang. Wife's daughter." Zarbeth heard this and smiled and said, "You really think that? Do you have the right to imprison me? You have really stepped on the tiger's tail. You foul pig." Hey, seeing the sky suddenly change color. Then the pig-faced guy suddenly blurted out, "Why has the sky suddenly changed? See the sky filled with thunder and lightning." The dark clouds came and Rak Pyong immediately told, "Don't, you'll destroy this whole town. Wave the fan to help your wife cool down." Rak Pyong said to calm down. It's okay to calmly scare them. How can you be at odds with a normal person? Elizabeth, Rak Pyong patted him and calmed down a bit, saying it was bad. For your sake, parole those filthy pigs. The weird thing is, the little girl with 4 eyes sells stuffed animals right now. Sitting in a corner, looked towards Elizabeth and exclaimed, "Wow. That sister's magic power is too strong. As for me, I have a pig face right now." The hip joints had collided. Just say it's too chaotic. The pig-faced man was now trembling and pointing at the two people. Rak Pyong, Zarbeth told you. You want to stand up, protect the orphans in this church or something. This child is now very cautiously talking to himself. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel scared? When facing them, Rak Pyong heard that and immediately said, "If not like this, can you tell me how much their protection fee is?" The pig-faced man trembled when he heard that. 2 months total 10 gold coins. Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. There are only 10 gold coins. That caused all of you people to scatter like that. What a group of extremely stupid untouchables. Rak Pyong came here and immediately turned around and flattered him, saying he was right. Elizabeth must have a lot of gold coins. Hearing that, his wife laughed sarcastically and said, "Waste of profit. The money and treasures we own are of course countless." This guy heard that and immediately rubbed his face and said rudely, "Or could you lend me some first? Then I will sell the food at home and return it to you." Elizabeth said, "You stupid person, want to eat my food? In exchange for those useless things? Then it won't work, let alone when I come looking for it. You also don't have any money on you." Rak Pyong heard the last sentence not to bring his wife's money. Immediately jumped back and planted his face on the ground. The pig-faced guy gradually lost patience. Hey, do you guys have it or not? Rak Pyong 3 parts. Helpless 7 parts like dad scratching his head and saying, that I don't have any gold money. You can use souvenirs in the bag. Can I get a mortgage in advance? The pig-faced guy has run out of patience here. Waved his hand for the boys to rush over. Are you kidding? No, ya. Enough playing. This sentence is not finished yet. Then a bundle of money hit the pig-faced guy right in the face, causing him to scream and curse. Who is he when he discovers he has a bag of money in his hand? Then an armored knight came forward and said, once you have the money, go away and stop harassing my friend. Turned out to be the one who relieved Rak Pyong. Yet it was an Inma named Zhegal. I saw that in front of me was an Inma wearing armor. Then the pig-faced guy laughed out loud. It turns out it's Zhegal, the sword saint of the Lightning Strike Society. Okay, I'll give you some face to say this. The pig-faced guy immediately collected the money bag, then ordered the disciples to retreat. Before going, the pig still did not forget to tease the four-eyed girl. Next month you won't be so lucky. Rak Pyong came forward to help the four-eyed girl up. She came here to say thank you. As for me, it's Rak Pyong. Took out a bunch of bananas and told Inma Zhegal. Just now really thank you. I have some fruit here. If you don't mind, please take it. Goods. Hearing that, Zhegal immediately laughed and gave him a thumbs up. Just a small thing. No need to be polite. Just if possible, I want to invite you all to work together to do something. The four-eyed girl came here and immediately adjusted her glasses and asked, is it a cooperation? What can I do to help you? Zhegal heard that and said, let's go somewhere else to talk. If this is successful, I believe it. It can also solve your money problems. Zabith's wife heard that and was not interested. Tell me frankly that I'm not interested. Rak Pyong, let's go. Rak Pyong heard that and gingerly said, this is not very good. People just helped us relieve the siege. Or just go and check it out. The orphans at the church also asked at this time. The little one with 4 eyes is Annie. Do you have to go far? Annie heard that and nodded and said yes. Please go back to church first. I'll be right back. Inma Zhegal leads the Rak Pyong crowd. Go into a bar. I told you to follow me after entering the pub. The whole group just walked into the bar. A few men in there. At this moment, he couldn't help but tease Elizabeth. Hey sister, the men around me. At first glance it looks like trash. Or go to my boss's place. His wife has a hot temper like a warrior's. Hear that? Immediately turned his eyes that were almost blood red towards them. But close to the voice said, tell this again for the old lady. These beastmen were scared, so they put their tails down and trembled and drank beer. At this point, his wife turned to Rak Pyong and said, it's all because of your determination to go to such a wretched place. Wasting my lord's time. Rak Pyong pointed forward to create a distraction. My wife said I'm here. Inma Zhegal. He immediately pushed open the door of a room and said, please come over here. Once we enter this private room, no one will bother us anymore. The door was pushed open and Zhegal immediately smiled and told me to go home. I only saw a group of female beastmen all at this time. Rushed out and hugged him. But tell master you're finally back. People are very worried about what he is planning. I'm going out to find you. This group of women continuously approached him. Named Inma and told the owner, next time you go out, take me with you. Saw the Rak Pyong crowd standing rooted to the spot. Zhegal immediately scratched his head and said, I forgot to tell you. My wives are also here. Young people who have not yet tasted life. Rak Pyong heard something. You guys. Then he opened his mouth. Cannot close. But exclaiming that I admire him so much. What's so powerful? After pouring tea for guests, Inma Zhegal started talking. Let me introduce a little bit. The first person next to me is Gasa. Her profession is shield warrior. Next is Rak Gar, an assassin, and Gat Ria magician. Lastly Kalia. She's a very good shot at Zheng Ryong. When Rak Pyong heard this, he immediately said it was the Zheng Ryong clan. Speaking of which, not long ago, I also met a girl with Zheng Ryong bloodline. My wife's Zabith's daughter. Don't like to beat around the bush but ask directly. Okay, don't waste your time into ordinary things. If you have something to say it quickly. We still have to go. Brown wife. Zhegal heard that and immediately scolded him viciously. What is the origin of this woman's owner? Really annoying attitude. Zarbeth was starting to lose patience at this point. This is the king's attitude. What do you guys think? The cat wife also spoke up at this time. It's ridiculous. Even calling himself the king. Owner. This woman's brain doesn't have that problem. As for me, the blonde Jang Ryon Kalia. Also splash water with the rain. Add coconut to hot pot. Look at the shape of her ears. Probably a low-class hybrid with some blood. Jang Ryon goes. What are you showing off in front of this lady? Elizabeth said with a dark face. If you are determined to destroy yourself, go eat bananas and watch chickens. Then don't blame the king. Just when his wife was about to get mad at the whole group. Went to eat bananas and watch chickens. When Rak Pyong immediately rushed over. He held out the box of his wife's favorite cakes and said. For her. I just saw my wife's cake box. Zabith's eyes immediately sparkled. Forget about getting mad and say wow. Pudding. Rak Pyong saw that his wife had calmed down. Immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily we were prepared soon. Sat down at the table. Rak Pyong began to explain. We were actually from an unknown tribe far away. Come here for a tour. There she is, Princess Elizabeth. And I am her servant. Rak Pyong. The beastman's wife named Zhigal came here and shouted. No wonder he behaves so strangely. Turns out to be the princess of a tribe. Never seen before in the world. The other girl said contemptuously and sarcastically. Also named Elizabeth. He is a member of a backward tribe. That Ma Wang belief in Ma Yok. Rak Pyong couldn't help but spit out a warning at this point. Because it was the first time going out. Along with huge cultural differences. That's why she's still adjusting. Jegel's name until now. Okay, let's go back to the main story first. I would like to invite the three of you to cooperate and go in together. Treasure replica. The mouth says so. But this guy is trying to tell me. Terrifying magical power just erupted on the street. Not the same thing. That a princess from a distant tribe should possess. Could it be that? Rak Pyong heard that and immediately repeated it in doubt. What treasure copy? Talking about here. This guy immediately turned and whispered to the four-eyed girl Annie. Do you know what a treasure copy is? The little girl replied in a whisper. The treasure replica is said to be a magical space. Established by ancient powerful people. To hide valuable things. In general, extremely mysterious. The name Zhigal also stood up and said. Yes, we spent a lot of effort. To get news about this treasure replica. However, the condition to unlock is that the number must be 8 people. Rak Pyong heard this and innocently said oh. So Senior Zhigal came to us to make sure we had enough numbers. Little Annie now counted from 1 to 8 and then cried and said. Can I not go? Rak Pyong heard that and asked curiously. What's up? Such precious treasure replicas can go there. It should be fun, right? When I heard this guy say that, I immediately told him. Rak Pyong Opa. There's something you don't know. Normal treasure copies are all super difficult. But I'm just a 4-star mage. If you go, you will find your own way to death. According to reference levels of magical power. In this world, we have levels from low to high. Including magicians. Great magician. Ma Ryong Great Ma Ryong level demon sect level demon lord. Ma Wang level demon god level. Levels of magical power intensity. Could be one of the standards to test one's strength. Rak Pyong came here and scratched his head. Actually, I don't even know what the magic power level is. They don't have much understanding. The man and horse Zhigal immediately manipulated his mind when he heard that. You can rest assured about this point. You just need to help me with enough battle formations. After entering, just leave it to us. Obtain treasures. Your portion will not be lacking. Presumably, you can receive at least tens of thousands of gold coins. The curly-haired woman sat next to him. At this time, he also confirmed. Told my master a few days ago. Repelled the Hugh Am apostles. Wants to kidnap Kalia. His strength is beyond debate. Little Annie just heard the money. Immediately his eyes lit up like headlights. Tens of thousands of gold coins. Really? Then the church's financial problem will be solved. Rak Pyong came here and immediately turned to his wife. Read and asked Elizabeth. So can we help them in sufficient numbers? Wife's daughter. If you can eat delicious food. You won't care anymore. But nodded like it was right. Say okay. You just decide. Don't bother me. Enjoy this delicious pudding. See all agreed. Then Zhagal immediately glanced at his wife. Chestnut Hair signaled something. She immediately took out the crystal ball. Saw the ball emitting black aura. Rak Pyong couldn't help but be curious. Exclaimed the crystal ball star. In Ma Zhagal now put his hand on the crystal ball. This is the crystal ball that measures Gatri's magic power. Just raise your hand. Is that you can measure the level of magic power in your body. This guy's measurement result is 8,769 points. Rak Pyong saw that and immediately said wow. Seems very beneficial. But what does 8,769 mean? Little Annie sat next to me and said, this is the crystal ball. Magic power levels can be concretized into numbers. 8,769 will correspond to Ma Ryong level. Zhagal heard that and laughed. My magic level is 4 stars Ma Ryong. My wives are all 4 and 5-star great magicians. If we have cooperated, we should know clearly. We'll be able to cooperate better. Little Andy also placed her hand on the black ball at this time. Try it and its current display result is 300. Gat-Ri saw that. Immediately filled with satire. 300 only when I just changed my career. It's not just this number. Little Annie that hurts deeply hearing that. Tears welled up in his eyes. Extremely sorry. Because I can't increase my magic level. Rak Pyong came here and also excitedly rubbed his hands. Let me try it too right now, Rak Pyong is saying to himself. All these years even though I have never learned magic. But as the legendary Yongya, my potential is certainly not low. Right? Filled with confidence, he stepped forward and placed his hand on the Huam ball. This guy was actually ignored by reality and ignored. The results displayed on the globe. Just an incomplete number. Zhagal saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. No points. Even as a pure martial arts user. It's not like this, right? Rak Pyong was full of self-humiliation and slapped his forehead and hugged him. Head full of disappointment. Indeed, a person plows the fields every day like me. How can you know if you have horsepower? This guy immediately collapsed. When my aunt cooks, I always sit and lean against my aunt. This whole life, I'm destined to have no affinity with magic. The Catwoman asked with displeasure at this time. So what do you know? It's not like anything won't help. Rak Pyong heard this excitedly and said yes. I'm quite good at farming. Pulled out a bunch of bananas. This guy said proudly. Talking about this. This is the fruit I just harvested recently. Everyone, please try it. The wives named in Ma Zhagal are here. Laughed sarcastically and said, oh my, he is truly a rustic guy from a remote area. You keep it and eat it. Cat person, don't forget to splash water with the rain. Add fuel to the fire. Are you really just an ordinary servant? In Ma Zhagal. At this time, he turned his attention to his daughter-in-law Zarbeth. But said, invite Miss Elizabeth to come check too. Rak Pyong saw that his wife did not react at all. Immediately leaned into his ear and whispered to Elizabeth. Please cooperate a little. Elizabeth said it was annoying. I definitely want this king to go with you. To make fun of these stupid mortals or something. This hateful name. Says that's all. But this girl still listened to her husband and walked forward. Put your hand on the Huam ball. A bright stream of aurora quickly shot out. Almost made all of us close our eyes. Seeing the aurora just now, Rak Pyong couldn't help but whisper to himself. If Elizabeth's identity as Ma Wang is revealed, will definitely cause a big stir. Thinking about this, Rak Pyong immediately raised his hand and whispered to his wife. That Elizabeth. Zarbeth understand say no then come here. The wife immediately stopped talking to herself. Rarely go out once, so I will play with you. After recording. Then the power of Zarbeth. Represented by the number on the black ball. The previous group of pigbirds. At this moment, I couldn't help but cry out and say 8,768. This is just like in Ma. It's Ma Ryong level power. The chestnut-haired bitch. This time my attitude completely changed. Stood up and said it was impossible. This woman is also a 4-star Ma Ryong. Named Zhagal then gave a thumbs up and smiled. It's truly amazing to be a princess of a kingdom. With your participation, chance to get our treasure will increase a lot. The little 4-eyed Annie spoke up at this time. Mr. Inma, how do we get to that treasure copy? For his part, Rak Pyong was happily thinking to himself. The first time I went out, I encountered such a good thing. Can you follow me to expand your knowledge? In Marja Gal now called out to his wife Gat Ri. This child quickly understood and nodded. Yes, my lord, I took out my teleportation shaft. Only saw a blindingly bright magic formation. Quickly appeared. Immediately all of them were teleported at the same time. Immediately go to the copy. One shot into the Ascension Cave. Making Rak Pyong extremely excited. There was a loud cry. It was teleportation magic. So awesome. Little Annie couldn't hold back her excitement at this moment. The trembling person stammered. I was teleported right away. As for me, Zarbeth suddenly felt something. And showed a profound look in her eyes saying this aura is what? In Marja Gal said at this time. No more lengthy. Let's go to the treasure copy. But suddenly Zabith's wife went against the crowd. Spoke up. I don't want to go anymore. Rak Pyong came home. The brown-skinned woman couldn't hold back her discontent. His face wrinkled like a monkey eating ginger. Hey, what are you playing with? I've come here, but what's the point of turning around? The remaining pet birds and pigs. At this time, he also questioned Zarbeth and said, do you know, how much quartz and magic power did I have to spend to create that scroll? If you don't keep going, I can't leave here like that. Elizabeth listened to us yelp forever. Immediately turned back to challenge him. You guys should try it and see. Rak Pyong, the party situation is as tense as a string about to break. Immediately came forward and raised his hand to say, everyone, don't get excited. Please listen to me say 2 sentences first. Hard mouth, that's all. This guy then immediately showed an extremely stupid face. He clasped his hands and prayed. His wife told him, it was very difficult to get here. Elizabeth, please take me to see. Little Annie at this time too. Pointing ahead, she told Elizabeth, did you pay attention? Inside the cave there is a magical power. Very similar to her. Rak Pyong's arrival here was initially full of questions. Recall something magical like Elizabeth. What does it mean? The name in Marja Gal now directly pushed Rak Pyong aside. Tell me to come over. Just saw this guy. Directly thought that he was the navel of the universe. But showed an extremely awkward appearance and raised his hand. Smiled amiably and said, believe me, I will protect you. No matter what danger you encounter. Please come in with me, Princess Elizabeth. Contrary to this guy's expectations, Zabith's wife directly walked past him and said, okay, I rarely have a chance to go out, so I'll play with you. Said that my wife immediately told Rak Pyong not to come along soon. Rak Pyong heard that, immediately put on his backpack and ran after his wife, causing Zhagal behind him to vomit blood. The group quickly walked through the barrier. Entering the cave, the main character suddenly exclaimed, the barrier is closed again. Said that this guy is still innocently tapping the barrier, saying we can't go back the same way. Elizabeth sees that. Take advantage of this special magical space. Unless you are stronger than the person who set up the barrier. Otherwise you won't be able to leave. Can't use teleportation magic, so if you can't find your destination, to fulfill the request of the person who set up the barrier, then none of them can leave here. The Gat Ri girl was now laughing loudly. As long as the owner is here, we can definitely get that thing. The brown woman also chimed in and said, stop talking nonsense. As for me, Annie asked Kalia, what are you guys referring to when you say that? Kalia laughed when she heard that. Of course it's gold and treasure. Rest assured, your portion will not be lacking. Suddenly Rak Pyong pointed forward and said, there are many turns like that ahead. How should we go? Mouth said, but Rak Pyong kept wondering. Anyway, Elizabeth is here. Strength is not a big deal. The adventure game has officially begun. The Catwoman didn't care about Rak Pyong's words. Said and turned around. In Marja Gal asked the owner, do we need to split up our actions? Zhagal said it's not necessary for now. Gat Ri used that move. Gat Ri took orders. Immediately picked up the Dharma staff and recited the motto. The magic spread. Only visible streaks of light from the magic formation. Rushed straight into the caves in front. After a while of exploration, Gat Ri immediately smiled and said, look at me, I'm very fast. Can immediately find the shortest route to get to the place where the treasure is already. When everyone thinks that what this chestnut-haired girl said was true, Elizabeth stood next to him and smiled sarcastically, calling him stupid. His wife's words had just ended. Then immediately the girl Gat Ri collapsed on the ground, panting from running out of mana. After having to explore the cave system, like a spider web tangled inside. In Marja Gal doesn't care about life or death right now. Asked Gat Ri how the situation in the maze was. Gat Ri said, the owner of this maze seems to have no end. I have developed my magic power to the limit. But there was no sign of the end in sight. The brown-skinned woman exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible distance focus. Gatri's magical power is as far as 3 kilometers. The blonde Zheng Ryong also chimed in at this time. What if I don't use my Zheng Ryong divination magic? It's just that the accuracy is only 34%. For my part, the Catgirl said, I suggest we divide into action groups. How can we use cloning technology to support? Rak Pyong now turned to ask his wife Elizabeth. Actually, you know which way to go, right? Elizabeth said to keep it low. I'm afraid other people won't hear or something. Close your eyes. His wife complacently said it was natural. This maze is just a facade. If these ignorant juniors want to discover the endpoint, you'll never be able to escape. This guy heard that and immediately suggested it. So how about you help him out a little? We can repay them as soon as possible. Zarbeth said I don't want it. Now this king's attention has changed. I want to watch with you as these people self-destruct. Annie suddenly pointed forward. Say green sentences. Is to enter the 3rd cave. Can definitely reach the destination. Rak Pyong heard that with a blank face and asked Annie. How do you know? The girl said. Actually, I was just guessing. Because that special magic power came from that direction. Gat Ri is holding a staff in her hand at this time. Brush aside Annie's words and tell her. Nonsense. Why can't I feel the magic you're talking about? Just a 4-star mage. Don't speak ambiguously here. Being scared, Andy gingerly said. Sorry. At this point, this Gat Ri bitch started talking. Pointing to the cave in the middle. Marbao even though it hasn't reached the end yet. But we already know. We follow the path. We'll eventually encounter the fewest monsters. We masters should follow this path. The name in Marja Gal sounds like that. Turn to ask his wives. Is how you see it. The Catgirl still maintains her opinion. Thought it would be more appropriate to act in small groups. The girl with curly hair said the opposite. I think we should listen to Gat Ri. Even if it goes wrong in the end. We can also go back together. At least that's the safest. Gat Ri now excitedly said yes. Master, please believe Gat Ri. Name in Ma after a moment of contemplation. Said okay, let's go into the final cave together. When Annie heard this, she beeped loudly. Impossible. Can go anywhere except the last cave. Here it holds out its hands. Cast skin to summon magical puppets. Which turned into a stuffed rabbit. Andy then released the rabbit. Let it enter the last cave. As soon as the rabbit enters the cave entrance, its head has been divided into 2 halves. But the mouth of the cave is closed. Is a mouth full of jagged teeth. Of a monster, named Ite Yo Chung. Rak Pyong immediately saw this scene. The word, mouth exclaimed. What is that thing? Zarbeth said it's a type of normal birth monster. Found in giant monsters. The Catwoman couldn't help but feel ironic at this moment. Looked over at Gat Ri. But you said there are relatively few monsters there. So what you can discover is the corpse in its stomach. Why is Gat Ri here? His face was wrinkled like a monkey eating ginger and he said a hateful sentence. Then silence. My part. Then Elizabeth turned to Rak Pyong and said. Just leave them here to slowly struggle. Let's go. Hearing this guy scratched his head and ears like an idiot. It's still best to be the guide. See 2 people Rak Pyong Zarbeth. Enter the cave ahead. Then Annie immediately wondered. But Elizabeth, I'm not sure that direction is correct. Wait for me. The Catgirl now tells Inma that she is the owner. I will use my clone to follow. And gather information in advance. Zhagal said no need. Just saw the horror of the mimic worm. If you don't have confidence, she wouldn't be able to calmly make such a choice. Considering Elizabeth's background, it's not as simple as we thought before. Don't think so. This guy immediately told his wives that we should just follow them. Inside the dark cave with no way back. When we were just standing at the cave entrance. Then a bright yellow eye inside lit up. Discovered them by smell. Inma and his wives. Currently in a fierce battle with monsters. After gently taking care of the low-level monsters. This guy immediately turned around and asked his wives. Has that side resolved everything yet? The curly-haired girl who is now panting said it's been resolved. But the monsters shoot along the way. Still keep coming one after another. No stopping. On my part. Then our legendary Yong-ya, now hiding behind, asked his daughter-in-law if Elizabeth was safe now. Hearing that, Zarbeth looked at his face. But the acting is really poor. Gatri now pointed straight at Zarbeth and said it was all wrong. Look what kind of path he took us on. There are monsters all along the way. Zarbeth doesn't care much. The magic power is stronger. The more monsters naturally gather. It's not like people don't know this. Even if you're trash, you're still a magician. The girl Gatri was so upset that she immediately burst into anger. Clenched his teeth and said, "We of course know this. But it's a bit of a ghost. 4 stars. Clearly capable." But he stood aside, arms crossed, watching. Obnoxious Zarbeth said, "This is what you guys said. Before we depart, if you encounter a monster, you will be the one to deal with them." In Ma, the situation seemed tense. Immediately raised his hand to tell Gatri to calm down. Gatri is still angry and vomiting blood, saying that he's so hateful that he's killing me. At this point, Inmaja Gal took a looked towards Zarbeth, but said it's okay to escort Ms. Elizabeth here. "I'm honored." These words are from Inma. Has completely aroused the animalistic nature in Gatri. I just saw this one with a ferocious face and growling, cursing in his heart. This bitch not only made me lose face, even dare to seduce the owner. Zheng Ryong, holding the bow, also spoke at this time. "Master, should we rest here for a bit?" The curly-haired girl agreed. "That's right, after such a long battle. We need to rest first." Zarbeth said it was impossible. "I don't have time to waste on you guys." The cat girl trembled when she heard that and told me I couldn't leave anymore. "If you have the courage, then continue to go alone." Zheng Ryong also chimed in at this time. "That's right. If we don't stop that monster from stabbing, how can you be so comfortable?" Inma also acted kindly and approached. "Lady Elizabeth, please listen to me. It's better for everyone to rest where they are first. Drinking some Zheng Ryong medicine can restore your status." Rak Pyong heard that. "I didn't really understand, so I asked what Zheng Ryong medicine was." Zarbeth saw that this guy seemed interested. So he asked, "Do you want to take Zheng Ryong medicine?" Rak Pyong laughed when he heard that, showing off a spoiled appearance like a child thirsty for mother's milk. But said he had never tried it. "Want to try some? I wonder what it tastes like. Say maybe. It will give me new cooking inspiration." Zarbeth heard that. Immediately 3 parts helpless. 7 parts like 3 with this name Yong-ya and chili and tomato. But I tell myself that when I see you, I have eaten too much good food. So I just want to experience those normal things. Thinking so, she immediately said okay. Under the flickering firelight, the group of people began to sit together. Gatri now said with a cheerful smile on her face, "Kalia's Zheng Ryong medicine is really effective." The curly-haired girl said, "Damn it. I have finally recovered. But don't know how long it will take. Just found another treasure. Come here, Gatri. Just took another bottle of Zheng Ryong medicine. Inside the storage ring. But said that this is Zheng Ryong medicine given by this lady. Special preparation. Drinking can improve all kinds of conditions." Looking into the distance, this white child kicked and scolded. "You're so powerful, you probably don't need it. Right?" Inmaja Gal heard that and immediately spoke up. "Kalia, do not disrespect Zheng Ryong Gatri even if you are dissatisfied." "But I don't dare argue." "Yes, master." After saying that, she immediately threw the medicine bottle to Zarbeth, his wife, who grabbed the medicine bottle, then threw it directly to Rak Pyong. This guy received the potion. Immediately his face lit up with joy. WA spoke up and told Elizabeth she didn't need it. "So I won't be polite anymore." After saying that, this guy immediately opened the roof lid. Half the bottle is gone. And then have to spit out all the rice. Calling for grace like this. Spit out all the medicine. Rak Pyong is often criticized. The grassy smell of the ingredients is too strong. It seems like I'm not used to drinking. Having said that, Rak Pyong immediately asked the 4-eyed girl Annie, "Do you want to drink?" Little Annie heard that and said, "Thank you, Rak Pyong, but I haven't consumed much magic power yet. So there's no need." Zheng Ryong Gatri's blood is boiling right now. He let out a snort and told him to give it to these idiots to drink. What a waste of good things. When Zarbeth heard that, he immediately took the medicine bottle and drank it. Back to the ground. If that's the case, then it's okay to dump it. Here, Gat-Ri will completely explode. The voice said, damn it. You throw out this lady's bottle of Jeng Ryong medicine. What does that mean? Zarbeth asked with an expressionless face. On the contrary, this child is the one speaking. Let's see what the old lady wants to do. Rak Pyong sees that the situation is so tense. Immediately unzipped the backpack and said, stop arguing anymore. Also invite everyone to give me something to look at. Probably hasn't been crushed yet. Saying this guy took out a bunch of regular bananas for the third time. Gave one to Zhegal. Rak Pyong said he wanted to share it with everyone before. Now I finally have a chance. Senior Zhegal. Just like that, Rak Pyong gives each person one fruit. The bananas are gone and there's nothing left to share. Rak Pyong immediately took out an apple and gave it to Annie. But said, the bananas have just been divided. Annie, can I have an apple? The little girl with 4 eyes was given a gift. Immediately tears welled up in his eyes. Is it really for you? Rak Pyong saw it like that and asked yes. What's wrong? He couldn't help but tell himself it was just an apple. Not to the point of crying. This is where the little girl said it. Can I bring it home for my kids to eat? The children are in an orphanage. It's been a long time since I've eaten such fresh fruit. Rak Pyong heard that and immediately patted the girl's head to comfort her and told her to come out. That's of course okay. When you get home, I will pick more for you so everyone can eat. Gat-Ri immediately threw away the banana and said, who cares about this rotten fruit? Jeng Ryong also crushed the banana and said yes. Can this thing be compared to my essence potion? As for me, Zhegal acted like peeling a banana. Tell me to take it as an excuse first. After taking the treasure out, we'll treat everyone to a delicious meal. 3 people including the name Zhegal, the curly-haired girl and the cat girl. Simultaneously peel bananas and put them in your mouth to chew. Just took a bite. Then all 3 of them stood still. A paradise appeared. They feel like they are lost in a fairyland. And become a fairy. The feeling of being high makes us wonder. Where is this place? In front of them right now is a singing band of fairy crickets. Let's dance samba together. What a world full of bananas everywhere. The whole group joined together to immerse themselves in the melodious music. Feel the aftertaste of love. The sweetest of our lives. Let's jump back and forth together. To get rid of dissatisfaction. Vent your frustrations. Dance back and forth together to dispel discontent. Let happiness and sadness be exchanged. Zhegal is the best dancer. He kept shaking his hips to show off his horse's butt and said, let's dance together to escape discontent. Take out your frustrations. All 3 of these guys are constantly having an orgy. Coffee in the new world. This is extremely exciting. Bananas everywhere are bananas. Until the high ends. Only then did they freeze and discover that I was doing such a thing in front of my comrades. Kalia, seeing that, she couldn't help but scream and say, Master, what are you doing? Name Zhegal heard that. Embarrassed and coughed 2 times. Regained composure and said he was rude. Rak Pyong came here and couldn't help but be surprised and said, oh. Is this a performance? Zabith's daughter-in-law sat next to him. At this time, 3 parts are helpless and 7 parts are like Dad said. Now this king understands your intentions. The curly-haired girl, the cat girl and Zhegal right now are unbelievable. Looked at my hand and said, wow. What's going on? My magic power level is continuously increasing. Rak Pyong heard that and clapped his hands innocently. Said it was a wonderful campfire performance. The customs and habits of another world are very interesting. Go out for a trip. You can also see people and horses dancing. Worth. Elizabeth looked at Rak Pyong's stoned appearance. Without being bored, don't bother to talk to yourself. This Rak Pyong knows that they will definitely die. If moving forward, that's why we strengthen them first. So this game can continue. Jeng Ryong was now holding a banana in her hand. Tell me what happened in the end. Why everyone's magic level suddenly increased so much. Little Annie now explained. It's because they ate Rak Pyong's banana. When Gat-Ri heard that, she clenched her teeth in anger. Talk nonsense. Do you think bananas are soaked in holy water? The curly-haired girl heard that and immediately told Gat-Ri. It was that banana that helped us break through and promote us. I've already been promoted to 2-star Ma Ryong. Cat lady. At this time, I also confirmed what Annie said just now. After we finished eating the banana, we entered the realm. Perhaps this banana has been imported by a demon-level powerhouse. As for me, the name in Marja Gal was now silently calculating. Refers to the magician's magic power level. Great magician. Ma Ryong Great Ma Ryong level demon sect level. Ma Wang level demon god level. Level of magical power that can be used. Is one of the reference standards for strength. Thinking of this, he looked at his hand and said, even I broke through 3 levels in a row. Directly upgraded to 3-star Ma Ryong. It's truly unimaginable. At this point, he looked over at Rak Pyong and said, Mr. Rak Pyong, the origin of the bananas he gave us. Finally, what kind of schedule is there? Rak Pyong heard that and was stunned. I don't know what to say, so I say yes. Seeing Rak Pyong so confused, this guy immediately became suspicious and asked why. Rak Pyong said it was nothing. Just suddenly, I don't know how to answer your question. Because it's just a normal banana. When Zhigal heard that, he didn't believe it, said the banana was normal. There's no way it could be that effective. Rak Pyong said yes, it should be hybrid banana. But please rest assured, even though they are crossbred. But this process is completely natural and inorganic. Suddenly Rak Pyong thought to himself. Only in this magical world. Only I can think of such a production method. Gat Ri heard that and immediately told Zheng Ryong. If the master said it would work, then let's eat quickly, to increase magic power level. Having said that, these two immediately bit the banana, and then spit it out in disgust. This is clearly broken. Little Annie came here to explain that it was synchronization. Elizabeth heard that and immediately applauded. You know quite a lot about girls who wear glasses. Annie said Elizabeth was too complimentary. That's all I learned from magic books. Zhigal also asked Annie at this time. What is synchronization? The little girl said. In the nun's magic book it is mentioned that special treasures are often a must. Use under special conditions. To promote their effectiveness. I guess the last banana belonged to Mr. Rak Pyong. Just works. If 3 or more people eat it at the same time. Gat Ri suddenly gets angry when she hears that. Pointing at Zarbeth and saying. Stop pretending to understand here. Can't you see she's eating it? How do you explain this? The little girl was asked a difficult question and scratched her head. I'm really sorry, I don't know, unless the user's strength is completely superior. Compared to treasure, otherwise the so-called treasure, to them it's just a normal thing. Talk here. The 4-eyed girl immediately looked intently at Elizabeth, causing her to yell, hey, don't look at this king with those eyes. Annie was scared, so she stammered and said she was sorry. Zheng Ryong Gat Ri right now. Show a jealous face and say that. Say maybe. Is because I have been accumulating my Ma Ryong medicine for a long time. Zhigal now turned to Rak Pyong and said, Mr. Rak Pyong, can you give me some more fruit? In your backpack. Is that okay? Zheng Ryong Gat Ri saw that and said grumpily, Master, do you really believe their lies? Rak Pyong was asked to immediately say with a cheerful face. Of course it is. Share. That is my greatest joy when harvesting. Having said this, this guy immediately wanted to take out the fruit. Entertain these guys. However, Rak Pyong did not have time to win. Then Zabith's wife won, snatched the backpack and said, No, this is what we'll eat later. Have enough rest and then quickly leave. This journey is about to end. Finishing the sentence, Ma Wang immediately put on her backpack. Step forward. Rak Pyong now had a guilty face and said, Sorry Zhigal Senior, when I have the chance, I will treat you well. Zhigal, his face full of apricot blossoms and half-lidded eyes, said yes. It's okay, you guys just go ahead. My wives and I will clean up and follow. Hearing that, Rak Pyong was a bit surprised and asked, Oh, don't we depart together? In front, Zabith's wife had run out of patience. Said back and forth, Rak Pyong hurry up. This guy heard that, immediately told Zhigal that it was okay. So let's gather at the front and see you later. Look at the 3 Rak Pyong people. Zarbeth and little Annie walked ahead. But the cat girl couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, Owner, maybe I stole that backpack. Maybe they have something better to hide. Zhigal is here to reveal his true nature. Don't rush, now is not the time. Look at Elizabeth's sexy body. This guy said to himself. Normal people, how could he casually carry such a precious treasure? So she is absolutely not simple. Just a princess from a distant tribe. Showing an extremely despicable face. Licking his tongue. This horseman said, recently the kingdom of Al-Lisi Dar-Diok, one of the 4 great powers, is giving very high prizes to those who have it. Information about the missing princess. If my guess is not wrong, then that princess. Right now it's right in front of me. Just looking at her face makes me feel nauseous. This guy's animalistic nature bursts out in excitement. Tell me if I can take advantage of this opportunity to make the princess my woman. Then I can reach the power of the kingdom. Al-Lisi Dar-Diok, then we will receive many things than just these magic fruits in front of me. Laughed ha ha. Inma started to draw his sword and say something. Let me use this to conquer you completely. What do you think? This horseman is emitting sex hormones. His sick harem is a group of pleasure seekers. At first I only saw them with red faces. Eyes half closed, and said in unison, why does the owner suddenly exude seductive hormones? But it's all because we can't satisfy our master. Finished speaking. Then these guys took action directly. Put your hands on this stallion's ass. Deep in the maze. At this moment, the leader of the Dark Wolf was howling long, leading his followers to start the hunt tonight. Rak Pyong just left. Just asked Elizabeth. This maze is getting darker and darker. Is there really a way out? My wife heard that and said I already said it. The maze is just a facade. It's almost here. Suddenly the ceiling appeared with stone mounds. From there came out the centipede legs. Little Annie has sharp senses right now. Pulled Rak Pyong's hand and said, Rak Pyong Opa, looks like something is coming near us. The child's words just ended. Then an object flew past them all, creating a cloud of dust and smoke that obscures vision. The smoke and dust dissipates, while Rak Pyong was still coughing. Then the name Zhegal took up. Follow the ropes and drag his harem girls along. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long. When the harem group sitting in the back were blushing from being high. This horseman showed an extremely disgusting appearance. Told Lady Elizabeth, please forgive me for this delay. Next journey. Bow down like a true aristocrat. This guy flirted. Please let me contribute this little bit of my effort for Ms. Elizabeth. You can even sit on my back. Elizabeth heard that. He immediately showed no emotion and told him to go away. You are not qualified to be my mount. The goblin gasser. Hearing that, he clenched his teeth in anger. Rotten woman, don't be shameless. This child's words have not finished yet. Her head was crushed into blood pudding. At this point, we were all so stupid that we didn't understand anything. Until I looked up at the ceiling. Rak Pyong exclaimed in anger. I only saw a crowd of red bug-shaped monsters. Started to crawl out from the ceiling and attack. Their mouth like a basin of blood. Aimed straight at Elizabeth's head. Just one look from her eyes turned this one into a pool of blood. Little Annie's heart was beating when she came here. My legs were shaking and I couldn't stand anymore. But held his head and trembled. Definitely dead. I'm sure I'm dead. For my part, this guy is even more flamboyant. But directly hugged Zabeth's wife's waist and called for help. Elizabeth, what should we do now? Elizabeth was hugged without resistance. But told myself to check my humanity. Let the selfish and arrogant destroy themselves. Before was your first step. Rak Pyong. The group of dragons in unison. Use Zen speed to attack. The name Zhegal and his harem simultaneously performed. Your defense skin. The curly-haired girl summoned a deformed soul. Holding Gat-Ri in her hand. She raised her hand to cast protective magic. Protect the name Zhegal. Rak Pyong saw that and immediately asked him what he was. So what about us? Hearing that, the name Zhegal laughed sarcastically and said, I believe you will find your own way of saying so. But the man and horse were silently calculating. Just took advantage of this opportunity to find out this woman's true strength. If you still don't take action, her servant and that little girl will all be eaten by monsters. The curly-haired girl said sarcastically. Who cares more about you now? This is the end of the cooperative relationship. Gat-Ri also smiled happily and said, you guys just wait outside and act as bait. This child's words haven't finished yet. Then a dragon breath directly broke the barrier. Stormed in. The curly-haired girl saw this and immediately shouted Gat-Ri. Just like that, the angry dragons rushed in to attack these guys. They have to brace their butt muscles to support Jegel's name right now. Hand holding sword. Use a ton of lightning to smash a dragonfly. The curly-haired girl carrying the shield shouted loudly. Look at me. Shield heavy attack. Directly killed another dragon beast. The cat girl also used her assassin skin, but successfully assassinated one. Once finished, she put her hands on the ground, breathing heavily. These monsters, no matter how you kill it, it will never end. Just continue like this. We will be exhausted and die. This word has not finished yet. Then another dragon was launched from above, preparing to chew her head. Ma saw that, immediately used the direction of lightning, kicking the horse away. The dragonfly flew away. Save this kid's life. See these guys struggling against the monsters. Then Elizabeth immediately said, now you can clearly see their true faces. Do you still want to continue this adventure game with him anymore? Rak Pyong heard that and told him to leave. It seems like I've paid off all my gratitude to them. Next, just like they say, break up happily. At this point, Rak Pyong couldn't help but think to himself, the outside world is truly unpredictable. Farming in Sinin village is more suitable for me. For my part, Elizabeth is saying, Rak Pyong is a devious and deceitful person. Haven't eaten tiger meat yet. Play with these people. Let them boast first, then determine whether they are worth keeping. Is this your second step? Rak Pyong thought so and his wife nodded. Okay, let's get ready to go out. Rak Pyong heard this and was immediately surprised. Come out. Are we here? Elizabeth said it was right in front. When all three walked forward, then a dragonfly suddenly attacked from behind. Luckily Annie was able to perform her magic in time. Let the bunny boy punch the monster in the face. After doing this, the little girl still didn't understand how to hold the rabbit in her arms. I wonder what happened just now. Rak Pyong was afraid she was lost, so he told Annie over here. The girl quickly gathered with the two people. As for herself, Elizabeth stepped in front of a barrier, but started reading the ancient text to open the seal. The barrier was broken. In front of the three people appeared a giant door. Elizabeth opened the door and told you two to quickly follow me. Rak Pyong heard that, gently glanced at Zhagal and his harem, but patted Annie on the shoulder and told us to go in. When the secret door gradually closed, Zhagal shouted loudly in anger, told his harem, hurry up and get on my back and hold tight. As the harems gradually climb onto my back, this guy immediately revealed his true nature, angrily screaming and saying, damn it. Is this how you want to throw us away? End of sentence. This guy quickly rushed in and got in first. When the door is completely closed, in front of them is gold and silver. Treasures are everywhere. There are so many that they're piled up in a dazzling pile like this. Rak Pyong's eyes are sparkling and sparkling. Wow. Said it was too much gold. Made a fortune. Little Annie is equally happy right now. Say we can really take it away. Horseman Zhagal right now directly pushed Rak Pyong aside. Said sorry to give way. The girl with curly hair also threw it away. Little Annie stepped aside and told her to stay away. Moving forward, a few steps ahead, Zhagal smiled sinisterly. Said that treasure really existed. In front of him was a holy grail. The sweet wine contained within Ma Wang. Rak Pyong has now realized its true nature. Of the man and horse in front of him. Immediately held his hand tightly. Now we no longer owe each other. Nor do I ask you to be grateful. But don't be too harsh. In Ma and his two remaining harem girls. Hearing that, they all turned around and said sarcastically. That's right, I didn't expect it thanks to your gathering. But it has such a great effect. As a thank you, I will let you all die comfortably. Our words just ended. Then a golden gaze appeared among the treasures. Only seeing a super huge dragon. Just appeared in front of the crowd. Just saw this one. Rak Pyong was very shy and raised his hand to wave at his wife. Telling Elizabeth to constantly touch his wife's artifacts. This guy just shouted loudly. A dragon is a dragon. Look quickly look. Little Annie suddenly turned into a hungry ghost. Turned black and said it was wrong. Something even more terrifying is hidden. The legendary Kim Ryong let out a loud cheer that made us all cry. The curly-haired girl was sweating profusely at this moment. Master, what should I do now? Zhagal heard that and told me to buy some time. So we can accumulate energy. Kill it with a single blow. The cat girl received the command and immediately rushed forward to perform a special skill. The other guy repeatedly hit the dragon. The curly-haired girl and didn't give up. Took out her shield, stepped back and told Rak ga to distract it first. You can rest assured that you will leave the rest to me. The cat girl. He immediately took out a pile of paper dolls and threw them out to perform. Performing clones. The technique created a bunch of cat girls who rushed in to cause trouble. Then attacked the dragon. The man and horse were now secretly calculating. Now this giant dragon is the only threat. So we don't need to hide our tricks anymore. Mobilize all power, accumulate energy and use the strongest thunderbolt. Said and done. Only saw this guy holding a sword in both hands. Towards the sky accumulates. Lightning flashed his sword, preparing to strike the final blow. The cat girl was sending clones at this moment, continuously cutting hard into the dragon's body. But great skills. Her assassination can inherently be used as an attack. Penetrates the opponent's weak point. But it cannot even create a scratch on the body. This Kim Ryong saw her helpless and the curly-haired girl immediately burst out with haki. On the person told me to. End sentence. This creature immediately used a transformation shield to spray gas, which unleashed a terrifying fire attack towards the dragon. After doing this, she burst out laughing, said it was successful. This is a new trick that I just learned. Since being promoted to 2 stars. It hasn't even been a few seconds since the crowing. The curly-haired girl was beaten to death by the dragon. Couldn't help but yawn. The cat girl couldn't help but feel bitter when she saw this scene. With tears in my eyes, I called out the curly-haired girl's name. The cat girl was really angry. I just saw her raise her hand. Throw out all your remaining paper dolls. Big mouth. Casting forbidden magic to clone thousands of people. Immediately thousands of copies of this one appeared, simultaneously aimed at the dragon, intending to use the strategy of flies to attack it. This point the child smiled and said to himself, although it cannot do you any harm, but just using it to harass you is enough. Not giving her time to be proud anymore. Kim Ryong in front, performed the Golden Storm technique, creating a terrifying tornado, directly destroy all clones of the cat lady. Kim Ryong's storm, even directly affecting 3 people. Rak Pyong is standing in the distance, looking at the wind attribute rays. Rushed to bypass Rak Pyong, which Elizabeth couldn't help but admire. Review. Sir calmly, but if it were you, it would be natural. Looks like Zabith's wife. I'm done with this guy. You have to even touch all kinds of things. Leave it alone and don't let it hit you. Now look at Rak Pyong again. With those egg-shaped eyes. For my part, completely opposite to the calm appearance on the outside. At this moment, Rak Pyong's heart is stirring. I thought to myself that the rice my aunt cooked just now made me almost die. The storm was so terrible. Then little Annie immediately raised her hand. Execute the summoning technique. Call out a random monster. The form that came out was actually a panda. Super huge. The bear just stood there blocking all the bullets for the 3 people. On the other side, the name in Marja Gal is standing around gathering energy. Then the money bullets flew. Immediately the cat girl, control the remaining clones, rushed to cover him, saw 2 clones using swords to block, and received money for the man and horse. Then this child is happy. Said, that's great, but, this sentence just ended. Then she was directly hit by a money bullet. Of the dragon slashing its head off. Go eat bananas and watch chickens. Named Jagal after a moment of motionlessness. The gathering force has now begun to attack. Big Mouth accumulates complete energy. End sentence. He immediately rushed forward and slashed out a sword wrapped in chidari. According to this guy, this lightning attack has increased power by 300%. Compared to usual, this human and horse attack is 10 times faster. Said confidently, this is one trick of mine. Even a demon sect level can't stop him. Crowing before he finished his sentence. He was slapped in the face by reality. Only seeing the dragon in front of him but not having a scratch. While the sword was in his hand, crumbled into powder again. The result was soon after. This guy got hit by Kim Ryung's tail until he was crushed. Face stuck in a pile of treasure. Like this, the name Jagal, plowing the soil leaves deep streaks. Kim Ryong in front of me. Yet he has a 4-star demon rank. A little brief explanation, refers to the magician's magic power level. In this world, then we have the order from low to high. Including wizards. Great magician Ma Ryong. Great Ma Ryong level Ma sect level senior Ma Wang level. Magic level magic power level that can be used. Is one of the standards. Reference for power in this world. Look at the dragon. After killing Zhegal and his accomplices, Rak Pyong immediately folded his arms and called his daughter-in-law Elizabeth's name. This moment he was wondering. That's in Ma. Have you been killed by one of its tails? Looks like I have to use my trump card. Elizabeth was called and immediately asked, "What are you planning to do next?" This guy heard that and immediately raised his face and said something green. Tell her to take action. His wife's face turned black and she asked why. She wondered if he had already discovered it. Rak Pyong heard that and said otherwise. I'm afraid we'll die here. Elizabeth now raised her face and told her to calm down. Order this king to stay in front of outsiders. The Ha-Dong lion's wife is now full of dissatisfaction. I thought I wanted to use her to threaten my king. There is no door. Little Annie was trembling all over at this moment. Say the real horror is yet to come. We may never get out. Elizabeth suddenly walked over and patted the girl's head. Protect the lifeblood of Gal Mo Gal. Let this king take a look. Your magical power. What kind of breed is it anyway? As soon as these words ended, a stream of aurora glowed. Appeared above Annie's head. Accordingly, the child's past memories also rushed back. When she was a child she was in an orphanage. Filled with love from sisters and children of the same age. All are very harmonious. He can sleep with his sister if he has trouble sleeping. For up to a day, a group of strange hooded people appeared. They kidnap, beat her siblings in her orphanage. Before a demon strangled her to death. Annie has awakened her special ability, which summons a giant bear. The next scene was that the orphanage was completely destroyed. Gui Mul and the others were all sent to eat bananas to watch chickens. But the most haunting thing for her was that, along with that her brothers and sisters, the nuns took care of it, were all killed in that incident. The last scene Zarbeth saw was the child's desperate scream. At this point, she exclaimed, because it was forced to distort memories, dispersing and suppressing one's own magical power. Gathering the magic, Annie fell to the ground. Elizabeth sarcastically said it was stupid. Poor Annie was now lying on the ground, with tears in my eyes. I said, it was all my fault that I killed you guys. Sorry. Zarbeth saw that and immediately said, this look of you, truly humiliating the bloodline of the Gal Mo Gal clan. If you want to escape the prison of regret, then stand up and fight. Little Annie heard that and immediately crawled up and said okay. At least this time we have to protect Rak Pyong Opa. After finishing the sentence, the child immediately floated in midair. Execute the summoning paradox magic technique. At the same time summon the 4 magical beasts. Snake, eagle, rabbit, bear. Kim Ryong saw this and immediately rushed to the pan. It was immediately attacked by the panda. Big Belly blocked it like this. When the panda blocked the dragon's salute, the rabbit immediately rushed in to look for food. Perform a series of punches to make the dragon scream majestically. Seeing that, Rak Pyong couldn't help but admire Elizabeth. What did you just do to Annie? Why does she seem to turn into a different person? Elizabeth said it was nothing. Just to let the child accept the truth. Kim Ryung's second pan swooped down. The bunny quickly lay on its back and locked it tightly. Saw its 2 front legs locked tightly. Then the dragon opened its mouth. Prepare to cast Dragon Roar. Don't let it do it in time. The snake rushed forward and locked its body. My dragon is here. Immediately waved his wings and unleashed a golden storm. Again. Just wait, that's it. Eagle overhead. Immediately waved the wind fan. Resisting the dragon's storm. Rak Pyong stood watching at this time. I can't help but praise Annie for being so amazing. As if thinking of something. Rak Pyong suddenly turned around and asked Zarbeth. That's right. Just now you said Annie has some kind of Gal Mo Gal blood. What does it even mean? This sentence hasn't finished yet. Then Rak Pyong was pulled back by his wife. Until I fell on the ground like this. It turned out to be the sneak attack blade of the horseman Zhegal. Hear this in Margai smiled sickly and walked out and said. He's so careless. Elizabeth saw that and frowned. This bastard isn't dead yet. As soon as Rak Pyong stood up, he called Zhegal. Hey, give me my bag back quickly. Zhegal sounds like that. Immediately took out a pineapple from Rak Pyong's backpack. But the trump card in your hand. These realm fruits are mine. Said this guy immediately went directly. Bite all the fruits in the backpack. See this scene. Rak Pyong couldn't help but be stunned. I don't understand what you're saying. What time has it been that you still think about eating? Zhegal, after eating all the fruit, immediately threw away the backpack, showing off his more perverted face than ever. Along with this guy's manic laughter, his body also began to change. Clothes were torn and bulging muscles appeared. Previous injuries also quickly used speed. The naked eye can see the healing. At this point, this horseman smiled happily and said, with a continuous flow of power, with this outpouring I feel stronger than ever, ha ha. Now we know, the current level of this low-ranking Zhegal can no longer be displayed in 3 numbers. Zhegal in his demonized state is extremely ugly, full of pride. With this power, I won't have to fear the old men of the Sword Saint Society anymore. These words just ended. Kim Ryong immediately opened his mouth, released a dragon's breath towards him. But this time, Zhegal used lightning speed, dodged the attack in front of the dragon, but said contemptuously, "It's so confusing." End of sentence. He then unleashed his lightning halberd and kicked the dragon backwards, dead. Here, this guy just walked up to the Holy Grail and said, "If I added this, we can't even imagine. How much stronger will I become?" The end of this sentence. This guy tilted his head, drank Ma Wang's cup of wine in his hand. Immediately his body changed. Sharp thorns gradually sprout from the back. Soon the thorns turned into wings. Yet this guy actually transformed into a demon. Turns into a true demon. With a 2-horned head named Zhegal, full of pride. Manbao is truly Ma Wang's sweet wine. I have gradually understood everything. Rak Pyong stood far away and saw this scene and immediately told his wife. That name is becoming more and more unusual. Elizabeth, please take action. Little Annie heard that and immediately raised her hand to reassure her. I won't let him get close to everyone. But her words haven't finished yet. Then she got pierced by the devil in Ma like this. Shocking poor Annie. In Ma said, "First eliminate the threat is you first. Throw the baby on the ground." The demon walked towards the 2 Rak Pyong people and said next. "It's your turn." Rak Pyong doesn't care what the devil says, but rushed directly to Annie, picked her up and covered her wound to stop the bleeding. He said, "Try harder. Elizabeth will definitely save you." The devil Zhegal directly ignored Rak Pyong, but walked in front of Elizabeth. "Tell me you're hiding your power. But that doesn't matter anymore. Now I give you 2 options. First, volunteer to be my woman. Then take me back to your kingdom, and help me inherit everything. Second, after being slowly played with by me, I turned into a useless person, was used as a card by me, bargained to get what we want." Rak Pyong can't hold back anymore. Tears welled up, gritting my teeth. My voice said to the bastard, "Elizabeth, kill him." The devil heard that and immediately finished. He rushed forward and kicked Rak Pyong in the head. "When will it be the turn of a useless servant like you to speak up?" Jegel's double kick. Yet he was betrayed and his leg was broken. People shoot backwards. The smoke and dust clears. Rak Pyong didn't have any scratches. That said, I won't pretend anymore. Inma's 2 front limbs were crushed. Now staggering, eyes and mouth in disbelief exclaimed. Could that make sense? He is now whispering to himself. What just happened? It feels like the full damage from my kick were all responded to immediately. Thinking of this, he just looked at Elizabeth and questioned. What are you doing? Elizabeth took this devil's words seriously, like a dog barking in my ear, but looked towards Rak Pyong, telling himself that the clothes were made by his own hands. Maybe even the king's magic power can't cause any harm either. So the purpose was to deliberately lure that guy into attacking just now. Is to let him experience the bitter consequences from his own destruction. Rak Pyong now takes a defensive stance. Also spoke up, I am the legendary Yong Ya. But, as soon as he finished saying this, Rak Pyong's face softened, turned back and told me to wait a bit. This guy is actually talking to himself. Luckily it's like what I thought. I serve Elizabeth, and provide her with all kinds of delicious food. In return she will protect me. Now even I can't understand. This guy is really stupid. Or pretend to be stupid. Back to the progress of the series. Now, Rak Pyong is showing himself a pose that is not like anyone else's. So just one day I can be useful to Elizabeth. Elizabeth won't let me die. Whatever danger lies before Ma Wang are also not worth mentioning. AI wants to kill me. That is, trying to destroy Ma Wang's rice bowl. Elizabeth is a solid support. I won't pretend anymore. My part. The demon Zhegal is currently extremely difficult to understand. It was hard to understand what he had just said. He then laughed crazily and told, "Not to be too proud. I only used less than half of my strength. Woman facing an elite stallion like me could have chosen a better part to enjoy. But you still have to choose how to resist my iron claws." Saying this devil immediately changed his target, jumped straight forward and kicked towards Elizabeth and say, "Then as you wish," followed by an all-out attack. If possible, just turn it back on and try it out. This guy has been barking all this time. Then Elizabeth couldn't help but get angry and beat him to pieces. The cook always cooks. After finishing this, she immediately looked into the distance and said, finally awakened. Zhegal was beaten to death, lying groaning on the ground, but mumbled and asked what happened. Only saw a giant black ball inside. A dragon's face appeared, opened its glowing eyes, looking at the small group of people below. The dragon's head protruding from the mysterious space. Zhegal only has half his life left at this time. I can't believe it. Is this the true body of that dragon? So the dragon I just killed is. This sentence has just ended. Then the dragon is on the ground, turned into a golden liquid, flying up into the air and entering the giant dragon's body. Coming here. This stupid man and horse just realized his ignorance. Sewers that insist on being compared to the ocean. Canals and canals that claim to be on par with his hydroelectric dams. For my part, Elizabeth was now tilting her head up to the sky. Ha ha, use your tail to lure cats. That's a small tip. Before, I often played with you. From the void, one Hwang Jiam Yong Wang. The one-star Ma Wang rank just appeared. Jegel's name at this moment whispered with a little breath. There's no way I have Ma Wang's power. It's impossible to lose. These words had just finished and a minute later the dragon swooped down, causing this guy to crumble into a black puddle of blood pudding. The dragon's super huge claws shocked Rak Pyong to the core, but exclaimed, Elizabeth, does this thing really exist? My wife heard that and said, oh. As expected, people soon discovered it. This space actually doesn't exist. Zabith's words just ended. Then all the previous gold, silver and jewels all disappear. The three people quickly floated in midair. Rak Pyong came here and couldn't help but exclaim, oh. I'm floating, Elizabeth said now, even though magic is your weakness. But at a basic level, can't overcome your feelings. Suddenly at this moment the giant dragon spoke the ancient language. Talk to Elizabeth. Elizabeth sounds like that. Immediately replied in some obscure language. As soon as this sentence finished, the dragon's eyes were filled with tears. He immediately turned into a blonde girl and said, the real owner is I me Leah. Finally waiting for someone to return. The little dragon said this full of self-pity. Cried and cried loudly. At this point, we know that this girl is I me Leah. Is a pet of Ma Wang. Elizabeth saw the little girl jump in and hug her waist. Elizabeth immediately said, already promoted to Ma Wang. But still so childish. That's why I didn't want to go in. I woke you up. You're too clingy. Little Lia heard that and cried loudly. Don't let your master go 500 years without saying a word. Do you know how much people miss you, Hahu? Kim Ryong Lia now begins to narrate her life. I was born between heaven and earth. As your master, found me lost in the secret world, and hatched me with magic power. When the baby was born, immediately contracted by Elizabeth, the owner who didn't just give me a name, I me Leah, but also personally taught, train and play with me. So Leia swore in her heart that, will definitely protect its owner, and devoted myself to serving my master. After growing up, Lia becomes the owner's mount, carrying the owner everywhere to fight against evil monsters. After that, to end the constant wars everywhere, owner decided to rule the world. Kim Ryong Lia then was very happy to see his master gradually dominate the world. But since then, the smile on master's face became less and less. Then Dragon Lia thought that master was certain, has become stronger, and it started to not be able to help you anymore. Unexpectedly, when it patrolled the world for Ma Wang, then the owner pulled out the holy sword. Go find the legendary Yong Ya. But the first owner left without any more news. At the ministerial conference that year, at this time, the name is Minister of Ethnic Affairs Da Diok, was the first to speak up. 10 years have passed. despite your majesty's reputation, can still threaten the parties and reluctantly stabilize the situation. But in reality, underground currents have begun to surge below. The crime rate is constantly increasing. Beast Minister Mock Die. At this time, I also share the same opinion. Not wrong. Several clan leaders of the Orc clan have announced their separation from the clan. Without your majesty, I cannot suppress them. On my part, the dwarf chief minister Hook Mak Jeng also told a story. Therefore, we cannot continue to sit still and wait for death. Otherwise, the potential danger will last longer. The greater the damage during an outbreak. Speaking of this guy immediately recommended it to everyone. Go back to your territory to stabilize the situation and wait for his return. Ma Wang Elizabeth, Zheng Ryong clan minister Chuk Yu Rak. At this time, I also state my opinion. Gat Mo Gat, what do you think of the person who has followed your majesty the longest? Your majesty indeed. Have you encountered any problems with that legendary Yong Ya? The demon minister Gat Mo Gat heard that. It is impossible that I have seen your majesty's terror. There is no way in this world. Or is there anyone who can threaten your majesty? You guys can do whatever you want. I will go find your majesty myself. As for me, the ethnic prince is a double spy. Also said this time, I agree everyone should disperse. I will find your majesty my way. After the final meeting, the scattered mandarins divided the territory. For their own part, Kim Ryong Lia has no interest in these things. So only took away the glass of wine that the owner had already drunk half of. The child was sad at that time. Sat on the cliff and mumbled. Lia has returned to the place where the owner originally found me. Lia believes that one day Master will come here. Lia has been waiting for Master's return. Waiting until herself. The child transformed into its original state. But when I lie down and sleep I don't know. Time passes like a dog running in the field. Things change. The stars move. The moon sets and then rises again. The child's entire body has been weathered. Buried in the ground. Turned into mountains. Telling this, little Lia started crying. Elizabeth hugged Elizabeth tightly and said that was it. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Owner hoo. Elizabeth said, hearing that with an expressionless face. Isn't this very good? Seems like a long wait. Has made you learn to let go of playfulness. And comprehend meditation. This is an important step. Let you break through to the Ma Wang level. The girl who was praised by her master still kept crying and pampering Elizabeth. Master, don't leave Lia behind anymore. I cried and thought as a child. Turns out the owner left without saying a word for 500 years. Just so Lia can comprehend meditation and break through to Ma Wang level. Everything the master does is for Lia. Suddenly the telltale reunion of the two masters and servants was interrupted by Rak Pyong's voice. Rak Pyong now pointed at the four-eyed girl and told Elizabeth to stop reminiscing about the past and save Annie quickly. Don't let. Before he could withdraw the sentence, Annie woke up, spoke up. Rak Pyong Opa, where is this? Rak Pyong heard that and told Annie happily. Are you okay? The little girl heard that and told her she was okay but held out the crushed apple in her pocket. The little girl told Rak Pyong Opa with tears in her eyes. The apple I gave you was crushed by you. Rak Pyong heard that and immediately patted her head and said, I thought it was something big. It's okay, it's fine. Elizabeth came here and couldn't help but look towards Rak Pyong, but told himself everything was under his control. When we divided the bananas, we started to arrange things well. Little Lia was still hugging Elizabeth tightly. His face was red and he enjoyed it. Master, I love you the most. Until it sees its noble master. Yet, looked at the human male in front of him again passionately. Then he immediately frowned and said, was obnoxious. Why does master keep staring at that man? Without even looking at Lia at all. Think of this. Immediately pointed bitterly at Rak Pyong and asked, who is his owner? Elizabeth heard that and told him, that's the legendary Yong Ya. During this time I left and still stayed at his house. Little Lia was so angry when she heard that. The voice said this and that. Legendary Yong Ya, are you the one who kidnapped the master for the past 500 years? Bastard. Now you still want to take the master away from me, Lia. Old debts and new enemies can be resolved once and for all. Rak Pyong still innocently heard her daughter say that. The fairy smiled like an idiot. Hello, my name is Rak Pyong, nice to meet you. Little devil Lia heard that and smiled sinisterly to herself. Now I have caught up with the master. And reached Ma Wang level. If I join forces with the master, can definitely kill you. The legendary Yong Ya finished his sentence and immediately turned his hand into a claw and cast it. Dragon King Chi Pan rushed forward directly. Bright eyes choked a Pan and said, I'm also happy to meet you. The tech scene that happened right after. After a terrible explosion, this dragon Lia jumped backwards. I don't understand what this is like. Rak Pyong saw this and scratched his head and said he's sorry. I couldn't react in time. Little Lia couldn't believe it after she recovered. I thought to myself, rolling my eyes, my attack just now was enough to destroy a town. But it bounced back. Rak Pyong saw this one didn't say anything and immediately came forward. Raise your hand and say. So this time it's our turn to take the initiative. A 1-star Ma Wang level dragon. Seeing that, my soul immediately shivered. Silently exclaimed in his heart. This feeling of oppression is no less than that of Elizabeth's owner. He. Yet it can suppress Ma Wang level I Me Leah. With his spirit. A small child who is as brave as a grapeseed. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and trembled and said, Please don't hurt me. Just a handshake. This guy's face is blank. Shook the child's hand and said, I'm really sorry. Because I couldn't shake your hand just now. No wonder she's so calm, Elizabeth. Turns out this dragon girl is named I Me Leah. Are you your friend again? Little Lia was sweating when she shook hands. I don't understand what kind. Say something and shake hands. Are there any female friends? Elizabeth came here and crossed her arms. The same can be said. But more accurately, Lia is the king's mount. Rak Pyong heard that and his face froze. Immediately think of the image of this big wife. Another monster rides on him. This cute little Lia. Sweating bullets. Elizabeth snaps his fingers and teleports. Everyone get out of this barrier space. When she returned to her old home, she immediately said, Let's stop here today. Little Lia couldn't help but show an admiring face. Say wow, master, you're so powerful. In the subconscious of this Kim Ryong girl. Are constantly making waves saying, it is a kingdom. Can only be created. After Emilia entered the Ma Wang level. The owner may not need to use any strength at all. Devoured it immediately. It's truly amazing that owner. Rak Pyong returned home so quickly. I can't help but feel happy. Did you say it was so easy for him to come back? This guy is thinking to himself. As expected, just hug Elizabeth's thighs tightly. Any risks encountered outside. It's just a trivial matter. Right now, child. Little Annie suddenly foamed at the mouth and exclaimed. The distance was too far and she fainted. Rak Pyong saw this and immediately picked her up to ask about the situation. The girl said she had teleportation sickness. Elizabeth now told Rak Pyong. The person who takes the child into rest first goes. I still have something to tell Lia. Rak Pyong heard his wife say. Immediately followed suit and carried baby Annie into the house. When only Zarbeth and I were left. Then little Lia said. Master, you said you have something to tell me. Her face was now red with excitement. I said if there was anything I could do, please feel free to arrange it. Lia couldn't wait to serve her master. Elizabeth came here and immediately asked her daughter. Have you heard about the Huam Association in Ma Yok? Lia said while stroking her chin thoughtfully. Even though I haven't been out for 500 years. But before falling asleep, I'm still a bit impressed by the news from Ma Yok. I remember now. It was founded by the human Prince Manford. Then the owner must be talking about this. The girl immediately asked Elizabeth who was the owner. Do you have any impression? Elizabeth couldn't help but feel breathless when she came here. Frowned and said Manford. Why does it seem like there is such a person? Lia said with wide eyes at this time. What's wrong, master? Do you want to ask him to do something? Is there anything Lia can't do for you? If I can't do it now, I will learn, Elizabeth said. The king heard the news. This Huam Association are committing a large number of murders. With the reason of reviving the king. This made the king very unhappy. Little Lia heard that and immediately said angrily. Something that revives the owner. Isn't the owner still living here? This is simply disrespectful to your master. What does the owner want Lia to do? Elizabeth said. Let them disappear completely from this world. But you must not reveal any information about my king and this place. Little Lia heard that and immediately nodded and said yes. Lia will successfully complete the tasks assigned by her employer. Hearing that, Zarbeth immediately smiled and said she was very good. Once done, you will be free. You can do whatever you want. Little Kim Ryong said, not very happy to hear this. Please feel free to leave that to Lia. Lia will go destroy that UAM group right now. This girl said so, but there is a flag in my stomach. Tell yourself that the owner allows Lia to be free. And do whatever you want. This means, Lia can crawl into her owner's bed every night. Just like when I was a child. Right, thinking of this, the little girl immediately jumped straight into the sky. But this child has not yet had time to do anything. Was hit by a rocket and burned to a crisp. Like this. Suddenly got shot. Little Lia said with a grimace. What the heck? How dare you attack this young lady? That's how hard the mouth is. But in her heart, Lia is complaining. The damage has penetrated my flesh. Its power is at least equal to that of a demon. And is an extremely dangerous monster. Thinking of this, the girl made up her mind. This potential threat must be eliminated. For its owner. As for me, younger brother Gyeonggi Bien Chang after opening fire, immediately stood on the rock and spoke. Detect the target is alive. Defense level increased to level 2. After saying that, it immediately launched another missile to attack. Fortunately, Lia was able to execute it in time. The winged Dragon King took down this missile. Seeing that he could block the dangerous attack, he immediately said loudly, choose this young lady as your opponent. You chose the wrong person. You bastard. The words haven't even finished yet. Then suddenly this child's eyes almost fell out. And said, oh my god. What is that? Only see now. A series of missiles were launched at the same time. Exploding little Lia into pieces like a bowl. Turned into a grilled dragon. Lia's dragon exploded to pieces. At this moment, only half of his life remained motionless in the air. Bien Chang's brother. After the second attack. At this time, all the guns were taken out. Detect the target is alive. The defense level increases to level 3. When it prepares to deliver a final blow to the opponent. Then suddenly Elizabeth's voice rang out. Curse that stupid dog. It was my king's people who let her go. Little Bien Chang just heard Elizabeth's voice. Has stripped the soul. Ensure the command is recognized. Face has been whitelisted meow. Little Lia. At this moment, the burned person cried out loudly. Saying, oh mom. This place is so scary haha. Rak Pyong quickly sliced oranges. Juice holding a cup of heirloom juice. Annie if you feel dizzy. Try drinking this glass of orange juice. The taste of orange can make your mind more alert. Little Annie took the glass of orange juice and said. Thank you Rak Pyong Opa. Then all at once, suddenly a yomost feeling came over me. Makes the child extremely happy. It's so hard to describe that. Annie can feel it. Each orange clove contains abundant magical power. When it explodes it seems to create a new flow of magical power. Spread to all nerve cells in the body. Wiping away all feelings of fatigue. The little girl who came here couldn't help but exclaim. Feel this feeling. Is super high level divine magic. All the nerve cells in Annie's body are all liberated. His mind became alert. Suddenly a face of an ancient person appeared. An abundance of blood pudding appeared before the child. But say I am you. You are me. Stop suppressing your true self. Annie saw this scene and cried in her eyes. Rak Pyong doesn't know what to do at this time. But lean back directly on the sofa. Tell anyone, the sofa at home is still the most comfortable. Going out on adventures may not be like it. Suits me very well. At this moment, Elizabeth walked in and said. It seems like you remember everything already. Sitting in the chair next to Rak Pyong, she said, your ancestors once swore before this king. The Gal Mo Gal clan will always be loyal to this king. If your bloodline is fully awakened, then that oath will also fall on you. Little Annie heard that and Day's eyes widened in horror. When he first saw Elizabeth's true body. At this point, he couldn't help but speak out. Elizabeth Eone, could it be that you are the legendary Ma Wang ghost? Elizabeth heard that and smirked. Something here and there. The king is the ruler of this world. Elizabeth. Little Annie was confirmed by Elizabeth herself. Immediately covered his mouth in disbelief. But according to ancient records, it's not like Ma Wang is dead. With the legendary Yong Ya then. Then Rak Pyong Opa. You are. Hearing that, Rak Pyong immediately scratched his head and smiled gently. Although it's a bit embarrassing. But I must be that legendary Yong-ya. When Annie heard this, her head immediately jumped. I understand that the historical truth should be like this. That time Rak Pyong Opa and Elizabeth Ione. There was the final battle. To compete for the strongest position. Resulting in a month of fierce fighting. Two people have developed feelings. In the end, two people because they love each other. But gave up competing for the strongest position. From then on the two lived in seclusion for 500 years here. Elizabeth heard that and immediately nodded and said yes. Almost like that. For his part, Rak Pyong denied it. Eat this. Don't talk nonsense like that. It will offend you. Hearing that, little Elizabeth immediately agreed and apologized profusely. Elizabeth came here to say, is a descendant of the demon super warrior bloodline. Fell into such a situation. Who really lost all face? The Gat Mo Gat. Rak Pyong family couldn't help but be surprised when their daughter-in-law said that. You said Annie was a member of the demon race. Elizabeth said it was probably 600 years ago. A child named Gat Mo Gat in the demon tribe has awakened its bloodline. Its characteristic is that the eyes will glow red. When using magic power, combat effectiveness will also be greatly improved. However, as his power grew strong, he will also become extremely violent. Only continuous killing can satisfy him. Just a few years, he massacred my king's northern territory. Into a mess. More than 100 elites under our command. All died in his hands. A series of murders. Exaggerated his ambitions. And he actually went directly to Ma Wang. Become an illusion. In an attempt to challenge the king's position. Of course the king quickly defeated him. And sealed away his cruel side. From then on he swore loyalty to the king. From generation to generation. When little Annie heard this, she trembled and told me, I don't know anything. Since becoming conscious, I lived in a church orphanage. The nuns and you are my relatives. Elizabeth heard this and immediately said, when you lose control, everyone in the orphanage, were all killed by you. You cannot accept reality, so imagine that you are waiting for the nun to return. Speaking of this, Elizabeth couldn't help but think to herself, if without the king, then with the power of Gat Mo Gat. He certainly does. Qualifications to become the lord of a direction. Why do children and grandchildren become like this? What about the others? It seems there are many things we don't know. Little Annie came here and still couldn't accept reality. But say no, bro. My sisters are all waiting for me at home. But, Rak Pyong came here and asked Elizabeth curiously. Haven't we also met Annie's siblings? When going to the market. Elizabeth came here and was too lazy to explain and told her to leave. After saying that, she immediately raised her hand. Cast teleportation magic. Draw a zigzag formation in the air. Elizabeth said to directly expose the lie. So please take a look. What are her so-called siblings? This sentence just ended. Then a scene appeared in front of Rak Pyong and Annie. Dolls. Sitting haphazardly in a dark room. Annie saw this scene and immediately exclaimed in bewilderment. In his memory, he still remembers his younger siblings still calling and smiling. Miss Annie, please come and play with us. Miss Annie, we are very good at home. Annie, please come back quickly. But now the pain in front of her has made her unacceptable. Elizabeth, right now, remove the magic and ask if you understand yet. Because you always use the majority of your magical power to maintain the doll's living mechanism. So your power will always be at the magician stage. Rak Pyong heard this and said that's it. Elizabeth continued to explain, telling, to awaken his blood, to protect loved ones from the Hu Am apostles, is because the awakened blood flow is out of control. That kills the people you love most. This is the truth that the person who always avoids. Annie heard and immediately fell into hell, holding his head in pain and screaming, no, that's not true, that's not true, my head hurts. Seeing you lose control, Elizabeth immediately raised her hand, gently flicked the baby's forehead, causing it to lose consciousness. Saw Rak Pyong holding baby Elizabeth and said, I know you want to help her. But I also remind you, now it's just a matter of time for the little girl to faint. If it still cannot be controlled, which leads to loss of control, I'm afraid this whole town will be devastated. Rak Pyong heard that and nodded. The head said I understood, so let me try and see. Inside a certain church, when Annie just woke up, then saw Rak Pyong sitting next to him sewing something. Seeing that, he immediately asked Rak Pyong Opa, "Are you taking me home? I'm bothering you." Rak Pyong said he didn't mind. Elizabeth's teleport door is very convenient. Do you feel better yet? Annie said she remembered everything. There are no nuns. That murderer is you. Rak Pyong heard that and said it was wrong. I'm trying to protect my children. I'm not a murderer. Little girl heard this and tears welled up in her eyes. Cried loudly and said no. It's not all my fault. Because I lost my consciousness after being controlled. Rak Pyong sows and tells Hu Am. That is the culprit. Because the awakening blood flow is too intense. So I lost consciousness, not my attention, so don't imprison yourself anymore. Saying this, Rak Pyong exclaimed, "Bow, there are still some ingredients missing." The little girl now held her head and continued to torment herself. But they were the ones I killed. This truth will never change. Rak Pyong now holds up the child. The doll he had just repaired smiled kindly. Just like puppets. I do the detail processing very well. But I can see you tie a lot of knots. For fear that the flower will be exposed. Even though it's hidden. But that would cause the puppet's body to lose its soul. Having said this, Rak Pyong immediately walked towards the doll's head. Tell me to help you untie the knot. Reuse it as raw material. At the end of the sentence, the tangled limbs were simultaneously disassembled. The little girl saw this scene. Her face turned gray and she held her head and roared. I'll bring you my siblings. When Rak Pyong came here, he lowered his voice and said that Chain had already spoken. Don't linger under the trees. Don't be gloomy in the rain. Don't cry in the dark. Don't swing anywhere with two min. What you just said here. Then little Annie was caught in a world full of rainwater. In the middle of that cold, lonely, grey sky, when the little girl was still confused. She exclaimed, where this is. Then a warm hand came out. Golden light from high in the sky. Launched down. That hand, like the sunrise illuminating the fragile soul. Immersed in the darkness of Annie's sin. Rak Pyong's voice. This time it also echoed throughout the inner world. Her mind should look forward and don't look back. You just need to have the courage to face it and raise your head. You will find that the curtain is hazy now. It's just a short rainy season. At this point, Rak Pyong's identity also appeared. He gently raised his hand to tell the child. Looking ahead, there is still a bright sky. Will not make people feel hesitant. When the baby is picked up in Rak Pyong's arms. Then it also woke up. Return to reality. Rak Pyong's voice rang out again. Once done, Annie said to herself doubtfully. Just now was it my inner world? Rak Pyong is now holding up the baby angel doll. Extremely lovely in front of the child. But tell me, this is the puppet I made for Annie. His name is Raphael. Angel Father Raphael. Smiled kindly and full of holiness. Rak Pyong said he hopes he does too. Bring healing to me. Receive Angel Raphael in Rak Pyong's hand. Annie couldn't help but suddenly expressed her feelings. This feeling is unmistakable. It's my siblings. Annie cried this time. But not crying because of torment, resentment, and sadness. But crying because of happiness. In front of her now were her deceased brothers and sisters. Swinging to the top with Rak Pyong. Like this. The children are innocent, bright and clear. Smiling widely, he told her. We are all free. Don't worry about us anymore. Thank you, Annie. You have to live well for us. Goodbye. As soon as these words ended, all the children disappeared. The place they came to this time must have been paradise. Peaceful place with lots of sunshine and poetic scenery. Annie cried out of happiness. Because the burdens on my shoulders have been lifted. It shouted to the children. I will definitely protect this church. When Rak Pyong came here, he breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his head. The girls said Fortunately before, we learned about books, related to psychotherapy, that we bought from system but to ensure safety. After that, I still have to visit her often to be at the familiar swamp. Ma Yok is a place full of death and gloom. At this moment little Lia just landed on a cliff and said, It's unforgivable. You dare to make your master's residence become so messy. The ancient imperial capital place. Once upon a time Ma Wang Elizabeth lived. It was now a grey mess. Like this. Lia flying through the clouds. Go deeper inside. Then I encountered a group of Gui Mul blocking the road in front of me. Just saw the girl. The Ma Mul guys were drooling. Fresh food delivered to your door. These guys even fight with each other. Whoever kills her first will be eligible to dismember her. One said I wanted her soul. Another said I also wanted her soul. My thighs want to eat her thighs. The spine and fingernails are all mine. Seeing these guys talking makes my ears hurt. Lia immediately burst out haki. Just a little beating will leave these guys devastated. Turned into fine powder. This point Lia couldn't help but curse. That guy treats his master's territory like a garbage dump. The rest of Gui Mul. At this moment, he was extremely shy and exclaimed. They all exploded. They all exploded. Between two rows of solid black monsters. There is a giant fat one. Ugly face. Ugly tail. Deaf mouth. Mouth holding a pacifier. Wearing a witch's hat. He spoke up and said what his background was. But you dare to come to Huam alone to cause trouble. Here we know. This one is Yuk Juma from the Huam group. 5-star demon rank. Saw Lia not replying. Then this fat devil immediately introduced himself. I'm Ganseo Gak. One of Yuk Juma, let me play with you. A world filled with experimental samples. And extremely hideous demonic creatures. In the Huam Guild Hall. There is a mysterious monster standing on a high platform. Raised his voice below and said. There's a strong character coming to the door. The hooded guy kneeling below said so. The army Jordatna commanded was completely destroyed when invading the Sword Saint Guild. Perhaps the people in the Sword Saint Association came back to take revenge. A woman with a black mole under her lip heard that. It's okay, Ganseo Gak came to greet him. A box with a human face floating in the air. It is a test product number 24. Is one of the Yuk Juma of the Huam Guild. With the rank of 1-star demon venerable. He also spoke up at this time. William, do you want to go out with me? Yukzuma's remaining name is William Elizabeth rank. Why do you hear that? Immediately frowned and told the box to shut up. The octopus tentacle at this time said no matter who it was. Even if it's a sword saint. If he dares to come here, he will definitely not be able to return. Here we know. Name of this mysterious octopus tentacle. Is the vice president of the Huam Association. Juyu's name is a 4-star devil. After the disciples spoke. Then the 4-eyed leader spoke up. Initial. I'm still very upset about the missing documents. I didn't expect it to suddenly be delivered to my door, ha. Here we know that. This old 4-eyed guy is the president of the Huam Association. He is that year's ethnic prince. My bok. His current level is a 1-star demon lord. Outside right now, the fat wizard Ganseo Gak was made redundant by Lia. Live without death. With only a little breath left. He exclaimed. How is that possible? All my abyssal magic is broken. Even all magic tools have no effect. Ganseo Gak was now talking to himself. The situation is not good. This guy's power is endless. It is still recommended to use rotational teleportation magic. Return to the hall to convey information to them first. Don't let Ganseo Gak have time to win. Then Leah's dragon claw directly crushed him into a pool of blood. Like this. Lia just keeps moving forward. Every time she comes here, the place will be clean of Gui Mul. The little devils at this time couldn't help but tell each other that they were scared to death. Ganseo Gak day in, yet he was defeated by a child. So won't there be 2 supporting chairs for the ghost pillar position? The horn-headed Gui Mul now said. And after a tough battle with that adult, she must have been seriously injured. This is our opportunity to gain the upper hand. The great apostle stood by at this moment. Immediately shouted, let all the apostles rush forward together. Using human wave tactics to massacre her. Lia had a headache hearing these guys whisper. Immediately frowned and said it was troublesome. Another pile of trash came. The girl directly used her dragon body to cast Hwangjiamyongwang's roar, causing the toads in front of him to explode. My aunt always cooks rice. A very satisfying sight. Little Lia crossed her arms. Walking while Guimul's corpses were slimy. Is falling from the sky. Directly clean up this mess. Then Lia immediately used lightning speed to launch. When standing in front of a large wall with 3 vertical eyes. Then Lia was stopped by him and told that if he wanted to go in, he had to answer the question. The price of answering incorrectly. It's your life. If the demon doesn't have time to ask questions, then Lia has a hot temper like ice cream. Immediately kicked him, crushing him. The demon that steps inside looks into the dark and desolate region. Lia spoke up and said she had found someone. My bok, you've become really uglier. My bok is old and has lost all his teeth. Tortoiseshell people have to live thanks to machines. Laughed ha ha. That's right, I'm so old now. Lia day in long time no see. Lia doesn't talk much. Directly kicked this guy to pieces. His disciples saw that, immediately ran away and jumped backwards. The octopus reassured his accomplices, telling him not to worry about themselves. The name Elizabeth is unbelievable right now. This guy's attack, could he hurt Dane's father? Lia heard that, immediately yawned a few times. Tell me to finish it and finish the job. My bok, after being beaten to pieces, immediately restored his body and said that is indeed I'm Elia Dayin. Strength has been upgraded again. How can people suddenly wake up after such a deep sleep? Could it be that you have found Elizabeth's owner? Lia is stretching and stretching her muscles. Was immediately attacked by octopus tentacles. The octopus's feet, yet he deployed his taboo tentacles, but locked Kim Ryong Lia tightly. Saw that the child was motionless. He laughed happily and said, as long as I can defeat the beast Kim Ryong Wang, Ma Wang Elizabeth's legendary ride, then the position of Monster Lord will belong to me. Currently magic power and limbs. Your feeling was sealed by me in the dark sea of Hu Am. No matter how strong you are, then this moment, you are just a lamb to be slaughtered. Yet, something that shocked this octopus to the core. It's Lia and yet she's undeterred with sarcasm. What are you thinking about escaping? This guy's eyes almost fell out. When I see you so small. But was biting his tentacles. Then directly devoured, just in the blink of an eye. The name of the supergiant octopus has been turned into sashimi by Lia. Eat alive and swallow whole. Like this. The octopus was dead but still crowing loudly. Stupid wants to eat me. Do you know how big my body is? Don't overestimate your abilities too much. Before the words could finish, this guy had to do it. Shouted to the congregation, President, please save me. Lia, after swallowing the last bunch of tentacles, immediately smiled contentedly. I just said I haven't eaten anything since I woke up. Suddenly a girl wearing a bikini. The two pieces with black moles stepped forward, telling me to surrender. I was just being forced to join. Seeing Lia looking at me, she laughed despicably. Perform an enchanting kiss that shoots hearts at the child, causing Leah's body to become stiff and immobile. She thought she was able to swallow the baby easily. The witch immediately smiled triumphantly and said, if it's hard and can't be used, then use soft. Caressing Leah's chin she said, from now on you are my prisoner. Suddenly, Lia considered the girl in front of her invisible, and opened her mouth and burped, causing her to plant her face against the cliff and curse. Rotten octopus. Do you want to reproduce in my womb? I will digest you cleanly. Named Elizabeth. Saw Lia gently slaughtering her accomplices. Then smiled evilly and said, she didn't just kill the vice president, but also injured his father. So interesting. After finishing his sentence, this guy immediately ran forward and spoke up. Unleashed the power of Ma Wang. But Lia did not take this guy in her eyes, but directly slapped him in the face. Stuck his face into the ceiling and said, move the quail aside. The box face name and the remaining hexagon name now simultaneously rushed forward and shouted loudly. 100% power release. 100% muscle release. Decided the LIA council. But the girl gently waved her hand and told him to go eat bananas. Watching the chicken for half a note. Here LIA stepped forward and told my bok, you think you can replace the master by carrying around this trash when you've already faced my bok? Then LIA immediately spoke up. Now you are not even enough qualified to become my opponent. The name my bok heard that and said it was Ma Wang's rank. Congratulations, I'm Lia Dayin. The person who has been promoted to the rank of Ma Wang is admirable, is a human being. There is no such long lifespan for breakthrough. Looking at the name my bok now, he looks like a dead body. Lia told to stop talking nonsense. Do it yourself or still think you can beat me. When my bok heard that, he laughed and said no. No way Marven 1-star my bok. Can we become I'm Lia Dayin's rival? Talking about this, my bok lowered his voice and said, if she had been added, the situation would have been different. Only saw behind him, inside the incubator, There is an extremely familiar silhouette. Appeared before Lia. Just saw this creature. Lia had to widen her eyes in surprise. You bastard. The name my bok came here and said, laughing and drooling. Still missing a bit. Just a little bit more missing, ha ha. 1 month later from that day. At this time, Rak Pyong is continuing his daily work. Morning to the river bank. At night, I go to the cave to dig soil and plant my vegetables. While the younger brother prospers. What are you doing sitting here? Guys, Rak Pyong's face is sad. Sowing seeds, watering plants and harvesting fruits and flowers. What's wrong with watermelons, banana melon, citrus, jackfruit and coconut grow on the same tree? Right, returning with a basket containing fruit. Suddenly Rak Pyong was preceded by his younger brother. Measure for 1 shot. Because of being distracted, I said yes. Come here, come here. Rak Pyong with a dull face chopping firewood. Sing God doesn't care about his house. Rak Pyong's stupid face cooking. Sing God doesn't care about the house. Rak Pyong feeds his wife Ma Wang. Stupid face needs to be done. Elizabeth frowned and wondered, what's wrong with him? Rak Pyong is still awake at more than 4 a.m. With an expressionless face, he stood up and said he had decided. The next morning, Rak Pyong picked up a bowl of noodles for Zabith's daughter-in-law and said, sorry to bother you so early. This is today's breakfast. Please enjoy. Elizabeth, like this guy has a clog in his stomach. If you have something to say, just say it directly. What I hate the most is beating around the bush. Rak Pyong said, actually after spending this year together. Elizabeth, surely you know that I am not a threat. Threaten her. Yong Ya and Ma Wang can both coexist. So I think it's time. Let Elizabeth get you out of here. And rule the world again. The wife's hair fell all over her face. Continuously slurping noodles and asking why. Rak Pyong explained, I originally thought that I can hide in Sin in village, but live peacefully day by day. But did not expect that. Saying the encounter between Yong Ya and Ma Wang is inevitable in the system. It's true that I don't go out. Again causing Elizabeth to come to the door. The result is a barrier. The time of Sin in village was damaged. Outside, 500 years suddenly passed, leading to the current chaotic situation. There was no Elizabethan rule. What caused the Huam Association to appear? What happened to Uncle Perusia and Annie? Just a thumbnail image of chaos in the outside world. Elizabeth heard this and asked you why. Disorder or not disorder, it doesn't affect our lives at all. Rak Pyong's mind is now divided into 2 extremes. On one side is the inherent route pre-arranged by the system, in which Yong Ya will fight to destroy Ma Wang, regain peace for the world. The other side is the current flat route. Yong Ya and Ma Wang fought each other and gave birth to many children. And this leads to a world of chaos. Think here. Rak Pyong immediately gritted his teeth and told me to admit it. During this time I was really confused. Because the barrier has disappeared. Without her, Elizabeth, I can hardly survive here. If I don't know what's going on outside, I'm sure, can continue his peaceful life. But after seeing the situation outside, I can't stand outside anymore. Because I don't want to become a Yong Ya person, causing so many people to suffer. Elizabeth heard this and immediately stopped chopsticks and told himself to wait. Did he just say he couldn't live without me? Rak Pyong is extremely naive at this time. Continued to pat his chest. That's right, so please go out and rule the world again. Even though I'm an incompetent Yong Ya. But I can't continue being so selfish. Now, Rak Pyong's inner world is extremely chaotic. But think to yourself if this place is weird. Things outside are flat at best. I'm going to work in the city, so. Finished eating 8 noodles, Elizabeth immediately said. After all, that you want me to solve the problems outside. That's right, I didn't think it was just a small problem. Rak Pyong said with a cheerful face when he heard that. Oh, so you agree. I'll go help you pack your luggage right now. Elizabeth said no, we have no interest in the outside world. But there are 2 ways to solve your trouble. Elizabeth is extremely angry right now. Silently cursing the bastard's cooking. Looking for an excuse to kick me out. Why is it so easy? Rak Pyong heard that and asked what to do. Raised a finger, Elizabeth said. The first is the most direct. I'll go out and do some practice. To destroy the magical world. Can thoroughly solve the problem from the root. Can you see it? Rak Pyong heard that. So it's definitely not possible. At this point my wife raised 2 fingers to tell me. Then method 2. Find a suitable person to rule the world. I can teach him from the side. Rak Pyong hears this full of question marks. My head said it was the right person, so who should I look for? Elizabeth smiled and said I knew and asked besides me. Of course the person with this qualification is you. Right? This guy immediately said that with his face. Oh, you told me to rule the world. Rak Pyong, holding a sword and wearing an heirloom face. Why did it suddenly become like this? Elizabeth's daughter-in-law is sitting next to her at this time. He immediately told me to be serious. Swordsmanship training had only just begun. This guy heard that. He immediately beeped yes and quickly followed. Don't dare disobey. At this point, Elizabeth has already married this guy. Eyes filled with affection, and said to myself, based on your appearance, you still want to play tricks and refuse to welcome this king. It's still a bit immature. It can't be denied. In terms of overall strength, you are a little better than me. But in terms of strategy and psychological manipulation, basically not my opponent. Sweet wife Ma Wang's face was facing the sky at this time. Enjoy the feeling of relaxation. This morning when you told me to leave, I really felt inexplicably uncomfortable. I almost let you achieve your intention. But then, when you accidentally speak words from your heart, who cannot live without the king? This king has completely seen through you. You know very well that with our strength, want to destroy or dominate this world. It's just a matter of an idea. Doesn't make any sense. So, the most appropriate response is to let things develop. We sit to the side and observe for fun. In your free time. About the Hugh Am Association. Was uprooted by I Me Leah. And was no longer worrying. Holding his red face in one hand. This child continues to be narcissistic. That's why you've been losing focus every day lately. To the point that this king was dragged out early this morning. And talk nonsense about wanting the king to go out. World domination. Basic. It's that you want to find an excuse to attract the king's attention. Apparently after a year of living together, you fell in love with my king. While that red-haired woman was sitting there in love with herself. Rak Pyong is currently very naive. Swinging his sword suspiciously. Can really master swordsmanship. By swinging the sword 1,000 times a day. This method is also too simple. My part. Elizabeth Ma Wang is still thinking to himself. Standing at the peak of strength. But enjoys the joy of being defeated. In this world, there is only the king. Just have the right to control your name Yong Ya. Who is the creative producer of swordsmanship and magic. In spite of, this king is not interested in boring activities. Like love. But if the opponent is you, it's a different story. You have the strongest production and creative ability. And this king is a master of swordsmanship and magic. This child came here and immediately thought about the house and the Rak Pyong guys. I said, strongest child. If the two of us combine, what kind of existence would it be? Nurturing the skin of the strongest son. Break the limits of nothingness. This is your real goal. Right? Ma Wang girl immediately raised her face to the sky. Burst out laughing. Tell the king. Of course it won't be easy to agree with you. First, I'll let you practice the swordsmanship you're weakest at. Consider prenatal education in the future. Rak Pyong is swinging his sword and seeing. His wife kept looking up at the sky and laughing crazily. Immediately sweat dropped, wondering what Elizabeth was thinking. Was she really planning on teaching me sword and magic? To destroy that Hugh Am group? Just thought of this. Suddenly Rak Pyong cried out in panic. Only seeing the holy sword in front of him. But he turned into a blonde guy. Lying on your back on the ground like this. Rak Pyong said with a dumbfounded face at this time. The holy sword turned into a child. The blonde man heard this. Clenching his teeth in anger. What child? This tycoon's name is Alpha. Is the sword spirit of the great holy sword. Elizabeth saw something strange. Immediately stood up and asked what was going on. The blonde guy saw her and immediately said coldly. You are the one in charge. Ma Wang Elizabeth. After saying that, this guy immediately took action. Rushed forward to kill Elizabeth. But he didn't have time to win. Then Elizabeth slapped him in the face. And then gave this guy another kick. Tell your father to call your grandfather to cook dinner. Put your hands in your pockets. The red-haired wife said okay, so they all sit down for me. Then talk slowly. Got hit in the head. Then the blonde guy sat down quietly. Didn't dare say anything. Rak Pyong saw that the situation seemed tense and immediately said. It's so embarrassing. I used it for so long and didn't know you were conscious. The blond boy snorted when he heard that. Said with a calm face. Of course people don't know. Inherently at a critical time. When the brave warrior attacked Ma Wang. Then I will come to the rescue. The boy said this and immediately got excited and grabbed his neck. Rak Pyong said, but the speaker looked. What have you done to me in this 1 year? Is splitting firewood. You actually use a great holy sword like me to chop wood. Do you know in this 1 year? What have I been through? Rak Pyong heard that and immediately pushed this kid's head down and said. Please calm down a bit. The blond boy refused. His face was foaming with anger. Telling. To arbitrarily change the script and make friends with Ma Wang. Turn me into an axe that cooks your rice. Idiot like you. Doesn't deserve to be Yong Ya at all. Elizabeth's daughter-in-law sees someone daring to bully her husband. So tell me, do you really want to kill my king? Alpha boy. Hearing that, I sat quietly and said nothing. Yes, it's all due to the boring setup system. These days, they are all gone in theory. Elizabeth Dayan should be my savior. Elizabeth heard that and waved her hand to leave. If you were out, then help Rak Pyong rule the world. Alpha, what do you think? Ruling the world seems wrong. Immediately blushed. I don't understand what kind. Rak Pyong came here and scratched his head to explain. Or should we say saving the world? Alpha then turned to Rak Pyong and told me to speak. What the hell do you want to play with? Rak Pyong heard that and clenched his fists with determination. Even though I've been idle for a long time. But we still decided. Shoulder Yongja's responsibilities. Legendary cultivator for a while. Then go maintain world peace. Alpha boy came here with his face distorted and said. Practice. Don't you know what your qualifications are? At this point, the Alpha couldn't help but helplessly tell himself to cook big rice. He just used me to practice swinging his sword 100 times. Have gained experience. Equivalent to fighting an opponent. Grant Ma Wang, thereby awakening us. Basically, even when chopping firewood, the firewood will absorb it. Alpha's experience points. In short, what does Rak Pyong touch? Then that also turns into a holy object. Cook rice simply. Furthermore, this guy's qualities are the best in the universe. Work less, eat more. Even boasting doesn't do anything. Just hoeing. Otherwise, I'm more than capable of taking on 1,000 Ma Wangs. Seeing the face of Alpha's brother. Whenever he was tired, Rak Pyong would smile gently and say, I also know I don't have talent. But with 2 powerful coaches. Is Elizabeth and you, I believe I can do it. When Alpha heard that, he felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like his father. What the hell are you talking nonsense? I say you, just about to reveal the truth. The Alpha kid was silenced by Elizabeth's wife. I directly used the magic to seal the mouth of the holy sword. Told Rak Pyong again, you sit down first. I have something to say to this kid. When the blond boy tried to run away, then this girl dragged me into the bush. Followed by an earth-shattering massage session. After the wife came out, the boy's face was bruised. Injury rate 9 out of 10. My parents didn't notice and sat back in their old position. Tell Rak Pyong, I understand. No matter what, I will also cooperate well with you, Rak Pyong big brother. Elizabeth is now acting deeply. Work should not be delayed. With the premise that only swordsmanship is allowed. Let's start venturing out. A bustling neighborhood. There's a pink-haired girl running around handing out leaflets. The Grey Wolf Guild is recruiting and has very good benefits. If you are considering changing jobs, then you can look at the flyer. A KFC fast food restaurant owner. Currently doing marketing by dressing a girl in a chicken suit. Welcome customers. Hot and crispy fried chicken. Just blow and eat. Bring one to watch the guild tournament. Is the best choice there. Into Tano Town. The scope of the Sword Saint Guild's power. At this time, Rak Pyong is with Elizabeth and his brother Alpha. Walking on the street. Immerse yourself in the bustling crowd. Elizabeth in a completely new interface. My magic. Feel that this town is holding a big event. We go where there are many people. Surely more information could be known. Alpha Kid heard that and said, huh? You want me to go with you to a place like this? To waste time? Elizabeth heard that and immediately turned black and threatened. Do you believe I will break you into 2 pieces? Hearing that, the younger brother beeped and hugged Rak Pyong's neck. If you have any advice, Boss Rak Pyong, Please call me out. After saying that, this guy immediately disappeared into the holy sword. Disappeared without bubbles. Rak Pyong suddenly saw a leaflet on the ground and picked it up. Looking at the glove-shaped Potter symbol, he immediately said, "Leaflets like this are everywhere. What event are you holding here?" Couldn't find the answer. He immediately turned to ask his wife. "It's the Elizabeth Star Guild tournament. Do you know this?" Elizabeth said, "Those are just ring matches. But the guilds, just send a representative to fight." The two went to the place where the tournament was held. Immediately heard the announcement. The guild tournament players entered the venue. Betting officially begins. The front crowd is now going crazy. Run to where the tournament takes place. But the Sword Guild will definitely win. Others say. This time the Zheng Ryong clan also sent people to participate. There is also a card club. Has recently become more famous. Rak Pyong found this case quite interesting. He immediately grabbed his wife's hand and pulled him away to tell Elizabeth. "Let's go take a look." The two headed to a large arena. Rak Pyong couldn't help but cry out. This place is such a big arena. Suddenly a voice spoke telling the other two to stop. "Present confirmation of magic. I did not detect any traces on your body. I saw the buffalo-headed guy in front of me and stopped me." Rak Pyong immediately whispered and told Elizabeth to let me take care of it this time. Rak Pyong came forward with a bundle of money. Told the guy with a buffalo head and a horse face, "I know the flyer says the ticket price is 10 gold coins. Can we buy tickets now? Hold the ticket in the hand of the green buffalo and immediately pay for it." Okay, but the remaining tickets are ours alone. So I will sell you each ticket for 200 gold coins. Rak Pyong heard that and said with a dark face, "Is that wrong? There are also speculators in the other world." Elizabeth now secretly cast magic. Makes the guy with the buffalo head, horse face, and eyes shine brightly, bowing and clasping two pieces. He held out his ticket and told Rak Pyong, "This is the ticket to the VIP room. Please accept me. It's truly an honor to serve you too." Rak Pyong saw that this guy suddenly changed his attitude. Didn't pay any attention either, but led his wife into the arena. As soon as he entered, Rak Pyong's eyes were wide open. The word, mouth exclaimed. "Wow, the VIP room is truly so luxurious." Above the stands. Right now there are two people sitting in the dark. Observe the situation. On the VIP seats. At this time, they were the elite classes of this kingdom. Sitting includes Yosel Munho, Dwarf Jajaksa, or two sword-wielding women Luna and Saris, belonging to this sword church. For example, saw two people, Rak Pyong and Elizabeth, are fumbling to find seats. Then Saris immediately told Luna, "Look to see if these two people are on the invitation list." Elizabeth sitting on the VIP seats, but told Rak Pyong to take out his snacks. Rak Pyong heard that and immediately said, "This was the first time I watched a big match. So there's a bit of tension." The purple-haired guy sitting in the back right now told the blonde girl sitting next to her to pay attention to the two of them. Rak Pyong girl. The blonde hair heard that and said it was probably someone from that association. Anyway, their president also helped us a lot. At this moment, the MC's voice rang out on the field. "Go straight down to the ring." The MC stood on the big chicken and raised his finger to the sky. "Let's advance to the final together. Of the guild tournament. I am the host of this match. Godlin with her naughty mouth." The name Godlin curled his tongue and said, "Without further ado I will introduce it to you right away." The final four contestants made it to the final round. After many challenges, respectively, the genius swordsman from the Yasuo Sword Guild, the fierce general from the Giant Bear Guild Gosler, the handsome man from the Zheng Ryong Talavi Guild, finally the special guest of the Sword Saint Guild, the representative of the Ui2 Card Guild stands between the four gladiators. The name Godlin called out to excite the viewers. Who will win the guild tournament? This time, shoot people into the air and fall with the chicken. The name Godlin officially declared. The tournament officially starts. Now, Zheng Ryong of the Talavi clan is looking at the muscle guy Gosler. But told myself with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. Muscular idiot from this giant bear gang. At first glance, it looks like cannon fodder. Gosler's name is not at all bored with your father at this time. Who's the guy that's screaming? Crush you guys, ha ha. Glanced at the masked man next to him. The name Talavi continues to evaluate this card association. was newly established and dissolved not long ago. Because it helps the Holy Sword Association destroy the invading Yuk-Ju demon clan. Therefore, the exception is the eligibility to participate. After all, it's just a second-rate guild, close to the Sword Saint Association. Even if he is strong, he is only their president. Thinking of this guy immediately closed the book. There's nothing scary about this masked guy. So in this match, the only one who could truly pose a threat to me, only he, thought of this, and Talavi looked towards Yasuo, the blue sword of the Holy Sword Guild. The referee just shouted, "The match begins." Then the immense muscular brain powerfully rushed towards his mouth. Roar loudly and crush you, aimed straight at the position of young man Yasuo. This guy directly uses the ferocious skill. The impact is coming straight to. Just waiting for that. Talavi immediately pulled out his bow and arrow and shot. 3 consecutive shots divided equally among the 3 opponents on the ring. But full of satire. What a primitive, barbaric name. Rude and stupid. 3 arrows streaked above, not aimed at the correct position. 1 distance away from the 3 opponents. He planted it, while the other 2 opponents dodged the arrow. Then the Gosler guy directly caught it and sneered. Effeminate speech is annoying. The first person no ya wants to kill is you. The arrow was quickly broken by this guy. When he was about to aim in the direction Talavi was shooting at. It's crowded with a bush of vines. Has grown madly underfoot, forming a wooden cage to trap him. Not only that, 2 remaining opponents also had a strange aura of Zheng Ryong. The Talavi clan locked him up. Saw an arrow shoot down 3 swallows. This guy couldn't help but feel satisfied. Tell wild animals not to be nurtured. Should be kept in a cage. Gosler's name couldn't help but smirk. Just rely on these broken tree roots of yours. But do you also want to lock up no ya? Said this muscle-brained guy immediately performed. The magic bull skill creates one. The buffalo's head rammed straight into the cage. But said to crush the whole thing. Gosler's seemingly smart action, but made him suffer when he was eaten. Only to see that the vines were not only not destroyed, and even directly squeezed it, making this guy scream, screaming and talking. What's going on? Talavi came here and said with a laugh. Hey muscle idiot, that is the chi base of the bubble gum tree. Once impacted, they will shrink and secrete an extremely sticky sap. In the cage next door. At this time, Yasuo also began to draw his sword. Crush the prison cage. Stepping out. For his part, the masked man remained motionless, standing in the cage and refusing to come out. Talavi saw this scene. I couldn't help but change color at this guy's cutting speed. So fast that even the airbase couldn't react. Why? Yasuo leisurely escaped from the cage. Extremely sorry. Cut your plants to death. Talavi laughed when he heard that and said it was okay. It's okay to pay with your life. That's how hard the mouth is. But actually, this pink-haired Zheng Ryong is thinking. As expected, we must defeat an opponent like you. Can make this young master feel excited. Saying and doing, this guy directly pulled out his bow and arrow for the second time. Rough shoots arrows, quickly drawing countless blue light streaks in the shape of a butterfly. Rushed to Yasuo's position. Hovu violently sent the pants off. Is the next great technique, which Talavi cast to destroy Yasuo. Saw multiple arrows coming. Yasuo's son did not flinch and stood motionless. Said not to be afraid. No doubt, no surprise, no confusion. Saying this, Yasuo brought out his sword, displaying his selfless sword light. Yasuo's sword light directly passed through the dark butterfly arrow, but cut off one of Talavi's arms. I thought I had killed the chicken with one blow. Then Yasuo immediately pointed his sword at the Talavi's neck. Said you already lost. Talavi had his hand cut off and now said with a black face to Yasuo. You indeed, as expected of a genius of the Sword Saint Association. But don't forget, I am also a genius of the Zheng Ryong group. These words just ended. Then the green moths flew past Yasuo's face. Talavi's fierce cry of moths rang out right after that. A shocking explosion occurred. Yasuo was caught off guard right now. The sword flew away from his body. His hands were clasped in a cross shape. Stepped back with a scorched body. As for me, Talavi now had a green object in his mouth, but launched onto the floor. Strange seeds quickly grew, form a flower, the big thing called the lily flower. The flower was quickly tied to the broken arm. of the name Talavi. Only here did he speak. Cannot be denied. Your Sword Saint Guild is truly very strong. But the attack method is too simple. This is your weakness. The flower quickly turned into a hand. Talavi uprooted the whole thing. Completed the process of growing his hand and smiled sarcastically saying, "Have the blessing of the tree god. Our Jeng Ryong is the strongest." This sentence hasn't finished yet. Then this guy was dumped by the muscle brain Gosler. Tai Sun hit the top of the head and crushed it into a puddle of blood pudding. Went to eat bananas and watch the chicken. Right away, laughing crazily, the muscle brain Gosler said, "No, ya already said it. The first person to kill is you. Those who like to color are so annoying. Look at the Yasuo line. This guy's face is extremely sick." Said, "There's still you." Yasuo heard that and immediately said, "This weapon is on me. You really don't know how to control yourself." The crowd in the stands found the drama good. Immediately shouted at the same time, "Use a little more force. Butcher him to death. Whip him to death." Host Godlin was also screaming loudly into the mic at this time. Gosler's revenge incited the entire audience. The first person to pick up the boxed lunch was Talavi. Handsome man from Jeng Ryong clan. Only thing, why did he escape from control? But that doesn't matter anymore. What we need to pay attention to now is, Yasuo is injured. Will he be able to withstand Gosler's heavy blow? Return to the ring. At this time, Yasuo raised his hand to try to control the object. Take the sword back. Holding the sword in his hand, he thought it was sweat. He got out by secreting a large amount of sweat for lubrication. Fortunately, I was able to use sword energy in time to prevent explosion damage, so the impact is not big on my part. At this moment, the name Gosler radiated terrible aura. Told me to use all my strength to crush all of you. After saying this guy rushed forward again. Execute Thai mountain pressure peak to release 70% of muscles. Dodge the muscle brain Yasuo's buffalo attack. Immediately slash out a series of light swords from the air. There is Yasuo's seemingly powerful 5-strike canvas shield. Sword light, but couldn't do anything to scratch Gosler. Said with a sarcastic smile. Not enough to scratch the itch. This guy directly stuck out his tongue and drooled. Ready to attack the horse a second time. Yasuo looked at his sword blade, but exclaimed. The blade was bent and Gosler rushed forward and threw a heavy punch. Big mouth releases muscles 80%. After that punch, it continues to be a huge punch. Liberate 90% of his muscles. This one punch directly, Yasuo made him roll many times above. Don't let the force escape. The sword, because being punched, has now turned into scrap metal. See that? Yasuo immediately threw away his sword and went barehanded, not giving Yasuo time to breathe. The name Gosler rushed forward and threw continuous attacks. Just like that, one guy kept attacking like a buffalo ramming a grave. The other guy could only use his body to dodge, creating a satisfying chase. Sitting in the stands, at this moment, Rak Pyong couldn't help but exclaim, "So drastic. Elizabeth, who do you think will be the ultimate winner?" The wife's daughter heard that and didn't answer. But the two beauties sitting behind caught me. The purple-haired girl said at this time, "Yasuo's sword is a B-class weapon, forged in the Dwarven Kingdom. Yet it was broken by a single punch." The blonde girl sitting next to her told her, "Should we stop it? After all, the face meets the sword scent. I can't lose it again." The purple-haired girl heard that and immediately pondered. Member of the Giant Bear Guild. Since when did he become so strong? Could it be that the Huam group is secretly behind? What a good joke. Thinking of this, she immediately told her children that's it. Temporarily not necessary. In the conference room at this time, a young man named Grey Sword belongs to the Sword Saint Association. Looking ahead said, is the disciple turned Elder Baggy. The swordsman Elder Baggy. The apostolate level belongs to the Sacred Treasure Sword Association. With this level of apostolate, 2 people, they can cope. Isn't that right? Perusia, Card Club President, former member of the Sword Saint Guild. Perusia heard that and said perhaps so. The swordsman standing behind was now looking at Perusia. Just said to myself, Senior Perusia is indeed an extremely famous person. Hate the Huam Association. Only heard news of apostolate. Made him so angry that he could not control it. Even the whole body trembled. I don't know what he went through. Especially wanted to establish his own guild. To cause trouble for the Huam Association. Not long ago, even single-handedly killing hundreds of apostles. Perugia's eyes suddenly turned aha. Looked towards the two Rak Pyong people. Elizabeth exclaimed. How could those two people come here? In the heart of this old swordsman. Couldn't help but break out in sweat. Imagine Rak Pyong telling Elizabeth. If they don't meet our expectations. Honey, how do you think we should handle them? Elizabeth sat next to him and said then kill him. Kill them all. Old man Perugia is here. The sweat was pouring out like a shower and he beeped to himself. Definitely so. That's definitely the case. Mr. Rak Pyong is here to check it out. I used his card treasure and barley tea. Right path or not, to be worthy of Mr. Rak Pyong's gift. Fortunately, after mastering the basic skills, I have been positive. Hunt down the evil apostles. And maintain peace in the Yongya continent. Think here. This skeptical old man who liked to imagine immediately asked himself. But this is not a significant achievement. Can actually be two people. They see stars. Return to the ring. At this time, Gosler was charging like a buffalo, but full of excitement chasing Yasuo in the middle of the field. Continuously attacking this guy while screaming at him. Obediently get beaten to death by number Ya. Yasuo came here secretly calculating. Can only use that trick. But can we control it now? Thinking of this, he repeatedly denied it. Can't doubt yourself. Remember the teachings of Sword St. Day in. Want to enter the realm of selflessness? Then you have to give up those scattered thoughts. Muscle brain Gosler lowered his center of gravity at this time. Strengthen your muscles and thrust your hands into the ring. Lift up a long strip of floor to form a wall. Performing his high-level magic skill. Great Earth Sandplaster to lock Yasuo away. Quickly encircling pieces of the floor. Then capture and trap Yasuo inside. Once the target is locked. The ultimate move. Gosler's seal. Immediately turned into a ball lying on the ground. The brain, muscles and eyes were so bright. Step forward and knock on the security ball. You guys really think that our giant bear gang only specializes in physical enhancement? But in reality, research our earth magic a bit. Is not inferior to those high-level magic guilds. I don't know at all. These words just ended. A streak of light and Yasuo's voice echoed out. Moat beheaded. Name Gosler although the response is also very fast. But still had his hand cut off by the light sword. Holding his hand tightly in pain. The big guy shouted at Nodge's hand. Gosler's celestial servant. Quickly cut to pieces. Yasuo stepped out. Used the pioneering style of Dao Bao Bao without fear. No doubt. Not surprised. Not confused. Magical sword energy. I only saw Yasuo's eyes shining brightly. Reaching the realm of selfless wisdom. Gosler's name at this moment his eyes lit up. Extremely ferocious. Cursed no Ya to kill you. Before he could finish his words, one of his legs was severed. The big guy was holding his leg. Full of pain screaming oh my leg. Yasuo the glowing person stepped forward and said. Give you the last chance. Gosler Goods heard that and immediately crawled up and said. No Ya will not forgive you. Dear villager. At this point, Gosler silently remembered his teacher's words. Before going on the stage. This match, just using power-up equipment is enough. And banned drugs unless necessary. If not, don't use it yet. At that time, this brawny guy agreed with his master. But what he did not expect was. People of the Sword Church. He also has such powerful hidden hand skills. This guy was sweating profusely and wondered hesitantly. Is it necessary to use the power of illegal drugs? If you can't stand it, we'll have to bear the brunt of the drug abuse. Not allowing Gosler to continue talking anymore. Yasuo pointed the sword at his neck and said. While your consciousness was still awake, please proactively give up the power of the Huam Association. I can still spare your life. Gosler sounds like that. Still stubbornly trying to bite the prepared medicine between his teeth. But I told myself, I must completely demonize and kill all of you. This sentence is not finished yet. Then his head was picked off by Yasuo's swordlight. Flying a few circles above. No then rolled to the ground. Like this. Gosler's head went directly through the crack. Shot close to where the masked man was locked. Saw the head on the ground. Someone from the newly established card guild. Couldn't help but think to myself. Can I really? Or should I just give up and be scared? At the card guild. At this time, Eli Fool is sitting and practicing with cards after absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for a while. and took a sip of the barley tea that Rak Pyong gave her. Then she made a breakthrough from 5-star Ma Ryong to 1-star Ma Ryong. Let out a sigh of relief. She exclaimed and told me to meditate and explore. It will consume a lot of mental energy. Fortunately, there is this magical barley tea. Helps quickly soothe the mind, so as not to get lost in the vast universe of poker. The combination of both has outstanding effects. Allow someone with normal qualifications like me. In a short period of time. Great breakthrough Ma Ryong. At this moment her father, old Perusia, carried a burlap sack back home. Seeing that, Fung happily stood up and said, Dad was finally back. The church looks for that side like that. Is your father not injured? Perusia said, the threat of invasion by the Huam Guild has been resolved. But still leave it to the internal members of the church to search. More serious. We imagine a lot. And this time I couldn't meet the sword saint. Li Fool asked what should we do now? Without the recognition of the sword church. Then we cannot develop and recruit members in this field. To promote Rakpyong's cards. Mr. Perusia heard this and reassured his daughter. Even though I couldn't meet the sword saint. But I helped them repel the Huam group. So there is still an unexpected harvest. End of sentence. He immediately threw the sack in his hand to the ground. Drops very mysterious Huam bracelets. Seeing that, Li Fool couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Huam insults Dazada a lot. But you are already a great Ma Ryong. So you can purify them all. In just one day. Having said this, Eli Fool immediately asked his father. But is this an unexpected harvest? That dad mentioned no. Li Fool reality. Very confused and wondering. Huam assembly after all. How large scale was the mobilization? To attack the Sword Saint Guild. Come here then. Perusia immediately produced a travel document and said. No harvest. Surprisingly, the Sword Saint Association has granted us the status to directly enter the final round of the guild match. Holding a piece of paper in hand, Li Fool couldn't help but roll his eyes and say it's a guild match. Perusia said I just need to participate and win. In this match, our card association will also be recognized. The Zheng Ryong girl heard that and said. But can I? Previous players are all geniuses of guilds. The strength is at least equal to that of a demon sect. While I just recently promoted to Ma Ryong, I'm afraid that at that time, not only will I not be able to propagate, but also loses the face of the card line. Just say that. But Li Fool knows this clearly in his heart. It's obvious that the Sword Saint Association over there is making things difficult for us. Old Perusia saw his daughter so worried. Immediately patted his shoulder to reassure him. It's okay. Just be confident. Determination is the most important thing. Now we are different. When that time comes, I will let you bring Mr. Rakpyong's noble phantasm card. That little difference in magic level would be nothing. Return to the reality of the battlefield. The masked man is locked in this vine cage. In fact, she is Zheng Ryong of the Li Fool race. Eli Fool is now silently calculating. Even though my father gave it to me. Bring Mr. Rakpyong's noble phantasm card. But with his power, we can only use summons below 6 once. The remaining draws can only be replaced by cards. The power copy is too weak. There is something to spread Mr. Rakpyong's card line. We cannot step back. Determination is the most important thing. Thinking about this, Li Fool's eyes lit up. She started to perform the assignment. Destroy the vines in the cage. Step over the head of Muscle Brain Gosler. Li Fool step in front of Yasuo. With dancing cards around, the shop Yasuo saw Eli Fool step forward. Immediately spoke up and told him to hide his strength. Until finally he took action. What a good strategy. But right now you are not my opponent. Admit defeat. Our guild owes you a favor. I don't want to hurt you. This is the final reminder. As soon as this sentence ended, Li Fool's assignment arrived. As I said, the old dwarf sitting in the stands drinking beer right now. I can't help but close my eyes and open my eyes. Looked down and asked curiously. What kind of weapon is this? Li Fool underneath the two hands are like roasting peanuts. Execution of cards. Flying knife poker. Creating long streaks in the air. Simultaneously attacked Yasuo. Blocking the incoming cards. Yasuo said. Are all feints to distract us. The real purpose was to unleash other moves. Said that he immediately rushed over and said sorry. I won't give you that chance. I feel like I've been seen. Li Fu immediately stood on the card, but glide in the air to dodge attacks. When it has reached the ideal height, she immediately performed the assignment. Attack to the level below. The goods Yasuo saw that. Immediately jumped up. Don't cut out the sword light to attack her. Li Fu now quickly perform the ceiling card. Creating Suri Ken rings. Use lightning speed to attack Yasuo. The cards rely on sword energy. Of Yasuo created a seal, causing a terrible explosion, causing an uproar in the audience. MC Godlin couldn't help himself at this point. Excitedly commented, a player's fighting method. The card club is very new. Yasuo's body was surrounded by cards. How to solve this? Suri Ken cards circle now. Locked Yasuo's neck and limbs. At this point, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The sword energy is gradually weakening. This is absorbing magic power to consume the sword. My aura. Yasuo's face darkened a bit and he said it was meaningless. If you want to force us to fight seriously, then you must prepare yourself to be killed. While saying that sentence, then Yasuo silently increased the sword energy around his body. Li Fu heard that. Of course we know, the keycard can't stop you for long. But it was enough to buy time for the card sorting to be completed. See the spades continuously dividing. Li Fu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. It's great to be able to identify the most powerful spades. After saying that, she immediately raised her hands up to control the cards and told her to leave. Under Li Fu's encouragement, the cards quickly gathered, form the Dragon of Spades card. The crowd in the stands saw this scene. Can't help but notice the letter A. The word, A, mouth exclaimed. Whoa, what is that? Group of people opposite at this time. Also constantly agitated, shouted, seal attack. You can now also summon. A senior member name, wearing a hat and holding a pipe. Sitting in the stands also spoke up at this time. Worthy of being recorded and studied. For its own part, the old dwarf had now opened his eyes and his face was red. Protects different fighting methods, expressed through different combinations. These cards. After all, it was created by whose hands it was. Rak Pyong sits in the stands right now. Looking cheerful, told his wife. It's Elizabeth. Look, they are playing cards. It turns out that outsiders also know how to play cards. And can use them to fight too. Return to the battle. At this time, Li Fu's poker dragon directly bared its fangs. Claws to attack. Yasuo's name is locked. Finds the situation unfavorable. Then this guy immediately used both hands to use sword energy. Shouted loudly. The egoless realm of sword energy was released to the maximum. Consecutive streaks of sword light were slashed out, forming a blue bird rushing towards the poker dragon. One blue, one white. One left, one right. The spirit beasts quickly collided with each other. Yasuo's blue bird and defeated them. Long poker by Li Fu. Only a few small pieces left. At this point she couldn't help but think to herself that it was too strong. With a great 3-star Ma Ryong like me, just using simulated poker is still difficult to make up for. Level difference. If you want to win, you must use treasure cards. But what if I can't control it? Then killed him. So what should I do? Yasuo has a winning nature. Who knew Li Fu was holding back? But rushed to attack. They say they can force us to fight with all our might. You are indeed very strong. Yasuo's direct slash, causing Li Fu to collapse on the ground. Standing in front of her, this guy said it was over. Li Fu heard that and didn't object, saying I must have lost. Right now she was just thinking to herself. So it is not necessary. It's enough to fight to this point. Suddenly a shadow looked strange, appearing next to Yasuo's head. The slimy creature stabbed directly into the head, parasitic on this person, causing him to startle and exclaim. In the presence of Li Fu. The first name is Gosler. Registered a manipulative student named Yasuo in front of. With an extremely perverted face. The muscle brain guy now said Gosler here. His mouth now opened up in an extremely strange way. Said it's finally hatched. Immediately the person named Yasuo emitted amazing demonic energy. With a black skull on the side. He officially became a great apostle of the Huam Association. The great apostle possessed. Yasuo's voice was now full of satisfaction. Tell me this body is fine. Brandishing a sword. How does he say this sword energy is used? The sword energy slashes out directly. Shoots out and blows out. causing the audience and Godlin MC to panic. Fortunately, there was a barrier protecting the arena to block it. However, the crowd in the stands now also had their faces planted, but ran away. Those who couldn't run in time screamed in terror. Gosler's head suddenly jumped up, then controlled Yasuo's body. The situation at the scene seems to be out of control. Run. The protective shield is about to break. Then run quickly. He's an apostle of the Hugh Am Guild. Member of the Sword Saint Guild. Turned into an apostle. The purple-haired girl in the audience saw this scene. Immediately stood up and said excitedly, Yasuo turned into an apostle. The blonde girl next to me said, Sister, what should I do now? As for me, the guy holding the pipe is now full of pride. What a surprise performance. Rak Pyong saw this scene and couldn't help but tremble. This is not the same as previously expected. Elizabeth, can we help? Elizabeth heard that and said no. If you want to rule the world, must learn to adapt to changing situations. Surprise like this. Otherwise this world is so big. How can you manage it all? Now just calmly observe. Rak Pyong wouldn't dare disobey his wife. Hearing that, I nodded and said yes. I got it. As for me, old man Perusia now had a pensive look on his face. Hold your chin and think for yourself. Oh, I understand. It turned out that the two of them knew about the apostle's intrusion. That's why we'll see next. Can Li Fool and I handle this matter satisfactorily? Perusia trembled a bit and said to herself. So Li Fool, you must perform well. Must do for Rak Pyong. Mr. and Ma Wang Dayin are satisfied. The old man sitting next to him saw Perusia shaking. Immediately chuckled inside. Ha ha, what a rush. If you save your daughter, we'll prove it. You don't have enough strength to fight against the warriors of that Hugh Am Guild. Now the Sword Saint Guild is in need of talented people. Perusia, I want you back. Become the new elder of our guild. The apostle possessed Yasuo after killing him. Immediately smiled and said, top two top two top. Damn it, I love this body so much. Li Fool saw the apostle in front of him right now. Couldn't help but reveal it. Is this the Hugh Am Guild? The apostle thought she was really scared. Immediately said sarcastically, what's wrong, brat? If you're scared, quickly kneel down and die for number ya. But it's contrary to this guy's imagination. Li Fool is working again. Took out the deck of sect cards given by Rak Pyong. But close to the voice said, if the opponent is the Hugh Am Guild, then I don't have to hesitate anymore. Suddenly seeing the aura of my opponent first. Face becomes dizzy. Then the apostle couldn't help but exclaim with white eyes. The rice she cooked was filled with such powerful magic power. I have to kill him right away. Retract this guy's words. Then frantically slashed the black light sword. But the apostle's terrorist attack was easily defeated by the 5 giant-shaped holy soldiers guarding the bandits. Summoned by Li Fool to block it. Only saw one shield guard. Full super huge. Take Li Fool as the colonel. Is appearing. In front of the wide-eyed and speechless eyes of the crowd in the stands. And even the apostle in front of him. Rak Pyong was so surprised at this moment that he couldn't stop talking. Why does it feel familiar? The old dwarf was also full of curiosity, wondering what this was. Compared to previous cards, these cards are even more amazing. The guy wearing the 3-eyed hat also fell into deep thought at this time. If I remember correctly, then the illusory spirit has just been summoned. Those are the 13 divine warriors. Recorded in that document. Is it really true? The old head of the sword church said Perusia. This is the trick you used to defeat Yuk Juma before. Perusia said the move I used before was 9. And Li Fool's move is 5. I hope I can overcome it. Under the ring. At this moment Eli Fool has his hands crossed. Attack the apostle Hugh Am to the fullest. Get out of that body quickly. Card attack. The apostle couldn't help but whisper. Stars the power of normal cards. Also become stronger like that. Said. This guy immediately controlled Yasuo's body to launch himself. Not close to the voice. You are very good. Waiting for us to get used to this body. I'll come and settle accounts with you later when I'm here. But this guy hasn't had time to leave yet. Was punched by Li Fool's guardian angel. He didn't understand what was going on. So why did he ask? A group of guards arranged in a circle. Continuously punching the apostle who called his father to call his mother. Was punched continuously without stopping. Causing the apostle Hugh Am Hoi to exclaim. I was just born. I can't always eat bananas and watch chickens like this. Here this guy immediately dug his tentacles deep into Yasuo's brain. Tell me to use your strongest move. The ultimate technique immediately. Yasuo's artillery and sword chaos was tested, creating countless black light swords shooting around. But when this guy smirked, believed that Li Ful had been eliminated, then he suddenly stood still in horror when he discovered he was locked in a prison cage, cube in the hands of Li Ful's guardian. Like this, the beautiful soldier exclaimed. The holy battlefield rises. Right away, the surrounding guardians began to move in a circle with increasing speed. All create terrible centrifugal force, causing the apostle Huam to gradually be separated from his true self. The name Yasuo screamed miserably, telling, "Don't play like that, don't. And those were also the last words of the apostle Huam. Only to see him quickly separated, turned into a Huam bracelet, officially went to pick up a boxed lunch. The rescued Yasuo also fell to the ground at this moment, looked at the broken piece in his hand. Li Ful couldn't help but exclaim, "I accidentally hit it too hard. Because the back of my neck is too big." So at this time, Yasuo was beaten by Li Ful for facial deformities, broken body, to the point where his parents didn't even recognize him. Like this, old man Perusia sitting in the stands, witnessed all the children's scenes. My daughter fertilizes her opponent with onions. Get the final victory. Immediately laughed and couldn't keep his mouth shut. Are you too satisfied? Rak Pyong after witnessing the top card game below. At this moment, I couldn't contain my excitement, but exclaimed, "Oh." Turns out Li Ful said, "Why did it look so familiar? Elizabeth, do you still remember? Is the father-son pair. Stayed at our house a few months ago." Elizabeth didn't bother to reply to Rak Pyong, but turned directly to the side, looked at old man Perusia and said, "Who said they didn't hide their identities carefully? Elizabeth discovered them." Old man Perusia couldn't help but feel angry. Exclaimed in fear, "Two great prices are coming. But I don't dare to ruin it. Excited to watch the two of you compete. That's why I didn't come to bother you. I apologize." Saw old Perusia bowing in the stands. Rakpyong's face was cheerful. Stand up suddenly. Waved goodbye. Uncle Perusia is indeed here too. Li Ful is still playing down there on the field. Just good. I also have many questions to ask you. Old man Perusia, who still bowed and did not dare to raise his head. Just heard this from Rak Pyong. I couldn't help but feel my hips bumping into each other. Ask yourself a lot of questions. Could it be Mr. Rak Pyong? There is any place. Are you not satisfied with your fighting techniques? The old president of the Sword Saint Association sat next to him. See unusual manifestations of Perusia. I can't help but wonder right now. Who is that? But could make Perusia so respectful. In the conference room right now, the old president of the Sword Saint Guild was speaking. Please take your seats, everyone. Rak Pyong couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. I was invited to attend the meeting again. In such a surprising way. Elizabeth said, to prepare for world domination. Learning more about current intelligence. Also not a bad idea. Rak Pyong listened to his wife's analysis and nodded. That's right, next time we'll just say it's training. Let's remove the word world domination. The old man, the leader of the Sword Saint Guild, told Perusia, is to congratulate your Perusia Guild on their victory. Perusia was congratulated and could not help but feel both happy and worried. Looking for an elder. Let's talk about unimportant things later. Allow me to introduce two distinguished guests first. First, this is a benefactor. Saved his father and son from the land of Huam. Mr. Rak Pyong, pointing towards Elizabeth sitting next to Rak Pyong. Perusia said the one next to him was. However, his words immediately stopped on his lips. When meeting Zabith's cold eyes. Both father and son were now hugging their necks and exclaiming. Can't say. Elder Sword heard that and asked. What can't be said? Old Perusia heard that and broke out in sweat because. Rak Pyong came here and smiled and said to himself. Uncle Perusia, probably afraid of revealing Elizabeth's identity as Ma Wang. Will scare everyone. That's why I want to say stop. That's right, we're going out. Will cause even more trouble for others. Thinking so, this guy leaned close to his wife's ear and said. That Elizabeth. From now on, I can temporarily call you so back first. It would be better if you don't hide your identity. His wife heard that and immediately agreed and turned away. Depends on that person. Rak Pyong received the approval of the roof and immediately raised his hand and said, "Actually, we come from a small country in the south. I am the minister. People there can call me Rak Pyong. And the person next to me. She is Princess Serbak." The Sword Saint Guild guard standing behind heard that and immediately said, "Princess Serbak of the southern country. My hometown is in the south. But it seems like I've never heard of it." Old Perusia immediately relieved and coordinated the performance with Rak Pyong. "But yes, Mr. Rak Pyong is right. Moreover, my card playing skills. It was also taught to me by Mr. Rak Pyong." Hearing that, Rak Pyong immediately scratched his head and said shyly, "Ha ha, saying it's imparted is a bit of an exaggeration. I play poker, has no talent to give Uncle Perusia. On the contrary, he played even better. On the contrary, I still want to ask Uncle Perusia. Give some advice on swordsmanship." The blonde girl sitting next to him told Yasuo, "Did you hear or understand anything? He wants to learn swordsmanship. After giving such a powerful card. For that Perusia Senior, what the hell is he thinking?" Yasuo said, "Be careful to find an elder here. It's not our turn to talk." Li Fu also spoke to Mr. Rak Pyong at this time. "Have you seen my match on the field? Are you satisfied with my card playing skills?" Rak Pyong, I heard this guy say that. I immediately stood there watching my aunt's cooking. But naively, he told me to play cards. Mr. Perusia was sweating profusely at this moment. "Mr. Rak Pyong, just say it straight. Is there anything I haven't done well enough?" Rak Pyong said. His face turned black when he came here. "I have nothing to comment on. I just didn't expect it. You guys are playing my poker like this again." Perusia saw Rak Pyong's expression, then said in panic, "Of course, how can we compare with you? Mr. Rak Pyong, I still consider myself right. When arbitrarily printing an association establishment card. Without your permission. Li Fool girl is also very shy right now. Extremely sorry, but that's already my limit." Rak Pyong, after thinking for a while, said with a cheerful face, "There's nothing to apologize for. You guys play like this. Then more people will participate. That's very good." When father and son heard this guy say that, they turned to stone. "My aunt always cooks rice." His face turned pale and he said in unison, "What Mr. Rak Pyong means is actually true. Most people are just like us. So Fung, our card fighting method is the opposite. Suitable for more people to learn. Why does old Perusia think this is true? That way would be more suitable for promoting the Rak Pyong tagline," this father and son said. "But don't know what to say. After all, this is a magical world, huh? I really admire people who know magic." The guy in the hat sat across from the two people. Rak Pyong right now, refocusing attention on Elizabeth, is emitting a powerful magical energy. It's getting more and more interesting. The glasses in front of this guy are the Ghost Comrade's glasses. It allows him to see the magic flow of each person. Looking at Elizabeth, this guy can't help but think to himself. An arbitrary person, emitting immense and brutal magical power. The other is completely suppressed. Not revealing any magic. Saw Elizabeth's eyes looking towards him. Then he couldn't help but startle and sweat and look down. "I wonder if I've been discovered. There is no way we can use observation lenses. There will be no magic reflection. What's going on?" This strong feeling of oppression. Elizabeth told Rak Pyong at this time. "This king wants to kill someone." Hearing that, Rak Pyong couldn't help but wonder what to say. She said she wanted to kill someone. This guy couldn't help but sweat and took out the cake box. Told to wait a moment. "Look what's going on here. Just wait until the meeting is over before talking. Can't make things difficult for Uncle Perusia." Just saw the box of cakes Rak Pyong gave to Tsar Beth. Immediately his eyes sparkled and he exclaimed, "Pudding," that he grabbed and devoured. The Sword Elder at this time. They shouted loudly to attract everyone's attention. "Enough chatting, let's get back to the main topic. This time I'm taking advantage of the clan competition to invite a few people to come. I want to discuss the alliance. Because of the siege and suppression of the Huam Association. This is an urgent thing that we need to do now." The guard behind this moment put a bag on the table and told everyone to look. Only saw Huam circles in the bag. The guard said, "These are shameless Huams. Which we have actually obtained. by using purifying swords on the players. From the preliminary round to the final, along with the one on Gosler, of today's Giant Bear Guild. There are 30 in total. Rak Pyong saw this and couldn't help but be curious. Tell Huam to be rude. What is this? Old Perusia said. Just accept the power of the Huam Association. Such fleshy gears will develop in the body. I also found the same meat gears in the bodies of the apostles I hunted. The old dwarf sitting next to him also spoke at this time. 30 of the Huam group's infiltration. Really everywhere, the blonde girl said now. But not before. Gosler has passed the test of the Sword of Purification. Why then? He just received the power of the Huam Guild. The purple-haired girl heard that and immediately explained. There is no longer another possibility. It was the Huam Association that carried out the new research to avoid the purification magic. The guy in the hat now said that only the lowest level fusion. Only then can it be discovered using purification magic. The remaining two cases can basically be hidden very well. One is the lowest level fusion. The host cannot withstand the backlash. Become a Huam apostle puppet. The second case is if you can endure, but cannot be controlled. Then you will become like the player on the field. Today, finally became the vessel that gave birth to Deja. There is a third case. Is to be able to completely control that power. For your own use. Then you will have the power of Ma Wang. Your strength will be enhanced. Leap. And you will become a ghost head officer in the Huam Association. Pause for a moment with the helmeted guy. However, no matter what changes, the most common thing is the person who receives the power must obey people's orders. Empowered me, and became a loyal slave of the Huam group. Yasuo, whose face was covered in bandages because of his disfigurement. Is it just now? I almost became a great apostle. Helmet guy. Who knew you were just being controlled? Not to the point of complete fusion. Otherwise with your qualifications. Say maybe it will turn into a ghost pillar. So, the sword elder heard that. Immediately turned to old Perusia and said. Luckily that day Perusia came to help me. If not, maybe, I couldn't stand my old bones. When he was praised, he humbly said, I was also a member of the Sword Saint Guild. So help the association. It's the right thing to do. Yasuo heard this and immediately said. When the guild is in trouble, we are on an outside mission. Can't fight the Huam Guild. But after seeing the Yuk Juma kill tagline, today I firmly believe that I have lost. Although excited, but this guy also has very good rules for winning and losing. To clarify, he told Li Fool she was very strong. Li Fool heard that and immediately pointed to Rak Pyong and said. Nowhere, mainly because Mr. Rak Pyong's cards are too strong. The old dwarf is here. Immediately turned to Rak Pyong and asked. Boy, you made all those cards. Where did you learn blacksmithing techniques? This old man said to himself. It's not just a card. The sword on his back is also not simple. Rak Pyong was asked and immediately smiled and said. I just like to do some crafts at home. To kill time. It cannot be said that it is a forging technique. The old dwarf laughed loudly when he heard that. The young man is so humble. The blonde woman sitting opposite said at this moment, holding her chin in discontent. If you look for Saint Day in here, then some Huam Association basically doesn't dare to invade. The woman sitting next to me told me not to talk too much. For my part, Rak Pyong now whispered to Uncle Perusia. Isn't the Sword Saint's sword technique the strongest? Where is he now? Old Perusia heard this and had a pale face. This, Mr. Rak Pyong, maybe I'm not comfortable expressing my opinion. Anyway, me, is no longer a member of the Sword Saint Association. The elder swordsman sitting next to him heard that. It's okay Perusia. Anyway, this matter cannot be hidden for much longer. Some news has begun to spread outside. The old dwarf holding a beer cup with a red face and saying, oh. Are the rumors true? The guy in the hat also lit his pipe and said. After the rebellion of the Sword Saint Guild, not only is fighting power seriously reduced, the most important thing is, the Sword Saint himself is missing. That's why the Huam Association took this opportunity. Launched an attack on us. The Sword Elder did not deny it. That's right after searching for St. Dayan from the mountain. Send news. Half a year ago. Since then there has been no more news. Rak Pyong was also confused at this time. Did the Civil War Sword Saint go missing? The guard behind him also explained further. To be more precise, the holy sword Dain should be is to catch the elder's axe. The one who betrayed the guild but hasn't returned yet. Yasuo said, my previous mission was to go to the Kugu Mountains. To find and support the holy sword Dain. Based on intelligence coordinates. However, when I arrived, the sword St. Dain had already left. The blonde girl heard that. Full of wonder, but sword St. Dain has been promoted to Demon Lord 5. Why are you half a step into the Ma Wang realm? Wanted to arrest the old man. Just promoted to Demon Venerable. Isn't it as easy as turning your hand? Yasuo said no, who can doubt the power of the holy sword Dain? But when I arrived at the Kugu mountain range that day, it was half of the Kugu mountain range. Has been reduced to the ground. Inconceivable. Between the holy sword Dain and the elder's axe. There was a battle. How terrible is. The elder sword also said at this time. Because of the elder axe. Has acquired the ultimate magic weapon. Hugam's axe for burial. Slightly pausing for a beat. The elder said. All I know is. It is a giant axe. The name is Great Burial. Exuding terrifying anger. Its power. Strong enough to axe the elder. Can compensate for the gap. Power between him and the Saint. Looking for Dain. The old dwarf said at this time. I looked over the list of S-rank weapons issued by the kingdom. Dwarves forged. Couldn't find the Hugh Am axe that everyone described. I think it might also be a masterpiece of Hugh Am. Rak Pyong also said at this time. I still don't quite understand who the axe elder is. Why did he betray the Sword Saints? Perusia said. The president of the Sword Saint Guild is Sword St. Dain. Under the authority of the president. 5 elders supported him. In charge of the work and guiding the students. Pointed to the elder sword next to him. Perusia said the person next to me was Elder Berry. Person in charge of sword weapons. Then there are 4 other elders who are Taoist elders. Elder Spear, Elder Shield and Elder Axe. But because the Axe Elder betrayed the guild. And launched a rebellion. Should kill the elder and love the elder. Was killed by him. Sword Elder sitting next to him. Continued Perusia's words. Elder Shield. Then also heroically sacrificed his life. In the battle with the ghost pillar of the Hugh Am Guild. So now I'm the only one. Has seniority in the Sword Saint Association. As far as the Sword Elder knows. It was during the rebellion. Many people took the opportunity to betray the Sword Saint Association. Including my most precious son. Zhegal Sip Co Gassa. Rak Pyong heard the name Zhegal. I couldn't help but be startled. Zhegal Sip Co Gassa. Is that in Ma holding the sword? At this point, he couldn't help but exclaim to himself. Oh, his son is actually in Ma. If so is this old man's wife a mare or something? The elder sword heard that. Immediately turned to Rak Pyong and asked. Have you met my son? How is it now? Rak Pyong heard that and said frankly. He's dead. As he spoke, he couldn't help but exclaim. The other world is truly magical. Someone who can also whip a horse. It's true that it's wonderful. Very wonderful. The elder sword heard that I went to eat bananas and watch chickens. Then his face was expressionless. That doesn't matter anymore. This is the fate of traitors now. Combination of many different factors. Made the Holy Sword Association. Fell on the most difficult times. So I want to use everyone's power. To fight together against the Hugh Am Association. The old dwarf said. If we only provide weapons. Then the dwarf kingdom won't have any problems. However, for A grade and S grade weapons due to lack of grinding stones. So the estimate will be difficult to achieve. Elder Sword's plan. Even though my father had retreated to think of a solution. The guy in the hat also said at this time. Please allow me to ask a question to the elder. As you said, currently he is at the most difficult time. Why does he think that? I can destroy the Hugh Am group. With the help of our power. Sword Elder heard that and said immediately. Is based on Perusia. I think Perusia. He should give up establishing his own guild. And return to being vice president. Our Sword Saint Guild. Perusia heard that and told Elder Berry. He said, let me be the vice president of the Sword Saint Association. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. After all, I've been away from the Sword Saint Guild for a while. The Sword Elder used. He looked at Perusia with deep eyes and said, when I say suitable, I mean suitable. The cards can also be used as a type of runway. We can open a new group using the unit tag. And let Li Fool be the card elder. Li Fool Girl immediately started sweating when she heard that. How am I qualified to take on the position of elder of the Sword Saint Society? But the Sword Elder said he only needed Perusia to agree. I can guarantee that everything will be no problem. Guild resources distributed according to his wishes. And even, I can absolutely obey your orders. The guard standing behind also spoke up and advised. Perusia Senior, Elderberry is really sincere. The vice president of the Sword Saint Guild is a junior. One person out of 10,000 people. This is much easier, compared to establishing a new guild on your own. Please think carefully. Perusia heard this and immediately turned to ask for advice. Rak Pyong said, Mr. Rak Pyong, what do you think? Thanks to the popularity of the Sword Saint Guild. Can it help the poker school? Widely propagated. Is it faster? Rak Pyong couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Uncle Perusia, are you looking for advice on career choice? In my hometown there is a saying. Become a senior executive. In a large company. It's much easier than starting your own business. However, there are people who are more ambitious. Will run out and choose to start a business. Private business. So this still depends on the individual's own choice. Uncle Rak Pyong was now very confused and said to himself. For someone as unambitious as me, it's better to just give others some advice. But Rak Pyong's advice, in Perusia's eyes turned into this again. That he felt my card flow. Need to depend on others for promotion. What if you only have this little ambition? I'm really disappointed in Mr. Perusia scared himself and sweated profusely. Think for yourself. Mr. Rak Pyong is trying to point me out. But Elderberry is very narrow-minded. In such case, directly refused him. It's like disrespecting and insulting the entire association. The Sword Saint saw old Perusia hesitate. The Sword Elder immediately said, Perusia, if you still feel dissatisfied, feel free to suggest any conditions. Perusia heard that and immediately stood up to ask for the elder. You don't need to say any more. I founded my own guild. Not to pursue fame and fortune, but to promote the card line. Mr. Rak Pyong, you see, Perusia's will is steadfast. When the Sword Elder heard this, his face turned black and he said, Perusia, have you thought about it carefully? At this time, the Elder Sword was stirring in his heart, thinking to himself, we cannot feel it. What kind of strong aura is on you? This Rak Pyong said, he taught me how to play cards. It's just a formal excuse that Perusia uses, just to hide his inner feelings. Rak Pyong immediately said when he heard this. That's right, such good conditions. Rak Pyong's words was interrupted by the train of thought in my heart. I'm thinking, I also think that through some relationships, I can have Uncle Perusia allowed to join the Sword Saint Guild to learn swordsmanship. Old Perusia was still explaining to the Sword Elder at this time. Even though I refuse to return to the Sword Saint Guild. But Elderberry, please rest assured. The destruction of the Huam Guild is also my responsibility. Our card guild will give our full support. Sword Elder, hear that? I had to nod my head to let it go. Okay, I understand. So according to the agreement, Sword Saint Association will recognize the legitimacy of your card association. The mouth says so. But this petty old man, secretly plotting a plan in his heart. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Not just for Perusia to return to devote herself to the Sword Saint Guild, but also transform those cards. Become an item belonging to the Sword Saint Guild. Looks like we need to go south to find out what's going on. And see the hidden power behind it. What is this so-called small southern country? Rak Pyong heard old Perusia's decision. Immediately smiled bitterly. I can only say that Uncle Perusia, you're so decisive. Old Perusia said. The most important thing is that Mr. Rak Pyong is satisfied. Li Fool Girl also chimed in as her father told her. Li Fool will also work hard. The Sword Elder told Prince Pa Myong at this time. I don't know when the king will leave the palace. The supply of Class A and 5th class weapons can be significantly enhanced. Our fighting power, the old dwarf said. I cannot say this in advance. The lack of grinding wheels is a big problem. Entire kingdom. The dwarf could not find a suitable replacement. Aristotle's kingdom refused to cooperate. So my father had to go into seclusion to study. Sword Elder heard that. Immediately turned to the guy wearing the helmet. What about Mr. Tago? Casting requirements for weapons and warriors. How was it carried out? The name Tago heard that. Despite my existence as a neutral scribe. But if I just chant the spell, then it's not a big problem. Sword Elder said. This time everyone roughly understood the purpose first. It's been 2 months since the Sword Saint Association will gather its forces. During this period, we will try our best to solve the problem at hand. Having said this, he immediately asked, does everyone have any questions? Rak Pyong heard that and immediately raised his hand and said yes. I want to register. Sword Elder was surprised to hear that. You mean, do you also want to participate in the Huam group's subjugation? Rak Pyong said no. What I want to ask is your Sword Saint Association still recruiting people? I want to register to learn swordsmanship. Even though I've been idle for a long time. But it's not too late to start studying again. Right? Perusia Li Full father and son heard this. Couldn't help but be startled. Old Perusia asked Mr. Rak Pyong curiously. You're not kidding, are you, Mr. Rak Pyong? Why do you have to learn swordsmanship? Rak Pyong said this. It was arranged for me by So Bak. As for why, you should probably ask her. The father and son of this family heard the frightened red-haired Ma Wang and said. Don't dare, everyone's arrangement must have a reason. The old swordsman elder took a sip of tea at this time. No problem, but there are many types of swordsmanship. I want to ask you, young man, what is your level of magic? Rak Pyong heard that and scratched his ear and said with a dumb face. Well, I tried this and it seems very low. That's the not so round number. I'm not very good at magic. The guard behind heard that and immediately said. If you're not good at magic. Basically he wouldn't be able to learn anything about sword skills. The magic taught by Elder Berry. Rak Pyong heard that and asked innocently. Is there any common swordsmanship? No need for magical power. The elder swordsman said of course yes. But only one person can master the sword move. This is not magic. And become strong. That is our president. Holy Sword Dayin. If you can find her. She would definitely be willing to teach you. Old Perusia also came here and said. Indeed I fear. The only person qualified to teach Mr. Rak Pyong. You only have the Sword Saint Dayin. Rak Pyong. Listen to what these old men are saying. Immediately tears welled up in his eyes. Okay, I understand what everyone means. The rice that my aunt cooked and the Sword Saint has gone missing. How can I find him? It's obvious that these guys think their qualifications are too poor. So I want to chase me away. While Rak Pyong, it seemed like there was no harvest this time, came back empty-handed. Then suddenly the guy in the hat lifted his hand to perform magic. Turned out a book and a pen and said wait a minute. Said then he wrote something in and said. I just wrote down some sword magic spells. Maybe they will help you. See the book in this guy's hand. Has turned into a magic circle. Rak Pyong couldn't help but happily accept it. Really? How to use this properly? At this time, then the wife of Ygia Bark had eaten all her favorite dishes. Seeing that, Rak Pyong immediately turned to say with a happy face. So back she watched. This is a spell that records those swordsmanship moves. The wife heard that and immediately closed her eyes and turned black. After eating the pudding, it's time to do business. Finishing the sentence, the girl immediately crushed the cup in her hand. Immediately the guy in the hat sitting in front exploded. Turned into a cloud of blood spraying everywhere. Like this. Gently crushed the guy in front of him like a worm and an ant. Elizabeth said to get rid of the pests. Claiming to be smart. In a certain desert full of sun and wind. At this moment, the Sword Saint Dayan has gone missing. The name Gigi is floating in the air and told me to come out here. Don't hide anymore. The man holding a battle axe standing below. At this time, the apparition said, I said why are you so upset? Why do you keep biting me and not letting go? Gigi heard that and told the elder to axe. Today I must calculate clearly. Guilty of colluding with the Huam Association. And killed his comrades. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and slashed out a sword of light. Instant desert. The front was slashed and divided into two. But facing such a terrible attack, the axe elder stood below. No scratches at all. I only saw the axe in his hand widen his eyes and shouted. This guy then slashed a black flash. No, I told her to give it back to her. Saw the Sword Saint Gigi gently move aside. Avoid escaping your dangerous attacks. Then the elder axe man sneered and said, My level of compatibility with burial is getting higher and higher. Your threat to me will only get smaller and smaller. Day in President. Very soon it will be my turn to hunt you down. Gigi heard that and said she was still confused. Soon, you will be completely controlled by this axe of resentment. And lose yourself. Please come to your senses. The eye on the axe was now burning. The axe elder looked back in a very strange way. You said you lost yourself. So what? When she experienced this supreme power, you will know that losing yourself is a privilege. But this guy started to squirm and say yes, saying he was almost done. Please quickly take my body away. Dane's burial. This statement is just right. When it's over, this guy turns from a male into a tire. The more the float sticks out, the more it overflows. Laughing ha ha, the axe elder shouted. I finally got it out. I hate it. I hate it. How dare you abandon me? I won't forgive you. The axe elder's ugly face is so devilish, combined with his fiery body below, made the men watching. I almost had to call Ms. Hugh immediately. At this point, this guy smiled sinisterly and said, no matter what corner of the world you are in, I will definitely find you too. The sword Saint Gigi couldn't hold back anymore. Exclaimed foolishly, has suffered from the power of Hugh Am gears. Completely under control. The axe elder heard that. Immediately took out the Hugh Am gear on his chest. Told you to say this. You look down on me too much. Compared to my resentment, then this bit of evil power is nothing. Said this guy. Immediately peel off the remaining layer of human skin. Of the axe elder. Above the head down. Under that person's skin, a woman's face with short hair appeared. In harmony with her body. Each round comes out the other round below. He rubbed his hair and the stranger said he was comfortable now. Sword Saint Gigi saw that and immediately raised his hand to say, today, Sword Saint, I must destroy you here. A sword appeared in the hand of the Sword Saint Gigi. It was the Sword Saint Phantom, an S-class super weapon, made from the claws of a legendary magician. That is, the legendary Horse King, forged by the Dwarf King himself. Has the effect of increasing speed by 10 times. Received the effect as fast as the wind. The woman below heard that and immediately pointed her axe upward. You're too loud, you little brat. Get down here quickly. Gigi heard that and didn't say much. Directly slashed with a mote sword. This level slash directly caused the earth to crack. The ground shook. I thought I had won. Sword Saint Gigi immediately said. If the elder is already dead, then we don't need to hold back anymore. It's over. But this sentence just ended. This sword saint was startled. Discovered the divine sword in his hand. Yet it's breaking. This is where she exclaimed. This is an illusion. She came here holding an axe and said with a smile. Just got this body, so the action is not smooth enough to pass. It took a few strokes. But you can hurt me pretty well. Very commendable. Are there any other tricks? Gigi came here and was really panicked. Thought to himself, the illusory claw of the Horse King. I drove thousands of kilometers a day and still had no problem. But it only scratched her a little. The axe woman saw that the sword saint did not react. Then he immediately straightened his face and said, if not, then I'll start you up first. After saying that, this child immediately lowered its center of gravity. Stretch the tendons and start the protection. You think that slowly I will wait to see the girl in front of me sit and stand. Stretch and stretch your neck. Then the sword Saint Gigi couldn't help but bitterly say, you don't care about anyone. After saying that, she took out a scroll and a strange item. Turns out 2 divine weapons. Hand knitting seal. The sword saint began to perform weapon fusion. Accordingly, stalactite tissue is a super S-level weapon. Legend has it, in the dwarf treasure cave there is a stalactite column. A year only produces 1 spoonful of stalactites. But to create this stalactite, the dwarf king used the accumulated stalactites of thousands of years. The stalactites look gentle and have a water-like appearance. But in reality we meet. Hardness is hardness and unrivaled strength. The remaining item in this sword saint's hand is, shrewdly, a super S-class weapon, made from the front claw of the insect king. Gem mantis, personally crafted by the dwarf king. Reverse spikes on the tongue. Has the effect of locking the hit object. Then secretes acid to dissolve and absorb. Converted into energy. The weapon known as magic. Both of these sacred weapons combined will create. Tuna staff. Super number weapon. Made from the remaining body of Lord Tuna, who invaded the continent from the Hu Am Sea. Made by the Dwarf King himself. When using this weapon, the user's will be eroded by evil power. If it can be controlled, then you will have mystical power from the Hu Am Sea. Another S-rank item that this sword saint uses is a destructive sword, a super S-class weapon, made from minerals, especially deep in the Earth's core, made by the Dwarf King himself. The blade contains nuclear energy, extremely unstable, users need to have extremely good skills, can only be controlled if you don't blow yourself up. With all the magical weapons in your hand, the bright-eyed sword saint girl began to summon Willow Space and started to attack the axe wielder. Saw the devastating combo attack on the woman wearing a bikini, still comfortably showing off her curvy figure. Bones stretch. Then suddenly a spider web-shaped shield shot forward. Lock her up. Snow Silkworm Shield is a Super S-class weapon made from pupa silk, left over after a divine beast molts. Admired by Zheng Ryong, named Tam Taye Bark, personally crafted by the Dwarf King. This shield is woven from silk. Should emit a stream of cold air. Extremely certain. The axe-wielding woman saw a series of weapons surrounding her, and did not flinch at all. Still continuing to stretch my muscles and bones. Looking down on someone. Do you think I will run away? Sword Girl. Saint Gigi saw the expression of the axe-wielding woman. Not cold but shivering. I told myself to use spears to increase my strength. For the sickle of the concussion business. Then use the spatial willow, created from elastic staff, to wrap that next. Let the small knife explode continuously inside, and stores the nuclear energy emitted. Although I want to save it a little longer, but I only maintain space. Just 1 minute. If you keep using your will, you will be invaded. Think here. Gigi immediately said that he would approach world-destroying magic anyway. Then a hammer appeared in his hand. Holy Sword Gigi. Directly rotate the body to create torque capillaries. Slash down a hammer on the arrow that destroys the world. To accelerate it to attack the axe-wielding woman. The actual hammer in Gigi's hand is the Universal Hammer, a Super S-class weapon, made from the fossilized remains of the King of Elephants. Prehistoric mammoth, personally crafted by the Dwarf King. The entire condensed skeleton weighs up to hundreds of tons. Even if it's just a normal attack, can also be liberated. The strength of thousands of elephants is rushing fast. Her terrorist attack, directly causing the space to distort. Arrows kill like that. Accelerated straight at the woman holding the battle axe, being locked tightly by the silk shield below. The woman holding the axe suddenly smiled. Swinging the axe, he cut off a deadly beheading, with a time of only milliseconds. This horrible beheading directly destroy all moves and magical weapons. But the Holy Sword Girl Gigi, previously created, the strength is too different. The Black Death side is divided in half by the Holy Sword. In the legend above, the limb is divided into 2 halves. However, that is just Gigi's observation haki. After a few milliseconds you can see the future. She gritted her teeth and cast Abyss Magic. 7 heavy protective wind swords, creating a barrier around her, to block the axe-wielding woman's terrifying attack. But that's still not enough. Gigi's sword shield was quickly slashed by the death side of the axe-wielding woman. Her body was immediately torn to pieces by the death energy. Out of clothes, seriously injured, face down on the sand. Like this. Once excited, the woman holding the axe smiled sarcastically and said, "It's nothing. I feel no longer interested in my opponent." Then she immediately said, "Warm up, people. After that, let's get started on the main thing." As soon as she finished speaking, she burst out with demonic energy, which makes the sharing eye close to the axe. Stir like roasted peanuts. Let me see where your ungrateful guy is. Under the light of the purple sharing eye, she quickly found the location of Sinan's house, where Rak Pyong and his daughter-in-law Zarbeth are living. Laughing loudly and telling me to come here right now. The happy home right now. Young couple Yong Ya-Ma Wang. They all sat down comfortably on the sofa at the same time. Turned on the air conditioner. Holding a package of snacks and chewing greedily. Elizabeth said with satisfaction, "Sure enough, I went home and turned on the air conditioning to watch TV. Eating potato chips is the best. Some annoying world domination stuff. Thank you all. Rak Pyong doesn't really care right now. Also leaned down on the sofa and drank coffee. Every time I come home from outside, I'm exhausted. Whole head hurts. I'm really not fit for world domination, that. Elizabeth said. Impossible. Once the deal has been agreed upon, you must do it properly. Rest assured, I will be by your side to help you. Rak Pyong heard that with a sad face and told him to help. Like next time before doing something like that. Can you tell me in advance? His wife chewed a snack as if agreeing to talk about many things. Here comes Elizabeth's memory lane. Takes us back to an earlier time, when they were still in the meeting room. The wave of his hand crushed a master like the guy wearing the hat. Blood pudding pool caused the whole hall to fall into panic. The old swordsman's face was tense at this time. Shout everyone, be alert. Immediately, the guards standing around began to draw their swords. In panic, Yasuo also used his sword energy and said to himself, there's only this little bit of my sword energy left. Only the old dwarf. I still thought to myself that I missed drinking a beer. Ha ha, it's all crazy and crazy. I just focus on watching the fun. In a stressful situation, both sides are like gunpowder barrels. Old man Perusia immediately stood up. He raised his hand to make peace, telling him not to get agitated. Listen to what I have to say. Here he rubbed his hands obsequiously and said, Mr. Rak Pyong, could you explain a little bit? Is the current situation okay? Hearing that, Rak Pyong also ran out of rice and the cook's face became dumbfounded. Think about the situation yourself. What kind of situation? Don't let Rak Pyong fall into an awkward position. Elizabeth immediately raised the spell that the hat guy gave to Rak Pyong before. But say this level. What do you say? Being secretly infiltrated by so many dark guilds. Rak Pyong heard that and didn't understand what he was saying. Oh, so back. What do you mean by that? Elizabeth then placed the spell on the table and said, open your eyes wide and see clearly. After finishing her sentence, she immediately waved 2 fingers to cast the spell. Implementation technique. The spell is cast. Bunch of notes on the table. Immediately turned into an extremely strange insect. The sword elder saw that. Immediately uttered the parasite spell. The worm is on the table right now. The head rotates 360 degrees to search for the target. Then it locks on the target, which is Rak Pyong, which directly launches forward. The bewilderment of this guy. Luckily Elizabeth waved his hand to crush this weird insect. Looking at the burning chair emitting death letters. The guard standing behind spoke up. Even the body is a clone spell. The blonde girl standing behind couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. Told to a great figure like Mr. Tago. Also joined the Hugh Am Guild. She also spoke up at this time. Then everything can be explained clearly. There are more and more people. Received the power of the Hugh Am Guild. Through the eyes are purified. It's because there are advanced magic spells to support it. Elizabeth heard that and closed his eyes. True but also not true. Because of this spell, has a magical structure completely different from those fleshy gears. Having said this, she immediately stood up and crossed her arms. If really, let him cast spells on you guys to fight. Probably the whole battlefield. It's going to turn into a large-scale blooming convention. Right? Ha ha, what a bunch of idiots. Rak Pyong still couldn't help but tremble and bite his hand. Is this insect magic just now? Being bitten must be very painful. At this moment, the elder sword spoke up and said he would like to ask. How did Princess Sabak find out? Elizabeth heard that. Immediately glanced at the old man. This matter has nothing to do with you. When Elder Sword heard that, he burst into laughter, even though the Sword Saint Guild has become weaker. But not to the point of being looked down upon like that. Old Perusia saw that the situation was tense. Immediately waved his hands and silently screamed in his heart. Well, Elder Berry is a proud man. In the situation, does not know Rak Pyong's identity. Sir and Ma Wang Day in. He definitely won't let this go. What if he makes Ma Wang Day in angry? I can't help it. Thinking so, the old man turned around and whispered. Mr. Rak Pyong, if you know anything, can you explain a little? Rak Pyong looked dumbfounded when he heard that and said, you asked me. I don't understand anything either. Before Rak Pyong could answer, his wife came forward. Lift my hand and teach me. It's time for afternoon tea. And end of adventure time. Let's go home. Rak Pyong was dragged away and smiled bitterly. So Uncle Perusia, see you next time. Old Perusia saw these two killing stars just leave. Then oh my god, oh my god. His face was as pale as a frog's ass. But I don't dare say anything more outside. But inside he was cursing silently. If not clearly explained. That petty old man, Berry, I'm going to cause trouble with you too. So even if the sword St. Dayan comes back, I can't save it either. Elizabeth saw old Perusia keep talking in his ear, immediately glanced at him and said, "Are you done yet?" Perusia was interrupted by Zabith's glare. Immediately became silent as a clam. Didn't dare say anything. Saw the two Rak Pyong people just leave. The elder swordsman immediately called out to him. I told you to immediately come to the south to investigate with me. Return to the present. Rak Pyong is sitting on the chair at this time. Short sigh and long sigh say in general. No matter what happens later. You should also tell me in advance. Let me mentally prepare. Elizabeth heard that and silently calculated to herself. Currently there are two notable pieces of information. One is that Guy's glasses can detect the magic power of others. Must have been made from sigmoid pupils. Two is the magical power of that spell. Different from the Hugh Am Guild. Proves that it is outside the Hugh Am Association. There are still other evil forces at work. But it's okay. Emilia has already wiped out the brains of the Hugh Am Guild. The source of all trouble is gone. The rest of the group thought it was just letting Rak Pyong play adventurer. Rak Pyong saw that his wife didn't say anything. Immediately fell down on the chair. Saying that the worm came from that magic made me feel scared. There have never been any worms in my yard. Why did Elizabeth feel that he was such a bad person? Can you teach me? As soon as I said this guy immediately denied it and said that. Stop it. Probably some magic skills that require magic power. If not, how can I learn? Zabith's wife heard this and immediately thought to herself. When that glass probes for magic power, there was absolutely no magical reaction at all. Even if it's the king. Won't even recognize it. In normal situations. Thinking of this, my wife couldn't help but exclaim. Rak Pyong product. The quality is really impossible to judge. There is one thing that Elizabeth had never told anyone before. That's when she wore the shirt made by Rak Pyong. There is no need for a magical reaction. Can still detect all malicious acts of the enemy. Intending to influence himself. This point, his wife couldn't help but imagine it. Rak Pyong's face is extremely cruel. Said to admit that I am better than you. Say it, say it. The witch's wife thought of this. Suddenly, I was not cold but shivered. Already know and still try to ask. Are you taking advantage of the opportunity to oppress this king? Thinking about this, Mwang's wife doesn't care. Put a snack in his mouth. Ignore you Rak Pyong right now, your face is stupid. Telling the whole time what should I do? I really only need to swing my sword 1,000 times a day. No matter what. You have to learn a few tricks. Right, but at the Sword Saint Guild. They definitely don't want to accept me. Or Elizabeth teach me. Elizabeth heard that and said no. Must obey the covenant. There are some conditions you must do. To rule the world. 1. You can only use swordsmanship. And the magic I'm most proficient at. To dominate the world. 2. Accept clothes. You are not allowed to bring anything with you. It's your own doing. 3. This king will go out and play with you by his side. Guide you to rule the world. But will not teach you any swordsmanship. Or any magic. Rak Pyong heard that and immediately exclaimed. We have never made such a covenant. This one is so arrogant that he just finished it. Rak Pyong is here. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like 3 parts standing up and saying. Or should I go ask Uncle Perusia? Even though he changed his job to playing cards. But I also studied swordsmanship before. So I'm sure you can teach me. Bam bam in one go. Behind the smoke, a blonde-haired sword saint appeared and told. You it's best to give up. I don't feel any sword. There is no pure magic on their bodies. They can't teach you anything. Rak Pyong couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. What is pure swordsmanship? The blonde boy said. Is after removing the magic. Their tactics are useless. Don't think about that anymore. With magic, who wants to learn normal swordsmanship anymore? Studying to stay healthy or what? Rak Pyong, listening to this sword saint kid makes sense. Immediately told Alpha what he said was correct. In this magical world, if you want to fight, you will definitely use some magical sword magic. Can combine magic. Rak Pyong said this and then mumbled. What kind of pure swordsmanship improves health? That Alpha kid just said before. As if thinking of something. He stood up and walked to the bookshelf in joy. Said yes. Alpha saw that and immediately told her to mention it. This is the first time this gentleman has entered this room. After so long. Rak Pyong rummaged through the bookshelf and thought to himself. I remember before. Obtained from the system's random gift exchange. After that, I threw it away on the bookshelf. Is this book right? The Sword St. Alpha is now sarcastically saying where? Hey, what is it that you guys would rather stay here all day? I don't want to rule the world either. So you have to go take a tour to understand it clearly. Said this guy directly clasped his hands behind his head. But walked proudly, visiting the mansion of Rak Pyong and his wife Ma Wang. Caught Alpha's eyes at this time. Is a series of strange items. Which is the microwave fan. Even the robot vacuum cleaner is cleaning under the table. This guy came here with a grimace like a monkey eating ginger. It's all weird stuff. Alpha's words hadn't finished yet. Then suddenly a knife cut him in half. Like this. Turns out it was killing intent. Due to a knife in Rak Pyong's kitchen cabinet. Release. Alpha can feel it. If it takes one more step. We'll definitely die. No time to yawn. A chill ran down my spine. Causing him to hug his chest and tremble. Looking towards Rak Pyong. Exclaimed it was him. This thought was immediately denied by Alpha. Who told himself that it was not true. Such sharp murderous aura. Doesn't fit Rak Pyong's style. Meanwhile, Rak Pyong is still struggling. Search for the secret book of swordsmanship. Without paying any attention to the guy's hair. His face is shaking in fear like this. Can't detect anything from Rak Pyong. Then the blonde sword saint turned to Elizabeth. Thinking that she was the one who emitted the killing intent just now. But once again it must be immediately denied. Which is also not correct. Her killing intent must be much more violent and terrifying. Thinking about this, Alpha looked at the shelf of knives in front of her. But stood still and exclaimed. That's the machete. Killing intent is released again. Put the world before Alpha. Changed to cold black and white. This guy came here and told himself. How can that be? This noble lord is the king of weapons. The holy sword Alpha. Just a cleaver. What about the other one? As soon as these words ended, there was an exclamation of joy. This is it. Rak Pyong's voice rang out behind Alpha. Made this guy startled. Face down and run out quickly. Shouted loudly. I don't want to be here anymore. Rak Pyong is now holding the secret book in his hand. I don't understand what kind. What are you talking about? Talking about this. He immediately smiled happily and said to leave it alone. Finally found it. Only saw it on Rak Pyong's hand at the time. This is a Chinese version of Tai Chi sword. With annotations. Easy to learn and practice. With moderate amount of exercise. It can cure diseases. Prolong life and keep fit. Prevent osteoporosis and arthritis. Let's explore the mysteries of nature together. Rak Pyong opened each page of the book and muttered. Before, I thought I couldn't use it and threw it in the corner. I didn't expect it to be useful today. After reading it, he immediately closed the book and scratched his head. There are 13 movements in total. It looks so simple that everyone can learn it. It's true that no magic is needed. But can it be used in combat? Zabith's wife after having a full meal. At this moment, he was stretching and yawning a few times as he spoke. Oh God, I've eaten a lot of potato chips and now I'm so sleepy. Rak Pyong saw that and immediately waved the book and said hey. I found a sword book. Elizabeth, can you guide me a bit? The red-haired wife heard that and crawled onto the sofa. Don't move on your own. Now the king must lie down. Rak Pyong was rejected and immediately closed his book and made up his mind to tell. Okay then I'll go out and think with Alpha. Said so, but inside this guy is silently cursing. His wife is narrow-minded. Watching Rak Pyong bitterly walk out of Elizabeth. Immediately smiled and thought to himself. Things like swordsmanship cannot be practiced for a long time. It will take a long time to see anything happen. Now let me figure it out for myself. When encountering difficulties, if you don't know what to do, this king will take action. Only then can we show that the king is above you. Outside the yard, at this moment, Rak Pyong is continuously moving forward. Call out Alpha's name. When he didn't see any response, he went over and held the sword. Why did it turn into a sword? Withdrew the holy swordsman. Rak Pyong hugged her stomach full of doubts and worries. If you don't say anything, take it as if you agree. Let's start practicing here. Turn the first page of the Taiji Swordsman book. Rak Pyong read aloud. First move. Dragonfly treading water. Accordingly, this guy flexed one leg and flexed his body. Stabbed out a sword. 300 kilometers away. At this time, Mr. Toad. Gyeong Dian Bianchang's younger brother. I'm stuck with a loofah when facing a great enemy. At this moment I know the toad is making a noise and making seals. This is the 3-star demon level Toad Fairy. Mr. Toad. At this point, my hand began to move quickly. Execute the sealing technique according to 12. The zodiac animal. The rat. The horse. The horse. Gradually, yes. Very quickly. The Toad Fairy opened his mouth and cast forbidden magic. There is a technique named acid blood mist. Accordingly, red mist spewed from its mouth. Shot straight at the axe-wielding woman. Gently dodged the dangerous blow. She held the axe and swung her legs in a defensive stance. Prepare to counterattack. Said it just needs to be handled. You are a bunch of other monsters that will obediently get out of the way. After finishing her sentence, she threw a punch at Mr. Toad's chin, making it face down on the ground. Shoot back. After plowing a long streak on this great terrain, Mr. Toad, the person punctured a hole and fell to the ground, croaking like she was about to say goodbye. The woman holding the axe slowly walked forward. Said that there are many high-level magical beasts guarding the door. How could you hide it so well? Hold up the one-eyed battle axe. This one says. But starting from today, your peaceful days. It's time to finish. Finished this sentence and immediately brought the axe down, intending to finish off Mr. Toad. But this one axe belongs to her. Was blocked by a transparent barrier. He held the axe and failed to strike. Immediately stood and looked at the barrier. Absorbs sound and absorbs field energy. Didn't say anything in front of him. Suddenly came from the small house on Mr. Toad's head. Gyeong Dian Bianchang's younger brother walked out. He held the axe and felt Bianchang's aura. Immediately said with a serious face. The annoying person is here. Bianchang now looked at her with innocent eyes. Countless criminals barked 2 meows. Mr. Toad only had half his life left at this time. Spoke up. If the big brother had gone to war, then I'll ask permission to step down. After finishing the sentence, he immediately decided to interrupt the summoning technique and disappear. The axe woman saw Bianchang and immediately came closer. The voice said, if you don't want to die, then get out, old lady. Bianchang, at this moment, consider her words like a dog barking in his ear. The system is checking. The whitelist identifies failure and the risk is too high. Mentioned here. Its eyes quickly turned from blue to red in the shape of an X. Officially turn on battle mode. Told not to disturb the owner's life. Based on the highest regulations. Begin extermination treatment. Increase defense level to 3. This place just ended. Bianchang immediately launched. The combo rained missile ballistics towards the axe-wielding girl, creating earth-shattering explosions. Return to the happy home. Now the main character. Our Rak Pyong is standing with his arms spread out, sword dancing, like an idiot like this, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Only then did Rak Pyong exclaim and smile with satisfaction. Finally finished studying. It's not that difficult. Suddenly the holy sword was in hand again. Transformed into Alpha, Rak Pyong and suddenly saw this guy appear. Immediately couldn't help but feel bored. You appeared. Sword Saint Disciple. As soon as Alpha appeared, she sat in meditation with her eyes closed. After opening his eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally restored, Rak Pyong said excitedly, flexing his muscles. You're right on time. Give me some opinions about the sword movements just now. Alpha heard that and his eyes were as round as 2 marbles. What swordsmanship? Rak Pyong, I see this guy is forgetful. Immediately patted its head a few times. Don't worry, just say it. I also know the Taiji set. This sword is only used to improve health, but cannot fight. But after practicing once, I feel like my whole body is much more refreshed and alert. Alpha immediately woke up after being informed by Rak Pyong's brain technique. Remember something? Exclaimed, sweating profusely. I remember what happened just now. Alpha's memory domain quickly tells us. At that time, it was covered in Rak Pyong's kitchen utensils. Chase me down my pants. The quail quickly left the happy home. As he ran, this guy cried and cried. Where did these scary weapons come from? Anyone can suppress this boss. I don't want to stay here anymore. This place is so scary. Dead when a weapon concedes defeat. Will be dissipated spiritual power and return to its original form. I pretend to be a holy sword. But it's so funny. Then the strongest holy sword in Alpha legend. Had kitchen utensils in Rakpyong's house. Suppress and dissipate consciousness. Transforms into its original form. Put it on a tree stump like this. Remembering this guy's face suddenly became distorted. He put his hands on the ground and cursed silently in his heart. Damn, so just now I was forced to return to my original form. My soul was almost scattered. Turned into an ordinary weapon. I am the pinnacle of weapons. It's the holy sword in legend. The pride of this holy swordsman. Being trampled mercilessly. Holding out both hands and sweating profusely. He screamed in his heart. If not just now, Rak Pyong uses himself to practice swordplay. Wake me up. I'm afraid it's Sword St. Alpha. This has turned into a wood chopping knife. Rak Pyong stood to the side. Who knows what this blonde guy is thinking? But still innocent. The fairy danced with fists. It's true that cultivating the mind, cultivating calmness, and being active is different. He Alpha heard that and continued to roar. I told myself to use a sword technique beyond my understanding. To save yourself. Then asked if there was anything I wanted to guide. In Alpha's eyes right now, Rak Pyong is no longer as naive as usual. But an evil-looking man. Profound and unfathomable to it. As a child, this place is very scary. Now you understand why I didn't bother to look for you. To fight Ma Wang. Compared to our products, then your sword scent is just a pile of scrap metal. Nothing more, nothing less. Think here. Suddenly the blonde-haired sword saint said tremblingly. Sorry, it's my fault. Held his head and face twisted and drooled. Alpha sat on the ground and screamed. If so, then why do we exist? Why did we come here? Why are you here? My head is so messed up. Talk here. This guy immediately turned back into a sword. Rushed away and told me to leave this scary place. Rak Pyong saw his brother leave. Immediately his eyes widened. Since you're gone, I know how to learn swordsmanship now. Return to the fight. Between the axe-wielding girl and her disciple Bian Chang. This time after a solo session. Then she held the axe that had been beaten to pieces and breathed oxygen and exclaimed. Are you willing to be a lackey for the rest of your life? Please cooperate with me to destroy this place. Then share the outside world. Gyong Gian. Bian Chang heard that and immediately meowed without replying. The axe-wielding lady heard that. Blood rushing to her brain as her voice said. It's true that you don't know anything. I invite you to cooperate to save time. It's not that I'm afraid of you. After finishing speaking, she swung the axe and executed a beheading attack. Slashed down a deadly scythe that splits the earth in half. Causing Bian Chang's younger brother to have to strain to avoid it. Watching the terrifying death blow cut in front of him, Bian Chang started to analyze the damage. According to its calculations, the black lightning attack just now tore the earth apart. Almost slashed the core of the earth's evil eye. Bian Chang couldn't help but exclaim here. If not stopped, will hit through the coating resulting in the ghost eye exploding. Causing abnormal fluctuations in the bottom crust. Generate earthquakes. And will eventually affect the owner's life. Having said this, Bian Chang immediately released his mechanical arm. Execute fiercely in one pan. Catch the black light, slashing at the core of the earth. The woman holding the axe saw Bian Chang distracted. Immediately rushed forward and smiled sinisterly. Now you can avoid heaven. After finishing speaking, she immediately waved her hand and slashed it. Bian Chang saw that. Immediately controlled the robot to block her scythe. Then absorb it. Causes the battery percentage to increase significantly. She held the axe and saw the strange creature in front of her. Yet he absorbed all his attacks. His face immediately showed blue veins and his voice said, absorb all my attacks? How could that be possible? Bian Chang saw the intruder stop. Then calmly scratched his ear. Your energy is delicious, sir, thank you. If you leave now, then I will spare your life. The axe-wielding lady immediately became angry when she heard that. Two hands holding axes said, we originally intended to keep this trick. To play with that name. But now I have to use it to treat someone's dog. Hope is constantly broken, tormented in endless waiting. The pain and anger of being abandoned. All the resentment accumulated for 500 years. Gathered into one and then the bow exploded only once. Only seeing Madhu holding the axe. At this moment, a black aura emitted across the sky. The sharing eye near the battle axe. At this point it also started bleeding. The witch's voice was now full of anger and called her a dog. After tasting, you will realize. It would have been better for me to kill you just now. Much luckier, ha ha. A sinister ray of darkness tore through space and slashed across the sky. Ultimate technique. The death line of resentment was cast by the axe-wielding witch. Bian Chang saw that, never flinched, sitting on tiptoes like a dog scratching his ears. Pulling out a mirror. Magical treasure. Super smooth mirror. A little information. This mirror was made by Rak Pyong. Hak Thien hit the mirror all the way, only to be shot back by the shockwave, causing both the witch and the axe in her hand to narrowly escape. Fell out. The laser beam was terrible. Directly shot through the Earth's ozone layer, destroying a planet in our solar system. Pointing lifeless eyes to the sky, looking at the distant galaxy, she held the axe and couldn't help herself. Exclaimed dully, "My 500 years of resentment are gone." These words just ended. Then in front of her appeared a bunch of super cute rooms. Sea drones. Bian Chang flew towards the witch and immediately grimaced. Swing the axe and scream loudly. What the hell is that again? Kill it all for me. But before she can do anything, it was locked and couldn't move. Younger brother Gyeong Gian, Bian Chang stands below, now begins to develop, controlling a 10G force field on the ghost girl, lying on her back on a cute little rock playing with butterflies. Bian Chang calmly told the lady behind her, "You are the strongest intruder I have ever met." Luckily, this dog was also promoted. Everything comes here. After saying that, Bian Chang immediately snapped his fingers. Increase force field control strength to 50G. The room immediately receives orders. Red eyes burst out with gravitational energy. The ghost girl was shocked all over her ass, but still laughed out loud. Said, "I can still stand it. 500 years of his revenge, no. It can't just end like that." But try. Not long ago, this child's face was distorted and he screamed, "I was not willing," and was beaten to pieces. When the gravity increased to 100G, then both she and the one-eyed axe were crushed into powder, dissolution and official nothingness. Go eat bananas and watch naked chickens. Bian Chang, after defeating the opponent, immediately stretched his arms and gathered the room and said, "It seems like the intruders have gotten stronger lately. Looks like I have to go home and dig out the trash. Just pick up some discarded materials from the owner to level up." As soon as the robot's words ended, when suddenly a hand came out of the ground, causing it to startle and cry out, "Are you still not dead?" As expected in front of Bian Chang right now. Yet it is the holy sword day in. Gigi is barely alive. This time we know the reason this girl is still alive. It's because it's an S-level accessory. There's a lucky pendant on her hand. Accordingly, lucky pendants are a thing. Wandering in the universe. Passes through Yongya mainland once every 10 years. Each pass will all drop a small amount of lucky stardust when go take risks. Girl. This sword saint has collected them from all over the continent and entrusted the Dwarf King. Personally made into jewelry. Heard after wearing it will increase luck for the wearer. And this is also the reason that she can survive until now. Ma Wang Zabith's daughter-in-law is watching right now. The cartoon said while frowning. Advertising again. I have to tell Rak Pyong to sign me up for membership. After a while of devouring it, the girl looked regretfully at the snack package and exclaimed, "You say it's all over?" Reached out to grab the last crumbs from her bag. Said there was still the last essence left. Holding it in his mouth full of satisfaction, Elizabeth moaned happily and said, "The chips mixed with spices were truly wonderful." Aunt cooks the rice in the sun. Throws the snack shell in the trash. Elizabeth just walked out, pushed the door open and muttered. At this point, Rak Pyong is probably being trained in swordplay. "Let me call my father. I called my mom, but of course it was in the past to welcome your challenge. King had to go through a harsh cultivation process. Only then can we fully understand the way of swordsmanship." Speaking of this, my wife smirked and said to herself, "When you are struggling and don't know what to do, and prepare to give up, then the king will appear to guide you. Just thinking about it makes me feel much better than you think here." Ma Wang's wife immediately asked Rak Pyong, "Is whether you practice hard or not? Let me check to see how far I have practiced." But Elizabeth suddenly had crows flying all over her head. When I saw Rak Pyong like that, he raised his finger in front of his mouth and said. The girl sprayed to keep quiet for me to practice. Saw Rak Pyong placing a tree branch on her lap. Eyes closed and motionless. Then Elizabeth immediately came forward and said. This king told you to practice your sword. What are you doing sitting there? Rak Pyong considered his wife's words like a dog barking in his ear. The two receiver hands naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a polar shape behind the back. Being fed a huge avocado. This one immediately frowned and said, This king is asking about you. Saw that Rak Pyong did not answer me. Then his wife smiled and said, The king already knew. Surely you will fail. I feel like I'm losing face, so I want to avoid the problem. Right. It's okay. Now the king has changed his mind. Then you just need to bow your head and ask the king to teach you. Then this king will agree to teach you a few basic skills. Guaranteed after you finish studying. You can go out and rage without fear of anyone. According to our 3 covenants. After this child finished speaking for an hour. Only then did Rak Pyong collect his energy and gather his danshan and open his eyes. Your face happily said. What did Elizabeth just say? Sorry, I'm just now coming out of the trance state of the Tai Chi exercise. Elizabeth, even though it's very spicy. But still trying to act like I'm okay, saying. Oh, that's it. It seems like you feel like you've practiced very well. But don't misunderstand. What you must learn is swordsmanship. Meditating here doesn't make any sense. What my wife said. Rak Pyong immediately waved the tree branch towards her face and said. Who said it doesn't make sense? What I practice is exercise. Very focused on cultivating the mind and character. While she was eating snacks and watching TV. I have mastered all 13 moves. Or I'll show you a performance and then you can tell me. I saw this guy holding a tree branch and acting like a cow. Like no one else. Then Elizabeth immediately sold it. I'm half skeptical and my eyes say yes. If you want to embarrass yourself like that, then this king will not stop you. The mouth says so, but in Elizabeth's heart right now, could not help but silently despise. I told myself it was only that long. Surely you don't feel it. Himself has mastered swordsmanship. Thanks for practicing that rhythmic gymnastics. Right, Rak Pyong has no idea what his wife is thinking. And rotate the tree branch in my hand. Eyes closed said. The most important thing when performing Tai Chi sword. Rak Pyong calmly closed his eyes, then started to get into position. Having said this, he immediately curled up one limb. Determined to point the branch to the ground. Execute the first formula. Dragonfly touches water in Tai Chi sword. Swordsmanship is deployed. Immediately the space surrounding Elizabeth turns into a calm lake. At this point, the red-haired wife couldn't help but scream. You said that as soon as you used the move. You're already in a state of alertness. Well, after all, you are the legendary Yong Ya. Even though I've lived with you for a long time, I've gotten used to it. But this realm is very peaceful. There is no threat at all. Where has the sword's damaging power gone? Elizabeth just thought about this when Rak Pyong turned 2. Legs crossed, holding a tree branch in his hand. Perform the second form of Taiji. The breeze moves the willows to create ripples on the surface of the lake. The second wake has just ended. Third consciousness. Bird nests catching worms were also performed by him. A sword stabbed out a swiftlet flying above the lake. Catch worms for food. Next, in the fourth consciousness, the wind rolls the lotus leaf, causing lotus leaves on the surface of the lake to curl, forming a light shield behind his back. Without stopping a beat, Rak Pyong directly performed the fifth form. Welcome the western wind, creating a storm in the quiet space. At this point Elizabeth was speechless. The letter Asia discovered the current realm of Rak Pyong has changed. Without even opening my eyes, Rak Pyong now lowers his center of gravity. Change hand positions. Perform the sixth form. Lightning suddenly came, creating lightning strikes the lake surface and causing waves. Elizabeth sees a change. He immediately took a defensive stance and burst out with demonic energy. Thinking to himself, in just a short period of time. But have you trained to this point? You have to quickly restrain yourself. Demonize a part of the body. Creates horns and a light sword. Elizabeth spoke up and said it was good. Let this king teach you a little. These words come from my wife's daughter. As soon as he finished, Rak Pyong immediately curled his legs. Shoots out a seventh form of sword cast. The dragon emerged from the water, only to see the water explode. Immediately a water dragon shot up, not roaring loudly. Elizabeth at this time he was completely demonized. Also stabbed out a world-destroying magic sword. Immediately the sky swirled with blood-red clouds. From there a super-huge demon dragon appeared. Roared in the sky, looking at the water dragon with hostility. Two fierce dragons, one red, one blue, from above and below rushed at each other. High and low division. But Elizabeth's blood-red demon dragon, before going into battle, and was a bit shy and sweating profusely, only to be hit by Rakpyong's blue water dragon. Fight until there's no more armor like this. After the initial attack, the sky was blue again. And Zabith's wife, whose face was full of blue veins, shouted harshly, "Why is this happening in front of you? Has this king's sword position become so weak?" Rakpyong, after performing this ultimate technique, never stopped. Continue to move the tree branch in your hand. Said that when he calms down, he is not tired. When the mind is moved, it is not chaotic. One movement, one still, thousands of changes without surprise. Raised his leg and raised his hand to point at the tree branch. Going into the water, Rakpyong continued to exercise endlessly, only to understand the ultimate truth. The eighth consciousness, the Tai Chi sword that captures the moon in water, is performed. The moon's illusory image in the water was directly pulled out of the water by Rakpyong, appeared in front of Elizabeth, looking at the bright moon above his head, is emitting a gravitational field that sucks all things in. But Mwang's wife has red hair and mixed beak. Couldn't help but curse loudly. "You bastard Rakpyong, are you playing the game of pretending to be a pig and eat a tiger with this king? But dare to play swordsmanship with me? This time you chose the wrong field." Rakpyong's bright moon is rising even higher, getting bigger and bigger. Elizabeth saw that and quickly said in a loud voice, "Next, the king will be serious. I won't be lenient with you anymore." This sentence hasn't finished yet. Then she was sucked up by Rakpyong's moon. No, screaming and cursing, floating in midair, is about to be sucked in by a super huge meteorite. But this wife still stubbornly said that is going to use gravity to control this king. Why dream? Suddenly Elizabeth's eyes widened and she exclaimed incorrectly. He changed his realm again and the realm of Rakpyong changed his face again. The moon has now reached its maximum size. Rakpyong continued to dance and mutter, according to each movement of the Tai Chi sword is performed. My heart becomes more and more relaxed and open. Began to feel and understand the mystery of natural Dharma. As soon as these words finished, Rakpyong immediately waved his sword and performed. Ninth formula. Meteor changes moon. Right away, a series of meteorites are attracted by the moon, simultaneously changed direction and rushed towards Elizabeth. Seeing this scene, Mwang's wife couldn't help but feel scared. The soul said, "Each meteorite, comparable to this king's world-destroying magic. Not to mention there are such large numbers. Meteorite falling, quickly exposed to the atmosphere. But it burns like a shooting star. Knowing full well that if you don't use all your strength, you'll only get a full blow." Elizabeth then clenched her teeth. Use all your strength. Cast your strongest demon god form. With this demon god form, Elizabeth is very quick. Escape the moon's gravity. At this point, my wife silently exclaimed, "It is my king's fault to look down on you. But if you think so, like this, can defeat this king in the field of swordsmanship, then you are completely wrong." After finishing speaking, Ma Wang immediately swung his sword. Slash out a slash. Split the moon in half. Make two broken pieces of the moon whole again. Thought the moon was solved. Then Elizabeth immediately rushed forward with blood, swinging his sword to slash Rakpyong, screaming loudly, "Die! This king's swordsmanship is the strongest in history." Finishing the sentence she used all her strength and bent down, slashing out a sword of all things divided in half. The strange thing was Elizabeth's full power slash. Slashed at the moon again. Not Rakpyong. Paused for a moment with a confused face. Elizabeth said, consumed and then overexcited by the desire to win, "Surely it won't really kill him." These words just ended. Then the illusory image of Rakpyong appeared. But spoke up. The mind is extremely calm and calm. Means, to the extreme of emptiness. Be quiet and sincere. When the mind reaches a state of emptiness and nothingness, it will have a state of calm and self-control. Seeing Rakpyong saw evil, Zabith's wife couldn't help but exclaim with a grimace. What the hell? Rakpyong's figure is now bigger than the moon. But continued to speak. Mineral soul. Achieving a Tai Chi body naturally cannot fail. After finishing the sentence, Rak Pyong immediately performed the 10th form. Hug the moon in your arms. Directly using 2 hands to piece together the broken moon. Zabith's wife was now completely mad. I only saw her face contorted and fiercely screaming that this king was really stupid. Just now there was a moment of distraction. Worry about this person's safety. So take this opportunity. Decide to win or lose. You bastard. These words just ended. Elizabeth immediately poured all her magical energy, performing his ultimate move to live comfortably with Rak Pyong. For his part, Rakpyong's eyes are still closed at this time. Composure is like shaking hands. Decided not to say anything. Elizabeth after a while of hard work. At this time, the unified form of nothingness can also be deployed. Just like Rak Pyong, he smiled triumphantly. Transcend space, transcend time. This is the ignorance that belongs to the king himself. Suddenly disappear and appear in nothingness. Female Ma Wang looked straight at Rak Pyong and said, with just this little bit of bravery, don't think you're very good. If you can do it, the king can do it too. Rak Pyong doesn't know. Did you hear what Elizabeth said? I just saw him throw it lightly. The moon forward and, where the 2 hands combine, dancing in front of him. The final stage is to focus on cultivating the mind and meditating. No sword consciousness. This sentence just ended. Then the image of Rak Pyong turned into 100. 100 turns into 1,000 and is performed directly. The 11th form holds the sword and attains enlightenment. Twin 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 000 sword. Elizabeth saw this guy actually playing and immediately said, what nonsense are you talking about? Clone technique, right? This king will accompany you. After finishing speaking, the red-haired wife immediately cast magic to destroy the world. Ma Wang's 9-step transformation appeared. A series of clones attacked Rak Pyong. After using this move, Elizabeth immediately said, convenient reminder, clone of the king. Nor is it a blinding technique. Quantity wins quality. But every clone is in existence. Has the same strength as this king. Rak Pyong did not take his wife's words to his ears. Like flowing water and drifting clouds. Dance with the sword and recite the dictum 3 to create all living things. But everything merged into one. Saw a series of clones of himself attack. But the guy in front of him still leisurely did not dodge. Then Elizabeth immediately said, it's too late for 2 to show weakness. This king's sword is faster than the speed of light. See how you avoid it. I only saw a series of Elizabeth's magic swords stabbing like that. But it seems to be the image of Rak Pyong. Does not belong to this world. No matter how you stab, you won't hit. At this point, his wife's eyes and mouth said, can you avoid it? Only see now. The Tai Chi 8 trigram formation appeared at Rakpyong's feet. Ma Wang Elizabeth saw that. Clenched his teeth and screamed. No, he didn't move at all. But rather makes the space expand. At speeds exceeding the speed of light. From there, he widened the distance. Rak Pyong continued to tap dance. Tell me to go one step further when meditating. Harmony with nature. The mind will accordingly become broader. In his hands right now is the entire galaxy. Seeing the universe yet being manipulated by Rak Pyong, Elizabeth immediately said, extremely angry. That bastard Rak Pyong, you think, makes himself faster than the speed of light. The king cannot do anything. Why do you only need the goal to exist? Then this king's moves can also attack. Surpassing the speed of light. Finishing the sentence, the witch immediately pointed her sword towards the sky. Creates a super huge magical sword image. Like this. Raised both hands in front. Ma Wang Elizabeth said, I will let you taste it. The strongest blow of the world destroying magic sword. That this king invented. Aiming straight at 12 o'clock where Rak Pyong is standing. Elizabeth shouted loudly and shot an arrow to destroy the world. For his part, Rak Pyong was still continuing to dance. Then raise both hands to the sky and perform the 12th form. 3 things give birth to all things. Launching an entire galaxy towards Zabith's wife. Elizabeth's terrifying black arrow quickly broke off in the middle of the road. Disappeared and disappeared. The wife saw this scene for the 4th time that day. Eyes that say, and mouth that, exclaimed. The strongest sword move that this king is always proud of. In front of him, it was like dust being destroyed. Look at the vast, distant universe in front of you. Which Elizabeth couldn't help but exclaim. The swordsmanship that this king worked hard to acquire. Just like that, it was negated. In the middle of a quiet lake, Rak Pyong was still smiling with his eyes closed. Thoughts wander and sense of time and space then returns to its original state. Will have a calm heart. Elizabeth right now. Blue veins were all over his face and he screamed loudly with anger. What is the reason why? Even dared to instruct the king in swordsmanship. Do you want to humiliate the king or something? After the sudden attack, Elizabeth said with a smirk. It's okay, just like you said, after seeing the vast universe. This king also has a calm heart. Forget the past. Let go of honor and humiliation. Let go of all the sword moves you have learned. How about accepting your instructions? Having said this, his wife immediately raised her hand, causing the space in front of me to twist endlessly. Give up magic. Even letting go of life cannot be calculated. Without considering the consequences, putting everything into swordsmanship, Elizabeth is now learning from Rak Pyong. Let go of junk. Use your mind to feel and look for meaning. In space and time, no matter how strong the move is. I can't compete with the power of your rules. So if I want to kill you, must overcome both time and space. Stepping on the water, rushing to stab the sword towards Rak Pyong, Elizabeth said. Thank you for your guidance. After sacrificing everything to use this move. Surely this king will die, but it's okay. Because after killing you, there is no point in living anymore for this king. For us, this is a beautiful ending. But remember, let the one who defeats you in the end be my king. Ignore this child's ramblings. Rak Pyong now arched his arms leisurely. Execute the final form. The 13th form that combines all of the Tai Chi sword. Only saw Rak Pyong using 3 fingers. Grabbed Elizabeth's index finger. The blue and purple yin and yang Taiji map appeared immediately after that. Amazing pressure immediately erupted around, turning the galaxy into a plane under Rak Pyong's feet. And Elizabeth now is an extremely vast yin and yang Tai Chi. Elizabeth was stunned and tears welled up and exclaimed you. Rak Pyong said nothing, directly pulled his wife into his arms. When she was about to touch lips, stole this guy's first kiss. Then he reached out and hugged Ma Wang in his arms, acting out a cold winter romance scene. There's no snow like this. The demonic energy on Elizabeth's body quickly disappeared. Both of them quickly returned to their loving home. My familiar garden. Rak Pyong is now holding his wife tightly in his arms and telling me. Right now, Elizabeth also advanced to the level of 7-star demon god. Rak Pyong closed his eyes and used his mind to talk to his wife. How does it feel? Can you see me? Elizabeth now asked with a dumbfounded face. What do you mean? Rak Pyong, still holding his wife tightly, opened his eyes and said. Of course it's my swordsmanship. Even though it's exercise. But every time I practice, I feel like I've become very strong. What do you think? Of course it's this one. How can I feel now? It's simply that the eggs have fallen all over the rice room that my aunt cooked. What else? I just saw my wife's face turning red for the first time. Her ears faltering. When Rak Pyong heard that, he immediately blushed and said, Is there any place I should improve? Mouth said so. At this moment, Rak Pyong's heart is racing, looking at his red-haired wife in his arms. He exclaimed, Elizabeth is so cute. Thinking about this guy blushed and said yes. She kept staring at me like that. What did I do wrong? It seems that the love affair has now gradually reached Rak Pyong's brain. The judge screamed in his heart, telling himself no. Don't think. This Ma Wang woman can't be touched. Fortunately, I still need her protection. Come here. Embarrassing situations also quickly occurred. The two of them quickly separated. Stood awkwardly in place. When Rak Pyong came here, he couldn't help but feel excited inside. Said to myself, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became so embarrassing. I have to say something to break this situation up. Thinking of this guy immediately acted like a cow. Gesticulating like an idiot. Definitely stronger now. It's definitely thanks to Elizabeth that this is possible. Even though I closed my eyes just now. But I still feel her by my side guiding me. Even though I go back and forth. There are only these 13 moves. But this time, my awareness of nature is deeper than before. As much as transcending space and time. Saying this, Rak Pyong emphasized again, it was definitely because Elizabeth guided me. I'm right, haha. Elizabeth heard this. I really have a crush on this guy. I told myself that this Rak Pyong knew that this king was having difficulty getting promoted recently. That's why I deliberately used swordsmanship to help me break through. First, just let yourself expand, then forced myself into a dead end. Destroy all sword intent, transcend space, time that I sacrificed everything to gain, and finally let the time return to the beginning. Help me break through the 3 levels, without paying any price. This is Taiji, some kind of mysterious religion that cannot be imagined. I saw my wife standing there dumbfounded. Rak Pyong immediately waved his arms and said, "Hello, hello," attracts the wife's attention. But instead of answering, this child continued to think. I thought to myself that this king was too naive. I thought it was a ghost scene. Can catch up with you. But still one country behind you. Even so, he did not want to confront the king. Or is it an experiment to destroy the world at all? But also constantly help this king become stronger. After all, why did he have to do that? It is very clear that there is only one cause. That's the same as this king thought before. Use the king to give birth to the strongest child. Just ignore Rak Pyong, gesticulating in front of Ma Wang, still immersed in self-love. You want to create the strongest child together with this king. But you are afraid that this current king is too weak. Didn't receive your seed. Thinking of this, Elizabeth immediately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His face turned red. Stop looking down on others. Hearing that, Rak Pyong didn't understand why he stood up and said, "What are you looking down on?" Elizabeth thought she was stuck in this guy's stomach. Immediately said to himself angrily, "Every time, he deliberately goes easy on the king. Want to have the king. But I'm afraid of hurting my king." In the fictional image of Elizabeth, Rak Pyong was now smirking. Said she still needs a lot of teaching. Thinking so, the red-haired Ma Wang immediately held his hand tightly. Determined to tell myself, only because the child is the strongest. It's okay for this king to suffer a little loss. Thinking of this, Elizabeth immediately said, "I can agree with you. But you must tell me." Rak Pyong heard this and asked innocently, "What to say?" Elizabeth's face turned red. She clenched her teeth and said, You're real." Elizabeth likes this king. Couldn't speak after that, when his wife silently lamented that she couldn't say it out loud. Suddenly let out a cry. Bian Chang's younger brother landed on the ground, carrying a woman with a limp body. It's the sword Saint Gigi who is unconscious. Here comes Gyeong Gyeon, immediately walked in front of Rak Pyong, barking and meowing as if wanting to say something. Rak Pyong saw his younger brother bring someone back. Immediately went to ask it. "Bian Chang, you picked up the injured again. Look at the loofah girl. Dying on the ground." Rak Pyong immediately ran over to exclaim. "The injury is so serious that it must be treated quickly." Bian Chang did a great job. The master praised his younger brother Gyeong Gyeon. Immediately barked and meowed to himself. Being complimented by the owner makes me so happy. Suddenly Bian Chang's eyes narrowed, detecting danger, only seeing Elizabeth ruin a good thing. While his face was black, he walked over and said, "You dog, are you picking up random people again? You don't take the king's words seriously, do you?" Bian Chang just saw the ogre speak, already beeping tremblingly and saying yes. Alpha sword transition, after leaving Rak Pyong's happy home, now landed on a poetic step, resting his hands on his pillow and breathing heavily. This guy spoke up and said, "It seems like I've flown 30 kilometers already. The boss just woke up. But the situation has completely gone beyond my understanding. Yong Ya violated the setting. Living with the female Ma Wang. Ambiguous relationship. Then stop it. Like the things Rak Pyong creates. Anything can suppress this rich man. What the heck? You are the king of weapons. In his house, I'm nothing more than a pile of scrap metal." Even threatened to reveal the true form he was born with, to assist Yong Ya in defeating Ma Wang. But everything has changed. So what is the meaning of my existence? The blonde-haired disciple kept holding his head. His tear-stained face screamed with resentment. "Are you saying I'm only worthy of being used to chop firewood? After all, who created me? Not fair. Why wasn't I created by Rak Pyong? Yong Ya did not destroy Ma Wang. Then I know what to do now." Suddenly the holy sword Alpha crossed his arms across his chest. With a serious face, he seemed to be muttering, "No. Now the boss has left them. I can definitely find the meaning of my existence. Regain confidence. When the blonde boy was about to turn around and leave, suddenly he heard a scream for help from somewhere. Startled and turned his hand into a sword for defense. Alpha asked who it was. Only seeing in front of him was a witch holding an axe. The soul is barely alive calling for help. Help me. Alpha couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw that. It's Muji Ryong, approaching the axe-wielding woman. Alpha asked, where is your essence? If not, quickly return to your original form. Is the one who will be destroyed. The axe-wielding lady heard that. My essence has been destroyed by bad guys. Can you find something for me to hold on to? I really need you. Addiction can be cured. Even if you are reincarnated, you won't be able to stop lusting after girls. Alpha's face was red and he said to himself, oh my god, so fiercely beautiful, I still need you. When love has reached the brain. Then this guy immediately said with a cheerful face, of course it's okay. The axe woman heard that and immediately said, but hurry up, I won't be able to stand it anymore. Alpha naively said what to do when he heard that. How can I find something for you to cling to in one? Just a moment, she said holding the axe now. There is still a way. Can give me temporary. Can I enter your body? Alpha, hearing that, I don't understand why he asked with doubt. You want to enter my body? That's right, if you borrow my magic power. Then you can endure it a little longer. The axe-wielding woman heard this and secretly happily said to herself. Well, I took the bait. But suddenly Alpha smiled and said, don't think it's me, sir. I don't know what you're thinking. The witch came here and said with a black face. Is that so? Then there is no other way. I'm secretly calculating right now. Even though I'm very weak right now. But the only way is to try to endure. I still have a chance to beat this guy. Suddenly the Alpha with a meter-long nose raised his face and said. You see that I am extraordinary. So you want to approach me. Right? Hide nothing from you. Great Lord. It's the legendary Holy Sword Alpha. I thought to myself after leaving those two people. This gentleman is needed immediately. Big world. Boss is still the king of weapons. Alpha said. So it's not like there's no way for people to cling. Just a little bit is fine. But only you can do that. If it were anyone else, I would have refused a long time ago. The witch coming here couldn't help but open a flag in her stomach. Silently calculating. Seems to be a retard. But let's just patch it up for now. When you find something better, kick him out later. Thinking of this, the axe-wielding woman plotted cunningly. Appear weak, told Mr. Alpha, so please come a little closer to me. That naive Alpha who doesn't know anything. He immediately approached this fragile woman and told her. What are you going to do? This sentence just ended. Alpha had her arms wrapped around her neck by the witch. He jerked his head closer and told. To look into my eyes. Alpha now looked dumbfounded and said. I looked at this and then what? The witch heard that and repeated it again. I said looking into my eyes. When I saw Alpha actually looking into my eyes. Then the witch immediately cast the eye of resentment on her. This guy said. Tell me what resentment you have towards life. I will solve everything for you. Alpha's face was blurry at this time. Her mouth was muttering. My resentment. It's all their fault. We have lost the meaning of our existence. Hearing that, the witch smiled evilly and said. Then give me your body. And I will solve your troubles. Alpha heard that and nodded happily. Immediately the witch burst out laughing. Sansu in the air at point 1. Pointing at the back of Alpha's head. Causing this guy to radiate terrifying demonic energy. Lifeless eyes. Alpha smiled evilly and said he could take revenge again. The witch inside this guy came here and said. Ha ha, then I can continue my revenge. It's just that this body is too weak right now. Just now this guy even claimed to be a swordsmith or something. Forget the resentment in this body. Merged with me in an unusual way. This can make our special moves. Become stronger. Learn the lesson from last time. I won't have to confront them head on. But instead, we will avoid the dog that is blocking our way. Later, find an opportunity to give that heartless person a fatal blow. At a happy home. At this moment, the holy sword Gigi was dimly opening his eyes. I saw the woman on the bed had woken up. Elizabeth then viciously crossed her arms across her chest and said. Get up, get up. Gigi girl sat up and asked. Where am I? Did you save me? What kind of place is this? Elizabeth heard that and turned black and said. Now it's not your turn to ask questions here. Lie face down on Gigi. Elizabeth said threateningly. Listen carefully. This king warns you. Press your loudspeakers. Pressed on Gigi speakers. This one said. I was the first to come looking for the scent. When Gigi heard that, he mumbled, not understanding what he was saying. Sorry, I don't really understand what you said, Elizabeth said with an expressionless face. Later, no matter what the other person says they want to do with you, everyone has to refuse. Do you understand? Everything here belongs to the king. Even that person. Gigi couldn't help but beep and nod to clarify. It's clear that she's a sword saint right now. I couldn't help but whisper to myself. The atmosphere is so strong. On this continent, is there still someone who can suppress even me? Or is it because I was injured? And who is she talking about? The room door was pushed open. Rak Pyong looked cheerful. The bowl of noodles walked in and said, grinning, the noodles are finished cooking. Is she awake yet? Suddenly this guy stood still and exclaimed, oh my god. Me when I saw the scene before me. Only seen in front of Rak Pyong. This is the scene of two twin mountains competing. Compare canal sewers, ocean ditch, hydroelectric dams together. The bowl of noodles almost fell out. Rak Pyong rewinded, stepped back and closed the door. Went out again, inside the living room. At this time, Rak Pyong is telling everything to the holy sword girl. Gigi knows everything is roughly like that. I saw that she was seriously injured, so I took her to the room to rest. Gigi heard that and immediately said, thank you both for coming to the rescue. Rak Pyong came here and said yes. Why is she injured? Was it attacked by any magical beast around here? Gigi said, actually, I was chasing a traitor before. Related to the Hugh Am Guild is actually in this girl Gigi's heart. Now I'm extremely tormented. Said to himself for the honor of the guild. I should still hide my identity. Thinking so, this girl immediately said that it was because I was too confident. Underestimate the opponent's strength. That's why I got injured like this. Luckily I met two people. Rak Pyong heard this and couldn't help but think a little bitterly to himself. Is it the attack on Hugh Am again? Saw Rak Pyong glanced at him. Elizabeth immediately said, are you sure you are from the Hugh Am Guild? It must be quiet over there lately. Right, just say that. Elizabeth herself is also full of doubts at this time. What do you think? There are still many members of the Hugh Am Guild. Causing such a thing. Finally, is Emilia working properly? I'll have to slap his ass when I see him again. Gigi told Hugh Am that the guild has stopped working. It's just because I've been chasing that traitor for 3 months. And also lost contact with the guild. So I don't know anything about what happened recently. Here the long-haired beauty introduced herself. My name is Gigi. Please tell me how to address you too. Rak Pyong immediately came here and said with a twisted smile. Ha ha, forgot to introduce me as Rak Pyong. These days I'm trying to become a Yongya. Go destroy the Hugh Am Guild. The person next to me. Pausing for a beat, Rak Pyong told her it was so back. Is my roommate. When Gigi heard this, she couldn't help but be startled. Covered his mouth and exclaimed. What is a roommate? Elizabeth said angrily and grimaced. Why do you have any opinion? Rak Pyong saw that the situation seemed tense. Immediately laughed and said, so Bak is quite outspoken but she's very nice. While she was in a coma, it was she who changed her clothes. And used magic to treat you. Gigi girl was surprised to hear this. Looked at my hand and said, use magic to heal me. The wound was so severe that it reached the level of a 5-star demon venerable. Like I can't even fix it myself. Unless this is healing magic. Equal to the head of the Zheng Ryong clan. Look at Elizabeth's pointy ears. Gigi is even more affirmed. She is a member of the Zheng Ryong clan. It's not just the atmosphere that can oppress you, but can also use advanced healing magic. This girl's background is definitely not simple. Rak Pyong now scratched his head and smiled like he said. Magic is truly omnipotent. I really admire you guys. Gigi girl heard that and immediately told Mr. Rak Pyong. Your place is really unique. I've been all over this Yongya continent. But I've never seen a style like this. There are many more interesting things. You two have always lived here in seclusion. Rak Pyong said it could be said that way. It's true that we've been here for a while. Elizabeth didn't come here politely. Tell me frankly why you ask so much. When Gigi came here, she couldn't help but exclaim to herself. These two people, giving others a completely different feeling. One person is extremely good. One person is extremely evil. Dwarf King and Minister of Science of Azite. the patriarch and elders of the Jang Ryong clan. Even the magic embryo of the Hugh Am Guild can speak to all the powerhouses on this Yongya continent. They all interact with their Holy Sword Guild. But I'm not impressed at all with these two people. Elizabeth saw that this girl didn't answer, so she told me, "If there's nothing else, then get out of here. Don't dirty my house." Gigi couldn't help but exclaim in shock when she heard this. Dirty. Rak Pyong see you. His wife got jealous and immediately told so back. People get hurt. Also because of destroying the Hugh Am Guild. But anyway, it's okay to be a guest. If there's anything, I'll clean it up. Ma Wang's wife heard that and turned away sulkily and said yes. It's up to you. Gigi now stood up and bowed to tell her she was right. Sorry for bothering everyone. Right now in the heart of this holy sword girl, I can't help but feel uneasy. Thinking about the feeling at that time, when facing the axe-wielding woman, emitting that strange black aura. There are only two words. Kill and kill. Gigi thought about this and immediately said with a tense face. Moreover, I have to quickly go and catch that person. Otherwise, the entire Yongya continent will be in danger. Speaking of which, Gigi couldn't help but think to myself. That Muji Ryong girl's name is Dai Jiang. Even stronger than a ghost embryo. Perhaps she is also related to the Hugh Am Guild. Sudden sword St. Day in. Gigi waved two fingers and called for a sword. But I told myself to let it go. Anyway, now accept me. No one can stop her. I saw the girl in front of me waving her hand and calling for a sword. Rak Pyong couldn't help but say curiously. Did you just call for a sword? After a while, strengthen internal muscles. Failed to perform swordsmanship. The holy sword Gigi was bitten and fell backwards. Full of horror exclaimed. Stars in his head. I can't remember a single defective sentence so. Elizabeth comes here and says it's simple. That's because of your swordsmanship. Has been robbed by the filth in his body. This is the price you have to pay for taking shortcuts to get stronger. Rak Pyong heard that and didn't understand what he was saying. So back, what do you mean by that dirty thing? Gigi girl now explains. A go to become stronger and defeat the Hugh Am Guild. I signed a contract with Hugh Am. Rak Pyong and asked in some doubts. What is Hugh Am's sign? Elizabeth said it was nothing. Just a bunch of dirty bugs. Accidentally connected to us. Gigi said with a dark face. You're right. It was because I wanted to take a shortcut that I was tempted. It's all my own doing. Rak Pyong saw the girl in front of him blaming himself. Immediately consoled him. Although I don't really understand. But what if you've forgotten everything? Then let's try again from the beginning. Recently I'm also starting to learn swordsmanship. Even Sabak is also an expert in swordsmanship. If you are willing to learn, then maybe it will become even stronger. Zabith's wife heard this, filled with anger and turned around to say, who gave you permission to try with her? And the king said he never wanted to help her. Stop making your own decisions for me. This guy saw his wife upset and immediately curled up and said, I'm sorry I see everyone. Everyone wants to destroy the Hugh Am Guild. At this point, Rak Pyong couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with Elizabeth. Why is nature so petty? Sword St. Day and Gigi stood up and said, no matter what, then I shouldn't bother everyone anymore. Thank you two people for saving me, now I have to go. Rak Pyong saw that and immediately said, wait, you must be hungry too. Right, I'll cook you a bowl of noodles before you go. Gigi heard that and said thank you for your good intentions. But now I don't want to eat anything. I need to calm down a bit. Saying that, the holy sword girl immediately turned around and left. Rak Pyong sat there and said yes. But there is one around here. There are a lot of magical beasts. So please pay attention to safety. Zabith's wife was somewhat gloating at this time. Picked up the bowl of noodles and chewed greedily. Telling that she knew that this bowl of noodles belonged to the king. Only the king can eat. Rak Pyong now told Elizabeth. She encountered this. Also because of fighting with the Hugh Am Guild. How about we help her? Swallow the noodles into her mouth, Elizabeth said. If you don't want to help, then go help yourself. Why would I help my rival? Sword Saint Gigi. After leaving Rak Pyong's house. Currently sitting quietly on the vast prairie. But the effort restores the power. Suddenly the evil image of the axe-wielding witch reappears. Give her a heartbreaking beheading. That time before going to eat bananas and watch the chickens. The crystal on her neck saved Gigi's life. Broken yellow stone. Gigi is confused. Saw the image of Bian Chang's disciple. Subconsciously at that time. At this point, the holy sword girl Dayan suddenly woke up. Breathing heavily. I remember everything now. If not for the lucky stone to help me get there, I'm already dead in this place. With just a single attack I've completely lost. I thought Yongya had the best power on the continent. There will be no chance of weakening to be bitten again by the Hu Am Sea. But I was too arrogant. Suddenly Rak Pyong's voice came from behind. Holding a tree branch in Rak Pyong's hand, he walked over and said, I knew right away that she hadn't gone far. Sit down next to this one. Rak Pyong said, actually, I understand her mood very well. Because I once had the opportunity to learn swordsmanship. But he was passionate about farm life and did not go to school. Now I want to study. Then I found out I was just an idiot. Has no talent at all. Even if he wants to pick up the sword to destroy the Hu Am Guild. Can't do it either. Gigi curled up and hugged her knees and said, no, you don't understand. My swordsmanship. This is not normal swordsmanship. But the tangerine sword left over from Mwang's swordsmanship. I'm lucky to have it. While traveling to ancient demon ruins. Hearing that, Rak Pyong glanced at her and said, even though there is no more swordsmanship. But you still have magic power. Right? Who knows? Maybe change to a new career. Will be even stronger. I know an uncle like that. Gigi girl's eyes were full of doubts asking for a transfer. That is no longer possible for me. For me, losing my swordsmanship is like losing my life. Rak Pyong now looked up at the starry sky. You see before the universe. Everything is extremely small, and there is nothing that cannot be lost. Let's try together. It's okay to start from scratch. Elizabeth's daughter-in-law is currently using advanced magic. The art of hiding and observing the couple. The husband and wife couldn't help but bitterly curse each other. Try this bastard Rak Pyong. Rak Pyong doesn't know anything at this time, but held up a tree branch to say, here's what I learned when learning Tai Chi sword recently. Saw Gigi girl seemed curious. Then this guy immediately stood up and said, that's right, it can be considered a type of swordsmanship. Without magic power, you cannot kill the enemy. But it helps practitioners cultivate their mind and character. Mentioned here, Rak Pyong immediately looked towards the girl he had just met and asked, do you want to chat a bit? Elizabeth, right now, my aunt's cooked rice burned nearby. Her voice contorted and her face contorted. Exchange and combine stars. No way. In the red-haired wife's head. Imagining the scene where Rak Pyong is in love with this Gigi girl. About to kiss. Thinking about this, the wife immediately crushed the orange and screamed loudly. Rak Pyong heard the noise and immediately looked over. It's Sobek's voice. This sentence just ended. Then Elizabeth appeared before the two of them. Rak Pyong was so happy right now. If you had appeared here, that means you agreed to help. Right? Elizabeth heard that and stuck out her tongue mockingly. Whatever the king wants to do, he will do it. It's not your turn to manage. At this point, my wife spoke loudly to this guy. Is the one who forgot the agreement with this king. Is that right without the king's permission? Do not give anything in the house to others. Rak Pyong heard that and said I didn't give him anything. You are also the one who eats. Elizabeth heard this and said defiantly. Everything including you, everything you do, can only be used to serve the king. Do you know yet? Rak Pyong dares. Turn the roof back on. Hearing this, I nodded like chopping firewood. No, I know she will definitely help. So whatever you say is fine. Elizabeth is now using her hands to tear the membrane of space. Looking at the girl, Gigi said, you follow me. Don't care if this girl agrees or not. Then Elizabeth threw her directly into your bounded space. Rak Pyong saw his wife disappear and smiled bitterly. Ha ha, I told you so. This Elizabeth with a dagger mouth but a tofu heart. Inside Elizabeth's barrier space right now. The long-haired girl Gigi exclaimed in utter panic. Exclaimed, this is the space field. Only those who have entered the Ma Wang level. Newly created. Elizabeth then spoke up. Let the king help you. Gigi, who doesn't know anything, asked to help me again. How can I help? Elizabeth said with an expressionless face. The first is to kill you completely. Saw a pan of images coming. Gigi quickly turned away. After avoiding the attack, he exclaimed, I don't have any grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? Gigi's face was tense and she clenched her teeth. Told myself she was Ma Wang level. Even though I still have swordsmanship, I'm not sure if I can fight her. First he saved me and now he wants to kill me. What is her intention? A series of black pans were launched by Elizabeth. At this point, she told, to obediently stand still. Then you will have less pain. Gigi heard that, immediately used his body techniques to the limit to avoid the attack. Dream away. After a while of cleaning, mausoleum of 3 types of ostriches. Gigi immediately started sweating. Bright eyes squawked. Fortunately, I'm also a peak 5-star demon. Thinking about this long-haired girl said, if you want me to stand still and die, it's not that easy. Elizabeth doesn't say much. Directly release a series of magical claws. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you anymore. In front of absolute strength, Gigi girl no longer has the strength to fight back. Locked by Elizabeth's death claw like this, the holy sword girl Dane's face is now wrinkled. Screaming, what do you want to do? Let me go, let me go. Elizabeth stared without much interest. Staring at the expression of the woman in front of him, he said that his consciousness was indeed starting to become chaotic. Lost swordsmanship, and then continued to use the power of that thing. You certainly won't be able to suppress it. So now this king, just helping you discover this dangerous thing. Sooner. Gigi girl keeps screaming to let me go. Elizabeth right now, directly control the demonic energy to shoot straight into the mouth. Gastroscopy for this Gigi girl. When the girl in front of her kept making gurgling noises, the body deforms. Very quickly, Elizabeth found the worm inside her body. The worm was quickly removed. The sword Saint Gigi fell face down on the ground. Faint. Elizabeth now crossed her arms, looking at Gigi's body, but asked, how you came to my king's world? What does the Hue Guild have to do with you guys? The goo worm said at this time, if it wasn't you then that dark life form wouldn't let this one finish his sentence. Elizabeth crushed it directly and was definitely bored. But it's not that important. Suddenly, Gigi's body appeared, using an extremely strange posture. He stood up and said, I live in your body, as a source of magic power for you to use. Help you break through to Ma Wang level. But every time you are weak, I will take something away from you. And when our being is destroyed, I will take over your body. When she said this, Gigi's eyes lit up with excitement. Almost reproachful tone. Obviously, you already knew the content of the contract from the beginning. That Elizabeth the bastard violated the agreement. Elizabeth heard this with an expressionless face, crossed his arms and said, oh. It seems like that's the case. The sea of lava emitting extremely terrifying heat. The secret books are constantly being opened, revealing extremely mystical techniques. On a small island in the middle of that sea of lava, Ma Wang's cultivation place. At this time Elizabeth is sitting holding a magic circle. Practice, practice. Beauty Ma Wang closed her eyes. Talk to yourself very attentively. To welcome Yong Ya in the legendary challenge. This king must become stronger. Break through to Ma Wang level. Suddenly a low voice filled Hue asked Elizabeth, echoing in her head. Do you want to become stronger? I can help you. Elizabeth quickly opened her eyes. With an expressionless face she asked, who are you? How could he have infiltrated the king's cultivation place? Replied the demon with a strange shape in front of him. I am the lord of the sea, Hue Ayatos. It doesn't matter how we got here. The important thing is that I can help you become stronger. Elizabeth heard this and asked in doubt, how can I help this king become stronger? The demon Ayatos replied very simply, just accept my power, and let me live in your body. My chaotic power can help people break through to Ma Wang level. Then you will not be afraid. Yongja's name in that legend too. Elizabeth let out a loud cry. He raised his hand to touch the object and said, receive the power of the star. Very quickly, her eyes showed a 5-pointed star mark. The demon who slowly manipulated her mind said, that's right. Please accept my strength. But contrary to the devil's prediction, Elizabeth's face darkened and she spoke. Who told this king to be afraid of Yong Ya? This otherworldly insect. When the devil heard that, he trembled. You deliberately followed me to peek into my world. Then I'll just say it straight. Just let me live in your body. My chaotic power will immediately help the person reach Ma Wang level. But you also have enough ability to completely suppress me. So we can't do anything. Isn't it nice for you to be like this? Elizabeth spoke with cold eyes. So you're going to wait until we meet the legendary Yong Ya? then took the opportunity to rob the king of everything. That's your real goal, right? The devil was discovered and immediately threatened the dangerous plot. Even though the newcomer is only temporary, come into contact with my chaotic power. For a moment, but the contract has already been formed. If you refuse me now, then you will be at a huge disadvantage. The sparrow catching cicadas and the mantis standing behind. Elizabeth was undeterred, but directly grabbed the child's head. Gory said so while surveying your world. King had absorbed quite a bit of chaotic power there. Gory was caught out and immediately exclaimed in dismay. Crafty guy. Completely controlled Gory's life. Then Elizabeth shouted in a low voice. That chaotic power is also barren. Just like your universe. Only suitable for tricking weak people. Gory was thrown into the sea of lava. Immediately screamed bitterly at you. What are you planning to do to me? The contract has already been formed. If you do this, you will be bitten back. Elizabeth said with a disdainful smirk. This king will seal you here. Then use your own strength to break through to Ma Wang level and completely digest the chaotic energy that I have absorbed into my own magic power. If you do that, the contract will lose its validity. Right? The demon was eaten painfully in the hands of Ma Wang. The eels immediately vomited blood and screamed loudly. Elizabeth, you're such a shameless toy. Damn, it just came and I was tricked. Return to the present. At this moment, the chaotic Gory is inside him. Holy sword girl, but shouted angrily. Because of you until now, my essence has not yet escaped. To do so, we can only use consciousness clones. To act in this world here. Elizabeth calmly said, oh, who cares about those trivial things? The drooling devil said, smiling evilly. Previously there was no host, making it impossible for us to develop our true strength. That's why you're planning on it. But now, I will let you taste the terrifying power of chaos. Elizabeth, this Gory is so stubborn. He immediately turned his face full of contempt and said nothing. The guy Gory was about to attack. He trembled, covered his face and stopped in place. Then it directly released demonic arms and shouted loudly in the form of a chaotic demon. Gory's scream is a series of hands starting to strike. Complete this action. The new demon growled and laughed sickly. I have taken away all of this donor's skills. The power of the strongest swordsmanship, combined with my chaotic power. It's truly unimaginable. The demon kept growling and cursing Elizabeth to die. The strongest sword move of the divine sword combined with demonic power. The devil's terrible terror was again bound by Elizabeth's magic barrier. Blocked easily like this, in front of absolute power. Then all the dirty tricks are useless. The devil can't do anything. The female Ma Wang immediately vomited blood and growled loudly. Why is my strongest swordsmanship? Is that possible? At this moment, the devil was very quietly talking to himself. Just now the sword move automatically disappeared. While she did nothing, Elizabeth looked at Gory with pity and said, because of the strongest swordsmanship you mentioned, is a product created by the king. So of course he doesn't dare to do anything to the king. To put it simply, it's just the name of the strongest swordsmanship. And now is the past. Gory clenched his teeth, full of anger, and raised his voice. How could that be? According to the rules of this world, with the combined strength of the host and his chaotic power, it's enough that Ma Wang has 2 stars. But Elizabeth seems to read this devil's mind, but smirked. It's true that the frog sits at the bottom of the well. If anything else, just show it off. The demon immediately lowered his center of gravity, put many hands on the ground, then used the speed of light, disappeared from Elizabeth's sight. Laughing loudly, this child said happily, you just wait. I don't want to play with you anymore. Now we have to leave this place and go to unseal the body. But there is no such thing as this Gory's dream. How can you use it as nonsense poetry? Only saw a Gui Baltop using many times the speed of light. Shot towards the fleeing demon, and then grabbed him directly, causing this Gory's clothes to be torn. This insignificant resistance, being captured in essence, he immediately came up with a secret trick to escape the corpse, and directly tore his clothes off himself like this. But immediately another Gui Baltop rushed in, and directly locked him. Don't let this one move. The demon was in pain and then helplessly used martial arts to curse. Damned. This space is under her full control. But what if she catches me? Unless you can cooperate with this host to kill me, no magic can. Can't get me out of her. These words just ended. A bunch of instant noodles were sprayed straight into my head, causing the demon to grimace. Elizabeth threw the bowl of noodles in his face and then spoke. Killing you is a simple matter, King. I just don't want to lose to the people out there. Reward you with a bowl of noodle soup. The demon is parasitic in the Sword Saint's body. So humiliated, immediately bitterly clenched his teeth to suppress his voice. I am the Lord of the Sea, you am. How dare you insult me? Then suddenly this guy's face turned as pale as a frog's ass and he exclaimed. Wait, there's energy in the pasta water. Is seeping into every brain cell. And removed her chaotic power. Here the Sword Saint raised her face to the sky, screaming out loud with unmatched hatred for life. A stream of air immediately billowed out from her body, then went directly into the bowl in Elizabeth's hand. At this point, the red-haired beauty with a mixed beak let out a sigh. Self-sarcasm. Around and around. In the end, I still used his things to solve the problem. Here, this guy started muttering again. Finally, everything is in his plan. This king is really too weak. The vast night sky, the grassland, the gentle breeze. Ducks sing together. Rak Pyong is enjoying the scenery, but whistled loudly. Suddenly a teleportation portal appeared. Long legs with bunny ears. Petite and pretty. Walked out of there. When you saw Ma Wang's wife, you immediately spoke up and left. How's it going? Elizabeth replied with closed eyes. You already know but you still ask. I just saw the natural tower in this child's hand. Rak Pyong spit out blood pudding and covered his face with both hands, screaming loudly. But why did it become like this? On the other side, this time the axe demon in the holy sword is flying like crazy, aimed straight towards the thatched hut. Rak Pyong's 2 golden hearts rushed forward. I told myself I saw it. Day 2. The sword was still aimed straight at the house. But the room came, and suddenly a familiar figure appeared in front of her. The holy sword. I just saw that Bian Chang's brother has changed gears. Don't dare to rev the engine and brake quickly. This child said to himself. Is it this Gyeonggi-an again? Bian Chang in dazzling form stepped forward. His eyes were bright like car headlights. Not angry but powerful. Then suddenly it escaped from view. Something unclear appeared. The robot dog was confused and mumbled, huh? Looks like something just flew away. But my dog's radar, I couldn't scan anything suspicious. It's all because of that bitch. After being beaten by her last time, my body keeps giving me error messages. Why is she getting stronger? Thinking about her abuse, Elizabeth with me before, but Bian Chang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After learning the master's extreme realm, that bitch became even stronger. Luckily, the crane released the spare body from the closet and set housekeeping mode. You must quickly reprogram the cloud data, otherwise she will destroy her chips. One day die. As soon as these words finished, an unidentified flying object appeared, zigzagging, hitting the hammock and rushing forward. Yellow sword. After the quail is out of range. Bian Chang's scan now. Once again, he aimed straight at Rak Pyong's house and rushed forward. Then again it had to brake quickly. He bent his head and stopped sweating. Transformed into a spirit state. The witch exclaimed. Obviously I went out of my way to go the other way, but how could that dog still appear here? Just like before, the witch decided to give up. To preserve life. The goal is right in front of you. Just turn the other way to avoid it. It's over, no need to risk confronting it. But life is not like a dream. Her eyes widened in horror again, when I discovered Bian Chang's younger brother appeared in sight. Here, she couldn't help but curse. If you're dead, why are you still here? Control the speeding sword. Turned in another direction and the witch tried to escape again. The result was after 77. 49 times eating quail with sticky rice avoiding a dog. Then the woman will be ruined forever. Cannot escape his fate. But once again, she suddenly braked and stopped midair like this. Coming here, she couldn't hold back any longer and screamed loudly. Why is fate the same everywhere? Or maybe it discovered me a long time ago. And are you trying to play me or something? A moment later, thinking about it, she immediately transformed into his form. The blonde sword saint muttered. Then we have to deal with this dog first. Then I met that treacherous person and came to live with honor rather than die with dishonor. Even if there is only one last breath left, I also have to crawl in there and bite him. Bian Chang saw an unknown target. trying to reach the master's base. Immediately started to turn on the scanning radar. The witch rushed at full speed, gathering black lightning into her hand. I'm determined to live forever with this Gyeonggian. Bien Chang's blood-powered AI system. Quickly scan out and identify the person in front of you. Is the owner's tool number 9999. The danger level is level 0. Its eyes appeared a series of exclamation points and exclaimed, "Whitelist." 2 mechanical arms quickly shot out of this creature's head. Something started to come out. Thought. Turned out to be a banner with a forced smiley face. Welcome home announcement. The ghost girl in the spirit body. The blonde guy was planning to live and die. Suddenly stood still as she cooked the rice on the spot. Her face was blank and she didn't understand what she was muttering. Welcome home. Bien Chang raised his mechanical arm and barked 2 meows. Indicates she can enter the house. After all, the battle axe witch had placed her hands on the familiar house. Her face was blank as if she was careful. Person looking forward. It's still that familiar house and tree, with piles of firewood stacked around the garden. Here, she exclaimed in admiration. Finally returned. Sobbingly choking the poor ghost girl. Continued to exclaim in anger. Where I was born. The memories of the battle axe witch gradually appeared. Image of Rak Pyong earlier in the smithy. Then when he planed the wood. The moment when Rak Pyong assembled the handle onto the blade of the battle axe. That was also the time when the witch was born. At that time he was very excited. Raise her up to the sky and shout for joy. In her mind, that was the moment I was born. Rak Pyong exclaimed lovingly like a gentle father. Great, you will be Daejang in the future. The house and the tree and the peaceful garden. As usual, Rak Pyong, when Daejang is around, used it repeatedly to chop firewood and cut down trees. And so on, every time he swings the hammer. Then Daejang gradually grew up. Daejang was very happy. Every time it is used by the owner. But the short joy did not last long. On a day of pouring rain, Rak Pyong, after cutting firewood to shelter from the rain, forgot his Daejang axe in the forest. But pulling the firewood cart home, Daejang was very confused and miserable at that time. When abandoned, watching Rak Pyong's figure gradually disappear, it first received the first shock of life. When left behind in the deserted forest, Daejang exclaimed in panic, "Master, don't leave me here." But Rak Pyong doesn't hear. The pouring rain fell down, signaling the tragic end of Daejang, the woodcutter axe seller. Time flies by. 10 years, 55 years, 200 years and up to 500 years have passed. Daejang's firewood axe lies rotting on the ground. Grass and trees covered its body. Then one beautiful day 500 years later, Daejang is officially lost. Turned into a demonic spirit. It gave birth to endless resentment, but stepped into the world of mutant immortals. Then one day a group of people entered the forest. The big man holding the battle axe said at this time, "I have told you all the information about the guild. I've found a scent for you guys. So what can increase my strength?" A test tube with black liquid was given to the man. The masked men spoke up. "Drink this, is the new medicine from the Hugh Am Guild." Holding a test tube with a dark liquid in his hand, the bun-haired guy smirked. "Drinking this will make you stronger. If it weren't for the spell name Manhwa, I'm sure it will take a long time for me to believe you guys." Saying this, he tilted his head back and drank the entire tube. Immediately, this person emitted a black demonic aura and groaned. In that hazy mist, has a black seal bracelet. Gradually appeared on the chest of the man with the bun hair. He laughed loudly and said, "The feeling of strength is constantly flowing out." Then suddenly, our sights collided with an old firewood chopping axe on the ground. The guy with the white mask was the first to speak. Then, the guy with the new bun turned his head and looked at the axe suspiciously. Then immediately, demonic energy filled the sky and swallowed up the masked heretics. This guy was so scared that he told himself to come and kill the great apostle and the 2 apostles quietly. But no one can detect the magic power. Could it be that old lady president? This guy trembled and immediately denied his words, mumbling as he spoke. "It's not true that this axe suddenly." The sound came from the axe. Told the guy with the bun hair to kneel down. This guy immediately knelt down as ordered. His face turned pale. "Please speak up and ask who is the senior." Daejang's wood chopping axe appeared in the form of Hugh Am. MLEM said, "I'm Daejang. You want to have power, right? I can give you that." Return to reality. Dae-jang now carries resentment. Walking towards the house. As she walked, she cursed bitterly. It's clear that I've been accumulating resentment for the past 500 years. Why didn't I think about revenge as soon as I got here? But nostalgic for the past. Then the door was quickly pushed open from the inside. Dae-jang saw the scene in front of him. I couldn't help but roll my eyes wide with emotion, and turned into a sword and stuck it in front of the house. Rak Pyong now walked out of the house and called inside. I went to collect some firewood to prepare for cooking. Here, you two, just keep talking to each other. Suddenly his eyes flashed forward and he let out a loud voice. Are you back? Dai Trang is very resentful. Just heard the owner's voice. I was dumbfounded as my aunt cooked the rice and kept telling myself. Does he recognize me? Rak Pyong rolled up his sleeves and walked over to say Alpha. Suddenly today you played the disappearing game again. Makes me still worried. Don't know how to chop firewood. Dae-jang knows. This guy doesn't even remember me. Immediately gritted his teeth and said angrily. No wonder that guy's resentment fits me so well. So he took my place. Treacherous person. Would you rather use this broken sword than come looking for me? Rak Pyong doesn't know what this guy is saying, but directly picked up the sword. Immediately, the black dress wife's body trembled and she cried out loud, causing Rak Pyong to ask in doubt. Hey, if you don't say anything then let's get started. Dae-jang is drooling in his stupor right now. Silently cursing motherfucker. This damn familiar feeling makes me. Rak Pyong put the firewood on the cutting board. Started his daily work, but suddenly he had to stop. Raised the holy sword and asked. Why did Alpha suddenly pick you up? Makes me feel like I haven't seen her in a long time. Dae-jang heard that and said angrily. Less drama. Let me see what you're planning to do. Rak Pyong didn't see this Alpha's reply. Then immediately swung his sword to chop wood. A blow was delivered. The wood was immediately split in half. And Dae-jang's wife with 500 years of accumulated resentment. At this point, my face was still red. But still viciously cursed the traitor. I won't lose to you. Continue another piece of firewood to be split in half. At this point I'm drooling. This child's ways are irresistible. But poured out and moaned. It's been 500 years. We still can't forget the joy. When chopping wood with you. Rak Pyong heard a strange moan coming out. He then scratched his head in doubt and asked Alpha. What strange sound did you just make? Already said. This guy immediately became more energetic and swung his sword vigorously. Said with a perverted face. But let it go. Today I feel very comfortable working with you. Let's do another 300.00 rounds. Rak Pyong's toned arms keep slashing his sword down, causing the firewood to pile up. Dae-jang's wife couldn't stand it anymore, but kept moaning pitifully saying, the master did it. This baby cow's face was red and her ears were mumbling. Dae-jang likes chopping firewood with her owner the most. Rak Pyong doesn't know what she's thinking, but still continuously swinging his sword down, causing the firewood to scatter. The harder it is chopped, the more this guy likes to giggle and talk. Ah, that's right, please use Dae-jang to the fullest. After just a moment the firewood was piled up. When the firewood was piled high, only then did Rak Pyong put down his sword and exclaimed. Before, we redid some axes, but still can't find it. The familiar feeling of chopping firewood. But today I will use you to chop firewood. Makes us feel. It's like using Dae-jang in the past. Extremely refreshing. Dae-jang, after being high, he lay on the ground. Drooling happily, he said, it turns out that the owner has never forgotten me. Has this answer. All have been liberated. Her thoughts accumulated over 500 years. Just go with the wind. Rak Pyong raised his sword and let out a sigh of relief. If not, the barrier is lost. The outside has changed so much. I'm also thinking about going back to find Dae-jang. This is the last time I chop wood with you. Dae-jang mumbled with tears in his eyes at this time. Yes, this is the last time. Dae-jang's body is gone. I can't chop wood anymore with my master. Crying and shaking with choked sounds. The poor battle axe spirit said regretfully. Something that helps my soul sustain until now. Is resentment accumulated over the past 500 years. But now after meeting the master again, I don't hate him at all. Now all resentment has disappeared. It's time for me to disappear. Good luck created by the owner. Is already Dae-jang's greatest happiness. Hopefully the next axe will serve its owner better. Goodbye. Just like that day, Jang disappeared into nothingness. I saw that holy sword, radiating black demonic energy. Rak Pyong could not recover. Blame yourself. So don't be sad anymore. I will make a suitable new axe. From now on, you just need to do your job as a swordsmith. And just go on an adventure with me. That's all, said. He immediately stuck his sword into the tree and walked away. I'm going to cook dinner. The sword stuck in the tree saw this guy leave. Alf immediately began to appear. And landed on the ground so aggrieved like this. With a dark face Alf exclaimed. You guys are good. So it's solved. Look up at the sky and hate life uncontrollably. The blonde-haired sword saint exclaimed in anger. So what about me? Inside the happy house right now. Elizabeth was sitting there and asked. How do you know my king's sword technique? Beautiful sword god replied. This story must have started more than 100 years ago. That time the Huam Association began to emerge. Go everywhere to capture people of all races in the world. Bring Yong Ya back to do the experiment. At that time, those with real power chose to protect themselves. No one dared to come forward. Took the lead against the whole Huam Guild. So at that time who recently founded the Sword Saint Guild. The only way is to go to Ma Yok to collect information alone. The memory of the sword god's wife's return. More than 100 years ago. When she entered Ma Yok. Alone but not for long. My movements have been discovered. Huam Sect Guild. A large number of people came out to deal with me. At that time, I had just advanced to the level of Demon Sect. Facing the siege of more than 100. The apostle I can only fight and hide. During the chaos, I was hit and fell into the abyss. Repeat a bit, for your reference to the level of magic power in this world. Accordingly, monks' ranks are arranged from low to high as follows. Demon Master Ma Ryong, Grand Ma Ryong, Great Ma Ryong level Demon Sect. Demon level Ma Wang level and finally Demon God level. Each level below the Demon God level is 5 stars. Depending on the level, the amount of magic power that can be used depends on the level. Become one of the reference standards of the power. The memory of the magical sword girl continues to take us back to the past, when she fell into the Ma Yok crack. At Ma Wang's cultivation place, unexpectedly in the deep abyss, there is an ancient relic of the demon race, surrounded by lava. At that time I was seriously injured. During a moment of vague consciousness, I saw the afterimage of Elizabeth Dayin, while practicing swordplay here. Just like that, this weak swordswoman practiced according to Elizabeth, even if it's just residual afterimages. But I just used my fingers to imitate it. Made my understanding of swordsmanship suddenly became much clearer, and I also immediately begins to absorb surrounding energy. Just like that, I was in there studying and cultivating for 3 months. Until all afterimages disappear. It's just a pity that my talent is limited. Only learned an incomplete part of the sword. Cannot be completely understood. Sir Elizabeth's Ma Wang swordsmanship. But for me, that's already too good. Within 3 months I was promoted to Demon Venerable 3 stars. Although I was happy, I felt confused. After learning about Ma Wang swordsmanship, I just realized how vast swordsmanship is. But the opportunity only comes once. I will never see Ma Wang's afterimage again. So in this life I can only go so far. But when I'm feeling confused, then I heard a voice. At that time, a gloomy voice echoed in her head. Do you want to get stronger? I can help you. Suddenly a bright light appeared, causing the magical sword girl to be startled and frightened. The conversation was cut off by the scent. The deafening aroma emanated from the clay pot being carried. I saw Rak Pyong walking forward carrying the pot of food. Asked then why the sword god girl faltered in her response after that. Then because to be continued to become stronger. Go against the Huam Guild. So I chose to receive its power. Let it live in my body. But it said its essence was still sealed. Doesn't provide much chaotic power. So it gave me a tentacle. As weapon material. Speaking of this girl couldn't help but think to herself. Unexpected. This person is the legendary Yong Ya. And still living with Ma Wang. Is he testing me? Anyway, I also accepted that Huam sea power but Rak Pyong didn't say anything but put the pot on the table until Elizabeth spoke up. It's true that the essence of that thing has been sealed by this king. And what speaks to you? Maybe it was the consciousness clone it was talking about. Rak Pyong asked in doubt at this time. The tentacles you just mentioned are similar to those of an octopus. This guy's soul. Hang upside down on a tree branch. Let your mouth go away and crave for it. If I talk about it, I still have it. Never eaten seafood from this world before. Elizabeth's wife continued. Is that delicious? Saw my wife asking like that. Rak Pyong couldn't help but blurt out. Probably delicious. I just don't know. In your sea, what kind of scary marmol are there? Aside, listen to the two strongest monsters on this planet talking. But the sword god girl couldn't help but notice the letter A. Asian Mouth said to himself. We are discussing the dangers of the Black Sea. It's haunted. Why did they suddenly change the topic to eating? Rak Pyong looked cheerful as he lifted his hand to open the clay pot and said. Let's eat first. Today's dish is a bright aurora display. When the lid has just been opened, makes the room glow like the stars. The sword god's wife opens and closes her eyes. Frowned because of the brilliance of this clay pot hot pot. But exclaimed. Energy flow. What is this giant magic? After all, the name of the dish is enlightening. That's hell curry. Firefly exploding sauce like lava. Melting heat blends with the aroma of meat. The sweetness from the bones makes people sitting around feel uncomfortable. Deaf Nose wants to eat it right away. Zabith's wife's eyes lit up as soon as she saw this dish. This curry is my king's favorite dish. After saying that, she couldn't help but scoop a spoon into the bowl. Elizabeth's face dropped with excitement when tasting a spoonful of hell curry, personally made by Rak Pyong. But very soon she moaned and said, oh, so spicy. Gulping down the glass of juice in her hand, started talking. Damn, this king is a 7-star demon god. Yet, still can't resist his spicy taste. Rak Pyong saw his wife overreacting. Immediately spoke up. The chili harvested this time is very spicy. Are you okay, Elizabeth? I found adding a little bit of this ice crystal onion. It'll be better. Elizabeth huffed in response. Of course I'm fine. Rak Pyong doesn't pay attention to his wife, but started lifting the cleaver to cut the onion in his hand. Mouth mumbled ice crystal onions. The words hadn't finished yet. Then the onion is in this guy's hand. Was chopped into billions of cubes by a machete. The sword god's wife Gigi saw this scene. I almost pooped my pants and thought to myself. Use mote to apply right on the palm of your hand. How can you operate so delicately? Yet he said he knew nothing about kendo. Not to mention what he's holding is a cleaver. Very fast, ice crystals are added to the curry pot, causing it to radiate a dazzling yellow color. Rak Pyong quickly scooped out a plate to serve to guests. He said this will reduce the spiciness. Elizabeth, please try again. The red-haired wife's eyes were still filled with tears, but said contemptuously, look down on someone. This king likes to eat spicy food. So how can Rak Pyong hear that? Immediately turned to the sword god's wife and said, Ms. Gigi should try it too. Gigi's face was dumbfounded. Her eyes were, and her mouth was, Can I really eat it? Rak Pyong directly tried to give her the plate of rice. However, my red-haired wife stopped me from speaking. Stop, think carefully, then eat. Because you can only choose one of the three. Rak Pyong innocently asked the fairy what was going on. Gigi asked hesitantly, I hope Ma Wang Dayan makes it clear. Gently waved his hand. The uncontrollable way. Elizabeth took out 3 adventure items. In front of her, Gigi. Rak Pyong blankly exclaimed on the spot. Elizabeth, what are you going to do? Elizabeth right now, glanced at Gigi, speaking respectfully of people actively confronting the Huam Guild, and also have a relationship with the king. This king will give you one of these 3 things. A pot of curry, Rak Pyong's machete, and finally a sword. Which dish will you choose? Rak Pyong is petrified by nature. Like this one's flies, murmuring, oh, let me interrupt a bit. Curry is of course no problem at all. Kiam Fu is the same because after all, we both finished studying, but still deliver milling. I didn't say I wanted to give it to someone else. The red-haired wife immediately played matriarch. Raised his voice. He said, shut up. This is the king's test for her. This game is not yours alone. This king also wants to play. Rak Pyong doesn't understand anything more and more. Very naive and countless sins. Just asking what game is that? You're Ma Wang. You can do whatever you want. Sword god Gigi's wife was captured. Take Ma Wang's assessment test. He immediately said, his face sweating profusely. I got it. This is a test of two legendary characters. For yourself. And the answer lies in their conversation just now. This curry pot is emitting a huge amount of magic power. Just think and you'll know. As long as I eat it, I will immediately level up to Ma Wang. Even up to 2 stars. But just now Ma Wang intentionally tasted it in front of him. Silently expressed. She couldn't stand it either. Whether it was Yong Ya in legend. Filter through. But ordinary people like me may not be able to stand it. This knife in front of it. S-class weapons that I once owned. Were immediately overshadowed. But the name of his swordsant. Also seems to have become a joke. And Mr. Yong Ya also gave a lecture at the same time. Implies that he doesn't want to give this knife away. Because I know I basically can't control it. So I warn myself to know my own strength. Analysis here. Then this black-haired wife is so full of herself. Have basically made their own choices. Say both curry and knife cannot be chosen. Then only the sword book remains. It's impossible to judge, right? Thinking about this, Gigi clenched her teeth. Elizabeth Day and said with a tense face. I chose the universal sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the room door was blown open, leaving the 3 Rak Pyong people stunned on the spot. Looking out the door, Rak Pyong asked somewhat surprised. Alpha, why you? Elizabeth is full of sarcastic contempt. What is that retard doing? Only seeing the Alpha product. At this time, the person radiating black demonic energy rushed forward screaming to kill. Now I have to kill all of you to satisfy this hatred. Gigi's wife immediately raised her guard. Silently calculating. This feeling cannot be wrong. This person is Dai Jiang. Surely it's because I know I'm not dead. That's why I chased you all the way here. I can't bother Mr. Yong Ya. And Mr. Ma Wang too. Thinking about this, she immediately stood up. He raised his hand and grabbed the cleaver. My story. I will handle Yong Ya Day in myself. Let me borrow your knife for a moment. And then, she immediately decisively grabbed the machete. And was directly hit by the Supreme Genie's spirit inside. I'm afraid to stop you from cooking and I'm standing there like this. The feeling of oppression feels like suffocation. Is that the realm in this knife contains the realm. The horrifying ice blast of the cleaver directly drains all the essence from the body. Sword girl Gigi, turn this one into a skeleton. Just skin and bones like this. The result is that the knife hasn't come out yet. Then she fell to the ground and ascended to heaven. The machete stuck in the ground was directly launched. Santa sister around in the air. With one blade divided the blonde alpha into 2 halves. This guy before going to meet his grandparents. Just woke up. But exclaimed timidly, why did I come here? The machete flew and split his body in 2. But stuck on the floor. The legendary swordsant. Just divide it into 2 pieces. The machete to complete the task. Also automatically turned around in the air. And launched straight into the hands of its true owner. Causing Rak Pyong to look dumbfounded and not understand why. Look at Gigi's wife. Who is now just a dried corpse. And then his blonde alpha brother. Who is divided in 2. Half of which he couldn't help but petrify and exclaim. Muz Gigi. And then Alpha. Oh my goodness. What the hell is going on? Hook Yok. A dark place where countless Gui Mul gather. Where the headquarters of the Hu Am Guild is located. Right now a beastman is being beaten to a pulp. Lying in a heap on the ground. He is Yuk Juma named Samaza. The 1st level star demon. A giant bear guild master's original segment. Hu Am Guild Craft Computer Head. A Yuk Juma product test number 24. 1st level star demon venerable. Smiling evilly, he said, restoring his heart. Immediately a stream of lightning struck down. Jerked the werewolf Samaza's ass to the ground. Under the electric shock controlled by the Ma Mulgear. The werewolf propped himself up. Then threw back his head and roared loudly like this. The werewolf Samaza had just come back to life. Shouted the voice. Come here Hwang Jiam Yong Wang. I can still fight you for another 3,000 rounds. Immediately the dreamy pink hearts shot out. Turned out to be a skill called Gentle Air Kiss. Samaza was hit at this moment. Stunned, he immediately stood rooted to the spot. A girl wearing a hoodie appeared in front of him and said with a smirk. Calm down, the battle is over. It turns out she is also a member of the Hu Am Guild. Is Yuk Juma whose name is Rubabi Level 2 Demon Sect. Computer head name. As soon as I saw this child, I frowned and said, you are really good. The vice president was eaten. William was blown away to unknown destination. As for you, you will finish fighting and then run out. Rubabi smirked and replied, who knows? Compared to her, Wang Jiam Yong Wang is Ma Wang's closest concubine. Just a small 2-star demon sect. I have no right to interfere in your battle. Not to mention there's also the president here. So victory or defeat is already predetermined. Right? This sentence just ended. Then in front of them all appeared a golden egg. The egg radiates. The golden light lying on the swamp filled with gas. The four-eyed leader of the Huam group said with a sick smile. I didn't expect Emilia Dayin. There's this kind of guardian skill. Present. All attacks and spells are invulnerable to her. After saying that, he immediately turned into a black mass of flesh. The flesh gradually develops into tentacles. She and the strange guild leader continued. But ever since, I have never thought of harming you. These words just ended. Guimul's tentacles rushed to the dragon egg. Then grabbed it and lifted it into the air. Then directly devoured the golden egg. Under constant devouring, egg despite resistance. But not much. And then had to fit inside the belly of the tentacled Guimul. Under the manipulation of the guild leader Hu Am. Then the divine dragon, Elizabeth's pet, was sent to destroy it. Hu Am guild has officially fallen. Emilia's last life egg was dropped into a test tube. A bright stream of aurora light quickly emitted. Name Guimul Four Eyes saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the incubator right now, strange phenomena began to arise. From the pile of black fluid, a skeleton began to form. Witnessed this scene, the sect leader couldn't help but smile smugly and muttered. Ma Wang level is really different. It feels great. Just a little more, is that the owner will be completely reborn. Under his constant manipulation, the incubator became brighter and brighter. Suddenly a cloud of poisonous insects flew from somewhere. One of them now spoke sarcastically. Why has the Hu Am guild become so pathetic? The poisonous insects gradually gathered to form the shape of someone, who turned out to be a man wearing a suit. Midair, but asked in a low voice the name of the guild leader Hu Am. The connection between me and Dago has disappeared. Where are the others? The priest turned around and said sorry. But Dago sacrificed himself to protect the guild. Looked at the leader of the Hu Am guild standing below. The man holding the pipe continued to ask. You look younger now. Is there any new breakthrough in research? Gui Mul product scratched his ear and replied. No yes. It's just luck finding a few suitable documents. What is the matter that makes you come all the way here to find me? This body's identity has been revealed. Cannot be used anymore. I'm going to exchange it for a new one. But I didn't expect this place to turn into ruins. The mouth says so. But actually, he was silently cursing the leader of the Hu Am Association. Mafa are you? Yet he borrowed the enemy's hand to kill Dago. To eliminate all the spies we have placed on our side. Next to you, at this moment, the hooded woman asked the werewolf's name. Number 24. Who is that guy? Pointed forward, the werewolf replied. He is someone who also comes from the Hu Am Sea. Just like Vice President Dago. At the same time, he is the external representative of the president. After I became a ghost pillar, he took over the guild. As for me, the computer head was now sweating profusely. Somewhat timidly spoke. Vice President Dago is dead. So now let me tell you. No problem at all. Same as Vice President. This person is also named Ayato. Is one of many consciousness clones. And Hu Am Beach is a place that does not belong to this world. But in another chaotic universe. So they don't have a fixed form. And must live parasitically in another body. Only then can we live in our world. The hooded woman let out an exclamation from another universe. I still think Hu Am Beach is somewhere in the Yongya continent. Even though I still don't quite understand. But why did the president cooperate with him? What purpose does he have? The computer's name replied immediately without concealment. Black Gear, Haunt You, is a product researched by the president. From his chaotic power. As for what purpose he has, I don't know anymore. The goods came from another world after a while of contemplation. Speak up now. Current outside. There are many factors that cannot be determined. Like a card guild that springs from nowhere. Or the beast gang in Boss Town. Make a plan to conquer the dwarf kingdom. And our kingdom of Assisto. Must temporarily stop. The president's son replied, not very surprised. I don't know what to do either. The few apostles we can train have also been completely destroyed. Right now we're just going to hibernate for a while. Go back in time to the past. The name of the guild leader Hugh Am when he was not very old. Standing in front of the machine. Research the secret art of creating monsters. He continuously scratched the keys. Programming data into the alien machine. The final step of this process is to press the enter key. At the end of the command, a gradual change occurs inside the incubator, creating human cells. A familiar face gradually appeared soon after. The old Ro at this time. His face turned pale and he exclaimed in excitement, "Master, master." The computer head floating on one side also had a cheerful face. Exclaimed, congratulating the owner. Finally, the owner's master is about to come back to life. Suddenly the president's name is Hugh Am. He slammed his hands on the table and trembled. Inside, Gui Wang Elizabeth female incubator copy version is taking shape. Suddenly stood in the middle of the road. Began to twist and deform. And then turned directly into trash. Wrinkled and aging face like crazy. The president saw this scene. My stomach hurts like I'm crying. Ayatot's eyes are full of tears. Don't. Contrary to his expectations. Copy. Elizabeth quickly turned into a puddle of wrinkled flesh. Then gradually swelled up. The president vomited blood. His face full of blue veins screamed loudly. Why is there something missing? Just created a stable supply of magic power. Then suddenly he froze on the spot. Eyes widened in disbelief. Watching the flesh inside explode. Turned into a black puddle. This perverted creature. Yet he directly grabbed the flesh and blood. But put it in someone's mouth. Shaking and cursing, damn it. My body is about to reach its limit. If you can't break through to the top level, Demon Lord, I will soon die of old age. I have devoted my whole life to research. Revive Elizabeth Day in. Why am I human, the species with the shortest lifespan? I'm not willing. The computer guy floating on the side to see that the master is about to meet. Immediately exclaimed. It's because 24 is so useless. My infinite magic power cannot be a source of energy for the owner. Suddenly a sound seemed to echo. From nothingness came the ear of the president of Hugh Am. Asked him, do you want to get stronger? I can help you. With suspicious eyes, the president asked who you are. An unidentified insect creature appears now, introduced with a wicked smile. I am Ayato from the Hugh Am Sea. Please cooperate with me. From then on, Ayato and the guild master began to cooperate with each other. Conduct mutation experiments on animals. The little mouse was put in a test tube and injected with a catabolic drug. The baby mouse quickly metabolized and turned into a monster mouse. The finished product was a supergiant mouse. The warrior system was born. See the animal I created. Developing in front of the president. Exclaimed without excitement. It's been successful. Just need to fuse your chaotic power into the organism's body and nurture them. Then a kind of intermediary magic will be created. Suitable for this world. Just make a large number of Hugh Am wheels. The problem of energy supply will be resolved easily. The parasitic Ayato on people. The monster next to him also laughed happily and said, I told you we get along very well. My chaotic power is limitless. Can continuously provide for you. But you were able to provide me with so many living bodies. Just like that, under their cooperation, many mutant creatures have been created. Like this pig-faced pig, for example. And the hooded witch. Thousands of mutant creatures. Was produced on a mass industrial scale. The end was choking laughter. Full of joy from the president. Hugh Am Association. Ayato asked, now full of doubt. You have performed the experiment hundreds of thousands of times. But why? You still refuse. Accept my chaotic power. The son of the president of Hugh Am replied. We don't need to take that. I just want to revive my master. But there is no need to pursue power. And has no interest in world domination. For now anyway. Our transaction has also been completed. You give me energy, and we create things. Help you use the power of chaos in this world. As for what you want to do, I don't care, so you don't need to know about my research. The demon Ayato saw him awake. I couldn't help but exclaim, this cunning old man. Okay, anyway, we have to go out for a while. This Mafia guy has always been wary of me from the beginning until now. Can't bet everything on him. I have to find another way out. At the same time, we also have to find someone can restrain his power, in balance from other forces. These words just ended. Then the Ayato line mutated into something From the chaos of nothingness. This is another consciousness clone of Dago. In the future, he will replace me in managing the Hugh Guild with you. Mafa heard that. Yes, answer as you like. As for the map, I will arrange to create it continuously for you. Ayato nodded with satisfaction. If so, it's all up to you. Back to reality. At this time, Ayato was smiling evilly, him floating in the air. Right next to Mafa, he gave me the next condition. Making me a new demon-level body. How much time do you need? Mafa replied, scratching his ear. This is difficult. You also saw it. This place has become a ruin. All experimental bodies have been destroyed. But outside, you have also seduced quite a few powerful people. Right, like the Sword Saint of the Sword Saint Guild. Ayato clenched his teeth and screamed in anger. Stop pretending with your current abilities. Don't say demon, even at Ma Wang level. You can also create it in a few minutes. Or give me a copy of Ma Wang Elizabeth. You're raising it here for me to use. Mafa just heard this sentence and his blood boiled like a dog. Said with bright eyes radiating murderous aura. You dare to touch my master one more word. I'll kill you immediately. The bear man right now, even though I'm on top. The soil is scattered and the soul exclaims. The killing intent is so terrible. A one-star devil like me was oppressed to the point that she couldn't stand up. The woman wearing the same shirt was in the same situation. Trembling and mumbling here. Is this the true power of the president? Ayato also somewhat timidly spoke up to make peace. Ha ha, just kidding. Why are you so serious? Very much. Then we can go find a new body to parasitize. Right, the mouth says so. But actually this Ayato is secretly calculating. This Mafa is a time bomb. Sooner or later, anything will be completely out of your control. So I can't tell him for now. Information about Elizabeth must keep it to use as a trading card with him later. Not only that, I also have to speed up the recovery of my new body. Thinking of this, he said urgently, still cooperate with each other. So if there's any news, I'll come find you later. Ayato just left. Then Mafa's son had his hands on the slime on the ground. But raised a sickening voice. My master, soon you will return to Mafa with a new and more perfect appearance. Now inside a test tube. Is the familiar shape of Ma Wang Elizabeth. Full red hair with pretty horns. Boss Town. Neutral place for humanity after the apocalyptic disaster. The guild name Hugh Am. At this moment Rak Pyong was carrying a bag and muttering. This time Elizabeth opens the gate. Teleport me here alone. I definitely have to explore everything new. But it's only been more than a month. Why does everything seem to be being rebuilt? The first place Rak Pyong visited was the church. Where little Annie is. Time to check on Annie again. I wonder how she is now. After saying that, he immediately walked inside the church. First knocked on the door, knock knock knock, who called? The door opened and Rak Pyong opened his mouth. I couldn't believe my eyes. Inside was a pig-faced pig lying face down on the floor. With a milky puddle below his groin. A few guys stood around. Were constantly shouting and exclaiming. Brush more, big brothers, brush harder. After a while of wrestling, the pig began to look up to the sky, breathing loudly. This is stubborn. I can't handle you anymore. Rak Pyong suddenly screamed in horror. Hey, what are you guys doing? After saying that, he immediately raised his leg, kicked the pig-faced guy's ass and made him stop. The pig-faced guy was getting kicked when he was high. Immediately turned around and said, It's you again. Rak Pyong clenched his teeth and growled and said, That's right. It's me again. How is Annie? What did you guys do to her? The pig-faced guy put his hands on his hips and turned around to answer. We are here. She, of course. I'm resting very comfortably. Having said that, this guy immediately walked over with a wet, smelly towel. Rak Pyong saw this and took a few steps back. The pig-faced pig with red eyes and low voice. But you just said we did something wrong. When Rak Pyong came here, he almost pooped his pants and muttered. I forgot I was the only one here this time. I don't have Elizabeth with me. When the situation is as tense as a kite string is about to break. Then suddenly I turned into a pig. You mean you're very good at this? Then let's do the same. Anyway, I'm tired of rubbing and panting. Rak Pyong sees the name. This pig's head is fighting so hard. He grits his teeth and thinks to himself. But if I have decided to be Yong Ya then I can't be afraid of trouble like before. Thinking, then he shouted loudly. Annie, Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you right now. The words haven't finished yet. Suddenly, a girl with her hair in a bun walked out. Annie said happily when she saw Rak Pyong. Mr. Rak Pyong, why did you come here? The pig-faced guy also glanced at her at this time. Hello, big sister. Then quickly rushed over to speak. Why don't you stay in your room and rest a little longer? I told you that it's okay to give all this place to us. But, Pigface and Talking Mouth grabbed Annie and pulled her away. Big sister, please quickly check and evaluate our work. Especially the floor covered in stubborn stains. That you mentioned earlier. The old pig cleaned it up himself. Annie sees this guy doing a good job. Immediately adjusted his glasses. Wow, the church is truly radiant. It's been a lot of hard work for everyone. All the gangsters heard the praise. Everyone froze on the spot. Rak Pyong couldn't understand why he was sweating profusely. Are you guys cleaning? I thought. Annie was equally suspicious. What do you think? Cup of tea is the beginning of the story. Rak Pyong asked Annie with a cheerful face. Looks like you've grown taller. Annie shyly replied yes. Just like Elizabeth said, after regaining all his magic power, I not only leveled up but also grew taller. Rak Pyong humbly exclaimed yes. Just now I thought it was a group of fierce beasts. Come to bother me. Before, they even charged me a protection fee. But what? Now they're all my juniors. Annie immediately explained when she heard that. Actually I don't know what to do either. Some things happened to the Beast Clan last week, and it also causes serious damage for the whole town. Rak Pyong looked serious and asked if Huam Guild members did it. Annie nodded and said yes, remembering the previous scene, but she couldn't help but panic. When the pig-faced guy turned into a super huge monster. Destroy the city. The crowd ran away screaming loudly. Run away quickly. The big brother of the beast gang has turned into an apostle. The remaining pig-faced guys. I saw my big brother become a monster. Immediately jumped up. Then the soul cried out. Please wake up quickly. I'm your adorable little brother. That time Ayato was floating above. Not controlling the situation. Muttering mouth. As expected, the orc race easily has demon-level strength. Then the Zheng Ryong tribe and tribe. Him constantly. Record the experimental results in a notebook. Then draw conclusions. But it's very difficult to keep your mind. So it can only be used as a normal killing machine. Just no. Suitable for being a parasitic body. We finally see. The pig-faced, big-mouthed beast gang leader lost control. Fell into a state of hysteria. It's all scattered like this. Ignoring the guys who keep screaming and confessing. The pig-faced gang leader still slapped a pan down. His slap created a terrible explosion, causing dirt and rocks to splash everywhere. When the guys thought they were gone, they weren't. The pig-faced guy couldn't believe his eyes. A huge panda was now blocking his face. Help save their lives. The giant pig-faced demon. When he fell, he opened his mouth and screamed loudly. At this moment Annie stepped out and said, I will protect this town at all costs. Finished the sentence, she immediately took off her glasses and said. Immediately the army of stuffed animal warriors included. The rabbit is nimble in the storm. Binding snakes and protective bears have manifested. The army of beasts under Annie's control simultaneously rushed to solo with the catabolic pig-faced demon. Everywhere in the ruined landscape. After the melee, the stuffed animal army gently crushed the pig-faced demon. Send him off to sell salt. They each have one leg. With one hand, he pulled out all the Huam bracelets. Parasite on the body named Gory. The whole group has no children. Invite me. They all took off quickly, taking with them the Huam gear. Losing their endless magical power. The pig-faced gang leader quickly lost color. The flesh and blood on his body. It uses a cool speed that can often be seen, but melted into a stinking liquid. The pig-faced brother exclaimed at this moment with tears in his eyes. Big brother. Annie immediately spoke up after calming down the riot. Sorry, I can't separate that strange magic power. To purify. Ayato, who is manipulating the pig face and is now smiling evilly. Wonder who that girl is. Boss Town also has such a strong person. The thing it just used is the red Ma Chi Dong. Like someone with blood. Jimmy has been extinct for a long time, so I have to check carefully. Who knows? Maybe I can find a perfect parasite body. As for me, Annie below suddenly turned hungry. Looking towards the line of Ayato floating in the air. His body immediately exploded. Blow away some insects. After that, she exclaimed that it seemed like someone was there. Up there, we have to return to reality. At this time, Rak Pyong was very surprised and asked, "There are Hue-am gears. Is confirmable. This is caused by the Hue-am union." Annie replied yes. But before that mysterious person disappeared, "I feel a flow of magic power. Exactly like my eyes. Maybe if we catch him, we'll get clues about your past memories." Rak Pyong nodded and said to calm down. "I will definitely get my memories back." The trusted Annie couldn't help but say gratefully, "Thank you for your encouragement. So this time I came to find you." "What's wrong?" Rak Pyong said, scratching his head. "Actually, I mainly came to see how you recovered. By the way, if you're still having trouble with some psychological problems these days, then you can talk to me too." Annie replied a little dumbfounded. After receiving advice from him last time, I have completely stepped out of the past. And it's just like Elizabeth said. You should use the power of this Jimmy blood to contribute to world peace. Rak Pyong sees you understand so much. Immediately praised. "It's as good as I thought. Giving it to you is the best choice." Hearing that, Annie couldn't help but be suspicious and asked to give it to us. Rak Pyong bowed his head and said yes. "Talking about it is really embarrassing, as you know. Currently Elizabeth, not paying any attention to the outside at all. Always tell me to go and put this world back on track. Talk here." This guy continued to think to himself. "But someone without any magic like me basically has no effect on the battlefield." Thinking so, Rak Pyong scratched his head and said, "If you really tell me, the only person whose name is Yong Ya in this legend, if I act, I'm afraid things will get messy." Annie trembled and put the teacup back on the table and mumbled, "Mr. Rak Pyong, what you mean is, that guy is coming again. This four-eyed girl Annie is like this." Saw Rak Pyong stand up and speak. "This world is too weak for you. If given a chance, Hue-am. Small but ordinary people. You guys can't cope either. I have to force you to take action. Then, I have no choice but to rebuild this world." The earth was directly blown away under Rak Pyong's anger. Smash and rebuild. Imagine the world collapsing in front of her. Annie couldn't help but tremble her soul and clench her teeth in self-love. What he means is, if we can't do it right, will everyone die? Rak Pyong said with a smile. "Elizabeth, I always praise your magical talent. I am both capable and kind. So the peace of Yongya mainland, it has to be left to people like you." Annie is trusted, but couldn't help but sweat profusely. "Yes, I will try my best." When he said he had such ability, he meant that. This child continued. "Imagine Rak Pyong standing there in the world. Said the power he gave her. I have enough power to destroy the Hue-am Guild. Thinking about this, I can't help but doubt myself. It's just that I'm still far from being able to control it." Knowing that I'm incompetent, Annie immediately said in frustration, "I'm extremely sorry. Rak Pyong is innocent." The fairy rummaged through her backpack and said yes. "Put the bag full of fruit on the table," he said with a cheerful face. "Annie, this is the fruit field that you promised last time. When the harvest comes, it will be brought to you, which he will also bring often later. Pierce it for me, so when you're here, you have to try to eat more." Annie stood while she was cooking, thinking to herself, he knew it would be a long time before he could use Raphael. Should bring these precious magical fruits to help me. He even said he would bring it regularly, meaning he wants to supervise. See if I can use his power. Give it properly, or not. Think so. This girl named Annie immediately clenched her fist. Said gratefully, "Thank you, Rak Pyong. I will definitely not disappoint your trust. I will protect Boss Town well." Rak Pyong stood up straight and instructed. "Then you can rest assured to go out and travel." Rak Pyong said boredly, "You still have to go. Make a deal for world domination." Promised Elizabeth too, even though it was an agreement she proposed herself. Annie couldn't help but cry out loud when she heard this. What rules the world? So that means the legendary Yong Ya will still act on my own. Isn't that so good? Rak Pyong crossed his arms and said with a frown, No, it's not what you think. Actually the goal, in the end, it's still about pursuing world peace. But in Elizabeth's eyes, how to accomplish this goal is to rule the world. But he is different from her. He wanted to use his own way to accomplish this goal. Annie was somewhat curious and asked what the method was. Rak Pyong replied with a light smile. So today I came here for another reason. That's why I came to ask you to teach me. Hear that? This little girl named Na couldn't help but sweat. Can you please teach me again? Rak Pyong scratched his head and said yes. I read so many books. You probably know a lot about the Yongya continent. Is that right? I can tell you some information and distribution of major forces. Currently in Yongya continent, okay? Annie happily replied, of course. I will tell you everything I know. Huam Guild is located in Ma Yok. So I don't know much. But took the toxic swamp as the boundary. This side has 3 great forces. Is the Holy Sword Guild, Zheng Ryong tribe and Asisto Kingdom. Accordingly, the Dwarven Kingdom is mainly supportive. But due to the need to supply weapons, should have the closest relationship with the Holy Sword Guild, and protected by the guild. Simultaneously, the Sword Saint Guild is also secretly known to other guilds, admitted to being the leader. Those who want to form a guild must be recognized by the Sword City Guild. Actually, before the Huam Guild appeared, between races, disputes continue to arise. But after the Huam Guild, keep the powers busy with preparations. On the contrary, temporary, making the powers share the same front line. Among the 3 powers, Gigi, president of the Sword Saint Guild, is the person with the strongest strength. So she built her guild near the Toxic Lagoon, guarding at the front to threaten the Huam Guild. The Kingdom of Asisto is a super kingdom, famous for combining science and magic, but started closing again 10 years ago without one. Who knows what the current situation is? Although the Zheng Ryong Kingdom also closed, but they still allow it. Contact with the outside world. Moderately, just if outsiders want to take their place. It's not simple at all. Even though the Sword Saint Guild is just a living force. After being born late, it is the place with the strongest strength. Many towns came to seek refuge from the Holy Sword, to seek protection. This same thing did for the Asisto Kingdom and the Zheng Ryong tribe. Feel dissatisfied, even though on the surface he was afraid of the Sword Saint's power. So everyone still maintains a harmonious relationship with each other. But in reality, 2 other forces. I really like watching the Huam Guild dance. Suppress the Holy Sword's attack. But Boss Town where I live. Because there is quite a distance from all 3 forces. So always stay neutral. Even this apostolic event, they didn't even bother to send anyone to help anymore. Rak Pyong immediately came here and couldn't help but say thoughtfully. It's no different from what you know. Except for the Holy Family Sword Guild. There are other forces. Only pay attention to the places that concern you. That gives the Huam Guild a chance to cause trouble. Having said this, he couldn't help but wonder. Why does the Sword Saint's name sound so familiar? I think I've heard it somewhere before. Annie said so. What method are you planning to use to bring peace to the Yongya continent? So, Rak Pyong replied, peace is truly unattainable. Obtained only by destroying each Huam Guild. If the conflict between the 3 forces is not resolved, even though there is no longer the Huam Guild, later they will also fight each other. Even caused another disaster. More serious. Elizabeth's muscles can use absolute strength to suppress everything. But he is different from her. I hope I can make the forces unite by traveling, so they can become a true alliance. During the fight against the Huam Guild, Rak Pyong said while talking to himself, I have given up the path of magic. But after more than a month of sword training, the Sword Saint Guild will definitely not recognize me. As for practicing swords with Elizabeth, I don't understand why. She always said she was intentionally trying to make trouble. Told me not to study anymore in the future. Indeed, I also don't have any talent in swordsmanship. So I don't have a chance to go down the path of force. But after thinking carefully, I feel like I can change to this method. Thought, and then he said. So every danger meets Huam. Perhaps could turn into an opportunity. Good to do for Yongya continent. Can maintain stability and peace forever. With the premise that there is no common enemy. But how to say it specifically? Only then can we convince the great powers. You have to go out and experience this to know. This is also different from Elizabeth. The only thing I can think of at the moment. Annie couldn't help but be amazed when she heard this. The 4-eyed girl said to herself at this moment. The fact that he wants to use a different approach with Elizabeth is probably just a bet between Yongya and Ma Wang. the two of them standing at two ends of the betting battle line. See whose way is best to bring peace and prosperity to this planet. 500 years ago, Elizabeth's way to rule the world truly brought peace in a simple way, direct and effective. But there is one drawback. When she is not present, conflicts will continue to occur. The world falls into a new round of chaos. 500 years later, with thoughts for fish, it's not as good as your fishing style. Mr. Rak Pyong wants to work for ordinary people like us. I take the initiative to find peace myself. This is ideal, but at the same time it was unprecedented. So he decided to visit the Yongya continent, to see who is worthy of his support. Just like in the copy, the Golden Dragon's treasure from last time. Rak Pyong alone to train me, with the intention of becoming a pawn in his grand plan, and become a new force. Restrained in this boss town, but with increased strength. Perhaps it will make people forget their initial intentions. If later, I'm no longer suitable for the path he wants to take, I will also be eliminated immediately. Thinking about this Annie girl started to scream and mumble. Annie, what are you thinking? Why are you thinking about your own life and death? This short-sighted thing, to become Rak Pyong's pawn, to participate in this great plan, and make a contribution to our world. You should feel extremely honored. Right? Convincing the forces to become truly united. Eliminate conflicts that have lasted for hundreds of years. Across races, this is even more difficult. Going alone to destroy the Hugh Am Guild. If someone else said so, maybe I'll just consider this a joke. But this is what Rak Pyong said, so it's completely different. He certainly might not. It is not possible but definitely possible to do this. So I also have to become stronger quickly. To be able to use the angel Raphael that he gave me just now. Rak Pyong saw Annie sitting there dumbfounded. Immediately spoke Annie's voice. What are you thinking about? That's why you're so focused. Can you continue to tell me? Azato Kingdom, famous for that science and magic. What kind of place is it? Annie scratched her ear and replied shyly. I haven't been there yet, so I don't know for sure. But in the book it says, they only need to use a very small amount of magic. Controlled an iron giant. It's as big as a fortress. Rak Pyong listened to her daughter's words and couldn't help but get excited. Exclaimed, oh, I really want to see it, so choose Azato Kingdom as the first station. Because anyway, I've also been in contact with the Huam Association and Annie suggested it. But I see, you should still go to the Zheng Ryong tribe first. Firstly, because the Azato Kingdom is still closed. Secondly, because there has been news recently. A new, quite famous guild, recognized by the Sword Saint Guild, will also go to the Zheng Ryong tribe. This time at the residence of the Zheng Ryong tribe. At this time, old Perusia was walking and talking to his daughter. Eli fool, we're here, Perusia said to Eli fool with her hands behind her back. Wants to enter the Zheng Ryong tribe. Must pass the trial area. This is called vegetable purgatory. Li fool, I'm confident that I can overcome it. Younger sister Zheng Ryong clan name. Li fool nodded immediately and replied yes. As soon as the words ended, the three of a kind cards appeared. Her flying turtle has zigzagged. Hammock everywhere, slashing the carnivorous plants in front of them into thousands of pieces. Very quickly the two people passed the first level. Old Perusia then continued the introduction. This is just the beginning. Deeper into the plant, it will be even more dangerous. This father and son, leisurely advancing into the next forest, then suddenly felt low somewhere. Inside a tangle of carnivorous flowers is an extremely strange figure. The two walked to a forest with a towering world tree. Old Perusia stopped for a moment to introduce himself. It's almost there, Li Fool Girl said, somewhat dissatisfied at this time. Clear, the Sword Saint Guild greeted us in advance. Before departing, why do they still deliberately give so many plants protection? Skin makes things difficult for us like that. Perusia now explained to the outsiders. Only the strong can enter the Zheng Ryong tribe. They do that is to test the strength of our card guild. Before the words could finish, the earth cracked. From there a giant carnivorous flower emerged. Old man Perusia just saw this mokshan product. Couldn't hold back. Exclaimed, oh. Is this the legendary 5-element bean? Stepping on a card, the old man continued. That's 5-element beans. So this is the last door. Li Fool heard his father say that. I still don't understand why you're asking like that. The three-headed, six-armed five-element bean was continuously shooting bullets. While gliding, old man Perusia just explained to Li Fool. Because 30 years ago when Dad was still in the Sword Saint Guild, Dad used to follow the Sword Saint day in, past this place, entering the Zheng Ryong tribe. Beans shot everywhere. Eli Fool with a bunch of cards in hand. Continuously perform great skills. Cut the moon in half and split the bean in half. After a while of stabbing and slashing, then the two of them destroyed the two heads of the five-element bean plant. Seeing that the opportunity was ripe, old man Perusia immediately ordered his daughter. Use combination skills. Eli Fool immediately waved his hand. Sliced the five-element bean into many pieces. Killing the final boss so easily. Causing Li Fool to arrogantly talk nonsense. The security guard at the last door seemed to be just that. With the experience of an old fox. Has experienced battle. Old man Perusia immediately reminded his daughter. Don't be subjective. It's a five-element bean. It's not that easy to eat. I just saw right now the bean plant was cut to pieces. Began to develop strange phenomena. The cut quickly grew. A new head. Not only that, at this time, it had up to 4 mouths spewing seeds. Followed by a clicking sound. The sound of fortune constantly coming from its mouth. The area has some bad points. Old Perusia immediately shouted loudly to his daughter Li Fool. Immediately create a card shield and draw it behind you quickly. This sentence just ended. Then the tree head of the wood element tree has been spinning continuously. It's like a gun with a rotating barrel that scatters bullets everywhere. Each giant five-element bullet explodes in the air. Creates sharp spikes that radiate from the rain of arrows. Just like that, he rushed straight towards the two Perusia Li Fool people. The surprising thing was, these sharp thorns, yet very flexible, glide in the wind, not making any noise. Eli Fool instead of being carefree like before. When you are struggling right now, summon a card shield to block bullets. The sharp thorns from this beanstalk continuously grows, then accelerated straight towards its prey. Perusia father and son were still trying to maintain the barrier, to block the rain of bullets from five-element beans. After a while of being crushed by onions, then Eli Fool will admit its mistake. Dad, you're right, I've already despised my enemy. Perusia waved her hand and threw out a card saying don't arbitrarily touch the wound. It might be toxic. Let Dad handle it for. Only see a bunch of flexible songs. Like a snake wrapping around Li Fool's wound. I saw my wound heal with the naked eye. Then she couldn't help but look at the letter A. The Asian mouth said wow. Dad has developed his therapy skills. Dad's card technique has improved again. Perusia patted her daughter's shoulder and said, find a safe place and rest. Leave the rest to 3 Eli Fools who are willing. She said, clearing her throat. No need. I can still fight. These words just ended. Then continuous clicking sounds were heard. From the bean plant 5 onions. Supergiant mutation in front of you. I see my daughter is so stubborn. Then Perusia immediately warned her. So be careful. It's starting to get serious. The 5-element bean tree's stem cracked at the same time, from which many other heads sprouted. According to elemental properties, Perusia saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim poisonously. Fire, ice, green tree and mercury. These are the original forms of 5-element beans. Delafel also frowned and frowned as he spoke. Why did you say that? It has the same power as a demon level. Look at the bean family god with 5 heads. Represents 5 different attributes. In front of them, the Perusia father and son couldn't help but get goosebumps. Goosebumps. Perusia continued to explain to Li Fool. Understood as the ability to coordinate 5 types of attributes. It can be released. Magic that contains all the attributes. So no matter who it is, they will be restrained. And this is the scary part of it. Despite last time, I have seen the holy sword day in with my own eyes. Solve it in a flash. But 30 years have passed. It seems to have become much stronger. The longer it has to struggle, it will be able to aim more precisely at you. So it's time to use the treasure card. Eli Fool wondered and asked his father. Are you planning on using the strongest 10th quarter? Perusia said no. Against an opponent with magical attributes. Use 4 quarters 3 to summon the divine little mage. Would be much more suitable. The words haven't finished yet. Then suddenly a stream of blue light shot straight towards me, precisely plugging it into the gap between the two people. Eli Fool was stunned on the spot, not understanding what it was. Exclaimed an arrow star. Just saw a homegrown arrow. Was stuck in the ground. Yet this strange arrow bloomed into a white flower. Coming here, the 5-element bean tree was in front of me. Also began to have strange phenomena. And then was directly swallowed into the ground and disappeared. Eli Fool exclaimed, full of doubt. The 3 children felt a very familiar sense of magic. Perusia was not surprised and replied, of course. Because in my body I have the blood of the Jeng Ryong clan. A shadow of Jeng Ryong hiding her face covered the heads of 2 people. She spoke up and told the 2 of them to come in. Having said that, this shadow also slowly disappeared into nothingness, leaving behind an arrow of flowers and chives that withered into a dry tree. Like this. At this point, Perusia exclaimed, "Indeed, they are always observing our war. So we are recognized." Li Fool asked his father. "Dad wants to ask something. If Mom is in the tribe, then why doesn't she come out to welcome us?" Perusia replied, "The Jeng Ryong clan has a very strict hierarchy. Involves many complicated things. And 16 years ago, to protect us, my mother and I chose to return to the Holy Land on our own. But I believe in your mother's love for you. Won't be changed. What about the truth? Then let's go inside and find out." The 2 people quickly strode into the forest, place near the world tree. In front of them appeared stilt houses. This is the Jeng Ryong tribe. The origin of Elaful's blood flow. The appearance of 2 people attracted the attention of the Jeng Ryong clan living on both sides. With extremely disdainful eyes and faces, the people of the Jeng Ryong clan began to speak scornfully. "A human and a Jap yo. I heard he is the representative of the Sword Saint Guild. Surely something has come to beg us again. What a low-class race. It feels like there's something disgusting on their bodies." "That's right. It's so scary." Eli Fool clearly heard the gossip about the father and son. "I couldn't help but ask. 3 stars, I feel like they hate us so much." Perusia replied, "Because most of the people in this place never left the Jeng Ryong tribe in his entire life. So they are quite wary of people coming from outside." Li Fool, "You don't need to pay much attention. But in the high-end guilds out there, there's also quite a lot of Jeng Ryong. Dad, if the Jeng Ryong tribe is really that good, so why are they still going out?" Perusia sees that her child still has so many doubts. Immediately reminded it, "You must know that within the Jeng Ryong clan also exists still to distinguish bloodlines. Jeng Ryong tribe lives around the divine tree. Closer to the divine tree, Jung Ryong's bloodline level is higher, and the more resources are allocated, the closer to the divine tree." Li Fool can feel it more clearly. The power of the original bloodline surging in the spinal cord. Perusia continued to explain, "Usually people leave the tribe. Are all Jeng Ryong in the outer circle. Has a low bloodline but still has some ability. Because the Jeng Ryong clan is proficient in quite rare skills, like plant magic and archery. So when you go out, they will become the talents that guilds seek, instead of staying here, and can only be low-level Jeng Ryongs for life. Then they will choose to go out there and be useful people. Of course there are exceptions." Eli Fool was full of wonder and looked at him, asking what the exception was. "That's it. The words haven't finished yet." Then suddenly a beam of white light shot forward. A one-eyed Jeng Ryong riding a white deer. "Introduce. I am the great general of the Jeng Ryong Ban Che tribe. I will lead you to the Holy Land. Follow me." After saying that, the one-eyed girl jumped straight into the sky. Li Fool saw this child as the parents of the world. Immediately exclaimed coldly and arrogantly. Perusia reminded her child that he must remember. Deeper inside, you have to be even more careful with your words. After saying that, father and son immediately launched their cards into the air to fly. It's unimaginable, just a deck of cards that Rak Pyong randomly took out to play. But can also turn into a magic weapon of destiny. Flying magic weapon. Let this father and son create a whole guild. Like this. Perusia flew and spoke. "Maybe your mother is waiting for us at the sanctuary." Jeng Ryong rushed forward with one eye and one line, causing the 2 Perusia Li Fool people chasing after them to catch their breath. While flying through a familiar forest, suddenly Perusia couldn't help but recall old memories. At that moment, Eli Fool exclaimed, "Dad, look, Those trees look like they're making way for us. Perusia replied that this is a protective barrier inside the tribe. Without senior Zheng Ryong leading the way, then they will lock up the intruder in this jungle maze forever. After crossing the forest canopy, then they all started rushing towards the divine tree. In the center, a supergiant world tree appeared, leaving the Perusia father and son overwhelmed. Return to your roots, causing bloodshed from other Zheng Ryong clans. Li Ful's heart couldn't help but stare. Perusia stared blankly at the giant tree. But the words have come to an end. That's where it all started. Back in time. Go back in time 30 years. Before then Perusia, still a member of the Sword Saint Guild, was walking in the forest where the Zheng Ryong clan lived. Then suddenly a girl from the Zheng Ryong clan rushed out from somewhere, mouth screaming loudly, "Everyone get out of the way. Get out of the way quickly, I've lost control. The village is in chaos." The forest was stirred up by this messy girl. Then the water boiled. Thousands of pounds of burning fire hanging from that hair is Perusia. The person who had just turned 20 rushed forward to directly perform the skill of Tai Sun, pressing down on the top and snapping it. The person went up into the air, then lowered his chair. Right after that, female Zheng Ryong lost control, reached out to pull the horse's reins. He kindly advised this girl how to operate your seat. Calm down, like that is okay. Beauty can't help but blush when a guy touches her for the first time. Stammering and saying thank you, Perusia smiled and replied that it was nothing. It's just a small matter, beautiful lady. But this is a taboo holy beast that only high-level Zheng Ryong can have. Right, if you insist on repaying me, then let me borrow it to ride for a while. Said this guy immediately kidnapped me, even other people's daughters, and the Zheng Ryong clan's mounted holy beast. The Zheng Ryong clan girl couldn't react in time. Just scream now. Wait, I haven't learned how to control it on the ground yet. Half the chance. Perusia with youthful enthusiasm. Who cares about that? Which controls the deer to fly straight into the sky? Escape the dense forest. The Zheng Ryong tribe is so majestic. My wife is afraid of heights right now. Who dares to look down and scream? Please return to the ground quickly. Perusia said this somewhat incomprehensibly. Hey, you're the high-ranking Zheng Ryong. Why are you so cowardly? Pointed-eared beauty, eyes closed, body trembling. I'm sorry to my father and sisters. I also often say things like that. But because I often get scared, so I've never learned the art of controlling holy beasts. Perusia suddenly looked to the side and screamed. Look, your father is coming to find you. She thought it was real and opened her eyes in panic. Oh, come on, run away quickly. Holy beasts are not allowed to be ridden by outsiders. If the king sees it, even though you are a member of the Sword Saint Guild, will also be punished. Perusia tricked someone's daughter, then said with a wicked smile. It's okay, I tricked you. The innocent girl listened innocently, immediately let out a scolding sound. Why do you trick people like that? This obnoxious thing. Just like that. The two of them roamed around and dated like that. Their Perusia hugged her while controlling the holy beast. Teasing mouth. But you opened your eyes. Right, look at that beautiful scene. The innocent female Zheng Ryong clan. First time out of the palace. See the vast sky. A cool breeze blew gently through. I couldn't help but exclaim with excitement in my soul. So beautiful. No one has ever brought me up here before. Perusia said while smiling broadly. Let's play a little more thrilling game. Naive wife. Who knows what, full of doubts and strong feelings. Perusia's goods have been encroaching. Control the holy beast to launch at very fast speed. Which said we would go inside the canopy. The wife is afraid of heights. I hate speed demons and are scared and scream slowly. Please take it slow. Perusia suddenly stopped for a moment. Glanced in a certain direction. Then he stood straight. The person climbed onto the sacred beast's ass. Hands on hips. Eyes closed. Enjoying this wonderful atmosphere with this beautiful woman. Seeing my daughter-in-law still timid, he immediately picked up his wife's child. Reenact the romantic scene. Under the vast scenery of many flocks of singing ducks. Two teenage hearts have blended together. Started to have the same heartbeat. Then both of them suddenly turned purple. Hands exchanged passionate looks. Then lips suddenly came together. The date progressed so fast. Just then, we invited each other into the canopy of trees to confide in. Perusia hugged her and poured honey into her ears. Senior officials are closing and opening meetings. They won't show up for the next few days. So Nikita, just play comfortably. Beautiful Nikita replied to Perusia. I really admire you. Your scent is pure joy. Without any worries at all. I also want to live a free life like you. And also wanted to go outside. Looking at this vast world. Perusia heard her daughter-in-law say that, and the fairy replied innocently. There's nothing difficult about this. Let me take you to see it. Even though he just joined the Sword Saint Guild. But he is an excellent new member. Known to everyone. It's the Iron Perusia. I've gone on adventures in many places. Beauty Zheng Ryong heard that and rolled her eyes. Really? How can you take me out? At this point, Perusia began to speak seriously. Yes, of course it's true. But Nikita, I'm Senior Zheng Ryong. So life in your tribe must be better. There's a lot out there for you. Why do you want to escape from this place? Nikita said with sad eyes. The so-called good here is actually just good. Our chains. The election to choose the patriarch is about to take place. There are a number of uncles who intend to cooperate with each other. Overthrow my father. But father wanted to consolidate people's support for him. So he decided, give me to someone in it. So if you. Perusia understood everything, immediately rubbed his head to comfort his wife and said, I don't need to say any more. Even though he didn't know the story of the Zheng Ryong clan well. You guys, but I know. A person who loses their freedom will be very miserable. Tomorrow I will go get the guild's teleportation scroll. Then take me away. But this also means, we will simultaneously offend the entire Zheng Ryong tribe. And the Sword Saint Guild. From now on we can only live in seclusion. And live a normal life. Do you agree? Nikita immediately agreed without hesitation. Normal life. That is the life I want to live. I agreed. Then the two of them kissed passionately. And talked about everything together. Inside the banana leaf boat on the bank of the stream like this. Two people following. After the Zheng Ryong clan general went deep into the forest. Approaching the tree canopy. Then the general suddenly disappeared in front. Seeing this scene, father and son were startled. Eli Fool asked his father. She disappeared. Her hand covering the incoming air. Old Perusia said it seemed like a hidden barrier. Let's just follow along. And in my heart I think. I didn't know there was this before. Then both of them went into the barrier. Inside a poetic and lyrical scene. A harmonious natural scene. A tree stump located alone in the middle of a deep green plain. The Zheng Ryong clan general landed in front of the three people. Got off the back of the cavalry and stroked the deer's head to say. Hard for you. Then go to the other side and wait for me to go. Look at the silhouette of the mount going away. Then the general knelt down to report. Report to the patriarch, I have completed the mission. Father and son landed nearby. Eli Fool asked Dad. Who are those people? Old Perusia said he was the patriarch of the Zheng Ryong clan. Let's go there. Remember to be careful with your words. While walking, suddenly Eli Fool turned pale and said to himself. Why do I suddenly feel so nauseous? At this moment the tribal chief Zheng Ryong spoke up. Verton, you retreat first. Elrond, chief of the Star tribe. Lin turned a blind eye. At this time, Avari, the head of the Zheng Ryong tribe, smiled and said, long time no see Perusia. Heard that old Perusia said. Yes, long time no see. Then bowed his head and said. Dear chiefs. Looked up in silence as he looked at the chief Elrond. Seeing the awkward situation, the Avari patriarch laughed and said. Last time I met you. You're still a young man. Right? Patriarch Verton said without expression. This time you represent the Sword Saint Guild. To drag us into the meeting. Right? Hearing that, old Perusia replied attentively. Rather, it's a card guild. We had a general consensus. With the Sword Saint Guild. Decided to form the Yong Ya Alliance. To fight against the Hugh Am Guild. This time I came here specially. To invite the Zheng Ryong tribe to join the alliance. Hearing that, the Avari patriarch covered his mouth and laughed. Even though your fame suddenly increased. After the establishment of the association. But we still know it very well. About the decline of the Sword Saint Guild. There you go, Chief Verton said. There was no news about the Sword Saint. It's been at least 3 months. Lacking such an important strategy. Then your alliance. What else does it mean? Hearing that, old Perusia spread his hands and said. So this time I went to Zheng Ryong tribe. There is another requirement. That is, please use plant magic, make plants and insects. Help us find the whereabouts of the sword scent. Just one more step. Is the holy sword day in? Can break through to Ma Wang level. So he definitely can't die. Chief Elrond. He has known sword scent day in since ancient times. Surely you know very well your strength. Already his. Hearing that, Patriarch Elrond closed his eyes and remained silent. Seeing that said Patriarch Avari. But the mobilization of all plants lies outside the tribe. Would be a huge magic. And we'll have to pay a huge price to activate it. So what can you do to compensate us? Hearing that, Eli Fool clenched his hands and said, now is not the time to care about personal interests anymore. If you don't quickly find the Swordscent Day in, sooner or later, the power of the Hugh Am Guild will also spread to your place. Maybe you people don't understand. What is the bleeding and soft intestines? Hear that, the Zheng Ryong Vertin Patriarch said, kid, what you say, must be built, based on equality of both sides. Wants to have blood relations with us. Then we have to see if the person has that qualification first. Then cast magic. A flower tree grew from the ground in front of the two people. At this time Patriarch Vertin continued speaking. The 5-element bean is just the threshold of the demon's strength. If you can endure this trick, then we will continue to discuss about joining the alliance. Then the flower gathers light. Seeing this scene Eli Fool immediately became quite uneasy and said Dad. Covered the incoming light. Old Perusia said it was okay, let Dad worry. Then did flowers gathered and sprayed flares at the two people. The three patriarchs stood there watching. The light spread like a sun. Inside the light appeared a figure. Two people protected by a shield knight. Old Perusia raised his hand to protect the 4 noble guardians. It's true that we are temporarily losing a part. The key strategy is the Holy Sword Day in. But I hope the clan heads understand the situation clearly. Even if you don't participate, we are confident that we can defeat the Hugh Am Guild. At this time the withered flower falls to the ground. The Avari Patriarch covered his mouth, narrowed his eyes and smiled. Ha ha, even though it says check. But you can receive flares. Has power equal to that of the Demon Lord Tam Tin. Without any sudden change of color. It's true that he has become much stronger, right? Patriarch Vertin asked. Those cards can summon divine magic. Hearing that, Eli Fool couldn't bear it anymore. Gritted his teeth and shouted. That's enough. Check what the hell. Just now you were planning to kill us. Right, when the Hugh Am Guild attacked here. You guys will regret speaking up. Old Perusia spoke up. Eli Fool must not be disrespectful. At this time the Elrond Patriarch said. It's been 16 years since Perusia. Old Perusia said yes. Hearing that Eli Fool turned his head to tell his father. Let's quickly find Mom and leave this place. They clearly want to make things difficult for us. Why do you have to be so polite with them? Hearing that, old Perusia's mind was in turmoil. Because he is your grandfather. Hearing that, the Elrond Patriarch narrowed his eyes and said, I didn't expect Nikita's daughter to be 16 years old. Eli Fool was surprised to hear that. Turning to look at the Patriarch, he said suspiciously, Grandfather. Chief Elrond spread his arms and smiled. Under the applause of the 2 remaining patriarchs. It's very surprising to talk and laugh. Isn't it? Makes father and son bewildered and surprised. The Avari Patriarch covered his mouth and smiled. See, I told you not to tease them. Scared the hell out of them. Clapping his hands, looking at the 2 people. The Vertin Patriarch said, but he's really cute when he's angry. She looks so much like Nikita when she was little. Hearing that, old Perusia asked the Patriarch suspiciously. Elrond, you mean? Eli Fool asked Dad about this. Came closer, took old Perusia's hand. Chief Elrond said with a smile. What else do you call the Patriarch? I should call my father like Nikita. My son-in-law. Hearing that, old Perusia was confused and told his father. But that was not what he said at that time. We'll absolutely not accept it. Where is Nikita now? Spread his arms in invitation and smiled. The Patriarch smiled and said, the 2 of you came over here with me. Seeing that, the father and son looked at each other and nodded. Went to Eli Fool and asked Dad what the problem was. Old Perusia looked. The Patriarch secretly thought that he didn't know what he said. Maybe a few years ago. Is the relationship between your mother and your grandfather better than before? And the Elrond Patriarch had a twisted smile on his face. Behind the general she watched silently. Under the tree canopy, 5 people looked up. The patriarch spoke up. Huge magic tree. That 2 people see outside. It's just a virtual image created by magic. The tree in front is the true magic tree of our Zheng Ryong clan. Talking about the magic tree, we must go back to the time of chaos. 500 years ago, our first clan leader, Mr. Ula, used myself as nourishment to activate the strongest plant Dharma. The divine tree came and built up the Zheng Ryong tribe. Thanks to the aura of the divine tree, that all clansmen are enlightened and acquired a talent for plant magic and archery. This has helped the strength of our Zheng Ryong clan to new heights over the years, like the protection of a magic tree. But our Zheng Ryong clan can become a force in the Yongya continent. But the magic tree began to gradually wither away. And when the world became more stable, tribe members began to flee again and interact with outsiders. This is certain, betrayed what Mr. Ula originally wanted, and wastes our Zheng Ryong clan's resources. That's why we strictly prohibit it. Zheng Ryongs have high-ranking bloodlines. Do not interact with foreigners. To ensure his proud natural endowment is still kept. But there is one thing that cannot be prevented. It is the nutrients of the divine tree that are gradually being eroded. If this continues, soon, the Zheng Ryong clan will decline with the decline of the magic tree. Closing his eyes, the Elrond clan leader continued. This is the reason made me object to you and Nikita being together. Then this guy turned around and said, holding his chest, next I will show you the most authentic side of the Zheng Ryong clan. This is what comes. The sword saint has never been seen before. Hearing that, old Perusia was suspicious and asked what he meant. Did not answer. The patriarch named Jonda offered his hand and said, dispel the magic. This moment, Eli Fool covered his mouth and thought. It was that feeling of nausea just now. The magic disappeared and the figure of the magic tree appeared. A naked tree with many faces on it appeared before the crowd. The clan leader spoke up. This is the true form of the magic tree. Eli Fool covered his mouth and closed his eyes to hold back the nausea. And old Perusia rolled his eyes and blurted out that Nikita. The patriarch looked back and said that's right. Because of the Nikita tribe has become the nutrients of the magic tree. Looking at the familiar face on the tree. But old Perusia rushed forward with tears in his eyes. Nikita, come forward. Old Perusia needy neck. The patriarch shouted at this damn guy. You stuck with us for more than 10 years without letting us go. Forcing Nikita to return. Turns out it was to make her a sacrifice. This selfish bastard, give me back Nikita. Give her back to me. Looked up, ignoring the saliva splashing all over his face. The new patriarch spoke. Verta Navari, it's time. Hearing that, the 2 patriarchs replied that they knew. Then approached the magic tree. Touched into the tree. His whole face twisted. Then gradually merged into the tree trunk. Then 2 human silhouettes completely disappeared into the tree trunk. Then some green leaves grew out. The human face on the tree trunk screaming. Saw at this scene, Eli Fool said tremblingly. This story. Saw this scene. Old Perusia panicked and let go of the patriarch. Chief Elrond spoke up. Now you understand. We are not selfish at all. Our Zheng Ryong clan, that is, becoming nourishment for the divine tree. Dedicating one's life to the tribe is a huge honor, and Nikita must think so too. Hear that? Old Perusia gritted his teeth and punched the ground with his fist and shouted nonsense. Why is that so damn? Seeing this scene, Eli Fool came forward to comfort and pat old Perusia on the shoulder. Telling him, Dad, this time the patriarch spoke. A young leaf can make the aura of the magic tree extended for another year. Of course we understand. Foreigners like you, hard to understand, the spirit of our Zheng Ryong clan. But today, when you guys show up here, made me change my mind. Nikita can probably still be resurrected. Hearing that, old Perusia couldn't calmly say anything. Is it true that Nikita can still be resurrected? Close your eyes, and the patriarch said yes. If you accept, take a little loss and then point to Eli Fool. Seeing that, old Perusia rolled his eyes and shouted that he couldn't help it. If you dare touch Eli Fool, then don't blame me for accidentally. The patriarch, can you explain? You misunderstood. What I want are the cards she brought. Glanced at old Perusia and said to herself, Mr. Yongja's treasure card. Saw that Eli Fool said, but Dad, These cards are. Before Mr. Perusia had time to think, the clan leader continued. We can feel it in those cards. There is a very strong stream of divine magic power. If you will offer it to the magic tree, maybe it will be possible to completely revive the magic tree. You know, everything of our Zheng Ryong clan come from the divine tree. If the magic tree absorbs enough divine magic power, perhaps lives were sacrificed, will be replaced and returned. I guarantee I will prioritize Nikita's resurrection first. Hearing that, old Perusia was startled. It's like grabbing a tree to save your life. Confirmed and asked if he was telling the truth. Just let the magic tree absorb the magic power of the card and you can see your father confused about Eli fool and come closer and tell him. Wait, 3 lives have been lost. So what? Can be replaced and returned as simply as that. Not to mention cards. Is the weapon to save our world too. This is the right time. A guy holding a strange remote control. Rotate the eye on the remote. Immediately the patriarch raised his head. Then lowered his head with a sullen expression and said, I understand your concerns. To be honest, I'm not completely sure, but if it can be successful, not only Nikita can come back to life, but even the Zheng Ryong clan can also regain glory. That way we won't have to worry about anything. And can focus on work. Defeat the Huam Guild with the alliance. Hearing that, old Perusia blindly fooled himself. That's right, this is actually to defeat the Huam Guild. And save the Yongya continent. Hearing that, Eli fool said. But what if there is a problem with the card? Then those 2 people will blame us. Don't listen to my advice. Old Perusia retrieved the card from Elifal's waist. Then dropped the cards in the sleeve into the card bag. Tell me you don't need to say any more. Dad will bear all the consequences himself. Then he handed the exercise book to the patriarch and said yes. Gather all 2 halves of the treasure cards held by me and Eli fool. Then what to do next? Heard the patriarch offering his hands. Give it to me. Then I will cast the Zheng Ryong clan's special spell, so that the magic tree can absorb divine magic power. Then Nikita can come back to life. Seeing that Eli fool tried to advise and say, Dad, you've really thought it through, haven't you? Hearing that, old Perusia said, because your mother, I accept to pay any price. Collect the deck of cards said by the patriarch. Perusia, you are indeed my good son-in-law. Then laughed evilly. Then a series of vines poured out from the ground. Surrounded 2 people. Swept up Eli fool. In the typical style of a Japanese teacher. And old Perusia saw that he was tied up and gritted his teeth and trembled. Cannot accept the truth. Elrond, what do you mean? The mysterious guy fiddled with the remote again. Right after that, the clan leader hugged him, trembling and laughing. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect it to be fooled so easily. What do you mean by asking me? But actually, you already know it in your heart. Right? Then this guy raised his head and opened his shirt. Smiling. The Zheng Ryong clan has been on the side of the Huam Guild for a long time. Seeing this scene, father and son widened their eyes. I couldn't believe what I saw. This guy twisted his eyes and moved around laughing. Or it can be said that I am no longer me. Soon a flower sprouted. The petals opened. A smiling figure holding a cup of tea. A clown appeared inside laughing and talking. These Zheng Ryong clan chiefs. We made them into meat puppets 10 years ago. Let them be immortal. All internal organs. Has been completely replaced by Huam. Years when we do not intervene. They can still act, according to their inherent sense of autonomy. But when we intervene, they will have to obey my orders. Kneel down. The head of the Zheng Ryong clan raised his hands and said, Master, please accept it. Hold the deck of cards and spin it in your fingers. The clown glanced and smiled and continued. Also means, currently, I am the one holding the Zheng Ryong clan. Seeing this scene, old Perusia shouted at Eli fool. When he heard his father calling, he immediately understood what Eli fool said he understood. Then the father and son immediately activated the deck. Eli fool gritted his teeth and shouted, Must seal all these bastards. Saw the scene of the card being activated. Then the clown exclaimed in surprise. Before the 2 people had time to perform. Then the name is the head of the Zheng Ryong clan. Performed plant magic. Immediately the vines were wrapping around the 2 people. Flowers immediately sprouted. The flowers grew all around the 2 people. Then it parasitizes and absorbs. Pale face. Eli Fool thought to himself that all his magic power had been sucked away. Saw his child faint. Perusia despairingly blurted out, Eli Fool. Seeing this scene, the clown clapped his hands and laughed. Good job. Good job. I hear that. The kneeling patriarch was immediately praised like a dog. Said thank you to the owner for praising. Then the clown held the creepy remote and pressed it down. I'll reward you with a break. Right after that, the patriarch's name immediately turned off like a robot. Take out the deck of cards. Said the clown. I have observed all your fighting. These cards can summon souls from another world. Right, using the power of life to exchange for something. About to faint, old Perusia said to himself, haha. Luckily he still doesn't know the secret. To use the treasure card. Like this, even if he gets it, nothing terrible will happen. The clown used both hands to shuffle the deck of cards. Then spread out the cards and laughed. Saying that was so simple. Then tossed all the cards into the air and laughed. Please sacrifice all the lives of the Zhengrayong tribe. This time, everyone will obey my orders. The clown just finished his sentence. A black swirl appeared above the sky. Zhengrayong tribe. The ground shook and spread to the entire tribe. The Zhengrayongs were startled and blurted out in panic. There was no time for the Zhengrayongs to react. Zhengrayong and the others turned pale. Gurgling nausea. All Zhengrayong gasped. The lights of life. From their mouths all the Zhengrayong poured out. Flying towards the holy tree in the center of the tribe. Merged into the tree trunk. Not just Zhengrayong, which is the entire organism that lives in the tribal area. All their life force was sucked dry. Seeing this scene, old Perusia exclaimed in panic. These things are. All the life force created a vortex. Integrate into the deck. The cards of the deck absorb life force. Gradually brightened. Seeing that, the clown laughed. Eat as much as you like. Then all the cards gather enough energy. Then the trigger lights up. Seeing that, old Perusia panicked and blurted out that he died. After the cards absorbed enough energy, they all fell down and flew into the clown's hands. Offering his hand to welcome the clown, he smiled evilly, looked up and said, summon all the members. Immediately the summoning magic formations appeared. Later, summon the life cards in the corresponding card. And finally the two-handed rocket. Tearing the space apart and getting out. Seeing this scene, old Perusia despaired and thought with regret. Damn, it's all my fault. This world has ended. At the plane where Rak Pyong lives. After eating, Elizabeth asked Rak Pyong while cleaning up the space. The king discovered it. Forgot to bring the noodle bowl out the other day. These are dirty dishes for the 2 days you weren't home. Go wash it quickly. Hearing that, Rak Pyong gave up and exclaimed. Inside the pile of dirty dishes in the sink, a slimy creature crawled out of the bowl. Fell onto the sink, not paying attention to Rak Pyong. He looked at Elizabeth and continued. But Elizabeth, I have something to discuss with you first. The slimy creature looked at Rak Pyong. Then quickly crawled over, tried to crawl on Rak Pyong's leg. But the vacuum cleaner locked the target and considered it trash. So he ran over and sucked it in. The sound of a robot vacuum cleaner is heard while cleaning. Please pay attention. Hearing that, Rak Pyong turned around and instinctively said, sorry. Sit down on the chair. Rak Pyong said, I want you to go to the Zhengrayong tribe with me. Hearing that, Elizabeth asked the Zhengrayong tribe, have you decided to conquer that place next? Rak Pyong laughed when he heard that. It is not a matter of conquest but of persuasion. Saw Annie saying that Uncle Perusia was also going there. But Eli Fool also has Zhengrayong blood in him. So I thought if they had help, perhaps it will increase your chances of persuasion. Zhengrayong clan, let's form an alliance against the Hue Am Guild, and then raised a finger and said with a smile. As for Elizabeth, she said, she is acquainted with high-ranking people in the Zhengrayong clan. Right, if so, I mean if you can't convince me. Then she said, help me. A few sentences are fine. But I still think in my heart. Although Elizabeth said, will not get involved in this. But borrow a little of her fame. Surely it's not against the law. Right? Hearing that, Elizabeth thought, based on Zhengrayong's lifespan, then she must still be alive. After all, only 500 years have passed. Then answered, but you must bring me this jelly. Then suck it up and put it in the jelly bag. Hearing that, Rak Pyong happily said yes. She agreed that was good. Then Elizabeth just went out and said, so you guys out there, How do you plan to arrange it? Hearing that, Rak Pyong rubbed his head and thought. Then said yes. Just now they said they wanted to play with Bien Chang for a while. Outside, Bien Chang was sitting wagging his tail. 3 people looked at Bien Chang intently. GG girl, the master of the Sacred Sword Guild. In fact, my participation is already there. Don't need you. I have to step foot in this muddy puddle again. Then heard it. The little 4-eyed daughter of the fierce beast gang. Annie said, unexpectedly, Sword Saint Day-in is also here. But I think she still doesn't understand Mr. Rakpyong's plan clearly. Hearing that, Sword Saint Alpha said, will you guys stop in front of me? You guys are just supporting roles here. Do you understand? Didn't pay any attention. Gigi girl held up the book and said, look clearly. This is the Sword Palace that Mr. Yong Ya and Ma Wang Dayan gave to me. After learning it, I will level the Huam Guild on your behalf. There's absolutely no need for you to. Looked at Annie and said but I also have cloth dolls that Mr. Rak Pyong personally made for me. I just can't use it yet. But I will become stronger soon. Laughing sinisterly, Alpha said it was ridiculous. You 2 foreigners. But also dares to show off his relationship with Big Brother Rak Pyong. In front of me, ha ha ha. We haven't talked about it yet. I have been in close contact with you for the past 500 years. Then stop it. This guy is taken away by Rak Pyong every day. Only chopping firewood for many years. Got some trash he threw away. What's there to brag about? Then this guy stuck his nose in the air and said, Big Brother Rak Pyong's younger brother only has one. And that person is my Alpha. Is Yongja's Sword of Destiny. You all go away quickly. Hearing that, little Annie said, if it speaks the truth, then truly no one can compare to it. Anyway, his exclusive weapon Rak Pyong. Hearing that, Gigi spoke up. Don't listen to it. Hero's sword. How can resentment easily invade? Furthermore, I've seen a lot of weapons on its person. I don't see any. Resembles the hero's forging style. Like Senior Bien Chang. Hearing that, this guy just folded his arms. It seems she has some bravery. I am truly not forged by Mr. Rak Pyong. So I also fell into a deadlock and doubted myself. This leads to resentment. But Mr. Rak Pyong reforged me to revive me. So now I have officially become a super soldier. Created by the hero, the true holy sword Alpha. Hearing that, Annie looked at Bien Chang. Asked Senior Bien Chang if he was telling the truth. Hearing that, Bien Chang was confused and didn't know what to say. Said this should be considered the same. The sword from before was broken in half. Hearing that, Rak Pyong was in the room. Confused because the sword was split in half. Rak Pyong intended to use a hammer to reforge it. As soon as I knocked it, it broke in half. After that there was no other way. Rak Pyong uses the Universal Divine Weapon Superglue 502. And then the Holy Sword was reattached with the Holy 502 glue. Then Bien Chang said, the owner used a very wonderful invention to revive it. And the rest I dug out of the trash. This sword isn't just a 2-part mark on the body to show off. Look, this is Rak Pyong's forging mark. Hearing that, Gigi said, much in vain, when you can only keep one person to replace the hero and demon lord. So let's use our strength to talk. And in my heart I think, under the combination of hero and demon lord, I have broken through to the demon lord level. So this position is mine. Hearing that, Annie gritted her teeth and said I agree. Even though my strength is not as strong as the swordsant. But to carry out the responsibility given to me by Mr. Rak Pyong, I will also fight with all my might. And in my heart I think, I have to use Raphael's power. This is the only way I can defeat her. Hearing that, the Alpha screamed, his hands turning into swords. Hey hey hey, 2 natural people. What does it mean to agree with each other? Is there a real holy sword? My Alpha is okay, so hate it. Hearing that, the atmosphere between the 3 people became tense. Little Annie raised her hand and took out the cloth doll. Summoning doll magic, Gigi summons the sword. The first Tai Chi sword is Water Point Hawk. Alpha raised his hands and spoke. Normal attack. Seeing this scene, Bien Chang opened his arm. The machine held up a stop sign. Say stop. Listen to what I have to say. Hearing that, Alpha rushed forward to offer his hand in greeting. Senior, please instruct me to inform the students. It's not for you guys to differentiate between high and low. Hearing that, The four-eyed girl Annie hugged her teddy bear and said, "But Senior Bien Chang, people don't have to say is. Nowadays, many people are easy to annoy. What is Rak Pyong's life like?" Hearing that, Gigi said it was true. This meaning is not. Can we only keep one person? Heard that Bien Chang said, "Cannot disturb the owner's life." Is really the goal. I secretly summoned you to this meeting. But I just want to emphasize to you guys about one's own identity. For example, I am a pet. Owner's companion. Should be in front. Absolute master. Can't do things exceeding one's own limits. But in places the owner rarely goes. I can subdue all the demon beasts. On the vast steppe. Let them stop everything. Can harass the owner. Intruders. But thinking about a tyrant like that makes even a robot dog cry. But since she appeared, the owner started going out a lot. Outside. I can't move freely. By the way, the owner hasn't touched me for a long time. Hearing that, Gigi asked, "So what is our identity? Please instruct Senior Bien Chang to throw away the tissue to dry your tears." Bien Chang smiled and said that he was off topic. What I meant was, owner, wanting to experience life outside is inevitable. Meet all kinds of people. It is very easy to destroy the supreme principle that he want to live peacefully, the chosen ones. Then please serve the master outside for me. Act according to the ideal of a peaceful life as a premise. Clear all obstacles, so that the owner can enjoy traveling. So from now on, your identity is to be a cleaner. Like removing barriers, or ensuring a smooth road. What about the benefits of serving the owner? You all understand, we don't need to say more, right? But you must remember carefully. The owner gives it to you so you can have it. If the master doesn't give it to you, you can't take it. Do not trespass. Understand? The only right to search the trash belongs to me, Bien Chang. Hearing that, the three of them replied in understanding. At that moment the door was locked. Seeing that, Bien Chang spoke up. The owner came out and everyone returned to their positions. Opened the door. Rak Pyong smiled and said, "What are you doing?" Saw the scene being staged very happily in front. Little Annie turned around and said, smiling, "Hey, Rak Pyong, are you planning to go to the Zheng Ryong tribe?" Hearing that, Rak Pyong smiled and pointed his thumb back and said, "Yes. I'll go get the tools from the workshop first. Then we can depart." Then Rak Pyong leaves. 3 people and a dog haunted by ghosts. Elizabeth asked some of you. In my heart, I think the East is Boss Town. Represented by Annie. In the West is the Swordsmen Association. Representative is Gigi. Both of them have been captured by Rak Pyong. So this time, after capturing the Zheng Ryong tribe in the south, next will be the Kingdom of Azato in the north. Slowly install and build your power step by step. Finally forming 4 generals loyal to him. Is Southeast. Typical Northwest ruling tricks. Went out to meet Gimsing's descendants for the first time. Then in the world 500 years ago. Pre-arranged his Muji Ryong. Waiting for the opportunity to come today. Leading the president of the Swordsmen Association into action. The father and son pair. There is also a connection with the Zheng Ryong tribe. Thinking like that all the clues are connected. How can there be so many coincidences? Actually, everything is Rak Pyong's plan. Even though you hide it very carefully. But this king has seen through you. Mouth says no, but always pretend to be stupid. But actually the actions are very sincere. Have long made a complete plan to dominate the world. So even this king is in your plan. The 3 people saw this Ma Wang radiate an amazing murderous aura. Then look at each other. Said to herself, this woman. Keep staring at us like that. It's completely impossible to predict thoughts. By day Ma Wang. Sister Elizabeth, do you think I'm not qualified yet? So what should I do? Then we looked at Big Brother Bien Chang together. Ask for help. Seeing that Bien Chang heroically went up and said, "Let me take care of it." Look at the big picture. What Bien Chang told himself in his heart to deal with her. An erratic and cruel person. I will release my latest research. All 3 said cheerily. That battle between the strong is a learning opportunity. Rarely have seniors. Bien Chang, do your best. Then took out his teasing stick. Then shake and roll around and say woof woof. Then Bien Chang thought in his head. People often say, hitting the laughing dog with bare hands. How about using your feet? Elizabeth shoots. Bien Chang flew away like a bullet. To the bewilderment and amazement of 2 people with 1 sword. After the brutal attack, he stuck to the wall. Bien Chang has loofah tassels. Like this. Elizabeth said with a black face. I was very angry. This stupid dog even ran out to cause trouble. Do you guys also want to follow along? The three of you replied no like good children. We don't. Hear that, Elizabeth said. For all of you are all part of Rak Pyong's plan. So we will too. Keep your promise not to say anything more. Just a final reminder. For you by our side. Then be prepared to lose your life at any time. Even though you've been through it. But next time you might not be so lucky. Everything happens later. You guys have to figure it out yourself. Don't expect me and him to come to the rescue. Hearing that all three of you were in a dark mood. Answer clearly. Everyone followed Ma Wang's arrangement. At this time Rak Pyong carried the divine whirlwind and came out to protect. Elizabeth, what are you guys talking about? Are we ready to depart? Hearing that, Elizabeth said there's no starting point. But what strange thing did you create? Hearing that, Rak Pyong put his murderous energy into chopping wood into his backpack. Told Alpha it wasn't. Will return to the main mission of his holy sword. So chopping wood should be left for later. I want to make a new tool. Originally wanted to make an axe. But after doing it again and again, I upgraded it to a machine. By the way, Elizabeth, you have added space magic to your backpack. It's so convenient for me. It's so beneficial, and in my heart I think happily. Indeed, in another world, magic is powerful. Hear that and close your eyes. Elizabeth told herself to upgrade to a 7-star demon god. Ultimate magic use. Can produce effects on your creation. Damn, this is also part of your plan. The thing that produces the damn effect. Her face looked unhappy. Hearing Rak Pyong's words, Alpha widened her eyes and exclaimed that it was her. A super spirit of a whirligig saw hiding behind. Rak Pyong looked out with red eyes. Annie saw that and said it was a spiritual weapon. But it feels like Mr. Rak Pyong put a lot of effort into training it. Then Mr. Alpha. Isn't that what Alpha told her to understand? The more complicated, the better. Furthermore, it seems like Big Brother Rak Pyong can only see me. Without being able to see the weapon's aura. Created by yourself. That's my biggest advantage. At this moment Rak Pyong's face was smiling. His eyes were stroking his chin. Thinking. Heard. In the Jeng Ryong tribe. There are many magical trees. If based on the relationship between Uncle Perusia and Elizabeth, I can saw a few trees and plant them in my field. Then laugh and say okay if everyone has them ready. Let's be on our way. Hearing that, Elizabeth asked, you didn't say you only brought 2 people. Why did you bring 2 people? Rak Pyong heard that and then remembered and turned around and said yes. Because this time going to the Jeng Ryong tribe was to convince Gigi girl to pat her chest and tell Yongya, please take me with you. I've been to the Jeng Ryong tribe several times. And also got to know the current patriarch. Can definitely help. The 4-eyed girl Annie also patted her chest to tell Rak Pyong. Please let me go with you. Even though I don't have much experience. But my red ghost eye has awakened. Can definitely help. Tense now. Alpha confidently pushed the 2 people away. Confidently saying to stay away. Get out of the way. You guys just have enough arguing. There are 2 spots anyway. No matter what. One of the 2 spots is definitely mine. As Yongja's exclusive weapon, I must always be by your side, ha ha ha. At this moment Rak Pyong raised his hand to stop him and told him to wait. While this sword saint was still laughing, Rak Pyong raised his hand and said, this time going to the Jeng Ryong tribe was to convince them. Alliances should be to show goodwill. This time I won't carry weapons anywhere. Hearing that, the girl and her eyes lit up. Hearing that, Elizabeth summoned the treasure portal. Then don't bother anymore. Let's go quickly. Rak Pyong replied okay. Alpha, you just stay here and wait for us to return. Rolling his eyes, this Soul King Alpha Sword Saint said to himself. Why do I have this feeling? Feeling like I'm an excluded outsider. Can't integrate into Mr. Rak Pyong's group. Is it because my Alpha is too weak? It wasn't Mr. Rak Pyong who retrained me. But why? Suddenly a voice rang out calling Alpha. Called Alpha and asked for a response. Received, please reply. Hearing that, Alpha was startled and said, who is calling me? Bien Chang pulled his head out of the wall and walked over, laughing and talking. Hey boy, is he still there? Have you learned how to survive from this dog? Senior Bien Chang. Hearing that, this guy thought to himself, why, I understand. Big Brother Rak Pyong has left me the most precious opportunity. That's right, what a risk it is out there. By learning deeply from Senior Bian Chang here. After all, this is our main name. Bian Chang's voice echoes back to patrol with us. Hearing that, this guy happily ran after him and replied, yes sir. Connection failed. At this time, the crowd of people teleported. In front of the forest of the Zheng Ryong tribe. Little Annie's face was pale and her mouth was foaming. Sorry, I got teleportation drunk. Seeing this scene, Gigi kindly asked, I'm okay, and Rak Pyong's eyes lit up and said, wow. This scene is so beautiful. Elizabeth, look at that tree. It's so big. And Elizabeth is suddenly alert. Eyes looking straight into the forest of the Zheng Ryong tribe thought. This entire vast tribe of goblins. Could it be that there isn't any breath of life? Rak Pyong pointed to the biggest tree. Tell everyone to talk. How did this giant tree grow? Let's go in and take a look. Elizabeth said to change clothes first and then waved her hand. Immediately the two people's clothes disappeared. Gigi girl covering her vulnerable spot. Blushing and saying this. Hearing that, Rak Pyong was about to turn back. Tia exclaimed, let's change clothes. Then Gigi's clothes appeared. Hides her plump body. Looking at Ma Wang, clothes also appeared. Immediately, 100.000 questions came to mind. Elizabeth said without looking at Rak Pyong. Need to change into suitable clothes for departure. There are others. It is absolutely forbidden to wear costumes that you made yourself. Luckily, otherwise it would all be meaningless. Seeing this scene, Rak Pyong said to himself in his heart. Strange rules like you are Ma Wang. So do whatever you want to do. Moreover, we have to admire it. Dressing magic is so convenient. Then he said, can he go now? Hearing that, Elizabeth said he was so impatient. What are you in a hurry? Rak Pyong said it was nothing. I just want to research a little about the plants here. And in the background a flower bloomed. An eye in the flower stared at the four people. The eye saw the image transmitted into the tribe. The clown looked at the observation projection and thought. The Hero Alliance headed by the Sword Saint Guild. Establish a representative to be captured by yourself. Less than 3 days of Sword Saint Gigi. Someone who had been missing for many days suddenly appeared. They care this much. Looks like they've made up their mind this time. The war between the Allied army and the Dark Cabal. About to explode. The three people next to her are. Then the sound rang out, die 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 die. The clown glanced over. Said there was information and images that matched the data. Then looked at the father and son who were tied up like comatose buns. The parasitic flower with the eye projecting out. Projections taken from the brains of father and son. Scene once exposed to Elizabeth and Rak Pyong. Continuously projected. From beginning to end. Saw the projection and the clown gasped in surprise. Then his face burst with blue veins. Screamed Elizabeth. Then right now. Projection of the scenery outside the Zheng Ryong tribe. Elizabeth looked at the projection as she spotted watching. Saw this scene. The clown squinted his eyes thoughtfully. 500 years ago, I didn't expect her to appear here again. This attitude is not the same as the arrogant girl before. Then pointed to the Zheng Ryong general. Tell her to go so I can separate them. Use every possible trick. Kill then kill. There's only that man left to live. Understand? Hearing that, General Zheng Ryong bowed her head and replied. Got it, I'll go right away. Outside, the Rak Pyong crowd has finished cleaning up the crowd. The protective flower goes inside the tribe. Looking at the forest in front. Gigi said, according to my previous experience. First time coming, after destroying all test plants. Will receive an entry permit. Like a bean ring, the last round hasn't appeared yet. Hearing that, the four-eyed girl Annie said to herself in her heart. Truly an experienced swordsmanship master. Helped Mr. Rak Pyong a lot. When he goes out to play. I can't lose. Definitely try to perform better in the future. Rak Pyong looked at Gigi and asked. Talking about Gigi, what is your association? She is very knowledgeable, and is also as good at swordsmanship as the Sword Saints. I heard her say I haven't told you hero. Actually I am the Sword Saint. As soon as she finished her sentence several arrows came flying at me. Right away, she swung her sword to cut off incoming arrows. And look ahead warily. Little Annie offered the doll to use her eyes. Saw a figure jumping high above. Seeing that, the girl said she could see the attacker. Use invisibility magic so I can handle it. Hear that? Gigi girl said it's a trick. Usually, no need to bother me. The first move landed like a dragonfly. A wave spreading around. The general's silhouette. Appearing in the ripples. Seeing this scene, the general thought in surprise. Use sword intent to neutralize my ability to hide. Truly the leading strength of humanity. Then in the afternoon it rained arrows and seeds towards the Rak Pyong crowd. The rain of arrows flew. Annie releases a giant teddy bear. Block in front of the crowd. Where the arrows fall, the seeds grow like crazy. Gigi girl saw this scene and said, "What will come will come. It's just that this time the number is beyond imagination." Seeing this scene, Rak Pyong looked up and smiled at Elizabeth. She still remembers the first time I went on an adventure with her. Not a few months ago. Not hearing that, Elizabeth turned to speak. "I remember. What's wrong?" The other two rushed forward to attack the group of elemental snipers. Looked at Rak Pyong and said if it was me at that time, witnessing the current scene would probably be very scary. But now, I feel like I have fully adapted. No need to try to act calm anymore. And in my heart I think, this time bringing Elizabeth along, I have peace of mind. But considering Ma Wang's erratic temper, unexpected things may still happen. Therefore, I specifically requested to bring Annie and Gigi with me, plus 2 other strongmen, so I can calm down. Deal with everything that happened during the trip. Looked at Elizabeth said, "Ha ha, nothing to brag about." And in my heart I thought to myself, you before, just because I want to study the outside world. So we need to hide. Hide your identity from outsiders. Must pretend to be weak. And now because of the promise to me, you should start building your own power. That's why I showed up and stopped pretending to be weak. Gigi is fighting fiercely as a 5-element sniper. Annie also summoned bears and rabbits to attack with full force. Hearing that, Rak Pyong put her hands on her hips and said, "There's nothing to brag about. I just feel lucky when getting to know Ms. Elizabeth. She is amazing. I hope we will be friends forever." And in my heart I was thinking silently, it's lucky that we are friends instead of enemies. I hope we will be together forever in peace. Just finished the sentence, a flower gunner sucked half of Rak Pyong's body. Then swallowed. Rak Pyong cried out and gurgled. Then was pulled down. Seeing this scene, Gigi and Annie were startled, exclaimed, "Mr. Rak Pyong." Looking at this scene, Elizabeth crossed her arms and thought to herself, wait, was he just confessing his love to me? When you finish your sentence, use your strength. Destroy all nearby flowers. All the flowers have been destroyed. Then a hole appeared, where the flower swallowed Rak Pyong. Saw this scene and Annie said, "I don't know where Rak Pyong was swallowed." Gigi girl looked at the general's daughter. Zheng Ryong said that if he interrogated her, he would know right away. When she saw this situation, she said she would blow herself up. And in my heart, I thought about capturing that guy alive. Mission completed. Right after that, the 5-element flowers started to commit suicide. A huge explosion occurred. Looking at the explosion, she said to herself, although having to sacrifice 35-element beings is a bit of a waste, but compared to getting involved with a swordsmith, this is clearly the most bitter choice. But inside, 2 people, Gigi and baby Annie, protected by the puppets, looked at the general. Little Annie said to stop the explosion. All my magic power is almost exhausted. Bears and rabbits have also been severely damaged. Hearing that, Gigi said it was natural. Even if you are a swordsmith, it is also impossible to prevent the self-destruction of 5-element beings. I didn't expect it. Your magic can be that strong. After feeling it, this general said to herself in her heart, the breath of life has disappeared. The sword saint and the remaining girl, they are indeed the strongest among humans. I have to use all the remaining seeds. Then activate the seeds on the ground. Move them closer to the 2 people. Then it sprang up, surrounded the 2 people and then committed suicide. Immediately, Gigi used her sword and shield to lead the 2 people around. Jumping up high, still holding the sword shield, looking down. When suddenly out of the fire and smoke came out, another flower self-exploded. The general's daughter stood from afar, watching. Observe the explosion and think to yourself, as expected, he defeated the president of the Sword Saint Association. Is not a simple matter. But driving her into the forest was enough. There is something more powerful than the 5-element being. Then told myself to go back and report first. Then suddenly she was startled and started sweating. Elizabeth's voice appeared from behind her. General, it seems like there are a lot of things we don't know about happening here. Please come here and tell me clearly. Startled, she gritted her teeth and turned back to think about her. Didn't she just explode to death? The mouth utters you. Who are you? Hearing that, Elizabeth said impatiently, stop it, let me see for myself. His pale face looked at the hand he grabbed. Which she exclaimed in her heart. No 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 no, senses told me I absolutely couldn't let it fall into her hands. If not, my end will be worse than death. Then immediately break off the armor piece and a tattoo will appear. Immediately suicide arrow tattoo. Develop her role as a child. A series of arrows pierced the entire body. Take her daughter to the king of hell. Elizabeth was surprised when she saw this scene. Indeed the right choice. Then think in your heart. Could it be that they are also in contact with the Huam group? Thinking about this, the murderous aura emitted from Elizabeth's body. Turned back to look at the ministry. Lost Elizabeth thought to herself. It's only been 500 years. Everyone doesn't care about me anymore. Okay, this time, I will carve terror into your brains. Somewhere else in the forest. A flower emerging from the ground. Spit out Rak Pyong to the ground. Stood there bewildered, not understanding what happened. After downloading the situation, Rak Pyong looked up, a passionate lip full of 5-element flowers. Right in front of his eyes. Rak Pyong jumped back in panic and blurted out. Don't come here, covered his face and closed his eyes screaming Elizabeth to save me. Waiting for impact but, after a while there was no attack coming. Rak Pyong opened his eyes and was surprised. What are you talking about? Looking at the flower sucking the seeds from the ground. Rak Pyong's head was filled with question marks and he blurted out what he was eating. Then I looked at the trace and looked at my bag. Took out the bag of manure and looked. If it was because of the bag of organic fertilizer. Can I bring it here? Thinking to herself, this is the gift I intend to give to the Jeng Ryong tribe. Then Rak Pyong looked at the flower as if waiting to eat it. Pointing to the bag of poop. He asked, you like to eat, right? Hearing that, the flower nodded continuously. I will give it all to you. Don't eat me anymore. Then Rak Pyong spread out the fertilizer. The flower trembled excitedly, took a strong breath. Then it exhaled a refreshing breath. Trembled and lay down on the ground high. Seeing this scene, Rak Pyong gave up and said that the fertilizer was good. But eat too much will cause the body to lose its nutritional balance. Exhale, Rak Pyong said to himself. Luckily this is a plant monster. But what should I do next? This vast forest. Where should I go? Elizabeth will come find me soon. Never mind. As I walked, I thought of a better way. Inside, the Ho Ro clan leader looked at his hand and said, while teleporting the other man. Then my plant monster was suddenly interrupted. Hearing that the clown sat there and said what happened. Use surveillance plants to probe his location. Hearing that, the Ho Ro clan leader broke out in sweat. Sorry owner, that person has hidden all magic power. There is no magical reaction. Plant monitoring is recommended. Couldn't find his location either. Hearing that the clown laughed ha ha. Of course it's not that simple. Combine additional intelligence information to further analysis. We can basically determine it. The identity of that man. Then absorb the memories of the shriveled father and son who appeared. Looking at Rak Pyong's projection. This name speaks of the saint of legend. Then thought to himself. Then I'll use the card you created. To defeat you. Prove to that girl that I am not inferior to you. Explosions rang out in the forest. The teddy bear landed somewhere else. Due to the thrust of the explosion. Two people, Gigi and Annie, jumping out from the teddy bear's belly. Landing on the ground. Girl Gigi had fresh blood gushing out of her mouth. Covering her mouth, she thought yes, when using previous sword moves. After practicing with Mr. Rak Pyong's sword, a kind of magical power will appear in your body. It feels like I'm colliding like this. Seeing Gigi girl spitting blood. Little Annie patted her back and asked the sword kindly. Are you okay? Covering her mouth, she replied, let's rest for a while and that's fine. Then at that moment, Annie turned around and said. There was a powerful flow of magic power approaching. When several 5-element fireballs flew over. Immediately 2 stuffed animals, 1 rabbit, 1. The bear jumped up to block the front. 2 stuffed animals were torn to pieces right after that. See this scene. Annie gritted her teeth and said that bears and rabbits had been exterminated. Is it elemental magic or those 5-element beings? It's not like this guy is much more dangerous than 5-element beings. 4 quarters. 3 little 5-star cartoon magicians. Looking at the thing in front of Annie asked the swordsman Dae-in. Can you feel it? Gigi bit her teeth and said yes. This guy has the breath of hero Dae-in, but also mixed with another Hue-am power. The two people had just finished speaking when the cartoon magician offered his hand to conjugate the spell. Before it had time to release the magic, Gigi girl swung the tree branch and rushed forward to perform. In the third position, the swallow catches the worm. Slashed through the little wizard's cartoon child. Then speak confidently. Solved it quickly. But suddenly my eyes widened when I saw the tree branch cracking. When I looked back, then saw the little cartoon doll being protected. In a square frame, the name of the security guard. Gigi, startled, turned around and blurted out what this was. Then right now, an attack that moves forward and hits. Gigi girl was sent flying backwards. Luckily, little Annie was there in time, summoning a fluffy owl to catch her. Biting her teeth, little Annie told herself in her heart. Used the red devil a bit too much today. If I can't control it again. The cartoon magician, from inside the square security box. The guard jumped out and shouted. 4th quarter 5th child. The top 5-star animated guardian devil cried out. Landed on the ground. Gigi girl said thank you Annie. After that, let me worry. As soon as she finished speaking, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Think strength is rising in your body. But don't know why, whether it's my swordsmanship or Yongja's. It's impossible to control it either. Glanced back at little Annie and asked the senior swordsman. Can the senior still fight? At this moment the cartoon magician gathered 5 magic balls. And gradually merged. See this scene. Annie gritted her teeth and thought. He can fuse many different elements. This trick is too dangerous. Even when summoning demon bronze. With your current situation, it will be very difficult to confront directly. If the Sword Saint Senior isn't injured then it's good. The situation is gradually becoming deadlocked. Then clenched his trembling hands. Annie didn't think right. Annie, you. What are you thinking? Meet a strong enemy. So why do you want to rely on the Sword Saint predecessor? I'm looking for you and her to be the same. Both of them received the choice of Big Brother Rak Pyong. To protect world peace. Big Brother Rak Pyong has devoted so much effort. To train yourself. I hope I can contribute my strength to the plan. For the peace of the world. Gritted his teeth and had to prove himself. Do not disappoint Mr. Rak Pyong and Ms. Elizabeth. I will prove that I am the right candidate. This time magic has been fused. A giant 5-colored magic ball. Just then the doll mage beeped. Then threw the elemental bomb towards the two people. Explosions rang out. Smoke and dust cleared. A giant, shadowy figure appeared in the smoke. The mage looked suspicious. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The silhouette of a giant snake appeared. Trying to swallow the magic ball. In front of bewilderment. Surprised by the 4th quarter 3 and 4th quarter 5th. It swallowed the fusion magic into its stomach. And exhaled as if very satisfied. Immediately the magic was absorbed and replenished its magic power. Little Annie awakened her lifeline and spoke up. Just attack. Seeing this scene, Gigi thought in surprise. Annie immediately skyrocketed from the level of the demon to the top of the demon. Maybe even surpass my current self. When not at the top of the room. Is this the true power of the red bronze ghost? As expected of being human. That Yong-ya Dae-in and Ma Wang Dae-in chose. Then little Annie raised her hand. 2 beasts rushed to attack. Immediately the 4 noble guardians of the 5 demon lords cried out. Deployed the shield formation. Immediately after translucent square boxes fall down. The snake quickly dodged. Raised his hand to control the little one. Annie said to herself in her head. This magical puzzle not only has extremely strong defense power, but can also cut and tear the snake's body to pieces if hit. It's really difficult. My devilish red eyes. The markers it creates can be seen in advance. Each summon, so I can control the snake to avoid it in time. Then shouted wind magic, while thinking in his heart. Distracting their attention, immediately the owl threw his sword into the wind and violently saw that he could not intercept the quartet. 5 peak guardians, offering up a shield to form a defensive cube, blocking the incoming wind blades. The 2 quadrupeds were startled and cried out in surprise. Bad and doll. The doll snake rushed forward and bit down. The 2 quadrupeds didn't have time to react yet. The snake swallowed it. Seeing that, Gigi looked at the four-eyed girl and asked. That cube. Even attack. Which I learned from Yongja's book. Can't break it either. Annie, what are you going to do? Heard little Annie say. Want to break that rock immediately. It's really difficult, but if we divide it little by little, I believe I can do it. Hearing that, Gigi thought to herself, Annie's abilities have improved even more. We also have to quickly fix the problem. Not used to using swords. Otherwise, as Yongya and Mwang's right-hand man, Tar Shark Gigi will soon be replaced. Then asked how to divide it into smaller parts. The snake tried to trap the cube in its stomach. The little girl raised her hand to explain. The magic was swallowed and dissolved by the snakes. Will be absorbed and transferred to you. No matter how strong its magic is. I can also slowly resolve. The trembling snake can slowly resolve. Clenching my teeth and trembling hands, the little girl cursed in her heart. The awakening blood is about to take possession of my consciousness. Must hold back until success. Then right now, the snake was attacked and slashed into many pieces. The reaction, the little girl spat blood. Saw this scene in less than 1 second. The girl reacted, looked at the direction the attack was coming from. And the compression attack came in front of her. The attack cut straight through the forest, creating an extremely long sword mark. GG girl. Luckily, he was able to perform a special attack in time to block. But still suffered a certain amount of damage to his body, causing clothes to tear. Only the divine underwear remained unharmed. Little Annie was knocked unconscious. Looking forward, she said to herself in her heart. The first time was when he fell into the demon lord's ruins. Second time is when the chaotic power within a person breaks out. Was saved by the demon lord. And now in my heart, something called despair appears. 3 silhouettes appeared in front. Called despair. 3 figures appeared ahead. The name of the 4th quarter of the year called out the baton. Hearing that, the 4th quarter general left. Best cartoon. Ma Wang said I will handle it. At another place, Elizabeth was wandering in the forest. Standing back, Elizabeth said to herself. The strongest magic induction is in this position. What about the Dark Devil Queen? In space, a multi-armed black figure tossed cards. Started speaking. The big fish is here. Then it narrowed its eyes and smiled hi. Outside, Elizabeth entered the barrier. Then felt it speak and went back to its original place. Then thought to himself, is a magic barrier, proving his strength at a level above Ma Wang. Then Elizabeth spoke up. You want to lock me here? Why are you so petty? On the inside of the purple space. The card is activated again. That Elizabeth sensed, but still indifferent. A tumbler descends to surround Elizabeth. Then continuously casts weights to attack. 7 weights. 10 weights. The first 10 matches seal the 2-star animation Ma Wang. The leader's card name. Inside the purple space, a sinister smile rose and said. Each layer of pressure will double the time. 10 layers of sealing means time has slowed down 1024 times. No matter how strong you are, you will, forever trapped in a time cage. When he looked out in surprise. Why don't you move? At this moment, Elizabeth closed her eyes and smiled. The mysterious card child. Surprised, how could this be? Why wasn't she affected at all? The seal started to crack as Elizabeth approached. Then gradually crumbled. Elizabeth stuffed her hands in her pockets and walked over to say. I have been cultivating in this time barrier for a whole year. Hearing that, it quickly took back the 4 gems it was using. Then performed another 4 of a kind. This time Elizabeth spoke up to continue the trivial game. Come out here for this king. Just finished the sentence. A scythe pierced Elizabeth's stomach. Calmly looked up. And saw 4 quarters 7. Animated death god Gui Wang 1 star. It cried Gulu. Then looked down at Elizabeth and pulled it up. Then Elizabeth's soul was pulled out by it and flew up. So this is a special technique. Once they can ignore the target's level. Directly pulled out the target's soul. It sniffled and smiled. At that moment an arm strangled. Elizabeth's soul cried out. Who ordered you to do that? Tell this king right away. Then this king will let you die easily. The 4th quarter 7 animated god of death screams in fear. And in my heart I think. The first time I felt afraid of death. It disappeared. An arm in space. Catch the cards of the 7th quarter to collect. The mysterious deck of cards said it was useless. So you're back to your original form. But why doesn't even soul sucking have any effect? Elizabeth's soul returned to her body again. Elizabeth's soul returned to Elizabeth's body and muttered evilly, while thinking silently in my head. Even if I didn't say it, I would have guessed it. The atmosphere is clear like this. Belongs to that guy named Rak Pyong. Maybe this time it's the Jeng Ryong tribe. It was because he specially created a challenge. And then he radiated a bitter demonic aura. I think I'll just keep checking on them. But we are also included. You rotten Rak Pyong, you have to understand me clearly. I am the one sitting at the chess table with you, not the pieces on the chessboard. Then use magic weapon, forming two hands tearing up the space in front. Looking up, Elizabeth said, if you know what to do, then kill yourself. If not, I will take action, then you guys will die more miserably. Hearing that, the two mysterious quartets laughed ha ha. The queen looks at that brat with her loud voice. Or let's try it and get out of here. Then release 4/4 of 8 animated mazes. 1 star Gui Wang. Looked around, Elizabeth spoke up. These things still want to lock me up here. Still thinking in my head. Something Rak Pyong invented. Even if the magic power is not high, it still has the effect of overcoming it. Even higher level. Then immediately got angry and kicked. The 8th quarter maze immediately broke open. Looking up, Elizabeth said, 2 useless kids. This is the right time. 5-star animation Queen Ma Wang. Many people spoke up and told me to personally deal with her. Hearing that, the 4 gentlemen K, said the king of animation and top Ma Wang. Of course. Please let the queen take action. I will wait for news of your victory. This guy just finished his sentence. Elizabeth jumped inside, and used magic energy to create a hand to sit down. Then spoke up. You dare to call yourself king in front of me? You are not worthy. Hearing that, the cartoon king said with narrowed eyes. Kill it. Hear that the animated queen uses the 4 of a kind activation. It uses 4 hands to grab 4 swords. The 4 of a kind K, the ultimate Ma Wang animation dagger. Hearing that, Elizabeth couldn't bear it anymore. Want to resolve. Quickly say shut up and die. Then used her hand to point out a beam of black light. The queen immediately used her wings as fast as lightning. A magic formation appeared, and quickly rushed forward. Cut Elizabeth's attack in half. Looked at Elizabeth swinging out royally to kill. Elizabeth sat there snapping her fingers to block the slash from afar. Then Elizabeth looked at her fingernails and said, oh. Dare to break my nails quite well. Then Elizabeth looked at her nails and said, oh. Dare to break my fingernails quite well. Then looked at the charging queen. Releases magic bullets. Rushed to attack the cartoon queen. Seeing that the cartoon queen stopped. 2 magic bullets rushed forward. Immediately the queen swung his sword. Slashed the magic bullets in half. Looked at Elizabeth intending to attack again. At this moment, 4 magic balls came from behind. Felt the queen's return. Swung his sword to cut the 4 magic balls in half. Then saw the 4 magic balls were cut in half. Healthy again. Then continued to fight until now from 4 turned into 8. Seeing that, the queen disdainfully said a little magic. Then continuously swing the sword to cut the incoming magic balls in half. The balls are continuously slashed. Immediately recovered and flew back. Attack the cartoon queen. Can't hold back anymore. The queen combines the 4 blades. Unleashes the royal attack for a fatal strike. Blows away all remaining magic orbs. Around it. Looking back at the cartoon queen, she was sweating profusely. How could that be possible? In front of a series of floating magic balls. It turns out Elizabeth continuously uses bullet doubling magic. Looking down, Elizabeth raised her hand and said, deal with people like you. Just magic bullets is enough. Then pointed down. Rain of magic bullets rushed towards the cartoon queen. The cartoon queen was blown up. Looked down at Elizabeth, thinking to herself, that's enough. Even used special skills to turn the odds. A vortex appeared, continuously absorbing rain of magic bullets. Turned out to be a cartoon queen. Used the deck of cards to revive and use 4 out of 9 2-star Ma Wang dinosaurs. Swallowed the entire magic ball into its stomach. Looked down at Elizabeth in amazement. Think these are his last 2 cards. One is a special skill that absorbs magic. The other is the special skill resurrection. Holding a vase. 4th quarter 6 Aquarius Ma Wang 1-star in hand. Said the animated queen. Do you think that can kill me? Prepare to receive retribution, you arrogant woman. This is the right time. Ma Wang the dinosaur writhed and tried to hold back. Continuously writhing. The head that couldn't hold back anymore appeared. Then the pressure behind the tail tries to hold in. Gritting my teeth and rolling my eyes. Cartoon Queen card at this time. Looked at Elizabeth and said, double return. Fly animated dinosaur spitting out the column. Magic ball. Has absorbed. Return to Elizabeth with double the power. With special skills. Can emit magical skills. Absorbed with double strength. Without moving. Elizabeth easily blocked this counterattack. With a shield. Can't get over. Seeing this animated dinosaur scene. The image widened its eyes and opened its mouth to exclaim. The animated queen. Seeing this scene, I also hesitated to speak out. No effect. Elizabeth gathered energy in his hand and looked at the queen. Don't talk about random tricks created by me. Even if you increase your power 100 times. Can't hurt me one bit. Clap your hands with a pop. Severe punishment imposed on a dinosaur. One rear. Exploded and then Elizabeth spoke up. Though the inspiration for this magic comes from that stupid dog. But I must say that the effect is very good. After being suppressed and disappearing, 4 cards appeared. Seeing that, Elizabeth couldn't help but be suspicious. At this moment hit the sneaky guy flying from behind. The queen screamed and died. Elizabeth tilted her head to avoid the first attack, followed by the queen's storm of stabs. When she looked closely, she couldn't see the target. Where did the queen's son blurt out in doubt? Then the queen's head was split open and split into 2 halves. Elizabeth's silhouette appeared behind, in the form of Ma Wang, and immediately spoke up. I'll be a little more serious with my words. Then right now, the green vase had a leaf that lit up. The queen then came back to life and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Elizabeth thought to herself, no need to control your body. Just the body is killed. Then the revival spell will automatically activate. Furthermore, you can also choose the reincarnation point. Within a certain range, the queen appeared somewhere else and spoke. I already said it. You can't kill me. Before the queen could do anything, 2 hands grabbed her. Absolute pledge. Elizabeth said, first limit your reincarnation points within our confinement, then slowly play with you. Then use the melt. But the queen just melted. Immediately the vase was reborn. As soon as the queen was reborn, she said it was useless. We only need a drop of water from a pure vase. Can be revived. Then he held up the vase and continued speaking. But the magical space inside the vase is pure. Also connected to the ocean. How long can the endless water of your magic last? Hearing that, Elizabeth did not react. Said poison punishment. Immediately the queen inhaled the poison. And screamed in pain. Followed by many forms of torture. Which Elizabeth takes turns casting. Water punishment. Skinning punishment. 1000 metal punishment. Punishment tearing lightning punishment. Look at the tortured queen that Elizabeth said. The kinds of injuries you encounter in the ban absolutely will continuously accumulate. See how long you can endure. The branch in the vase will gradually wither. And the bottle broke. Then the queen also disappeared. Looking down, Elizabeth commented, when infinite resurrection becomes endless pain, the population's spirit will gradually decline. And finally chose to give up. This time the 4th brother was still standing there, looking at the whole process. Now it speaks. The king took action himself. Then jumped up to the queen's 4 weapons. Then performed fusion. The 4 swords gradually melted and gathered together, forming the 4 precious A. The 2-star cartoon god Mason. Then the 1-star cartoon king Mason said, use limit breakthrough, and then hold the magic spear and say, you are the king, I am also the king. But the throne of the strongest king in this world. There's only one place. Hearing that, Elizabeth laughed ha ha. Hearing that, the cartoon monarch asked, what are you laughing at? He didn't pay attention. Then Elizabeth said, formally granted Ma Wang, was the highest peak existence in this world. Now look at you, a tiny ant. Maybe I understand how he feels. When looking at me in the past. Heard that. The cartoon monarch couldn't stand it anymore. Talk nonsense until you die. Perhaps you still don't understand my power. Can't compare with your last opponent. After that, he took a defensive stance and charged forward, shouting out the destructive strategy. Elizabeth also raised his hand to grab him, uttering destructive magic. The king's son unleashed the king's great victory move and stabbed. Feeling cold, Elizabeth panicked, was stabbed through the body. The upper half of her body was shattered. The cartoon king narrowed his eyes and smiled and spoke too weakly. Then looked up and smiled. I am the strongest king in this world, ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Then turned back into a card. Was grabbed by Elizabeth in his hand. Then crushed the cards. Elizabeth said to himself, the hateful Rak Pyong. This is the purpose of the star, and thought to himself, I want to use these things to remind my king that there is still a very long road to reach the peak of strength. If the king is arrogant and complacent, he will repeat his mistakes, become stupid and laughable like these things. Wait, this king will definitely catch up with you. Then whispered doubtfully, that's strange. All cards have been destroyed by the king. Why hasn't this space been liberated yet? That's not true, there's that thing too. Staring at the throne. Then it turned its head and looked up at Elizabeth. Squawked. Fourth quarter 2 duck cartoon ghost class don't know. He looked at Elizabeth and cried quack quack quack. Seeing that he couldn't help but waved his hand and said, don't waste any more time. Immediately disappeared. The arm shot towards the cartoon duck. Then the duck transformed into a hand. Exactly like blocking. Seeing this scene, Elizabeth thought to herself, the ability to copy is a special skill to level up. The duck copies itself to look exactly like Elizabeth. It raises its hand, reveals the legendary speculum. The first person uttered the word hi, and Elizabeth's hair flew up. Looking at the duck, dare to smear your beautiful face. Then the voice said so boldly. Another place, Rak Pyong was picking apples in the forest, holding a pile of apples in her arms and laughing. It's true that Jeng Ryong forest has many real fruits, although the taste is quite ordinary. But bring it back and culture it a bit. Then you can definitely improve your skin better. Hi hi, in the back a shrunken figure appeared. It turned out to be a zombie Jeng Ryong, named Ho Ro, the head of Jeng Ryong wearing a head. The brain's nerves speak out. Report to owner. One of the corpses found that man's location. Hearing that, the clown said, so what are you waiting for? Take him home now. Rak Pyong didn't pay attention. Behind appeared something that was intently picking apples. This one's not bad. The other one seems to be more ripe and passing. Just in time to dodge the zombie's hook attack. Pounced face down on the ground. The zombie turned its legs upside down. Rushed forward. Right at this moment, the apples in Rak Pyong's hand fell down. The zombie was running like flying. Tripped over the apples. Then landed on his face and threw his eye out, causing the patriarch to remote control synchronous neural transmission. Makes this guy tremble in pain. Rak Pyong innocently knows nothing. Bent down to pick up the apple. Still mumbling in Jeng Ryong forest. There's also this. The zombie struggled to get up. As expected, it was a magical world. Trees can grow without having to obey climate laws. When I turned around, the zombie eyes were thrown out. The friction surface is tattered and smoking. And it rushed towards the target. Rak Pyong was still innocently talking to himself. So if you bring it back to Sin in village, you should be able to raise it. Right? Close your eyes and turn around and laugh. The cactus is mine. Then the zombie grabbed it just in time. Right into the legendary cactus thorn. One person and one zombie looked at each other passionately. Then Rak Pyong reacted and screamed "Ah!" And the neural synchronization chief also screamed. Because his hand touched a cactus. Rak Pyong was scared and threw all the fruit away and ran away. Patriarch Ho Ro gritted his teeth and blurted out. It was definitely intentional. Sir, I can consume 50 darkness gears to activate all other corpses. No hero. This legend is so difficult to deal with. Hearing that, the clown is at a loss as to what to do. Sometimes screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Sometimes he gritted his teeth and said, let's use it. Quickly bring him back here for me. That's the name of the Ho Ro clan leader. Immediately mobilized other bodies. Other zombies began to appear in the forest. Rak Pyong ran like crazy while muttering. Jeng Ryong forest has zombies. Jeng Ryong forest has zombies. Jeng Ryong forest has zombies. Then thought in fear. Must quickly find Elizabeth and everyone. Rak Pyong is running like crazy. But the whole process was monitored. The forest suddenly shook, causing Rak Pyong to pause and grit his teeth in doubt and wonder. Earthquake. No big wave rushing towards me. Looking closely, there were many silhouettes of people walking towards Rak Pyong. Looking at the crowd, Rak Pyong was so scared that he said, damn it. The zombies came and screamed. All around. Seeing this scene, Rak Pyong looked around in fear. Uttering in all directions is blocked. Don't worry, I'm a brave warrior. Starfight. But I didn't bring Alpha with me. At that moment, the ground under Rak Pyong's feet emerged, causing Rak Pyong to lift her legs and exclaim in surprise. There's also one on the ground. The name of the Ho-Ro clan leader. After surrounding the area without any gaps. Give orders. Everyone rushed forward. The whole crowd of zombies rushed towards Rak Pyong like a tsunami, but was shot to pieces. Turned out Rak Pyong was held up by the 5-element sniper beanflower. High above. Saw it was a flower tree from before. Rak Pyong exclaimed that it was you. The flower was happy when he heard the question. Seeing this scene, the clan leader gritted his teeth and thought, no wonder. The plant magic from before was suddenly disconnected. It turns out that the 5-element bean has been domesticated. The gunner bean continuously attacks. The zombies approached Rak Pyong and grabbed the 5-element flower. Grit your teeth and cling to the fence. Come on, come on, come on. And the great battle of zombies takes place. The flower continuously shoots out beans. This is the right moment. Nearby, several zombies raised their hands to cast direct control plant magic. The 5-element flower was in full bloom when Rak Pyong looked down in surprise and asked, why suddenly stopped moving? Those zombies were casting other magic. The clan leader said with a smile. Inside the body there are also patriarchs and elders of previous generations. No matter how strong you are, if we compare plant magic, cannot compare with the strength of the entire tribe. Zheng Ryong was degenerated by plant magic. And then boom. Rak Pyong widened his eyes in suspicion. Look at the tiny flower in your hand. The huge question mark above his head blurted out. The flower raised his hand and rubbed his head to express his shyness. The zombies immediately scrambled to rush forward. Zombie stacked zombie and cast wave of buried corpses. Looked up. Rak Pyong widened his eyes and blurted out in despair. My journey to another world. Will it end here? The zombies are coming like a tsunami. Surrounded Rak Pyong, forming a giant zombie ball. At that moment laughter rang out. Hee hee. Super whirlwind saw flew out. Sawed the zombie ball in half. The clan leader immediately spit out blood. Pooped and melted into 2 halves. Seeing this scene, the clown was surprised and said, what is going on? Device that controls his body. Can only synchronously scoop trash. Now, even real damage has been passed on. Rain of zombies falling apart. Super whirlwind saw spinning around and falling back. Rak Pyong's hand continued to fly to Rak Pyong's hand. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Picked up the saw and said suspiciously, I still have a chainsaw. But how could it fall off on its own? The spirit girl grabbed Rak Pyong's leg. I won't let you get hurt, master. This time a zombie was lost. Half of the body cried out and crawled forward. Seeing this, Rak Pyong exclaimed in fear. Don't come here. The remaining zombies started to stand up and crawl. One jumped up and rushed towards Rak Pyong. Saw this scene. Rak Pyong closed his eyes and slashed wildly. Said the clown who cut off his finger. Even without using the controller. The same goes for using corpse magic myself. Via link. The spell transfers damage back to the caster. The strange weapon he held. Have realistic damage effects. Then control the zombie archers to shoot out a rain of magic arrows. Launched towards Rak Pyong, who is slashing with his eyes closed.